Qing Ci, having been the esteemed daughter of the Duan family for over 20 years, was abruptly informed that she was not of their bloodline. Furthermore, she was maliciously framed by the true heiress and cast out by her adoptive parents, instantly becoming the laughingstock of the entire city. Upon returning to her biological parents, who were farmers, she unexpectedly found herself sought after by the city's wealthiest magnate. It turned out her father was the richest man in Jiang City, and her brothers were each prodigies in their respective fields. Observing the petite figure of Duan Qing Ci, the crowd felt tremendous sympathy, showering her with adoration, only to gradually discover that she was, in fact, a top-tier polymath. She was a master hacker, a premier formula creator, and an outstanding dancer. Later, when paths crossed unexpectedly, the true heiress scoffed, "Qing Ci, do you believe you have the right to participate in the dance competition? I am the genius dancer." Qing Ci replied, "I beg your pardon, but I am a judge for the competition." The snobbish Duan family admonished her, "Stay in the countryside with your impoverished parents, and cease your incessant aspirations regarding the Duan family." With a single phone call, Qing Ci severed the Duan family's business connections. "I apologize, but without me, the Duan family is utterly inconsequential." Her worthless ex-boyfriend mocked, "Do not persist in your pursuit. My heart belongs solely to Mian." A powerful figure from the capital emerged, fiercely protective of his wife. "My spouse would never deign to look at you." Chapter 1. Cast out from the affluent family. Duan Qing Ci, after all these years of raising you, we never anticipated you would commit such ungrateful acts. The Duan family can no longer tolerate your presence. You may leave. Before Qing Ci stood a regal matron, regarding her with disdainful contempt. "Mother, please, it was merely an accident. I fell from the stairs, and my sister had no part in it." Nearby, a girl resembling the matron, with tear-filled eyes, pleaded for mercy, her knee wrapped in a bandage, appearing most pitiful. Half an hour earlier, the true heiress, Duan Mian, had tumbled down the stairs, with only Qing Ci present on the second floor. Everyone concluded that she was to blame. At that moment, the Duan family's expressions of disgust starkly contrasted with their earlier sentiments expressed to the reporters, where they lamented her departure. Qing Ci lowered her gaze, a trace of derision glimmering in her eyes. Just recently, she had been the sole young lady of the Duan family. Although she was not favored, the family had at least ensured she wanted for nothing. Until that fateful day, when the head of the Duan family encountered a crisis requiring a blood donation, and upon testing blood types, it was revealed that Qing Ci was not his daughter. He immediately utilized his connections to investigate, swiftly reclaiming his biological daughter, Duan Mian. The Duan family, a prominent name in Jiangcheng, knew such a significant event would be widely recognized, yet they, concerned with their reputation, declared that they could not bear to part with Qing Ci, vowing to treat her as a daughter for a while longer before returning her. In truth, they intended to discreetly send Qing Ci back to her original home once the commotion subsided. After reclaiming their biological daughter, the Duan family believed Qing Ci's presence had caused Mian to endure hardships for many years. Hence, after Mian's return, Qing Ci was forcibly removed from her former room and relegated to a storage closet. Presently, Qing Ci's treatment had drastically deteriorated. She was not only tasked with cleaning, laundry, and cooking for the Duan family, but often found herself in a position less favorable than that of the family servants. Nevertheless, Mian remained determined to rid herself of Qing Ci. In recent days, she had repeatedly schemed against her. Yet, the Duan parents feigned ignorance, even subtly expressing their disdain towards Qing Ci. Through this, Qing Ci gained insight into the true nature of the Duan family and resolved not to endure their mistreatment any longer. She lifted her head to face Mian. "I will depart, but not in obscurity. I have borne the brunt of your blame for long enough, Duan Mian." Mian shivered at Qing Ci's piercing, indifferent gaze. Was this still the submissive Qing Ci they once knew? A shadow flickered across her eyes. This wretched girl. She was the true heiress. How could Qing Ci continue to revel in the Duan family's grandeur? She vowed to expel this impostor. Mian innocently replied, "Sister, I do not understand your accusations. I know you resented me for returning, and believed I had taken away our parents' affection, which is why I tolerated your actions. But my leg. You know how much I adore dancing. How could you? Had I known you loved it too, I would not have competed for a place in the competition." Her words implied that Qing Ci had harmed her in pursuit of a slot in the national dance competition. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Duan's contempt deepened. "Mian, your talent is unparalleled. How could she possibly compare? That opportunity is yours alone. As for Duan Qing Ci, gather your belongings and leave." This Duan Qing Ci. What a pitiful sight she presented. Mian Mian, on the other hand, was gentle, obedient, and possessed exceptional talent in dance. She was the true daughter. The previously silent Mr. Duan sighed, stating, Qing Ci, we had planned to wait until the commotion died down before sending you back, but we did not foresee your maliciousness towards Mian Mian. Today, we shall take you away. Hearing this, Mian Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet Qing Ci remained impassive, turning to gather her belongings. She had not been down for quite some time, and Mian Mian worried. Sister, you are not taking everything with you, are you? Everything belonging to the Duan family was hers. How could she allow an impostor to take it away? Just then, Qing Ci emerged, her only addition being a black bag that starkly contrasted with her fair skin. Her striking black and white eyes swept over the room, causing Mr. Duan to falter, averting his gaze in embarrassment. Mrs. Duan scrutinized Qing Ci's bag, frowning at its meager contents. What have you packed? Let me see. No need. Let her take it, Mr. Duan interjected, for the contents amounted to nothing more than the card he had given her, totaling a mere 100,000 yuan. Duan Qing Ci, however, nonchalantly tossed her bag onto the table and, with an impassive expression, declared, Proceed with the inspection. Who knows if she might abscond with valuable items. Madame Duan scoffed as she unzipped the backpack, revealing only a notebook, a few seeds, and some cash. Not a single card had been taken. She felt a sudden sting of embarrassment and elegantly straightened her posture, saying, Let the driver take you away. Mr. Duan felt a twinge of discomfort as he produced a card, saying, Qing Ci, upon your return, heed your parents' words. While they may toil in the fields, they are simple and kind-hearted, and you should assist them more. Duan Qing Ci's exquisite features remained devoid of emotion as she declined the card, stating, Each person has their own fate, yet I have made it clear that I shall not depart in obscurity. Duan Mian Mian, how did you descend the stairs? I grant you one final opportunity to clarify your actions. Duan Mian Mian detested Duan Qing Ci's perpetually serene demeanor, as if she were inherently superior. She was merely a counterfeit heiress, a farmer's daughter. Sister, what do you mean? Do you expect me to have fallen on my own? This is my leg, my most treasured leg. If anything were to happen to it, how could I dance in the future? Duan Mian Mian broke down in tears, collapsing into her mother's embrace with a wail. Bang! A vase suddenly hurtled toward her, interrupting Duan Mian Mian's clumsy performance, causing her to jump in fright. All eyes were fixed upon her, and both Madame Duan and Mr. Duan were left in stunned disbelief. Wasn't it said she was injured and unable to stand during this period? Chapter 2. The wealthy seek you out. As Duan Mian Mian regained her composure, a chilling sensation engulfed her heart, and she abruptly collapsed onto the sofa. My leg. It hurts. Duan Zong's first reaction was not anger, but rather a look of guilt directed at Duan Qing Ci. Qing Ci, your younger sister is still quite young. Please do not hold it against her. This phrase had become tiresomely familiar to her of late. Certainly, one does not retaliate when bitten by a dog. After all, one must consider the owner, right? Duan Qing Ci scoffed with disdain, tucked her bag away, and elegantly turned to leave. The three individuals who had been scolded wore expressions of dismay. The driver had been waiting at the door for quite some time, oblivious to the internal strife. And upon seeing Duan Qing Ci, he did not even greet her. Ever since Duan Mian Mian returned, the household servants viewed an adopted daughter with disdain. Duan Qing Ci did not spare the driver a glance as she strode past. Only then did the driver grow anxious. Miss, the master has instructed me to take you there. No need. I am no longer associated with the Duan family. She coldly retorted, then summoned a taxi according to the location sent by Duan Zong on her phone. It was a remote and underdeveloped village. Duan Qing Ci found herself at the doorstep of her biological parents' home. The house was dilapidated, and the sound of weeping emanated from within. As she stepped inside, she was met with a crowd of people. A finely dressed man, flanked by bodyguards, starkly contrasted the sobbing peasant couple. Just as Duan Qing Ci was taken aback, the man in a suit, upon seeing her, instantly welled up with tears and rushed forward to embrace her tightly. My daughter.
It truly is you.
You are alive. The tall, imposing man spoke with a voice that trembled with emotion. Duan Qing Ci was bewildered. Why was this stranger calling her such? The peasant couple looked up at her, their eyes also reddened. Unable to contain herself, Duan Qing Ci asked, Mom, Dad, what is happening? Qing Ci, you are not our child. The peasant father sighed. Duan Mian Mian indeed belongs to the Duan family, but you are not our child. Our own child was stillborn. This man is your biological father. Duan Qing Ci turned to look at the man in the suit. There was indeed a resemblance between them. The man produced a paternity test and said, Qing Ci, I happened to see you at the hospital and felt you looked familiar. At the time, I thought nothing of it, but later, upon hearing that the Duan family found their true daughter, I wondered if there had been a mix-up. I managed to conduct a paternity test, and here it is. You are my daughter. Qing Ci opened the document and was astonished to find it true. In fact, the resemblance was so striking that no test was necessary. Standing together, it was evident they were kin. Qing Ci fell into silence. This revelation was indeed unexpected. She had thought she had found her family, only to discover a twist in her fate. Qing Ci, I understand this is difficult for you, but this is the truth. At the time, all three families delivered in the same hospital, and due to a nurse's negligence, all three children were swapped. The child belonging to the peasant couple was given to us. You were given to the Duan family, and Duan Mian ended up with the peasant couple. Your mother, and I believed you had died at birth, the man earnestly explained. You cannot fathom the immense shadow this has cast over your mother. She is currently waiting for you at the hotel. His sincere, fervent gaze stirred something within Qing Ci, prompting her to nod and glance at the peasant couple. The man continued, what happened back then was truly unfortunate. They are also victims, and I shall provide them with some compensation. We do not require compensation. Knowing the truth is sufficient, the peasant father replied, shaking his head. He felt that the two were rather fortunate, having grown disheartened by their daughter, who, despite their impoverished state, had always been pampered. Yet, upon finding her biological parents, Duan Mian had ceased all communication. You should return. It is not easy to reunite as a family, so do not waste time here. The peasant father urged as he escorted them to the door. Qing Ci followed the man into the luxurious vehicle, a Rolls-Royce. It seems my biological father is quite affluent. She mused. The man gazed at her with warmth. Qing Ci, I am Qiao Yanfei, your father. You may tell me anything you need in the future, understood? The president of the Qiao group, the wealthiest in Jiangcity? It appeared her biological father was not just any wealthy man. Qing Ci nodded. The Four Seasons Hotel, the most prestigious five-star establishment in Jiangcity. Duan Mian had changed into a charming Chanel dress and gracefully accompanied her parents into the hotel. Not long ago, Mrs. Duan had received a phone call. Miss Qiao, the vice president of the dance association, had arrived in Jiangcity to serve as a judge for the national competition. If she could be taken under her wing for guidance, Duan Mian's chances of winning would be significantly enhanced. Thus, upon receiving the news, Mrs. Duan had hurriedly prepared Duan Mian and rushed her over, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar figure in the distance. The woman, clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, exuded an extraordinary elegance. Beside her stood a man in a suit, exuding exceptional charm, though his face remained obscured. Qing Ci, what is she doing here? Mrs. Duan's expression shifted. Chapter 3. Returning to one's roots. The news of Miss Qiao's arrival had evidently leaked. Perhaps her sister wished to become her disciple as well? Duan Mian feigned innocence, speaking softly. Miss Qiao probably hasn't heard that my sister was expelled. It seems we will both be her students. Mrs. Duan's face darkened further. She strode forward, attempting to block Qing Ci's path, but Qing Ci proceeded towards the nearby Jade Pavilion. Mrs. Duan was perplexed. What could they possibly want in the Jade Pavilion? That was the highest-end private room at the Four Seasons. Sister, why are you heading to that room? Duan Mian exclaimed, equally astonished. Such a place was not for just anyone. It seems my sister is quite impressive. Her friends are all so exceptional. She has no friends. Mrs. Duan lashed out angrily, cursing Qing Ci. Surely, she cannot have succumbed to the disparity of poverty and entangled herself with some wealthy benefactor? That would be a disgrace to our family. Mrs. Duan felt nauseated but had no time to dwell on her. She hastily dialed Miss Qiao. I apologize. I have an urgent matter, came the cold reply from the other end before the call was abruptly terminated. Duan Mian's spirits plummeted, unable to suppress her sorrow as she buried her face in her hands and wept. Duan Zong could only comfort her, assuring her that there would be other opportunities. Meanwhile, Miss Qiao, having hung up the phone, sat elegantly on the sofa. Her elder brother had called an urgent meeting because they had just found their long-lost daughter. Sister has been out there for many years. She must have suffered greatly. The girl seated beside her said, her features beautiful, makeup immaculate, dressed in an opulent gown, exuding the grace of a young lady, yet her eyes bore a hint of sorrow. Xiao Wennin felt a warmth in her heart. She had heard that her adoptive parents treated her well, so she should not have endured too much hardship. We must treat our sister well, Xiao Wennin replied, nodding earnestly. Xiao Wenyin affectionately stroked her hair, admiration gleaming in her eyes. No wonder she is my disciple. Though Wenyu was an adopted daughter, she was broad-minded and kind, unconcerned that her returning sister would usurp her position. Clad in a qipao, Mrs. Qiao remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed at the entrance, waiting anxiously. Such a demeanor stirred an unusual feeling within Xiao Wenyu. Finally, the door swung open. The driver entered. The girl stepped forward, having been raised in a destitute village. One would expect her skin to be sallow and frail, yet hers glowed radiantly. Her exquisitely cold features bore a striking resemblance to Mrs. Qiao. Xiao, Wenyu felt a sense of emptiness. My darling! Mrs. Qiao could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to embrace her tightly, tears streaming down her face. Duan Qing Ci paused, overwhelmed by the excessive affection and only able to gently pat her back. Yet, the innate warmth of familial love enveloped her. Is this what it means to have family? Let Qing Ci take a seat, Qiao Yanfei gently suggested. Mrs. Qiao nestled closely beside Duan Qing Ci, stifling her tears, her voice still choked with emotion. Qing Ci, I am so sorry it took me so long to find you. You must have suffered greatly out there. I am all right. Warm tears cascaded onto Duan Qing Ci's hand, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. She had always been one who thrived on gentleness rather than harshness. So it came as a surprise that someone would weep so profoundly for her sake. Please don't cry, mother. I have returned. The mere utterance of mother instantly filled Madame Qiao with joy. Yes, you have returned. I shall make it up to you, my dear. Xiao Yanfei gazed at Duan Qing Ci with eager anticipation, prompting her to address him as well. Father. Ah. My beloved Qing Ci is truly obedient. Xiao Yanfei beamed, delighted. Allow me to introduce our family members. This is your aunt. Xiao Wenyan assessed her with a gentle nod, to which Duan Qing Ci responded with a polite greeting. Next came Xiao Wenya. With warmth, Xiao Wenya said, Sister, I have longed for your return. At last, I can boast to others that I have an elder sister. However, Madame Qiao hesitated before revealing, this is Wenya. Her father was a friend of your father's. After losing her parents at a young age, we took her in. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, Duan Qing Ci replied calmly, grasping the implication. You also have 3 older brothers, but they are not home at the moment. We shall introduce you to them gradually, Madame Qiao said with a smile, warmth spreading through her heart as she looked at Duan Qing Ci. Duan Qing Ci nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yanfei pulled out his phone. Qing Ci, you have endured much these past years. Let us add each other on WeChat. Madame Qiao quickly took out her phone as well. And mine too. Reluctantly, Duan Qing Ci added them both, and shortly after, 2 notifications chimed in unison. Father has transferred you 10,000,000 yuan. Mother has transferred you 10,000,000 yuan. Your father has sent you a little pocket money. If it's insufficient, do not hesitate to ask him for more. Qiao Yanfei smiled. Indeed. Mother has also bought you some clothing. Once we return, you can try them on at your leisure. This overwhelming warmth was somewhat unfamiliar to Duan Qing Ci. Yet it enveloped her heart with a comforting glow. She was not alone in her discomfort. Xiao Wenya was equally taken aback, her astonishment evident. For her parents to give away 20 million at once, considering her usual allowance was merely a few 100,000, it left her pondering the stark contrast between blood relations and those not of the same lineage. Chapter 4. Her third brother. During the meal, her parents continuously served Duan Qing Ci, piling her plate high with food until it resembled a small mountain. She laboriously finished, her stomach now round and full. Little did she expect that her first encounter with such overwhelming affection would manifest through an abundance of dishes. Xiao Wenya scrutinized Duan Qing Ci, whose simple attire led her to assume that she must have grown up in a humble household. Mother and father, may I teach my sister some etiquette? This way, she won't feel awkward when she meets others, Xiao Wenya volunteered. However, Madame Qiao turned to Duan Qing Ci and inquired, Qing Ci, Wenya is the apprentice of your aunt, and she possesses remarkable talent in dance and etiquette. Would you like her to teach you? Duan Qing Ci glanced at Xiao Wenya and politely replied, no, thank you. Xiao Wenya smiled lightly, sister. You may not be aware of the numerous etiquette norms within affluent circles since you just returned. Otherwise, you may unwittingly find yourself the subject of ridicule. I am well versed in these matters, so please do not feel obliged. I said no, Duan Qing Ci replied, somewhat exasperated, yet maintaining her calm demeanor. Xiao Wenya was taken aback by her apparent lack of appreciation. After all, she had lowered herself to be friendly. Yet Duan Qingci had rebuffed her. Very well, Qiao Wenya thought, eager to witness Duan Qingci's embarrassment. When it came time to order, Qiao Wenya deliberately chose caviar and other delicacies. Once the caviar arrived, she exclaimed, "Sister, have you ever tasted caviar? Don't be deceived by its small portion. It is a rare delicacy. You must try it." Duan Qingci delicately scooped some caviar with her spoon. A faint smile played on Qiao Wenya's lips. For an ordinary person, consuming caviar typically meant indulging directly, lacking both taste and decorum. It was about to expose Duan Qingci's unsophisticated side. However, in the next moment, Duan Qingci elegantly placed the caviar in her palm, warming it slightly before savoring it delicately, her movements refined and poised. Qiao Wenya was left speechless. "Qingci, if you like it, do indulge further. What else would you like? Feel free to order at will." Madame Qiao encouraged with a smile. "Certainly, mother." Duan Qingci nodded gently. The more Madame Qiao observed Duan Qingci, the more she found herself enamored, wishing to cherish her to the core, completely oblivious to Qiao Wenya's peculiar gaze. Just then, Qiao Yanfei's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he chuckled. "Qingci, it's your third brother calling. He must be eager to see you." He answered the call, and a voice filled with urgency erupted from the other end. "Is my sister back? Let me see her." Qiao Yanfei turned to Duan Qingci, who nodded, prompting him to position the camera towards her. "Look, this is your sister, Qingci." Indeed, it was a sister. The man on the screen was visibly excited, his strikingly handsome face remarkably familiar. Duan Qingci paused. The popular film star, Qiao Yunxi? Her family members were all extraordinary. "Hello, third brother," Duan Qingci greeted softly. Qiao Yunxi was even more exhilarated. "Sister, I apologize. I am currently filming outside and cannot return, but I promise to send you a gift." "Oh my." She is truly his biological sister. Absolutely adorable. Among the three brothers, Qiao Yunxi had yearned the most for a sister. Although Qiao Wenya was also their sister, she had only been adopted after their parents had passed away and thus did not share the same bloodline. Their interactions often felt tinged with a certain distance. Suddenly, Qiao Yunxi recalled something and glanced at the cool, dignified man beside him. "Mo Xiao, do you see? My sister is adorable, isn't she?" Mo Yanchu's gaze was cold and piercing. He cast a cursory glance, but as his eyes fell upon Duan Qingci, his previously indifferent demeanor shifted, captivated by her presence. The girl's long black hair cascaded softly, her features delicate and charming, undeniably inheriting the beauty of the Qiao family. Her amber eyes held a hint of languid aloofness, and when she looked around, the atmosphere seemed to chill. Mo Yanchu's dark eyes deepened. Duan Qingci maintained her composure, but beside her, Qiao Wenya felt her nerves tense upon hearing the name Mo Xiao, her gaze uncontrollably drawn in that direction. Mo Yanchu remained as handsome and captivating as ever on screen, yet his aloof nature suggested he would not engage with Duan Qingci. "Hello," he said, his lips parting ever so slightly. Qiao Wenya's expression shifted subtly. However, she bit her nails in reassurance, convinced that Mo Yanchu's polite greeting was merely a courtesy and not an invitation for familiarity. Duan Qingci nodded lightly in polite response. Qiao Yunxi continued to chatter away on the phone, but it was Qiao Yanfei who eventually interjected, urging him not to disturb Duan Qingci's meal. Satisfied after the call was disconnected, Qiao Yunxi turned to Mo Yanchu. "This is my sister, whom I just found. She is truly adorable. I must finish filming quickly to visit her." He casually inquired, "Mo Xiao, would you like to accompany me back?" Of course, it was merely a question, as Mo Yanchu preferred to avoid the Qiao household due to Qiao Wenya's clinginess. The Qiao and Mo families had long-standing ties, but they were merely informal agreements made by their elders. After all, the Mo family status was illustrious, a prominent name in the capital. The disparity between the capital and Jiangcheng was not trivial. Qiao Wenya, however, took his words to heart, persistently pursuing Mo Yanchu. Mo Yanchu's gaze harbored a contemplative depth as he replied coolly, "Sure, it has been a while since I last saw Uncle Qiao." Qiao Yunxi could hardly believe his ears, suspecting he might have imagined it. Was this fellow serious? Chapter 5, Generous Parents. After the meal, Duan Qingci accompanied them back to the Qiao residence. Compared to the Duan family's villa, the Qiao household resembled a grand castle, exuding elegance with its French architectural design. Madame Chow eagerly ushered Duan Qingci to see the room she had meticulously prepared, adorned in a delicate and graceful style befitting a young lady. It was evident that it had been thoughtfully arranged, yet Duan Qingci found herself momentarily speechless. Is this not a tad too girlish? Qingci, do you like it? Madame Chow inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Duan Qingci could only respond, I like it very much. How wonderful! If you need anything, just let me know, Mrs. Chow said cheerfully, grasping her hand. Come and see the clothes your father and I have prepared for you. She opened the wardrobe, and in an instant, Duan Qingci's eyes were dazzled by a myriad of exquisite luxury dresses. This is just a part of it. The rest will arrive tomorrow. Thank you, Mom. But isn't this a bit too much? How could it be? What every girl needs most are dresses. This afternoon, we shall go shopping. Whatever you desire. I shall buy for you, Mrs. Chow declared grandly. Although Duan Qingci felt somewhat helpless, her heart was warmed. Mrs. Chow intended to wait a few days before changing her name, but Duan Qingci insisted on doing it today. She could feel the love from her parents, and thus, there was no need to delay this matter. In the afternoon, they visited the household registration office at the police station. Duan Qingci's name was changed to Qiao Qingci. My dear, now let us go shopping and see what you need, Mrs. Chow said, holding her hand. Qiao Yanfei looked at them with gentle eyes. You two go ahead. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I may not be able to accompany you. Here is 10 million. Take it and buy whatever you like. Duan Qingci had gradually become accustomed to her parents' lavish generosity and accepted the money after expressing her gratitude. Qiao Yanfei affectionately patted her head, his eyes filled with tenderness. At the Yuehua Mall, the premier luxury shopping center in Jiangcheng, Mrs. Chow led Duan Qingci into the exclusive shop of Grandma Xiang. Upon seeing the array of clothing, Mrs. Chow eagerly selected a pile of outfits for her daughter, saying, Darling, try these on if you like them. We shall purchase them all. Duan Qingci felt somewhat overwhelmed, but nodded nonetheless. As Mrs. Chow continued to select more clothes, Duan Qingci took the garments to try on and unexpectedly encountered Mrs. Duan and Duan Mianmian approaching. Duan Mianmian appeared displeased. Mrs. Duan had brought her here to cheer her up with shopping. Duan Qingci? Upon seeing her, Duan Mianmian was quite taken aback. Mrs. Chow turned at the sound, her gaze softening upon recognizing the two. She understood that this was the Duan family who had raised Duan Qingci. It was precisely for this reason that Qiao Yanfei had agreed to collaborate with the Duan family. He was eager to return to the company to meet Mr. Duan, knowing the Duan family had played a significant role in bringing up Duan Qingci, and that they would undoubtedly repay this kindness. Just as Mrs. Xiao was about to greet them with a smile, intending to settle their combined purchases, Duan Mianmian spoke sarcastically. Duan Qingci, what are you doing here? This is Grandma Xiang's exclusive store. Can you even afford it? Mrs. Duan looked at Duan Qingci with suspicion. Recalling the scene she had witnessed at the hotel earlier that day, her expression darkening. Duan Qingci, instead of returning to your impoverished parents, you come here to buy luxury goods? Where did you get the money? Could it be that you are indeed being kept by a benefactor? What a disgraceful person. You are embarrassing us. Mrs. Chow was taken aback. What were the Duan saying? My affairs are none of your concern, Duan Qingci replied coldly. She had come to see the true nature of the Duan family. Having aided them for many years, helping them grow from a small company to a publicly listed one, she had repaid her debts of gratitude long ago, though the Duan family would never know. Mrs. Duan looked at her with utmost disdain. Who says it's none of our business? If you are rumored to be kept, it tarnishes the Duan family's reputation. I advise you to turn back now. Quickly get out of here and find your poor parents. Mrs. Chow's face turned completely dark. The Duan family was not at all what she had imagined. They were so cruel to their own daughter. Madam, might I inquire why you speak so harshly about a girl who was once your daughter? Mrs. Chow could no longer hold her tongue. Surprised that someone would speak up for Duan Qingci, Mrs. Duan replied with a tone of resignation. Indeed, she was once my daughter, but madam, I advise you not to be deceived by her. She has always had a penchant for deceit and even stole from the family. She is not a good person. I am utterly disappointed in her, which is why I've been so heartless as to send her away, regardless of the years I spent raising her. Mrs. Duan endeavored to belittle Duan Qingci, ensuring that no affluent woman would perceive her favorably lest word spread that they were too compassionate towards this false daughter. To appear more convincing, she even raised her hand to wipe a tear from her eye, putting on a facade of having been left with no other choice. Duan Qingci's eyes glinted with a dangerous coldness. This Mrs. Duan was actually tarnishing her reputation in front of her mother.
Is that so?
Duan Qing Ci scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. Mrs. Duan, if I recall correctly, you were exceedingly harsh with me since childhood. Any slight dissatisfaction would result in physical punishment. It was only when Grandma could no longer bear to watch that she took me to the countryside to raise me herself. I grew up relying on her alone. And it was only after her passing that I returned to the Duan family. The money for my education was all earned by me. How much have you given me over the years? Duan Qing Ci rarely voiced such sentiments, but her anger compelled her to expose their misdeeds. The matriarch of the Duan family hailed from a scholarly lineage, while Mrs. Duan was the daughter of nouveau riches. Their personalities clashed. Due to her background, Mrs. Duan often faced ridicule for her lack of culture and taste, leading her to be excessively demanding of her daughter, subjecting her to relentless study and insufficient sleep. Out of compassion, the matriarch would argue with Mrs. Duan, ultimately taking her to the countryside. During those years, Mrs. Duan never contacted her. It was only after the matriarch's death that she was brought back, yet her demeanor remained tepid. Listening to Duan Qing Ci's rebuttal, Mrs. Duan felt no remorse. Instead, she stood tall. Who would believe your words? Your university tuition each year is substantial. It was I who paid for it. Otherwise, how could a girl like you earn such money? Mrs. Duan was determined to smear Duan Qing Ci's name publicly, by denigrating Duan Qing Ci to the lowest depths. Any future misfortune that befell her would only reflect poorly on her, not the Duan family. For anyone else, they would likely believe Mrs. Duan's words. What grievances could adoptive parents have to slander their own child? However, Mrs. Qiao's expression grew increasingly grim. In the brief time they had spent together, she had discerned that Duan Qing Ci was a wonderful child. Conversely, what kind of parent would smear their child's reputation? She believed in Qing Ci. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that Qing Ci had endured such hardship in the Duan household. Thankfully, she had heard that Grandma treated her well. However, Qing Ci should have been raised like a princess at home. As Mrs. Qiao pondered this, her heart ached for Duan Qing Ci. Madam, I advise you to keep your distance from her, lest you attract trouble, Mrs. Duan continued to warn Mrs. Qiao. Mrs. Qiao could no longer contain her anger and forcefully pushed Mrs. Duan away. You all are adorned in gold and jewels, yet what does she have? Does she own even a single luxury item? Mrs. Qiao exclaimed furiously. You treat children with such cruelty and malice, and yet you smear their name in public. How can there be such vile people in this world? A barrage of insults nearly stunned Mrs. Duan into silence. Duan Mianmian's gaze turned sinister. Who was this woman? Daring to speak to them in such a manner? How could she be bullied like this after returning to the Duan family, which ranked among the top 10 affluent families in Jiangcity? This lady, who might you be? Duan Mianmian asked sweetly, her tone laced with mockery. You seem quite well off yourself. How could you be so naive as to fall for her act? You. Mrs. Qiao was infuriated. This young girl was insinuating that she was foolish. Mrs. Duan, however, found Duan Mianmian's words quite agreeable. Indeed, earning money is not easy. Trust in Duan Qing Ci, lest she swindle you out of your family's wealth. Well, you are truly mistaken. It should be your Duan family that is at risk of losing money. Qiao Qing Ci's indifferent gaze swept across the faces of the two individuals, laced with a faint hint of derision. Duan Qing Ci, what do you mean by speaking in such a manner? We took you in. Yet what have you brought us in return? Nothing at all. Unlike you, Mianmian has only just returned, and already the Qiao group has sought us out for collaboration. Mianmian is truly our lucky star. Mrs. Duan looked at Duan Mianmian with evident pride. This was her daughter, despite her humble beginnings. She excelled in every art form and was blessed with good fortune. Upon hearing the mention of the Qiao group, Mrs. Qiao recalled her husband's dealings with them. Rest assured, the Qiao group would never collaborate with you. Mrs. Qiao retorted coldly. Mrs. Duan burst into laughter. You think they won't? How absurd. You are simply envious, aren't you? Once we partner with the Qiao group, we will ascend into the top 5 of Jiangcity. That is the power of the Qiao group. You can only wallow in jealousy. Duan Mianmian tugged at her mother's arm. Mom, let's not waste our breath on them. Indeed, engaging in conversation with such people seemed futile. Mrs. Duan regarded them with disdain before turning her attention to the nearby staff. What is going on in your store? Are you allowing any sort of rubbish to enter? You've completely ruined my shopping mood. Duan Mianmian cast a triumphant glance at Qiao Qing Ci. Even if she had found a benefactor, what of it? Mrs. Duan's mere word could have them thrown out. The staff hesitated, looking at Mrs. Duan. Madam, she is also a customer of our store. Humph. Our Duan group is about to collaborate with the Qiao group. This mall belongs to them, doesn't it? I wish to shop in peace. Is that too much to ask? Mrs. Duan threatened. She believed that anyone who would take notice of Qing Ci was hardly impressive. Initially, she intended to speak kindly to this person, revealing Qing Ci's true nature, but seeing her so blind and audacious to insult her, she decided to teach her a lesson. The staff wore a complex expression. This Mrs. Duan was truly out of her mind. Did she even realize who stood before her? The staff glanced at Mrs. Qiao with great respect, awaiting her response. Mrs. Qiao's tone was frosty. If you wish to shop in peace, then please leave, and do not return to Yuehua Mall. You invite me? You think you are worthy. Mrs. Duan scoffed disdainfully. I am sorry, madam, but we must ask you to leave. You have been placed on our blacklist. Chapter 7. Expelled from the mall. What did you say? Are you insane? Mrs. Duan exclaimed in disbelief. Yet the other party remained resolute. If you do not leave, we will call security. Mrs. Duan trembled with rage. She and Duan Mianmian were escorted to the entrance of the mall, a chill breeze sweeping over them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Duan Mianmian couldn't fathom the situation, Mom. What on earth is happening? Who is that woman? I do not know. Could she be the wife of another family? Mrs. Duan ground her teeth in frustration, yet it was of no consequence. This was indeed the Qiao group's territory. Mr. Qiao held them in high regard and was preparing to entrust them with the new quarters projects. I will have your father speak to Mr. Qiao. I want that woman barred from entering Yuehua Mall ever again. Duan Mianmian nodded, eagerly anticipating the sight of Qing Ci being expelled. At the Qiao group, Qiao Yanfei warmly hosted Mr. Duan, even considering granting him a share of the project profits in the contract they were about to sign, leaving Mr. Duan astonished. Mr. Duan, it has been a long journey for you over these years. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, Qiao Yanfei stated. Mr. Duan cautiously inquired, Mr. Qiao, what is this? Qiao Yanfei chuckled, actually, it concerns your previous daughter. Just then, a phone rang. Qiao Yanfei glanced at the caller ID. It was his wife's call, and he stepped outside to answer. Upon hearing Mrs. Qiao's account of the mall incident, Qiao Yanfei's expression darkened completely, radiating a chilling and fearsome aura. It turned out that Qing Ci had endured such a life in the Duan household. He had intended to compensate the Duan family. Returning to his office, Mr. Duan had just received a call from Mrs. Duan and was taken aback by the turn of events. However, Qing Ci had indeed overstepped this time and required a reprimand. Mr. Qiao, you have returned. There is something I feel compelled to inform you, especially given that Yuehua is your mall. However, it seems the management is lacking as they actually expelled customers. Qiao Yanfei's countenance hardened. Oh. Mr. Duan was puzzled by the sudden shift in Qiao Yanfei's demeanor but continued. The situation is as follows. My wife and daughter went to buy clothes at Granny Xiang's shop, only to encounter my former adopted daughter and that woman. That woman brazenly had my wife and daughter expelled. I am truly astonished. What sort of individual dares to act so brazenly within the Qiao group's domain? After Mr. Duan finished, he awaited Qiao Yanfei's decision to expel those two individuals. After all, Mr. Qiao was now recognizing his business acumen. Yet, Qiao Yanfei's response was laden with sarcasm. Ha! Naturally, that is his wife. The wife who has performed exceedingly well. Our mall staff undergo professional training. Under normal circumstances, expelling customers is improbable. Mr. Duan, your wife and daughter must have done something unbecoming. Wouldn't you agree? This is impossible. My wife and daughter are exemplary individuals, Mr. Duan hurriedly defended. Are you implying that the Qiao group's training is inadequate? Qiao Yanfei, a titan in the business world, spoke with a congenial tone. Yet at this moment, his aura was fully unleashed, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Mr. Duan's forehead. No, it is not like that at all. Since you, Mr. Duan, have questioned our esteemed Qiao group, we see no need to pursue this collaboration further. Please take your leave. Qiao Yanfei gestured dismissively. Upon hearing this, Mr. Duan felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Soon after, an assistant arrived with security, escorting him out. Chapter 8. Cancellation of collaboration with the Duan family. At the entrance of the mall, Mrs. Duan and Duan Mianmian were still waiting when Mr. Duan arrived. Darling, you are here. Did Mr. Qiao send you to reprimand the staff? Mrs. Duan smiled with a smirk. Be quiet. This is all your fault. Mr. Duan erupted with a scolding. If it weren't for your insistence on causing a scene at this moment, Would Mr. Chiao have cancelled the collaboration? Why question anyone but Mr. Chiao's staff? Mrs. Duan's expression changed. Was it truly because they questioned the staff that the collaboration was nullified? How could this be? Did Mr. Chiao place such importance on his employees? Her face paled. She was acutely aware of how critical this opportunity was for them. Mr. Duan, infuriated, exclaimed, "You are such a fool. Do you not think before you speak in public? We need Mr. Chiao's collaboration now, not the other way around." The cancellation of such an important project left him feeling utterly dejected. Duan Mianmian, watching her parents argue, felt uneasy and softly interjected, "Mom, Dad, please stop fighting. The dance competition is about to begin, and when I see Master Chiao, I can speak on our family's behalf." Mrs. Duan regained her focus. "Yes, yes. Master Chiao is Mr. Chiao's sister. If you speak with her, there will surely be an opportunity." Mr. Duan nodded. "Mianmian, we are counting on you." Duan Mianmian replied gently, "If there are troubles at home, I must help. Mom, Dad, do not hesitate. I hope to contribute in any small way I can." The two parents felt a sense of comfort, increasingly satisfied. This was their true obedient daughter, capable of aiding the company's growth rather than inciting their ire like Qing Ci. However, even in the absence of the Chiao Group's collaboration, they still had the Wanson Group to rely on, ensuring the company's steady ascent. Inside the mall, Mrs. Chiao purchased an array of clothing for Qing Ci, who, despite her reluctance, accepted the gifts. Mrs. Chiao was in high spirits, eagerly leading Qing Ci to scour the jewelry stores. Despite Mrs. Chiao's petite frame, Qing Ci felt no match for her as they shopped. While Mrs. Chiao was engrossed in examining jewelry, Qing Ci received a message. "Boss, has the Duan family expelled you?" The news spread with remarkable speed. Qing Ci did not conceal the truth. "Yes, I have returned to my biological family." "Really? Boss, where are you? I must come to see you when I have time." Qing Ci replied, "The Chiao family." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a shocked response. Could it be the Chiao family, the wealthiest in Jiangchin? "Exactly." Wan Xiaobei exclaimed, "Oh my boss, I always knew you were exceptional. You never seemed like someone from the Duan family. Only the Chiao family is worthy of you. Since you've left, should we still proceed with the collaboration with the Duan family for the next quarter?" Frankly speaking, the Duan family is utterly incompetent. They are like mud that cannot be molded. Over the years, if it weren't for you providing them resources, they would have collapsed long ago. Although gratitude is paramount, Wan Xiaobei was well aware of how the Duan family treated Qing Ci. The effort she expended for the Duan family had been more than sufficient. They were far beneath her. Wan Xiaobei genuinely worried that Qing Ci would cling to the Duan family's favor, and continued. "The Duan family generates an annual revenue of 50 million, of which 40 million is created by us. If we had partnered with another company over the years, our profits could have multiplied tenfold." "Boss, do you truly wish to continue collaborating with the Duan family?" Qing Ci replied indifferently, "No longer necessary." The Duan family had treated her like a venomous snake. She had given enough, and any further support would be akin to martyrdom. "How do you find this?" Lady Chiao inquired, presenting her with a breathtaking pink diamond bracelet. Qing Ci remarked, "It is beautiful, but..." "All right, it's purchased." Qing Ci reflected on her ability to provide for her mother. Her father was indeed formidable. After an afternoon of shopping, they returned home laden with treasures. Unexpectedly, the living room was abuzz with excitement. Two men occupied the sofa, both strikingly handsome, yet distinctly styled. Xiao Yunxi exuded a carefree charm, his roguish good looks capable of inciting a chorus of screams from countless young women. In contrast, Mo Yanchu resembled a glacier, silent and mysterious, clad in a tailored black suit that enhanced his superior aura. His exquisitely handsome face could render one speechless, but the coldness surrounding him made him seem utterly unapproachable. At that moment, Qiao Wanya sat across from them, her heart swelling with pride. Though she was not the biological daughter of the Qiao family, she was the envy of many socialites in Jiangchin. Her brother was the acclaimed actor Qiao Yunxi, and her fiancé was the heir of the Mo family, Mo Yanchu. Even with Qing Ci's return, Qiao Wanya believed her position in their hearts was unshakable, firmly established. Chapter 9. The Brother Complex. After all, she had spent countless days and nights with her brothers and fiancé, while Qing Ci was merely a girl raised in the countryside, undoubtedly lacking refinement and unable to grace the grand occasions. Her brothers and Mo Yanchu were individuals of high status, unlikely to connect with that girl. Third brother, Yanchu, Tea. Xiao Wanya showcased her tea brewing skills, serving both men. Xiao Yunxi took a sip and chuckled. Wanya, how thoughtful of you. The tea keeps getting better. Whoever marries, you will surely save the galaxy. Third brother, stop teasing me. Xiao Wanya blushed. I still wish to stay by your side, and that of our parents. That one tea do. You are of marriageable age. It's time for you to wed, and you will have even more admirers. Xiao Wanya stole a glance at Mo Yanchu, playfully retorting, Yanchu is a bit older than I, and he hasn't given it a thought yet. I'm not in a hurry. Mo Yanchu remained aloof, his stunning features shrouded in coldness, his voice low and deep. Just call me by my name. Xiao Wanya's complexion paled slightly. Despite the passage of time, Mo Yanchu's demeanor remained unapproachable. Is sister not back yet? Xiao Yunxi kept glancing toward the entrance. Xiao Wanya, noticing his fidgeting, smiled and said, Sister and mother went shopping for clothes. It's her first time in a luxury mall, so she must be quite engrossed. Is that so? Is this her first time? Xiao Yunxi was taken aback. Xiao Wanya whispered, Yes, sister seems to have come from the countryside. Third brother, please don't look down on her. How could I? Xiao Yunxi exclaimed excitedly, My sister has been so unfortunate. At that moment, Lady Qiao and Xiao Qingci appeared at the door. Xiao Yunxi, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed over, gazing at Xiao Qingci's features, his eyes welling with tears. It dawned on him. She was their sister. While they enjoyed comforts at home, their sister had endured hardships outside for so long. Sister, it's all third brother's fault. The usually carefree man embraced Xiao Qingci, his eyes reddening. Xiao Qingci felt a bit taken aback and instinctively wanted to push him away, but sensing his tremor, she ultimately clenched her fists. Third brother, Xiao Qingci softly called out. That voice was like a celestial melody. Xiao Yunxi's eyes instantly brightened as he excitedly urged, Call me again. Is it truly necessary to be so animated? Xiao Qingci sighed, yet she complied and called out once more, Third brother. Ah! Xiao Yunxi was overjoyed. Lifting Xiao Qingci and spinning her around in the air, Lady Qiao watched with amusement. You rascal. Put your sister down. What if she falls? Don't worry. I'm strong enough. She won tea fall. Xiao Yunxi's smile stretched from ear to ear. The next moment, Lady Qiao's expression shifted as she noticed Xiao Qingci's legs nearing the doorframe. Just as she prepared to intervene, another figure swiftly caught Xiao Qingci's legs. All eyes turned to that person. Xiao Qingci's gaze followed, landing on the man who had appeared during the video call. In reality, he was even more exquisitely handsome. Yet his demeanor remained cold and distant, reminiscent of a remote iceberg. Lady Qiao regained her composure and scolded, Xiao Yunxi, look at the trouble you've caused. If it weren't for Yanchu, your sister would have been hurt. Mo Yanchu released her legs. Xiao Yunxi quickly set her down, apologizing, I'm sorry, sister. I was just too excited. Xiao Qingci assured him, it's all right. She then turned to Mo Yanchu. Thank you. No need for courtesy, he replied, his tone still low and cold. I am your third brother's friend, Mo Yanchu. All right, Xiao Qingci responded. Lady Qiao smiled and said, You both relax, Yanchu Qingci. If you have any preferences for dinner tonight, let me know, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Anything will do, they replied almost in unison. Afterward, Xiao Qingci and Mo Yanchu exchanged glances. Clad in a sleek black suit, Mo Yanchu stood tall, his long fingers tucked into his pockets, his deep, dark eyes fixed on Xiao Qingci. She felt an inexplicable sensation and instinctively averted her gaze. Lady Qiao, slightly taken aback, chuckled very well. She busied herself in the kitchen. Xiao Qingci settled on the sofa as Xiao Yunxi continuously offered her fruit. Xiao Wanya was utterly astonished. She could not fathom that Xiao Yunxi could exhibit such a side. While he had always treated her well, it had never reached this level. Did he truly not mind that Xiao Qingci hailed from the countryside? Xiao Wanya turned to Xiao Qingci, smiling as she asked, Sister, how many clothes did you and mother buy? I haven't counted. Really? I saw the butler brought back dozens of items. I'm so envious of you, sister. I can only buy 1 or 2 pieces a month. But since it's your first experience with high-end brands, you must have been dazzled and couldn't resist buying everything. Xiao Wanya donned a sympathetic expression. Chapter 10. Dance Association. Oh? Why do you think this is my first time? Sister, didn't you grow up in the countryside? It must have been difficult to come across such things. But don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xiao Wanya smiled. Indeed. It can't compare to yours, Xiao Qingci replied coolly. This statement only deepened Xiao Yunxi's concern. Qing Ci, if you desire anything in the future, do not hesitate to tell your brother. I shall undoubtedly fulfill your wishes. Xiao Yunxi spoke with a hint of tenderness. Thank you, third brother. But I find myself lacking nothing, Xiao Qingci replied. Xiao Wenyao observed their exchange, her fingers tightening in a silent grip. Nevertheless, her true aim was Mo Yanqiu. As long as she could secure Mo Yanqiu, she would soon be the esteemed Mrs. Mo. With a gaze full of affection, she addressed him. Brother Yanqiu, have you not the slightest curiosity to taste the tea I brewed for you? Mo Yanqiu replied coolly, I apologize, but I do not fancy green tea. Xiao Qingci nearly choked upon hearing this. Third brother's friend is rather intriguing, she mused. However, Xiao Wenyao failed to grasp the underlying meaning, feeling only a twinge of regret. Soon, dinner was served, and Xiao Yanfei returned. The family gathered around the table. Initially, only Qiao Yanfei and Madame Qiao were serving Xiao Qingci. But now Xiao Yunxi joined in. As Xiao Qingci buried herself in her meal, she felt as though she would never reach the end of it. Xiao Wenyao was completely overlooked, her grip on her chopsticks tightening as she gently said to Mo Yanqiu, Brother Yanqiu, there is a dance competition next week. Would you care to attend? I hear many esteemed masters and emerging talents will be present. I have just joined the National Dance Association and have a ticket that allows me to bring a guest. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with longing. Under ordinary circumstances, a man would not refuse such an invitation from a beauty. However, Mo Yanqiu was far from ordinary. I have no time. Xiao Wenya's disappointment was palpable. Madame Qiao, taken aback, exclaimed, Wenya, you have joined the National Dance Association? Indeed, mother, she replied with pride. I must be among the youngest members. Truly impressive. We shall reward you for your accomplishments, Qiao Yanfei declared. Xiao Wenya beamed. Thank you, father. I still have much to learn, and I will strive to practice ballroom dancing diligently. My goal is to become a top dancer like Master C. Master C had emerged as a brilliant star a few years prior, silencing critics who claimed Chinese dancers were mere ornamental figures. He had created a dance piece that became a staple at art academies. As Xiao Qingci savored her meal, she paused, glancing at Xiao Wenya. Noticing her gaze, Xiao Wenya sneered inwardly, convinced that Xiao Qingci had likely never encountered ballroom dancing in her life, or perhaps had never even heard of it. With a smile, she asked, Sister, do you have any hobbies? Xiao Qingci pondered for a moment before replying nonchalantly, None. My sole interest lies in making money. Truly, she seemed rather naive. A country girl who adored wealth, how utterly mundane. Xiao Yunxi interjected eagerly, Sister, add me on WeChat. He presented his QR code. After Xiao Qingci added him, she swiftly received a transfer notification. The other party has transferred you 1,000,000. Xiao Qingci fell silent, contemplating. While she indeed wished to earn money, she was not in dire need. Dear sister, if you ever find yourself in need of funds, simply inform third brother. Very well, third brother, Xiao Qingci replied, finding Xiao Yunxi reminiscent of an exuberant puppy. In contrast, Mo Yanqiu sat beside her, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance, his demeanor starkly different from Xiao Yunxi. To her surprise, Xiao Yunxi gleefully shared a screenshot of the transfer in their brother's group chat. He sister is the first to call me brother. Xiao Chengya replied, push me on WeChat. Xiao Yuni, push me on WeChat. Xiao Yunxi, no way. I have only just added my sister. I shan't share her with you. Elated, Xiao Yunxi wished to monopolize his sister's attention. The next moment, however, he found himself ejected from the group. Chapter 11. His kindness towards her is unique. Xiao Yunxi. How cold-hearted. Humph. It's merely jealousy over his time with my sister. Madame Qiao observed Xiao Qingci and Mo Yanqiu, both dining leisurely with an undeniable grace, and a smile of maternal pride crept onto her lips. They truly appeared to be a perfect match. At that moment, an unexpected incident transpired. As Xiao Qingci reached for a rib, it fell into Mo Yanqiu's bowl due to his raised hand. The atmosphere shifted subtly. Mo Yanqiu, the esteemed prince of the capital, was notoriously fastidious. During his first visit to the Qiao residence, he had switched bowls when Xiao Wenya served him. After that, he never returned. Following his departure, Xiao Wenya had wept uncontrollably. Today marked Mo Yanqiu's first return to the Qiao home since that incident. I am sorry, Xiao Qingci stammered, hesitating whether to retrieve the rib. Xiao Wenya interjected, Sister, Brother Yanchu is particular about cleanliness. Please be mindful in the future to avoid such occurrences. Someone bring Brother Yanchu a new bowl. No need. Mo Yanchu's deep, resonant voice, akin to a rich cello, rang out as he placed the rib back into Qing Ci's bowl and continued dining, maintaining his composed demeanor. Everyone was taken aback. His response was entirely different from his previous attitude towards Xiao Wenya. Xiao Wenya's expression stiffened as she gazed at Mo Yanchu. Qing Ci paid no mind, focusing intently on her ribs. The latter part of the meal was imbued with an unusual tension. After dinner, Xiao Yunxi offered to show Mo Yanchu and Qing Ci around the house. Xiao Wenya insisted on accompanying them. The Qiao estate was expansive, filled with rockeries, flowing streams, and gardens adorned with rare treasures. The evening breeze caressed them, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Halfway through the tour, Xiao Yunxi received a call from the director. Please wait for me a moment. I need to discuss the script. I shall take Brother Yanchu and sister for a stroll, Xiao Wenya said with a smile. Very well. Xiao Wenya led them along the pebble path, engaging Mo Yanchu in conversation throughout. Brother Yanchu, have you been busy lately? Not particularly. Brother Yanchu, this is our little stream, which harbors fish. I often read by the pavilion while fishing. It is quite delightful. You should come and experience it sometime. As she spoke, her gaze was brimming with admiration for him. Under the night sky, the man's features remained strikingly radiant and enigmatic. A gentle breeze flowed, and Mo Yanchu lowered his gaze, noticing the figure beside him trembling slightly. He removed his coat. Xiao Wenya's eyes lit up instantly. Was he intending to drape his coat over her? After all these years, she had finally managed to touch Mo Yanchu's heart. Qing Ci was immersed in the scenery when she suddenly felt warmth enveloping her shoulders. Looking down, she saw the gentleman's suit draped over her, carrying a faint hint of cologne. She was indeed feeling a bit chilly, and did not refuse, thanking Mo Yanchu softly. Too polite, he replied in a cool tone. The inner lining of his coat revealed a brown gentleman's vest, exuding an air of nobility that made Qing Ci glance at him again. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenya stood frozen. This was the first time she had witnessed Mo Yanchu, who was known for his aloofness towards women, offering his coat to someone. Xiao Wenya's gaze towards Qing Ci shifted. It seemed the sister was not as simple as she appeared. She was deliberately feigning vulnerability in front of Brother Yanchu. Brother Yanchu, there are chess pieces in the pavilion ahead. Would you care to play? Xiao Wenya quickly composed herself and asked with a smile. Mo Yanchu was quite adept at chess, having triumphed in numerous competitions since childhood. In her desire to impress him, Xiao Wenya had also studied chess for a time. Mo Yanchu turned to Qing Ci and asked, Do you play chess? I know a little, Qing Ci replied vaguely. Xiao Wenya felt an urge to laugh. Qing Ci's chess set must be the kind sold at roadside supermarkets for just a few dozen yuan. Her sister could play too, how delightful. Let us have a match, she suggested. This chess set was specially auctioned by Dad, worth millions. Qing Ci remained silent. The three of them made their way to the pavilion, and Xiao Wenya naturally settled beside the chessboard. With a hint of shyness in her expressive eyes, she said, Brother Yanchu, my skills are rather lacking, so do be gentle with me. Mo Yanchu responded with a cool demeanor. If your skills are lacking, perhaps you should play with Qing Ci first. Xiao Wenya pursed her lips. She specifically suggested this place to play with Mo Yanchu, as competing with a country bumpkin held no allure for her. Sister, why don't you give it a try? My skills are quite mediocre, so please don't look down on me. However, she soon realized that if she could dominate Qing Ci, it would enhance her image in Mo Yanchu's eyes. Perhaps even revealed to him what a worthless individual Qing Ci truly was, making him regret his concern for her. All right, Qing Ci replied, taking a seat. The game commenced. Xiao Wenya swiftly gained the upper hand. As she had anticipated, Qing Ci was not adept at chess. Each move Qing Ci made elicited an urge to laugh from Xiao Wenya. Truly, she was from the countryside, lacking in all the refined arts. With a newfound sense of relaxation, Xiao Wenya prepared to mercilessly crush Qing Ci.
Montag Jan Zusat besiege Kia Qing Ci.
Observing her moves with a slight furrow of his brow that soon relaxed. This girl was anything but ordinary. Just as Xiao Wenya was about to continue her assault, she suddenly broke into a cold sweat while surveying the board. Unbeknownst to her, she had fallen into her opponent's trap. No matter how she moved, defeat was inevitable. Nonetheless, she steeled herself to proceed. Perhaps Qing Ci might not even recognize the precarious position she was in. You've lost, Qing Ci stated with a calm demeanor, capturing one of her pieces. Xiao Weinia's complexion paled. How could this be? Let us play again, she insisted, convinced that her previous loss was merely a fluke. Qing Ci was indifferent. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Weinia resolved not to underestimate her opponent this time. She meticulously plotted each move, and at last, victory seemed within her grasp. A smile broke across her face, but when she saw Qing Ci's next move, she was momentarily dumbfounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. It was as if her opponent were a predator lying in wait for its prey, inviting her to step into the trap. A chill ran down Xiao Weinia's spine. Would you like to continue? Qing Ci asked, her interest waning as she glanced at Mo Yanchu. Xiao Weinia felt a pang of embarrassment. Was she being dismissed as incompetent? Sister, Brother Yanchu is exceptionally skilled. While you might only play chess at home to pass the time, he is a professional. The implication was clear. Did she truly think herself worthy to challenge Mo Yanchu? Finding Xiao Weinia increasingly bothersome, Qing Ci felt a twinge of annoyance. Mo Yanchu's deep voice broke the tension. I'm willing. Xiao Weinia bit her lip, begrudgingly stepping aside but remaining to watch, eagerly anticipating Qing Ci's downfall against Mo Yanchu. How could Qing Ci dare to compete with him? As the minutes ticked by, both players remained engrossed in their match, yielding no clear outcome. Qing Ci's expression grew more serious. Finally, a ringing phone interrupted her concentration. Sister, there's an issue with the crew. I must return. Call me any time if you need anything. Xiao Yunqi, having snuck out from the filming set, naturally had to return when called upon. All right, third brother. You attend to your matters, don't mind me. After he hung up, Xiao Weinia turned to Mo Yanchu, suggesting, Brother Yanchu, since it's so late, perhaps we should continue the game tomorrow? Sister has had a long day and should rest. She felt entitled to play chess with Mo Yanchu, not Qing Ci. Mo Yanchu glanced at Qing Ci and inquired, Are you tired? I'm not, Qing Ci replied, shaking her head. This was her first encounter with an evenly matched opponent, igniting her competitive spirit. The two resumed their game. As Xiao Weinia observed, her expression gradually shifted. The way they occasionally exchanged glances filled her with an inexplicable sense of dread. Mo Yanchu, who had always exhibited indifference towards women, now seemed to regard Qing Ci with a distinctly different attitude. Half an hour later, Qing Ci emerged victorious. Mo Yanchu gazed at her, his cold black eyes softening slightly. You are quite impressive. Qing Ci smiled. I suppose I should thank you for your leniency. Let us play again when the opportunity arises. Sister, I'll see Brother Yanchu home now. You should head to rest soon too. Noticing the pleasant atmosphere between them, Xiao Weiniu quickly interjected. Qing Ci offered little more than a nod before departing. Mo Yanchu headed to the parking lot. Xiao Weinier followed closely behind. Brother Yanchu, please walk a little slower. Mo Yanchu halted and turned. Under the night sky, his tall figure appeared both imposing and chilling, reminiscent of a devilish apparition.
Chiaora.
I believe I made myself quite clear, he said, his tone devoid of warmth or anger. Instantly, tears pricked Xiao Weinia's eyes. He was alluding to the fact that their childhood engagement was merely a farce. Brother Yanchu, for all these years, I have liked you and have been striving to earn your affection. I will soon participate in an international dance competition to become a dance master. I will work hard to be worthy of you. I will not marry someone I do not love. His words fell like a bucket of cold water, freezing Xiao Weinia's south expression in place.
Why?
She fixed her gaze on him, pleading, Brother Yanchu, no one is more suited for you than I am. Will you remain unmarried for the rest of your life? Even if you do not love me, I will marry you. With enough effort. Even a heart of stone must eventually soften. Xiao Weinia had humbled herself to this extent for him. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, waiting for his response. I will only marry the person I love. With that, Mo Yanchu turned and strode away. Chapter 13. An invitation to be a judge.
Chiaora stod fraseren.
Feeling a chill wash over her. Someone he loves? Mo Yanchu had never even entertained the thought of marriage before. How could he utter such words now? Did he have someone he cherished? This realization sent a shiver down her spine. No, she could not allow it. The man she had loved for so many years would not be permitted to belong to anyone else, even if she herself could not have him. Returning home in a daze, Xiao Weinia had no heart to practice the dance her aunt had instructed her to. In another room, Qing Ci sat before her computer. Receiving an email. Dear Master C, we sincerely invite you to be a judge for our national dance competition. It was from the National Dance Association. Qing Ci, who preferred solitude and shunned the limelight, was aware of her own disposition. Although they fervently hoped she would attend, they had only sent an email, refraining from calling her. After reviewing past competitions, Qing Ci noted the reasons behind foreign mockery of her country's dance scene, since several dance masters had fallen from grace. There had been no prominent figures to uphold its dignity. After some contemplation, she replied, I accept, but please keep my identity confidential. No problem. The response came almost instantaneously, indicating their excitement. Once confirmed, Qing Ci went downstairs to fetch some water. Miss, do you need anything? A servant, tidying up, inquired upon seeing her. I'm just getting some water. The servant smiled. Very well, Mississippi. The kettle is over here. Allow me to pour it for you. By the way, I'm Xiaohua. Feel free to call on me for anything you need. Qing Ci nodded. Watching Xiaohua cheerfully pour the water brought a smile to her face. By the way, miss, would you like some cake? There's some chocolate cake in the fridge. It's quite delicious.
Oh?
The mention of cake brightened Qing Ci's expression. And she nodded. That sounds great. Xiaohua swiftly cut a piece over and, gazing at her, Qing Ci was reminded of the servants of the Duan family, who were perpetually silent and sullen. She inquired, Are you happy working here? Yes, I believe the Qiao family members are all wonderful. Hence I wish to give back to everyone as much as I can. I started working here right after graduation, and now it has been 5 years. Xiaohua replied cheerfully. Qing Ci pondered for a moment, sitting in the living room. Once Xiaohua finished tidying up, she departed. Qing Ci looked out at the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Qiao residence, reflecting on how long it had been since she last danced. Standing before the window, she began to dance gracefully, gradually rediscovering her rhythm. Downstairs, the sound of a car engine gradually faded. Xiao Wenyan returned home after a long, exhausting day, yearning for a well-deserved rest. Following the national dance competition, the international competition was looming, and she had been laboring tirelessly to cultivate her students, hoping that a few promising talents would emerge this time. However, at the moment she lifted her gaze, her fatigue vanished in an instant. The exquisite silhouette, with its unparalleled and captivating movements, danced behind the curtains. Each gesture was breathtakingly beautiful, vividly embodying the fiery passion of Latin dance. Xiao Wenyan was spellbound. By the time she regained her senses, the dancer had already finished and departed, leaving her heart racing. Such a performance would undoubtedly secure a place in the international dance competition. Initially troubled by the upcoming contest, she now felt a surge of excitement. She never imagined that Xiao Wenyan's dancing skills had reached such an extraordinary level. Xiao Wenyan immediately walked into the house, harboring no doubts. In the Qiao family, only Xiao Wenyan danced, and she had been learning under her guidance since childhood. She knocked on Xiao Wenyan's door. After a brief moment, Xiao Wenyan opened it, having just emerged from a shower. Upon seeing Xiao Wenyan, she felt a twinge of guilt. Had she come to check up on her for not practicing that evening? Yet, Xiao Wenyan wore a broad smile as she entered, exclaiming, Wenyaz, I had no idea you had made such significant progress these past few days. Xiao Wenyaz was taken aback. Why was her aunt suddenly saying this? It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, she replied, somewhat bewildered, but soon composed herself and smiled.
No.
Your advancement is entirely your own achievement. My guidance is but a small part of it. Xiao Wenyan gazed at her with utmost admiration and affection. Wenyaz, you truly are a testament to my tutelage. For the upcoming international competition, I hold great hopes for you. By the way, I'll apply for a position for you in the association. Given your current prowess, it would be a pity to remain a mere member. Xiao Wenyaz was astonished. Did her aunt have such high expectations for her? Had she recognized her talent? Moreover, applying for a position in the association? Would she not become the youngest executive in the Huagua Dance Association? Excitement coursed through her veins. Xiao Wenyan, with eagerness in her eyes, asked, Could you perform that dance you just did for me again? The dance? Yes, the one in the living room. Xiao Wenyaz responded, somewhat confused. Xiao Wenyan furrowed her brow. Wasn't it you dancing? But there was no one else in the house who could dance. Xiao Wenyaz began to comprehend the situation. Someone had danced in the living room, and her aunt believed it was her. Yet she had been in her bedroom the entire time. Who could it be that danced so remarkably, even astonishing her aunt? Faced with her aunt's inquisitive gaze, Xiao Wenyaz felt a heavy weight in her heart. After a few seconds, she said, "It seems you saw me. I was merely planning to dance casually." Xiao Wenyan's expression softened as she smiled. "If I saw it, then I saw it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known of your great progress. But you must be tired today. I'll come to watch you dance tomorrow. At that time, you'll impress those old-timers and surely secure a position." Xiao Wenya sighed in relief and smiled. "All right, I understand. I will work hard. After all, with my sister back, I must put in extra effort to remain in the family. I cannot let others think of me as someone who monopolizes the Qiao family's resources." Xiao Wenyan's expression changed. "Wenyas, who has said such things about you?" "Aunt, please do not misunderstand. No one has said that about me. It is just my desire to improve." Xiao Wenyas reassured her. As a master of dance, Xiao Wenyan understood well the dedication required for improvement. Xiao Wenyas's sudden progress surely stemmed from immense effort, which was unexpectedly driven by the pressures of the Qiao family. Xiao Wenyan, cherishing talent, felt a deeper concern for Xiao Wenyas. "Wenyas, do not overthink. You have always been our little princess in the Qiao family. With me around, no one dares to belittle you. If anyone speaks ill of you, come directly to me. Not even your eldest brother and sister-in-law can bully Wenyas." Xiao Wenyas felt gratitude swell within her. "Thank you, Aunt. In this family, you are my support. As long as you are here, I will strive to do my best."
Good.
After seeing off Xiao Wenyan, Xiao Wenyas's gaze darkened. Who else in the house could dance so well? Qing Ci was certainly not capable. Could it be one of the servants? Xiao Wenyas quickly checked the surveillance footage in the house. Upon seeing the figure on the screen, astonishment flickered in her eyes. It was actually her. She spotted two individuals descending the stairs. One was the maid Xiao Hua, and the other was Qing Ci. The living room camera had been malfunctioning for a couple of days and had not been repaired. However, the corridor camera sufficed, revealing that it was Xiao Hua. She could not allow Xiao Hua to appear before her aunt. As for Qing Ci, Xiao Wenyas had never doubted her. Meanwhile, Qing Ci was unaware of Xiao Wenyas's thoughts. She returned to her room, took a shower, and lay down to rest. A lot had transpired that day, and she felt a bit weary. Before bed, she received a message from someone. "Did you bully Mian Mian? Forget it. You've returned to the countryside, right? From now on, keep your distance from Mian Mian and live well in your countryside life." Qing Ci chuckled derisively. After leaving the Duan family, she had indeed encountered many bizarre characters. The night was long and profound. The following day, sunlight flooded the earth. As Qing Ci descended the stairs, she heard weeping. "I didn't do it on purpose. I truly didn't." A servant knelt on the ground, crying and pleading, "Madam, I did not steal the young lady's necklace." This servant was none other than Xiao Hua, who had poured water for Qing Ci the previous day. Qing Ci approached and inquired what happened. Xiao Wenyas replied helplessly, "Xiao Hua has actually stolen my necklace. I am aware that you have a sick brother. If you need money, I can provide it. However, you cannot resort to such actions." "Madam, I did not. I truly did not. I do not know how it ended up in my room." Madam frowned tightly. Xiao Hua had been a long-standing employee of the family, always diligent, making this situation hard for her to accept. In contrast, Xiao Wenyan was far more decisive, her expression stern. She declared, "Enough. You were caught red-handed. Go explain yourself to the police." Xiao Hua's face turned desperate. She had worked in the Qiao family for many years and genuinely cared for them, but she never imagined she would be treated as a thief and dismissed. Her world turned gray. "I did not steal anything," Qing Ci interjected. "I saw her leave the living room yesterday." Xiao Wenyas immediately countered, "Sister, perhaps she took it beforehand. Such people will do anything for money. Do not defend her." Xiao Wenyan also expressed her disdain. "Take her away." "Miss, I truly did not steal anything," Xiao Hua cried, grasping at Qing Ci's pant leg. Qing Ci turned to Xiao Wenyas. "You claim she stole your belongings. Do you have any evidence?" Xiao Wenyas was taken aback that Qing Ci would question her over a servant, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "The necklace was found in her room. Isn't that evidence enough? Sister, do you think I would wrongfully accuse someone?" As she spoke, Xiao Wenyas lowered her gaze, looking quite aggrieved, drawing a sympathetic glance from Xiao Wenyan. Due to her captivating performance last night, Xiao Wenya's status in Qing Ci's heart suddenly escalated. Xiao Wenyan looked at Qing Ci and said, "Qing Ci, Wenya is your sister. You should not speak to her in such a manner because of a servant."
Oh,
Even if it's an erroneous action, must one refrain from pointing it out? Qing Ci inquired. Your sister is a wonderful person. Qiao Wenyan frowned. Having spent so many years together, I know her well. She wouldn't harm even an ant, let alone wrongfully accuse anyone. However, Qiao Wenyan felt a deep sense of guilt. Aunt, please, do not speak of it further. I do not wish to sow discord between you. My sister has endured countless grievances outside. Whatever she says about me is inconsequential. These words struck Qiao Wenyan with profound sorrow. Although she felt wronged, that grievance was not caused by Wenyan. Qiao Wenyan comforted her and then turned to Qing Ci with a stern expression. Qing Ci, the family principle of the Qiao clan is to foster unity and love. It was inappropriate for you to speak to Wenyan in such a way. Now, apologize to your sister. Mrs. Qiao could not help but frown. Wenyan, Qing Ci is merely being precise. She means no harm. The evidence is irrefutable, yet she continues to target Wenyan. Qiao Wenyan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Mrs. Qiao's indulgence. Recalling Wenyan's grievances from the previous night, her tone grew somber. Sister-in-law, Wenyan is also your child. You cannot harbor such bias against her simply because Qing Ci has returned. When you adopted Wenyan, you promised to treat her equally. Qiao Wenyan understood that her sister-in-law had a gentle disposition and a good temper. Could it be that Qing Ci was speaking ill of Wenyan behind her back? As this thought crossed her mind, she shot a cold glance at Qing Ci. Mrs. Qiao was quite incensed. Wenyan, your words are excessive. Both Wenyan and Qing Ci are my children. How could I be biased? Then handle the matter with Xiaohua. Qiao Wenyan insisted, determined to seek justice for Qiao Wenyan. Mrs. Qiao furrowed her brow. But if Xiaohua hasn't stolen anything, would that not be slander? Qing Ci said indifferently, raising an eyebrow at Qiao Wenyan. Qiao Wenyan pursed her lips and said, Sister, the evidence is so compelling. If Xiaohua didn't steal anything, then I will give her my jewelry. I will personally apologize to her. However, if she did steal, then I will apologize to you and give you the clothes I purchased yesterday. Qing Ci stated plainly. Qiao Wenyan's eyes flickered with surprise, but she sighed. Sister, I do not wish to engage in this manner, but if you insist, so be it. She appeared quite troubled. Qing Ci averted her gaze from her expression and turned to Xiaohua. You were unaware that the necklace was in your room, correct? Xiaohua's eyes brimmed with tears. Yes. I have never even seen it. Where is the necklace? Qing Ci inquired. The butler presented the necklace wrapped in a handkerchief, and Qing Ci examined it, asking, where was it found? In her room's cupboard, replied Qiao Wenyan. Watching keenly, she was eager to see how Qing Ci would prove a servant's innocence. Very well. Let us call the police, Qing Ci declared. Everyone was taken aback, yet Qing Ci continued. Let us report it and check for fingerprints. If Xiaohua has not touched the necklace, then her fingerprints cannot be present. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up with hope. Yes, that's right. I have never touched it. Qiao Wenyan could not help but frown, but she retorted, that does not definitively prove she hasn't stolen it. Perhaps she had gloves prepared in advance. This possibility seemed plausible. Qing Ci countered. When did you lose your necklace? Yesterday. I noticed it was missing this morning. Qiao Wenyan replied, pursing her lips. Qing Ci instructed a servant to retrieve the surveillance footage. Xiaohua had gone to the second floor yesterday, but she was in Qing Ci's room organizing things. Then she remained in the living room. There was simply no time for her to commit the theft. Qiao Wenyan softly remarked, although she did not descend the stairs. There is another secluded staircase in the house that she is aware of. She could have gone up that staircase. The living room surveillance was also malfunctioning, allowing her to access the house from another location to commit the act. I did not. I truly did not. Xiaohua cried, Miss Wenyan. Why are you framing me? Chapter 16. Restoring the footage. She could not comprehend why the usually kind Miss Wenyan would suddenly accuse her of stealing the necklace. Qiao Wenyan did not look at Xiaohua. No one could obstruct her future. Xiaohua's gaze dimmed gradually. Qing Ci was occupied with her phone, engrossed in something. Qiao Wenyan, noticing her distraction at such a critical moment, grew displeased. Qing Ci, since you cannot prove Xiaohua's innocence, then you should apologize to your sister. Is hiding behind your phone an escape from responsibility? Qiao Wenyan felt increasingly discontented. I have restored the surveillance footage. Qing Ci rotated her phone to show everyone. Upon hearing this, Qiao Wenyan nearly laughed. Her?
Restoring surveillance footage?
Did she think it was as simple as playing house? However, the moment she glanced up, Xiao Wenya froze, her complexion paling as she stared at her phone screen, which indeed displayed the living room surveillance footage. How is this possible? The footage began to play. Xiaohua had been working in the living room, during which Qing Ci descended. The two conversed for a while before Xiaohua left. Thus, Xiaohua had no opportunity to commit the theft. Xiao Wenya was completely stunned. Xiaohua left. Then, who was the dancer? She instinctively looked at Qing Ci. Soon, the footage showed Qing Ci approaching the window. Xiao Wenya's heart raced to her throat, her chest heaving with anxiety. Could it be that the dancer was Qing Ci? She was on the verge of being recommended by her aunt to become the youngest executive. She absolutely could not allow her aunt to uncover the truth at this moment. Xiao Wenya's face turned ashen, devoid of color. Yet in the next instant, the footage vanished. Xiaohua was the first to regain her composure. "Madam, you must stand up for me. I truly did not steal the necklace." Mrs. Qiao grasped her hand, her gaze uncharacteristically icy as she turned to Xiao Wenya. "Wenya, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Wenya snapped back to reality, her face regaining some color. "Mom, I do not know what happened. I will have someone investigate immediately." Xiao Wenyan's expression soured as well. This segment of surveillance footage had delivered a resounding slap to her face. Observing Xiaohua's tear-streaked, pitiful face, she felt a surge of embarrassment. "Xiaohua, I am sorry. This matter arose from our family's lack of diligence in investigating, and I will compensate you." Mrs. Qiao sincerely felt guilt. She genuinely liked Xiaohua. Xiaohua wiped her tears. "Madam, someone in the family is trying to frame me. I cannot remain here any longer. I hope you take care of yourself in the future. I will pack my things and leave today."
Xiaohua.
Mrs. Qiao felt a pang in her heart. Having known the servant for many years, one naturally develops feelings. Especially since the servant was truly exceptional. Qing Ci's cold gaze fell upon Xiao Wenya. "Wenya, do you not think an apology is in order?" Xiao Wenya's expression stiffened slightly. Yet she still uttered in earnest. "I am sorry, sister. I failed to investigate thoroughly. You should not apologize to me." To Xiaohua, does a mere servant deserve an apology? Xiao Wenya begrudged this notion 100 times over, yet constrained by the presence of numerous witnesses, she reluctantly said, "Xiaohua, I am sorry. I wronged you." "The wager," Qing Ci reminded. "All the jewelry must be given to Xiaohua." The accumulation of jewelry over the years amounted to at least tens of millions. Xiao Wenya's heart bled, yet she had no choice but to have someone fetch it. Xiaohua was not one to be polite, directly accepting it. She was not a saint either. And she stood up, ready to leave. "Wait a moment." Qing Ci approached her. "Xiaohua, would you like to stay on as my personal attendant?" Xiaohua was taken aback, gazing at Qing Ci's beautiful, cold visage. Upon first seeing the true Qiao Miss, she had taken an immediate liking to her. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaohua nodded. "All right." Qing Ci smiled gently, and Madame Qiao appeared equally delighted. "Xiaohua is a meticulous and considerate person. We truly cannot bear to see you leave. Henceforth, you shall exclusively attend to Qing Ci."
Thank you, madam.
At that moment, Madame Qiao's expression suddenly darkened as she turned to Qiao Wenyan. "Wenyan, I am aware of your close relationship with Wenya, but I treat all my children equally. Qing Ci is also a remarkably good child. She would never resort to bullying others." Xiao Wenyan's face flushed, and she murmured, "I understand." Madame Qiao was determined to have the butler investigate who had stolen. Xiao Wenyan immediately interjected, "Mother, allow me to take responsibility. Let me make amends." "Very well." Xiao Wenyan, feeling awkward, soon departed. Qing Ci was also preparing to leave. "Darling, where are you going?" Madame Qiao inquired eagerly. "Would you like me to accompany you?" Qing Ci regarded Madame Qiao, her tone softening slightly. "I am going to see a friend. Would you like to join me, mother?" Oh, then go ahead. I shall not intrude upon your time." Madame Qiao, still self-aware, added, "Let the driver take you there."
All right.
Qing Ci arrived at a specialty skincare store, where her friend worked as a sales associate. Upon seeing Qing Ci, Jiang Xiaoyu beamed with joy, offering her a sample. "This is a sample from the company. Qing Ci, do try it." Qing Ci's gaze softened. It was only in the company of friends that she radiated warmth. Chapter 17. How is your fiancé? Thank you. But why don't you keep it for yourself? These are quite precious. I occasionally use them on customers and a little for myself, and that suffices, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, her expression turning worried. "By the way, Qing Ci, how have you been? I heard you left the Duan family. Where are you living now?" "It's a nice place, I'll take you to my home soon. That's good. Jiang Xiaoyu sighed in relief. They had known each other since childhood, sharing everything. So, how is it with your fiancé? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired. The Duan family is linked to the Gu family through marriage. Qing Ci remained silent for a moment before responding. He is not my fiancé. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at her with deep sympathy, but you have been together for quite some time. Time does not signify everything. And I am indeed not the biological daughter of the Duan family. In truth, Qing Ci felt only a semblance of childhood affection towards him, lacking any romantic feelings. However, the moment Duan Mianmian returned, the man's demeanor shifted entirely, rendering everything absurd. After all, she had once aided his family during a financial crisis, considering him her fiancé. They chatted for a while until customers arrived, prompting Jiang Xiaoyu to apologize and attend to them. Qing Ci sat nearby, but soon realized she could not disturb her friend's work and bid her farewell. After leaving the store, Qing Ci strolled nearby and suddenly noticed a tall and striking figure. Is that
Montak Yanshu?
However, at that moment, it appeared that Mo Yenshu was in a predicament. Handsome, I really like you. Can I have your contact information? No, the man replied coldly. Qing Ci watched with interest. Oh my, that woman has an impressive figure. For such a beautiful woman not to sway Mo Yenshu, he must indeed have high standards. The woman's tenacity was equally remarkable. Even when Mo Yenshu remained unyielding, she persisted in her pursuit. As she observed, Qing Ci felt a pang of sympathy for Mo Yenshu. Suddenly, Mo Yenshu turned, his beautiful, narrow eyes sweeping over her. Qing Ci felt a bit guilty, and the next moment, she saw him approach and stand beside her, addressing the woman. I have a girlfriend. The woman's expression crumbled instantly. Heartbroken, she ceased her pursuit and left. Ahem, I did not expect Mr. Mo to be so popular, Qing Ci chuckled. Mo Yenshu did not respond but instead inquired, what brings you here? I came to see a friend, and thought I might grab a bite to eat. Eating alone? Qing Ci nodded honestly, and Mo Yenshu suggested, would you like to join me for a meal? Sure, where to? He pointed towards a nearby specialty restaurant.
Oh,
Flower Pavilion? Qing Ci exclaimed in surprise. This establishment boasted Michelin-starred chefs, and its cuisine was not easily accessible, requiring advance reservations. To be able to dine at such a place courtesy of a prominent figure was indeed a stroke of luck for her. Just the two of us? Qing Ci asked. Mo Yenshu replied, I initially had a friend coming along, but he had to cancel last minute. All right, then I shall relish this exquisite meal alone. Qing Ci felt a sense of anticipation. Upon entering the restaurant, the manager greeted them and escorted them to a VIP private room. The spacious room was serene and elegantly appointed, with a view of a babbling brook outside. Truly beautiful. Suddenly, Mo Yenshu's phone rang. I'll take this call, he said. And Qing Ci nodded. She planned to visit the restroom and rose to leave, but as she exited, she heard a rather jarring voice. What are you doing here? Looking up, she saw Duan Mianmian, dressed in a chic Chanel gown. Beside her was a man of decent appearance who regarded Qing Ci with utter disdain. As though she were something unpleasant, Duan Mianmian's lovely face bore a look of surprise. Sister, what are you doing here? This place is not for just anyone. Are you here to speak with Brother Qinyang? Qing Ci knew she could not linger in search of benefactors. Gu Qinyang was the eldest son of the Gu family, a paragon among the elite of Jiangcheng. Duan Mianmian assumed Qing Ci had not moved on from Gu Qinyang, prompting her visit. Upon hearing Duan Mianmian's words, Gu Qinyang's expression soured even more. And he reprimanded, Qing Ci on Mianmian's first day back, I made it clear to you that she is my fiancé. You, a pretender occupying her place, should feel ashamed. Instead, you still wish to entangle with me. How vile you truly are. Qing Ci felt somewhat speechless. Entangle with you? If I recall correctly, I blocked all means of contacting you immediately, did I not? Chapter 18. You actually followed me. Gu Qinyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Qing Ci would delete him so swiftly, without a trace of longing. He had assumed she would be reluctant and pursue him. Given that she had helped him so much in the past, surely she must have loved him deeply. I once thought you had moved on, but here you are, following me to this place. You are truly duplicitous. Gu Qinyang mocked, a glimmer of arrogant triumph in his eyes. You must still be yearning for me. I know it, but alas, my only path leads to Mianmian. Do not disturb us anymore, just go back. Duan Mianmian's lips curled slightly. Yet she cast a playful glance at Gu Qinyang before addressing Qing Ci in a soft tone. Sister, it must not have been easy for you to come here. Why not join us for a meal? The food here is quite difficult to reserve. Qinyang took a week to secure a table. No, thank you, Qing Ci replied, uninterested in engaging with them further, preparing to leave. Gu Qinyang scoffed. Look how kind Mian Mian is. Now that you've left the Duan family, you may never enjoy such exquisite cuisine again. Stop pretending. This is your chance. Seize it. He spoke with a condescending tone, high and mighty. Qing Ci felt increasingly annoyed and stepped away. Her decisive exit only fueled Gu Qinyang's belief that she was merely putting on an act. Following me here? And now you wish to retreat? Do you think you will ever gain entry again? Brother Qinyang, please stop, Duan Mian said softly, appearing to empathize. Though her lips betrayed a suppressed smirk, Qing Ci, though merely a counterfeit heiress, exuded an air of nobility that made Duan Mian enviously seethe. At last, witnessing Qing Ci descend from her lofty pedestal to become merely the daughter of a farmer, and realizing she could only catch a glimpse of her fiancé through the act of following him, Duan Mian felt an overwhelming sense of vindication. How could she feel any discontent over something that was never hers to begin with? Gu Qinyang's scornful remark echoed in her mind. Duan Mian felt somewhat helpless. In the next moment, the manager approached. They presumed he was there to attend to them, but to their astonishment, he walked directly towards Qing Ci. Duan Mian's concern surged. Oh no, my sister followed you in. What if the manager discovers her? Will he expel her? Gu Qinyang's derision was palpable. She deserves it. He eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Qing Ci being unceremoniously ousted. If she had simply agreed earlier, she wouldn't be in such an awkward predicament now. However, the manager reached Qing Ci with utmost respect. Miss, are you having trouble locating your private room? Allow me to escort you there. The manager, unfamiliar with Qing Ci, nonetheless recognized her as a guest brought by Mo Yanchu, leaving a lasting impression. Thus, upon noticing her apparent disorientation, he promptly rushed over. Qing Ci nodded gently. The manager led her into the VIP room. Behind them, both Duan Mian and Gu Qinyang stood frozen in place for an extended moment. As the manager exited after escorting her into the VIP room, Gu Qinyang's face paled, then flushed crimson, as though he had been dealt a stinging slap, feeling particularly humiliated. She was genuinely here for a meal, and in a VIP room no less. Duan Mian fared little better. She had invited Qing Ci to dine, yet was taken aback that Qing Ci could access the VIP room, a place not easily reserved. She slowly clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, her frustration nearing a boiling point. The VIP room they could not enter, and yet Qing Ci had gained access. Brother Qinyang, how did my sister manage to enter the VIP room? I'm so worried. She has wandered into the wrong path. Duan Mian clutched Gu Qinyang's arm, her face etched with concern. Chapter 19. Ejected from the restaurant. Gu Qinyang snapped back to reality, his disdain deepening. That's her affair. Sacrificing oneself for fleeting glory is utterly shameless. Mian, keep your distance from her in the future. All right, Brother Qinyang. Not far off, a figure lurked in the shadows. The man's deep black eyes cold as ice. On his phone, the voice of his close friend echoed. You promised to have lunch with me. Yet here you are dining with someone else? With whom? Mo Yanchu. I'll explain later. He ended the call and dialed another number. Duan Mian and Gu Qinyang found their designated table in the hall. Just as they were about to sit, a waiter approached. Apologies, but we can no longer accommodate you. Please leave. Gu Qinyang frowned. I made a reservation a week in advance. I'm sorry, but you have been blacklisted from our restaurant. We will no longer serve you. Onlookers turned their heads, curious about the misconduct that led to their blacklisting. Embarrassed by the attention, Duan Mian protested. You must be mistaken. Do you even know who we are? The Duan family and the Gu family are both prominent in Jiangcity. The waiter replied with seriousness. That is not within my concern. Our boss issued this directive suddenly. Please leave, or I will have to call security. The mere thought of being escorted out by security was mortifying. Duan Mian's face turned red with anger, but she dared not argue, fearing that being thrown out would be even more humiliating. Exiting the restaurant, Duan Mian could not contain her frustration. Brother Qinyang, what on earth is happening? I wanted to impress my friends by dining here, and instead, we were thrown out. It's utterly humiliating. Gu Qinyang replied, I'm not entirely sure either. Let me investigate. Fin. In the VIP room, Qing Ci sat sipping tea when Mo Yanchu returned. What would you like to eat? he asked, presenting her with a menu. The menu featured images, and upon a glance, Qing Ci's eyes instantly sparkled. No wonder reservations were so hard to come by. The dishes indeed held a reputation, with most catering to her tastes. Moreover, the VIP room featured exclusive specialty dishes. She found herself in a quandary. Mo Yanqiu observed her indecision, amusement flickering in his eyes. While most young ladies would feign modesty by ordering only a few dishes, Qing Ci was refreshingly candid about her desires. How about a surprise box? Mo Yanqiu suggested in a low voice. A surprise box? I'll leave it to you. Qing Ci nodded, feeling she could not decide for herself, thus entrusting the choice to Mo Yanqiu. He quickly placed the order. The atmosphere settled into tranquility, prompting Qing Ci to initiate conversation. You share a close relationship with my third brother? Yes, we grew up together, and our grandfathers were comrades in arms. Mo Yanqiu paused before continuing. Thus, our families have a betrothal agreement. After speaking, his gaze settled on the girl's face. For some reason, he felt a flicker of nervousness. Qing Ci remained unfazed, her expression steady as she contemplated how deeply entrenched wealthy families were in arranged marriages. However, she had no desire to usurp another's affections. Before my return, Qiao Wenya had always been the young lady of the house. I have never regarded her as a fiancée, Mo Yanqiu interjected decisively. This much was evident. Qiao Wenya harbored intentions, yet Mo Yanqiu remained indifferent. What, then, did his current statement imply? Mo Yanqiu gazed deeply into Qing Ci's eyes. Of course, my family would never impose. The dishes soon arrived, and Qing Ci was taken aback by the abundance. Will we be able to finish all this? Eat freely if we can't finish. I can take it to feed stray dogs. To her surprise, beneath his seemingly aloof exterior lay a softness. Qing Ci's demeanor softened at the sight of him, as she too held a fondness for animals, often nurturing them. Their conversations seamlessly shifted to stray animals. Mo Yanqiu served her some food. Upon tasting a bite, Qing Ci's eyes lit up. It was even more delicious than she had anticipated. She had thought the meals at home were commendable, yet this fare surpassed her expectations, seemingly tailor-made to suit her palate. During the meal, Qing Ci's phone vibrated. It was a call from her third brother. Sister, are you dining out? Xiao Yunxi's background revealed he was on set, dressed in ancient noble attire, his face strikingly handsome, with eyes sparkling like those of a large dog.
Yes. Who are you with?
It's not a man, is it? Xiao Yunxi's tone turned wary. Chapter 20. Must not be led astray by another man. His precious sister had just returned. She could not be led astray by another man. Qing Ci hesitated, prompting Xiao Yunxi's vigilance to heighten. Glancing at Mo Yanqiu, who nodded in encouragement, Qing Ci replied, I'm with brother Yanqiu. How did you end up dining together? We ran into each other on the way. He invited me to lunch. Xiao Yunxi felt somewhat reassured. Mo Yanqiu was certainly more reliable than other men. Moreover, he would be on set for a considerable time, and it wouldn't do for his sister to be left without anyone to care for her. After a moment, Xiao Yunxi said, Then you should spend more time with Mo Yanqiu. When I'm not around, you can turn to him for anything.
All right.
After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Yunxi hung up to return to filming. Mo Yanqiu's phone buzzed. He saw a message from Xiao Yunxi. Keep an eye on my sister. Don't let any other men get close to her. Mo Yanqiu. Of course. Xiao Yunxi. Good brother. I'll treat you to dinner when I return. As Qing Ci enjoyed her meal, her long hair fell from behind her ear. Reaching back to tuck it away, she unexpectedly brushed against a warm hand. Mo Yanqiu had gently moved her hair aside and then called the waiter for a hair tie.
Thank you.
Qing Ci secured her hair with the tie. She relished the meal thoroughly, and as they departed, Mo Yanqiu had the leftovers packaged and handed her a card. Next time you wish to visit, you may use this card to dine in this private room. Qing Ci, unable to resist the allure of exquisite cuisine, expressed her gratitude. Where are you headed?
Montag Yanqiu inquiret.
After a moment of contemplation, Qing Ci replied, I shall seek out my friend. Mo Yanqiu escorted her back to Jiang City's establishment before departing. He returned to the Jiangqing branch office. You're back? A close friend, surprised by the items in his hands, exclaimed, Did you bring me a takeout? Indeed, Mo Yanqiu replied. It appears you still hold me in regard. The friend beamed, but then remarked, however, this is far too much. I could never finish it all. Mo Yanqiu chose not to respond, instead instructing, arrange for a shelter for stray dogs. What? The friend, taken aback, questioned the necessity of such an endeavor. Haven't we engaged enough in charitable work already? No more questions, just go. Mo Yanchu ordered. Although puzzled, the friend complied, knowing it was Mo Yanchu's command. Meanwhile, Qing Ci spent the afternoon at Jiang City's, and after sharing a meal, she returned to the Qiao residence. Seeing her, Madame Qiao was overjoyed, grasping her hand. Qing Ci, you have returned. Qiao Yanfei was also home, his gaze softening as he said, Qing Ci, we are discussing your coming-of-age banquet. Do you have any preferences for the date? I have no particular thoughts. I will defer to your arrangements. Qing Ci replied nonchalantly. Very well. Where did you go today? Did you enjoy yourself? Madame Qiao inquired gently. Qing Ci answered truthfully. The atmosphere in the living room was warm and inviting, while in the corridor, Qiao Wenyue quietly observed the scene below. After chatting for a while, Qing Ci ascended the stairs and caught a glimpse of Qiao Wenyue's indifferent gaze, which quickly dissipated as she smiled and greeted, Sister, you are back. Yes, was Qing Ci's brief response. The two exchanged few words before Qiao Wenyue descended. She approached Madame Qiao and Qiao Yanfei. Father, Mother, I will be attending a dance competition the day after tomorrow. Would you like to join? Qiao Yanfei replied. Wenyue, your father has work to attend to and cannot accompany you. Madame Qiao added, if only you had mentioned it sooner. I have already arranged with Aunt Shu for the day after tomorrow. Qiao Wenyue smiled and nodded. All right, it's no matter. Yet, she subtly clenched her fingers. She went to practice her dance, determined to improve herself in the shortest possible time. While practicing, she noticed a figure at the entrance. Aunt, Qiao Wenyue paused. Qiao Wenyue looked at her. Still practicing so late? Yes, Aunt. My sister has returned, and if I do not enhance my skills, I shall become a burden to the family, Qiao Wenyue said, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears, appearing as if she had suffered a great injustice. Qiao Wenyue felt a pang of sympathy. What troubles you? It seems my sister does not hold me in high regard, and I sense that my parents are also displeased with me. Qiao Wenyue lamented. I wonder if I should move out. Your parents have always cherished you. How could they suddenly harbor grievances upon her return? Qiao Wenyue furrowed her brow. I do not know.
Today,
my sister spent the entire day out and returned to chat with our parents in the living room, and when I approached, they seemed reluctant to converse with me. I wished for them to accompany me to the dance competition, but they all claimed to be unavailable. After hearing this, Qiao Wenyue felt a twinge of resentment toward Qing Ci. She just returned, and while it is understandable to seek attention from our parents due to insecurity, to speak ill of you behind your back reveals her true character. Wenyue, do not concern yourself with her. You are far superior to her. Focus on your own growth. I have already discussed with everyone about applying for the position of planning director for you. With your talent, you are more than capable. Chapter 21. Peculiar Questions. That dance was breathtaking. Qiao Wenyue was truly a gem, especially since she had watched her niece grow up. Qiao Wenyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my. She must be the finest in the nation. Such youth, and already a high-ranking dance instructor in the association. She envisioned how the media would laud her achievements. All right, Aunt. Could you perform that dance from last time? It would surely astonish them. Qiao Wenyue was filled with anticipation. Aunt, the last time was improvised, and I have since forgotten the steps, Qiao Wenyue replied, her brow slightly furrowed. It seems you have a natural talent for improvisation. Qiao Wenyue smiled. No matter. Just dance freely, I would like to see. Qiao Wenyue took a deep breath. She began to practice, thinking, heavens, I hope no flaws are revealed. However, under her aunt's expectant gaze, she felt compelled to begin her performance. Ding ding ding. Qiao Wenyue's phone rang. What? Qiao Wenyue, upon hearing something, grew serious. All right. I will return immediately. She apologized to Qiao Wenyue. Wenyue, I am sorry, but there is an urgent matter at the dance association. I must leave at once. It's all right, Aunt, you go ahead, Qiao Wenyue said supportively, watching her aunt depart with a sigh of relief. It seemed she must diligently practice her improvisational dance, ensuring her aunt never discovered that the person who danced that day was not her. Yet, she felt confident. After all, she did not believe that her years of dance training could be overshadowed by a mere servant. Upon returning to her room, Qing Ci noticed Xiaohua sweeping the floor at her door, appearing rather disheartened. What's the matter? Qing Ci inquired perceptively, inviting her inside. Did Qiao Wenyue seek you out? Yes, Xiaohua hesitated. She asked me some rather odd questions. What did she ask? She inquired about the dance I performed, but I do not know how to dance.
Dance?
Qing Ci frowned. Could it be that Qiao Wenyue is seeking the person who danced in the living room? Her thoughts began to clarify. Do not concern yourself with it. Should she bully you again, simply inform me. All right, I shall return to my duties. After Xiaohua left, Qing Ci opened her computer to review the information regarding the dance competition. Duan Mianmian would participate in the preliminary round, while Qiao Wenyue, given her prowess, was eligible to proceed directly to the finals. The day after tomorrow marked the day of the preliminary dance competition. The following day, Qing Ci received a message from Mo Yanchu early in the morning. Their restaurant has begun a delivery service. You adore the black truffle kung pao chicken, do you not? You can now order takeout. Indeed, Qing Ci was quite fond of it. However, as lunch was being prepared at home, she decided to order just that and refrained from ordering anything further. During lunch, Qing Ci set down her chopsticks after a brief while. Madame Qiao, visibly concerned, remarked, Qing Ci, why do you seem to be eating so little? Is the food at home not to your taste? Mother, it's not that. I am simply not very hungry. Very well. For 2 consecutive days, Qing Ci ate sparingly. Madame Qiao grew increasingly worried and knocked on Qing Ci's door that afternoon. Upon opening it, a delightful aroma wafted out, and Madame Qiao spotted the takeout containers inside. The two exchanged glances, and Qing Ci felt a pang of guilt. Mother. The Duan family disapproved of her eating takeout, viewing it as a lowly act, and Qing Ci had scarcely consumed takeout at home. Madame Qiao scrutinized her for a moment. Qing Ci pressed her lips together, feeling anxious. Darling, what are you eating? It smells wonderful. Madame Qiao inquired with curiosity. It's takeout from Huage, Qing Ci replied honestly. Would you like some? Is that permissible? Of course. Madame Qiao entered, took a bite, and instantly understood why Qing Ci had lost her appetite. It was simply too delicious. But does Huage still offer takeout? Yes, it was mentioned by Mo Yanchu, didn't he, mother? Perhaps I have been eating less. Madame Qiao gazed at her eagerly. Qing Ci, do you remember to order a portion for me next time? Qing Ci was momentarily taken aback, realizing that engaging in such activities at home would not incur reprimand. A small smile crept onto her face, of course. Shortly thereafter, Madame Qiao departed. Subsequently, Qing Ci set off for the dance competition venue. The event was held at the Central Exhibition Hall, attracting competitors from across the nation. As Qing Ci entered the backstage area, she noticed a group surrounding a girl who carried an air of superiority. Duan Mianmian, she thought, what a coincidence. At this moment, Duan Mianmian basked in the adoration of her peers. They had once shared the same dance studio. But now she had ascended to become the cherished daughter of the Duan family, and one by one, they sought to curry favor with her. Her vanity was thoroughly satiated until she caught sight of Qing Ci. What was she doing here? Had she also entered the competition? Duan Mianmian's expression shifted slightly as she approached. Qing Ci, you're participating in the competition as well? Chapter 22. Duan Mianmian begins to act petty again. Qing Ci cast her a cold glance. What does it matter to you? Observing her still exuding indifference and arrogance, Duan Mianmian maintained a composed demeanor. I merely wish to advise you not to waste your efforts. This national dance competition aims to select genuinely talented contestants for the international stage, and you, quite frankly, are unworthy. Unworthy is not for you to decide, Qing Ci replied coolly. Duan Mianmian clenched her fists. How infuriating! This wretched Qing Ci, reduced to a farmer's daughter. How dare she still remain so proud? Watching her retreating figure, a cunning glint flashed in Duan Mianmian's eyes. Since she had arrived, she would ensure that Qing Ci would be humiliated in the competition. Qing Ci entered the office and encountered the president of the Dance Association. Upon seeing her, the president was taken aback. You are the esteemed Master Ci? Indeed, that is I, Qing Ci replied with a frigid demeanor. From her ethereal presence and stature, the president had already formed a preliminary judgment and smiled. I did not expect Master Ci to be so youthful. If others learned of this, they would surely envy you. Our nation possesses true talent. The president continued, allow me to arrange for you to obtain your judge's credentials. Qing Ci nodded, and the president's secretary led her away. Just then, Qiao Wenyuan entered and was surprised to see Qing Ci leaving the office. She inquired of the president, did Qing Ci come to see you? Yes. Do you know her? She is the daughter of my elder brother, Qiao Wenyuan replied coolly. Having learned of Qing Ci's true nature from Qiao Wenying, Qiao Wenyuan found it difficult to harbor any fondness for her. The president's eyes brightened. Really? Well, Wen Yuan, you are indeed fortunate.
What do you mean by that?
You have a particularly outstanding niece, the president hinted. Wen Yuan was taken aback, then smiled. Yes, I too believe my niece is quite remarkable. Wenying is indeed very talented. As for Qing Ci, having come from the countryside with questionable character, as long as she does not drag others down, it suffices. Wen Yuan inquired, what progress has been made regarding my suggestion for Wenying to be appointed as the planning director? The president pondered for a few moments before responding. If Wenying truly possesses the talent you claim, an exceptional promotion would not be out of the question. However, she must first demonstrate her capabilities. Perhaps we should observe her performance in this final round. Wen Yuan understood very well. Upon returning with her judge's credentials, Qing Ci found a commotion among a group of contestants. She could hear the muffled sounds of someone crying. Approaching to assess the situation, she discovered that the one weeping was none other than Duan, clutching her torn dress, her tear-streaked visage evoking pity from those around her. Upon seeing Qing Ci, Duan immediately accused, Sister, you did this, didn't you? I know you resent my participation in the competition, but you shouldn't treat me this way. My dress is ruined. How can I compete now? I have devoted countless hours to practice for this day. Her tearful words resonated deeply with all the dancers present. Indeed, they had all labored tirelessly in pursuit of recognition in this national dance competition. Yet, the competition had yet to commence. And her dress was already damaged. What a bitter pill to swallow. But someone questioned Mian. Are you sure it was her doing? With tears in her eyes. Duan Mian firmly asserted, absolutely. I saw her enter the break room just before this happened, and among everyone, she is the only one with whom I have a grievance. She has always wished for me not to compete. After all, I have returned to the Duan family, while she, as the false daughter, has been cast out. She must harbor resentment. She is both the motive and the opportunity. Her well-articulated accusations began to sway the crowd, who looked at Qing Ci with growing disdain. You have gone too far. Do you not realize how crucial this competition is for the dancers? Someone exclaimed. Mian is already the daughter of the Duan family. You have occupied her position for so long. What right do you have to resent her? Without her, you would not enjoy a good life. Apologize to Mian. Some even pushed Qing Ci, but she deftly seized the wrist of one assailant, who immediately shivered under the icy glare of her eyes. Her gaze was truly terrifying. Qing Ci released the individual's wrist and looked down from her height at the sobbing Duan Mian. You claim it was I who did this. Do you have evidence? If mere words could condemn someone, we would have no need for the police. Your words alone would suffice. Duan Mian bit her lip, astonished that she dared to mock her. We can check the surveillance footage. After I left, you were the only one who entered. Duan Mian retorted. Yes. Let's check the footage. Someone rushed to find the staff. The footage was quickly retrieved. Indeed, it corroborated Duan Mian's account. After she exited, only Qing Ci had entered. In this light, Qing Ci's guilt seemed undeniable. When Mian entered, her dress was intact. After Qing Ci went in, the dress was damaged. It must have been her doing. Someone declared immediately. No one expected that beneath her seemingly respectable exterior, such malevolence resided. Such a person did not deserve to compete. Give her dress to Mian and expel her from the competition. The crowd began to chant in unison. Chapter 23. After all, she is a judge. Duan Mian feigned innocence, while a cold smile of triumph flickered in her eyes. Qing Ci, who told you to insist on participating in the competition? I will ruin your reputation. Let's see if you dare to oppose me again. She was utterly confident in her scheme. Qing Ci observed the dress in Duan Mian's hands, having already seen through the ruse. Given Duan Mian's character, she would never have chosen such a mundane dress for her performance. This dress was clearly intended to frame her. She had indeed visited the changing room, but solely in her capacity as a judge to assess the situation. Did they think such a flimsy accusation could condemn her? I could just as easily claim that you damaged the dress yourself and framed me for it, Qing Ci replied nonchalantly, unaffected by the unfolding chaos. Duan Mian found her insouciance infuriating. Sister, I know you hate me for being forced out of the Duan family, but you cannot scheme against me like this. I am about to compete. I must be insane to ruin my own dress. The others rallied behind Duan Mian.
Indeed.
Duan Mian has no reason to do such a thing. Even if she aimed to frame you, would she be foolish enough to jeopardize her own future? Stop wasting time with this person. Summon the official in charge. Someone declared indignantly, rushing to alert the competition's overseer. Before long, the overseer, who was the president's secretary, arrived. Upon seeing Qing Ci, the secretary was taken aback. After a brief explanation of the situation, her expression darkened. Are you implying that Miss C deliberately damaged Duan Yanyan's dress to prevent her from competing?
Yes.
We have devoted ourselves to dance for this moment, and this woman is utterly despicable. Such a person does not deserve to participate. Many voices chimed in. Duan Yanyan continued to lower her head, playing the victim. Her voice trembling. Sister, I did not wish for it to come to this, but your actions are truly excessive. Yes, you fear my potential impact on you. So you have plotted against me to ensure I cannot compete. The secretary nearly had a heart attack. This was Master C. The dances you all study were created by her. Does someone of her stature need to fear being overshadowed by you? It was truly unexpected to see Duan Yanyan, who appeared so gentle and understanding, harbor such a venomous heart. She took a deep breath to regain her composure, her complexion far from favorable. Everyone believed that Qing Ci was doomed. After all, she was the president's secretary. A mere word from her could obliterate Qing Ci's standing in the dance community. Duan Yanyan felt an overwhelming sense of triumph within her. She is not a competitor, the secretary stated solemnly. Did you hear that? You have been disqualified from the competition. The others misinterpreted the secretary's words, thinking she had disqualified Qing Ci, and began to mock her. Duan Yanyan felt a wave of relief. Glancing at Qing Ci, she whispered, Sister, if you apologize to me, I might consider not pursuing this matter further, allowing you to continue competing.
Dream on.
Qing Ci scoffed, her disdain palpable. Duan Yanyan felt a lump in her throat, frustration welling up inside her. This wretched girl dared to mock her even at such a moment. Regardless. She could no longer compete and posed no threat to her now. This outcome was more than satisfactory. Thank you for your fairness and justice, Duan Yanyan proclaimed. I always knew our competition was the most equitable, and this result will undoubtedly warm many hearts. She cast a glance at the secretary, adding, Even if I do not wear this outfit, I will choose another and complete the competition with diligence. Her earnest declaration only enhanced the goodwill felt towards her among the onlookers. Duan Yanyan truly was a paragon of virtue. Despite her humble upbringing, her character remained admirable. Indeed, children from esteemed families are distinct. As the praises echoed around her, the secretary's expression darkened. Suddenly, she beckoned Qing Ci forward. The crowd, relishing the spectacle, anticipated a reprimand for Qing Ci. However, upon Qing Ci's approach, the secretary stated, This lady is one of our judges. Open your eyes and behold. Would a judge take pleasure in scheming against you? The crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically. A judge? This woman, of similar age to them?
How could that be?
Especially Duan Yanyan, whose eyes widened in shock, almost reflexively exclaiming, Director, have you been deceived? How could she possibly be a judge? Do you think I am foolish? The secretary retorted, her irritation evident. Having spent years by the president's side, she naturally exuded an air of authority. She produced the judging certificate from Qing Ci's pocket. Is any further explanation necessary? She is indeed a judge. The crowd fell silent, their earlier derision replaced by trepidation. How could someone of their age attain such a position of authority? The implications of her talent were staggering. Disappointed in the crowd's reaction, the secretary turned to leave. But Duan Yanyan called out, Yet, even if she is a judge, it does not absolve her of suspicion. It was only after she departed that my outfit was ruined. The crowd regained their focus, their expressions complex, for this indeed seemed plausible. It was inconceivable that Duan Yanyan would sabotage her own clothing. Regaining her composure, Duan Yanyan asserted, I do not know how she became a judge, but there is no doubt that she ruined my outfit. Does someone like her deserve to be a judge? Even if Qing Ci held that title, she would still endeavor to displace her. In her heart, Duan Yanyan was convinced that Qing Ci had not attained her position through legitimate means. Duan Yanyan, your charade ends here. The competition is about to commence. Qing Ci responded coldly, her gaze laced with disdain. Am I acting? Do you think I would jeopardize my future for a performance? Duan Yanyan wept. Qing Ci, I know you harbor resentment towards me. Even as a judge, you cannot forget your desire for revenge.
Indeed.
The surveillance footage clearly showed that Duan Yanyan was the last one to leave. Even if she were a judge, that would not exonerate her from suspicion, would it? I share your sentiments. Who knows how she ascended to the position of judge? Perhaps she fears that Duan Yanyan might outshine her. Such a person is truly terrifying. Duan Mianmian's words rekindled doubt among the spectators regarding Qing Ci, especially since the evidence was irrefutable. They began to question the legitimacy of Qing Ci's position as a judge. Their gazes towards her were now filled with scrutiny and disdain. The secretary was at a loss for words upon witnessing their reaction. Observing them, she felt a deep concern for the future of the dance community. Duan Mianmian fixed her gaze on Qing Ci, demanding, "Sister, you must give me an explanation today." An explanation is absolutely necessary. Others chimed in, just because you're a judge does not give you the right to ruin a competitor's outfit. Qing Ci couldn't help but applaud. Duan Mianmian, you truly put on a splendid performance. Very well, I shall provide you with an explanation. She pointed to the dress in her arms. If I indeed ruined your outfit, my fingerprints would certainly be on it. We can have it examined right now. Duan Mianmian's eyes flickered. She had not anticipated Qing Ci would think of that. She quickly retorted, "You are merely stalling for time. I still have to compete." "ISN to your competition outfit already prepared?" Qing Ci scoffed. The crowd frowned in confusion, turning their attention to Duan Mianmian. A jolt of panic surged through her. Yet she responded defiantly, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is the dress I intend to wear for the competition."
Is it?
Qing Ci addressed the staff. "Go check her locker in the changing room."
No.
"You cannot just look through my locker." Duan Mianmian immediately obstructed the staff. "Though the locker is designated for you, ownership belongs to the competition organizers. Duan Mianmian, you should understand that." Qing Ci replied coldly. The secretary interjected, "Go check it." Another staff member promptly dashed inside.
Moments later.
They emerged with a stunning deep blue gown. This dress was even more exquisite than the one Duan Mianmian had ruined. The crowd gasped in awe. "How beautiful! It's truly stunning." "So, this is the dress Duan Mianmian intended to wear for the competition?" Someone ventured timidly. The realization struck the crowd, and they turned to Duan Mianmian, their expressions deeply complex. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Duan Mianmian hastily declared, "No, this is just my backup. I was afraid of unexpected incidents during the competition." Qing Ci chuckled mockingly. "It is evident to anyone which of these dresses is superior. If I truly intended to ruin your dress, why would I not target this one instead of the less appealing one? Duan Mianmian, your tactics are utterly inept. Perhaps you should hone your skills further before attempting to act." The secretary added, "As a judge, it is entirely normal for Qing Ci to assess the competitors' situations. Moreover, I advise certain individuals to temper their ambitions. Even if you practiced for another decade, you would not rival her. She has no need to regard you with any seriousness." Ruining your outfit?
Ha.
Being the secretary to the president, she was well-versed in the ways of the world. The crowd's expressions shifted as they realized her endorsement of Qing Ci. Could it be that Qing Ci was indeed exceptionally talented? If so, she had no reason to target Duan Mianmian. With the revelation of the dress, those who had just defended Duan Mianmian now wore expressions of disappointment, having realized they had been manipulated by her. Given the secretary's statement, it seemed that Qing Ci was indeed formidable. The Dance Association was known for its integrity, and the selection of judges was certainly based on merit. Indeed, under such circumstances, she had no motive to ruin Duan Mianmian's outfit, someone remarked. "I believe Duan Mianmian orchestrated this entire act. That dress was likely intended to frame Qing Ci, while the deep blue gown is the one she truly planned to wear for the competition." The words of the crowd struck Duan Mianmian like a barrage of slaps, her face flushing with indignation as she trembled. No, that is not the case. Yet, everyone was inclined to believe the secretary's account, their trust in her unwavering. Their gazes were filled with disappointment and contempt. Duan Mianmian quaked, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 25. Duan Mianmian faces mockery. Damn it! How did it come to this? The one who should be mocked is Qing Ci. How on earth did this wretched girl become a judge? Duan Mianmian. If you are not convinced, hand your clothes to the staff for fingerprint verification right now. Qing Ci looked down at her with a hint of amusement. Duan Mianmian's expression stiffened. There were no fingerprints of Qing Ci on them. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. I still have to prepare for the competition. Duan Mianmian insisted on portraying herself as magnanimous, and after speaking, she turned and left. This reaction left no room for doubt. The onlookers were not fools. They were utterly disappointed. Duan Mianmian was truly despicable. After I just defended her, I had no idea she was such a person. How contemptible. Indeed, she must have grown up in the countryside. Hey, this has nothing to do with the countryside. It's purely her own character flaw. The secretary spoke in a solemn tone. In our dance association, we value not only talent but also character. I will report Duan Yanyan's behavior. If a similar incident occurs again in the near future, she will be permanently barred from joining the dance association. This is a public punishment. Having not walked far, Duan Yanyan nearly stumbled upon hearing this. Hatred surged within her, wishing she could tear Qing Ci apart. Cursed be Qing Ci. She would not let Qing Ci have an easy time. The secretary instructed the contestants to prepare for the competition, and Qing Ci took her seat among the judges, ready to begin scoring. The preliminary round consisted of new contestants from across the nation. Qing Ci watched intently, providing detailed feedback to each performer. Ultimately, 50 individuals advanced, including Duan Yanyan. Despite not being among the top tier, Duan Yanyan had trained in dance since childhood and should have secured a placement. Qing Ci made no deliberate attempts to make things difficult for her. However, once Duan Yanyan stepped off the stage, she was filled with pride. She believed her talent was exceptional and that Qing Ci must have wanted to challenge her, but found no flaws to exploit. She picked up her phone.
Just as a call came through.
Duan Yanyan frowned, answering impatiently. What is it? Her tone was cold. Yanyan, today is the day of your dance competition, right? We've come to see you, and I've brought some local specialties, came her foster mother's voice, laced with an undertone of appeasement. Duan Yanyan's expression changed. Why had they come? Did they want everyone to know she had grown up in such poverty? Moreover, she now had wealthy parents and had no desire to see them again. I'm busy, please go back. Duan Yanyan said, somewhat irritated. Also, do not come without my permission again. It's not easy for you to come once, so it's better to stay at home and not waste money. I just want to see you, is that okay? Her foster mother said softly. She missed Duan Yanyan dearly, after all. She was the child she had raised with so much dedication. I said I'm busy, Duan Yanyan said irritably, abruptly hanging up the phone. Her foster mother stared at the disconnected call, filled with despondency. Her foster father sighed and patted her shoulder, saying, It's all right, I told you we shouldn't have come. Let us go home. But we've spent so many years together. Her foster mother choked back tears, feeling profoundly pained. To her, Duan Yanyan was just like her own child. Though they were poor, they had always supported Duan Yanyan's dream of dancing. They could forego meat so that Duan Yanyan could eat well at every meal, just like the children in the city. Her foster father pursed his lips, feeling heavy-hearted, and softly said, Dear, she only sees her wealthy parents now. Can't you see? She doesn't want to see us at all. Upon hearing this, her foster mother couldn't help but cry, and her foster father sighed, embracing her. At that moment, a Porsche pulled up at the roadside. Madame Duan and Mr. Duan got out of the car and spotted the two weeping individuals in plain clothing, even with pudding stains, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain. What were these country folks doing here? They failed to recognize that these were Duan Yanyan's foster parents, as after accepting Duan Yanyan, she had refused any help from her foster family and immediately moved into the Duan household. Furthermore, her Duan family had never met her foster parents, fearing that those poor people might seek to exploit them. Madame Duan found Duan Yanyan and was overjoyed to hear about her advancement. My daughter is truly remarkable, she exclaimed with a smile. Come on, Mama has prepared delicious food. They walked out, but Madame Duan keenly noticed Qing Ci not far away, and her brows furrowed. Why is Qing Ci here? Did she also participate in the competition? Upon seeing her, Duan Yanyan immediately became alert, mumbling a vague humph. Seeing her like this, participating in the competition is futile. She won to advance. Madame Duan scoffed, right, Yanyan? She certainly didn't make it. Unfortunately, she was a judge. Yet, unaware of the truth, Madame Duan blocked Qing Ci, saying, Qing Ci. Qing Ci turned to see Madame Duan, her expression indifferent. Is there something you need? This cold demeanor irked Madame Duan. Why were they treating Qing Ci with such disdain? Qing Ci, why are you still participating in the dance competition? You know your parents are pitifully poor, so don't waste their money. You should stay in the countryside. Madame Duan reprimanded in a condescending tone. Chapter 26. Mo Yan arrived to pick her up. My affairs are not for you to meddle in, Qing Ci replied coldly. Madame Duan was momentarily speechless. I just find your attitude displeasing. Do you think you're still in the Duan family? Your parents are farmers, working hard to earn a living. If you had advanced, that would be fine, but to be eliminated in the preliminary round is simply a waste of money. How vain and useless. Eliminated in the preliminary round? Qing Ci frowned slightly, glancing at Duan Yanyan. A flicker of guilt crossed Duan Mianmian's eyes, and Qing Ci immediately understood the situation. This Duan Mianmian was truly relentless in her repulsiveness. She intentionally remarked, "Who told you I was eliminated in the preliminary round? I am a part of this competition."
Mom.
Duan Mianmian suddenly interrupted, tugging at Madame Duan's arm. "Don't mention my sister. She is already quite uncomfortable. I'm hungry. Let us go eat." "All right, darling. If you're hungry, let us go." Madame Duan readily agreed, smiling brightly, but not forgetting to shoot a disdainful glance at Qing Ci as they left. It was fortunate that Duan Mianmian was her biological daughter, bringing her pride. Thankfully, Qing Ci was no longer part of the Duan family, otherwise, being eliminated in the preliminary round would raise doubts about the Duan family's education. Their Porsche parked by the roadside, garnering considerable attention. As Duan Mianmian approached the car, the gazes of many onlookers filled her with immense vanity. Especially since these were people from the dance studio who had once looked down on her. Now, they could only look up to her. At that moment, a blue Lamborghini suddenly drove up and stopped by the roadside. The imposing aura of the Lamborghini instantly overshadowed the Porsche. Even Duan Mianmian couldn't help but look over. Wow, a Lamborghini, a true luxury car. Its exterior is exceptionally striking. As she wondered who was driving, the car door swung open, revealing an extraordinarily captivating figure. The man was exceptionally handsome, wearing sunglasses that added to his allure and mystery. His black shirt and tailored trousers accentuated his athletic physique, exuding an innate nobility. Duan Mianmian was utterly mesmerized. She had never seen such an aristocratic and handsome man. Moreover, he was walking towards her. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest, and her mind began to race. Could it be that this man was interested in her? After all, she was naturally stunning. Duan Mianmian held her breath, unable to resist the urge to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing at the man with lingering affection. As he approached, she poised herself, eagerly anticipating his opening line. But in the next moment, the man bypassed her and strode directly to Qing Ci. Duan Mianmian was instantly taken aback. As the man prepared to speak to Qing Ci, a voice interrupted him. Brother Yanchu, Xiao Wenya, just emerging from the competition, spotted Mo Yanchu and was filled with delight. He had claimed to be short on time, yet had still come. Did this imply that he had made an effort to carve out time for her? Joyfully, Xiao Wenya exclaimed, "Brother Yanchu, are you here to pick me up? Where shall we dine?" However, Mo Yanchu did not respond, his gaze fixed on Qing Ci. "Is it over?" he inquired. Qing Ci nodded, her expression somewhat strained. Was it possible that Mo Yanchu had come because of Qing Ci? "Sister, I didn't know you were here to watch the competition," Xiao Wenya remarked, having been seated at the back and unaware of Qing Ci's role as a judge. "Perfect. Let's go eat together. I know a restaurant that serves exquisite dishes." After a moment of contemplation, Qing Ci gave a faint nod. The three of them walked to the car, where Mo Yanchu opened the passenger door. Xiao Wenya immediately chimed in, "Sister, I'm a bit carsick. May I sit in the front?" Qing Ci, bemused by her subtle maneuvering, chose not to engage and simply took a seat in the back. Mo Yanchu's sensuous lips pressed together, his gaze icy and distant. Observing the trio entering the car, Madame Duan's expression soured. How had Qing Ci come to associate with such individuals? Duan Mianmian watched the luxurious vehicle depart, her heart filled with jealousy as she clenched her fists, muttering resentfully. Ever since sister left home, her private life seems to have become quite chaotic. Madame Duan's face darkened. "Mianmian, keep your distance from her. I don't want you to be led astray." "Understood." In a Lamborghini, Mo Yanchu drove with a languid, dashing demeanor, while Xiao Wenya gazed at him with barely concealed affection. Mo Yanchu had always been her dream lover. Wherever he went, he was an object of admiration. Xiao Wenya could scarcely imagine the grandeur she would possess if she were to be with him. "Brother Yanchu, your car is magnificent," she complimented. Mo Yanchu merely responded with a cold, non-committal Xiao Wenya endeavored to spark conversation, yet his demeanor remained unfalteringly distant, ultimately leaving her no choice but to fall silent. Nevertheless, she had made progress today by sitting in the passenger seat beside Mo Yanchu. Taking out her phone, Xiao Wenya snapped a photo while Qing Ci occupied herself with her own device. Upon reaching the restaurant, they entered a private room. Xiao Wenya ordered dishes, saying, "I've chosen the signature dishes here. Sister, you must try them. They're highly praised by many." Curiosity flickered in Qing Ci's eyes. Soon, the food arrived, seafood, including large crabs, accompanied by tools for cracking them open. Chapter 27. His consideration. Qing Ci's anticipation dwindled. It wasn't that she disliked seafood, but rather that it seemed too cumbersome to eat. Noticing her hesitation, Wenya kindly remarked, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. Sister, you must not have eaten this before, since you come from the countryside. Allow me to show you how." Demonstrating with the tools, Wenya attempted to assist. "No need," Qing Ci replied coolly. "You too enjoy it. I'm not particularly fond of this." "Very well, but the specialty here is seafood. If you don't eat it, you'll have to settle for something mundane," Wenya lamented. Qing Ci remained silent, picking at her meal. Watching Mo Yanchu deftly handle the crabs, Wenya found his movements fluid and graceful, even in the midst of such a task, which was pleasing to behold. He worked quickly, soon presenting a bowl filled with crab meat. "Brother Yanchu, you are so impressive. I'm so slow at this," Wenya exclaimed sweetly, her eyes sparkling with hope that he might serve her the freshly cracked crab meat. "Then you should hurry," Mo Yanchu replied, his expression unchanged. Qing Ci nearly laughed at his bluntness. What level of straightforwardness could lead one to utter such words? In the next moment, a small bowl brimming with crab meat appeared before her. Qing Ci blinked in surprise as she heard the man's deep, melodious voice say, "You can't manage it, so I prepared this for you. Please eat." "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I can manage with the vegetables." Qing Ci felt slightly embarrassed. "Not at all. Please indulge. I am merely following my brother's orders to take care of you." Mo Yanchu's gaze softened slightly as he looked at her. A flutter stirred within Qing Ci's heart as she took a bite. The crab meat was exceptionally fresh, with a hint of sweetness that resonated deeply within her. Across the table, Wenya watched the scene unfold, nearly crushing her spoon in envy. The normally aloof and indifferent Mo Yanchu was actually peeling crab meat for Qing Ci. Consumed by jealousy, she gripped her utensils too tightly, a sharp edge of the shell slicing her finger and eliciting a sharp pain. "Ah!" she gasped, startled by the sight of blood. "Waiter!" Mo Yanchu immediately called for assistance. The waiter hurriedly brought a first aid kit. As her hand was being treated, Wenya's eyes remained fixed on the two. She observed as Qing Ci leisurely savored the crab meat that Mo Yanchu had prepared, and her heart ached. How could the man she had pursued for so many years be so attentive to a woman he had barely met? "Madam, please relax," the waiter gently reminded. Wenya came to her senses, realizing her grip had caused more bleeding and reluctantly eased her tension. Once bandaged, she returned to her meal, only to find the dishes she once adored utterly flavorless. Her intention had been to embarrass Qing Ci, yet she was the one left feeling disheartened. After finishing their meal, Mo Yanchu inquired of Qing Ci, where to next. "Back to the Qiao residence," she replied. "Very well." Wenya trailed behind them. Upon returning to the Qiao household, Mo Yanchu took his leave, and Wenya and Qing Ci entered the living room together. Suddenly, Wenya spoke up. "Sister, do you think Brother Yanchu treats you well?" Qing Ci regarded her, waiting for her to continue, without responding. Wenya continued. "The reason Brother Yanchu is so kind to you is that we've had a quarrel. Sister, I can yield everything else to you. But Brother Yanchu and I grew up together. We even have a childhood engagement. Please don't interfere between us, all right?" Taken aback, Qing Ci found herself at a loss for words. She never imagined that for Wenya, parents could be sacrificed, but not the affection for a beloved. If their parents were to discover this, how heartbroken they would be. Wenya, if you truly feel this way, consider how our parents have cared for you since childhood. You now believe a man is more important than family? Qing Ci warned softly. Wenya's expression stiffened. "That's not my intention. After all, Mom and Dad are your biological parents. I would never compete with you for their love. But Brother Yanchu is my boyfriend. His kindness toward you is merely to provoke jealousy. I fear you might misunderstand him, hence my explanation." "Is that so? Then shall I call Mo Yanchu right now to confirm if he is indeed your boyfriend?" Qing Ci declared, taking out her phone. Chapter 28. This child has been acting strange lately. To her surprise, Wenya's expression shifted as she lunged forward to snatch the phone, only to be shaken off by Qing Ci. Her actions spoke volumes, and Qing Ci regarded her with a cold glare. Wenya felt exposed, her discomfort palpable. Through gritted teeth, she said, "We may not be together yet, but it's only a matter of time. Sister, can't you just be satisfied for me? I've liked brother Yan Chu for many years. If he likes you, I would never interfere, Qing Ci replied coolly. If he does not like you, it will not be due to my presence. With that, she stepped into the living room, hoping Xiao Wenyao would grasp her meaning. Madame Xiao, engrossed in her television program, beamed upon seeing Qing Ci return and invited her to sit down, taking her hand to ask about her day. Qing Ci's gaze was gentle as she patiently recounted her experiences. Have you shared a meal together? Mrs. Qiao remarked with a smile. Yan Chu is quite a wonderful person. I feel reassured with you two together. No matter what Qing Ci said, she would listen attentively. Observing their conversation, Qiao Yanfei, feeling somewhat overlooked, interjected, by the way, Qing Ci, I've booked the hotel for the recognition banquet at the Golden Splendor Hotel. What do you think? The Golden Splendor Hotel was the most luxurious establishment in the city, a testament to the Qiao family's penchant for extravagance. I'm fine with it, Qing Ci smiled. As Xiao Wenyaz entered, she was struck by the heartwarming scene, her nails digging into her palm as a wave of discomfort washed over her. Ever since Qing Ci's return, her parents seemed to have eyes only for her sister. If Mo Yanxu were to be taken away as well, she truly would not be able to bear it. Wenya, Mrs. Qiao greeted her with warmth upon noticing her presence. You're back as well. Qiao Wenyaz replied curtly before heading straight upstairs. Mrs. Qiao frowned slightly, wondering why her daughter had been acting strangely of late. Before long, Qiao Wenyaz returned home. As she was not yet married, she still resided with her family. Upon seeing the scene in the living room, she inquired, Is Wenya not here? She went upstairs, Qiao Wenyaz replied, proceeding to knock on her sister's door. Moments later, Qiao Wenyaz opened the door, her face streaked with tears. Wenya, what happened? Qiao Wenyaz exclaimed in surprise.
Aunt.
Qiao Wenyaz cried as she threw herself into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Feeling a surge of compassion, Qiao Wenyaz led her inside. What's wrong? Tell your aunt. Having trained in dance under her guidance since childhood, Qiao Wenyaz regarded her like a daughter. Am I not meant to be here? Ever since my sister returned, Mom and Dad seem to overlook me, and Mo Yanxu treats her so well. Tears welled in Qiao Wenyaz's eyes as she confided. I envy my sister so much. Everyone adores her now, and has forgotten about me. Listening to her, Qiao Wenyaz felt a pang of sorrow. She could sense Qiao Wenyaz's desolation and gently stroked her hair. Silly child, don't think too much. Your sister has just returned and your parents, feeling guilty, are bound to treat her kindly. As for Mo Yanxu, being from the Mo family, he likely wouldn't have feelings for someone who grew up in the countryside like your sister. Don't worry. Even if he is momentarily deceived into treating Qing Ci well, he will eventually recognize the disparity between them. A person as exceptional as him will certainly choose someone as outstanding as you. Though Qiao Wenyaz had felt a degree of sympathy for the recently returned Qing Ci, she was taken aback by the girl's cunning nature. Within just a few days of her return, Qing Ci had left Qiao Wenyaz feeling utterly humiliated. She understood the longing for parental affection that came with Qing Ci's recent arrival. But to undermine Qiao Wenyaz and disrupt her relationships with the family was an act of reprehensible character. Yes, Qiao Wenyaz's eyes sparkled with something. She knew that she and Qing Ci were not on the same level. Mo Yanxu would soon realize that only he was worthy of her. Chapter 29. The Aunt's Rebuke. Aunt, my sister's recognition banquet is about to be held, and I want to buy a dress, but I don't have enough money, Qiao Wenyaz murmured. I will give you some, buy whatever you like. Qiao Wenyaz promptly transferred 1 million to her. For her, matters that could be resolved with money were trivial. After the transaction, Qiao Wenyaz said, regarding your promotion, the director will express his stance soon. He wants to see your performance in the finals, so you must prepare well. I understand, I will work hard, Qiao Wenyaz nodded. After comforting her for a while, Qiao Wenyaz left, and Qiao Wenyaz, clutching the money, immediately ordered the latest dress from Xiang Nai Nai. The gown perfectly suited her demeanor, and she was confident that she would outshine everyone at the recognition banquet. Effectively slapping Qing Ci in the face, Qiao Wenyaz's expression darkened. Downstairs, Mrs. Qiao engaged Qing Ci in conversation late into the night, until Qiao Yanfei finally spoke up. It's quite late. The child needs to rest. Oh dear, look at the time, it's already 11. You should head to bed, Qing Ci, Mrs. Qiao exclaimed, gently urging her daughter. After all these years, she had finally found her daughter and wished to be with her at every moment. That's all right, I also enjoy spending time with you, Mom. Qing Ci smiled. I'll go to rest now, you should too. All right, Mrs. Chiao beamed. As Qing Ci ascended the stairs, she encountered Qiao Wenyas. I need to speak with you, Qiao Wenyas stated calmly. Qing Ci looked at her. Aunt, what is it? I understand that you've just returned and might feel uneasy about sharing your parents' affection with another adopted daughter, but you needn't worry. Your parents treasure you immensely. And Wenya cannot influence that, Qiao Wenyas said earnestly. Qing Ci furrowed her brow slightly, puzzled by her aunt's sudden comment. Aunt, you need not fret. I am aware of that. Qiao Wenyas continued, moreover, Wenya is a pitiful child. Her father passed away after suffering complications while saving her father. After her father's death, her mother succumbed to worry and followed shortly thereafter. The Qiao family feels a sense of guilt towards her. Qing Ci had not anticipated such a backstory and nodded in understanding. Qiao Wenyas observed her receptiveness and chose not to elaborate further. Rest early. Once back in her room, after bathing, Qing Ci picked up her phone and noticed messages in the WeChat group. Coincidentally, she and Duan had attended the same high school, albeit not in the same class. Previously, they had not known each other, having only crossed paths a few times. It was only when a classmate added everyone from their year to the WeChat group that she became aware of this. Duan sent a message in the group. Hello, classmates. I will soon be holding a recognition banquet, and I hope to see everyone there. When the goddess speaks, I will definitely attend. You can sit this one out. When has Duan been your goddess? She has always been mine. I always thought Duan had a unique aura in high school. Who knew she was truly the genuine daughter of the Duan family? What nonsense! In high school, you were always fawning over Qing Ci, right? That was just my poor eyesight. Who would have expected she was an imposter? I feel so sorry for having her life replaced for so many years. By the way, where is Qing Ci now? Duan glancing at her phone and witnessing the ridicule aimed at Qing Ci, couldn't help but smirk, feeling exceedingly pleased. So, what if Qing Ci was a judge in a dance competition? Her background predetermined that she would never measure up to herself. Duan slowly typed a message. She should be in the village. It's quite remote there, and it seems there's no signal. She probably can't see the messages? A mountain village? You were too pitiful back then. Feeling sorry for again. But that place suits Qing Ci perfectly. Someone who usurps the position of a genuine heiress should return to where they truly belong. In an effort to appease Duan the group continued to mock Qing Ci. Duan smiled, finding Qing Ci's contact information and sent a message. Sister, would you like to attend my recognition banquet? Mom and Dad miss you quite a bit. The latter part was a fabrication. Mrs. Duan had no desire to see Qing Ci. However, it would certainly be amusing if Qing Ci showed up at the banquet. Qing Ci responded, I want to be attending. Duan raised an eyebrow and continued, Sister, please come. I'll send you the invitation. You simply must attend. I want to go. Thank you, Qing Ci replied. Duan was unwilling to give up and continued sending messages, only to receive a red exclamation mark in return. She had been blocked. This girl. Duan inhaled deeply. Never mind, the recognition banquet was paramount. The event was to be grandly organized by the Duan family, and she eagerly awaited the day to steal the spotlight. As for the invitation, Duan still sent it to her adoptive parents. Perhaps Qing Ci is reluctant to part with the wealth and splendor of the Duan family, and thus is returned? It would be delightful to mock her when the time comes. After deleting Duan Qing Ci received a phone call. Master Q, someone is offering a design fee of 10 million for you to create a gown, with production costs calculated separately. Chapter 30. The Reunion Banquet. 10 million? Quite generous indeed. Recently, Qing Ci has not been making much money and has found herself somewhat financially constrained. She cannot always rely on her family's resources, so she accepted the offer. Over the next few days, she immersed herself in the design process at home. 3 days later, once the design was completed, she had it made and delivered to the buyer. The reunion banquet was fast approaching, and Xiao Yanfei had purchased numerous dresses for her to choose from. After much deliberation, Qing Ci selected a beautiful blue gown. Qing Ci, do you have any friends you wish to invite? Xiao Yanfei inquired. After a moment's thought, Qing Ci replied, I only have 2 friends. Very well, here is your invitation, he said, handing it to her. He continued, for this reunion banquet, I have invited a few families with whom we share closer ties. There won't be many guests, so you need not feel anxious. Xiao Yanfei, concerned about her nervousness, had intentionally kept the gathering modest. All right, Qing Ci responded, feeling indifferent. When Xiao Wenyao returned home and saw the array of dresses, her eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Yanfei truly was generous. These were the latest styles of the season. However, they still paled in comparison to the limited edition pieces she had procured at great expense. After surveying the offerings, Xiao Wenyao felt reassured. Now, all that remained was to await the reunion banquet. Upon receiving the invitation, Qing Ci sought out Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Are your biological parents quite affluent? They are hosting a reunion banquet. It seems so, Qing Ci replied. Jiang Xiaoyu was genuinely happy for her. Initially worried that Qing Ci might feel out of place returning to her biological parents' home, but it appeared they were well off. Have you informed Zhang Qian? Not yet. I'll give her a call. Qing Ci found Zhang Qian's number and dialed. The call went unanswered. She's probably busy. Try again later, Jiang Xiaoyu suggested. Sure enough. After a short while, Zhang Qian called back. I've been a bit swamped lately, what's up? She said, her tone somewhat distant. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Qing Ci nonetheless asked, I've returned to my biological parents' side, and they're hosting a reunion banquet. Will you be attending? When is it? Tomorrow evening. Zhang Qian replied with a hint of reluctance. I have plans for tomorrow night, so I might not be able to make it. But I will send a gift your way. Understood, Qing Ci said, not pressing further. After hanging up, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression soured. While Qing Ci had not put the call on speaker, Jiang Xiaoyu was close enough to overhear the conversation. How can she speak to you like that? It's quite outrageous. If it weren't for you writing her songs and having her family's company arrange her debut, she wouldn't have even become a singer. Now that she's famous, she treats us with such indifference. Qing Ci pressed her lips together, acknowledging that people's hearts are often fickle. Jiang Xiaoyu embraced her arm. Don't worry. I will definitely attend. Good, Qing Ci replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. After ending the call, Zhang Qian's demeanor remained cold. Her assistant inquired, Sister Qian, do you have plans for tomorrow evening? No plans, but I did promise to attend Duan Mianmian's reunion banquet, Zhang Qian murmured, gazing down at her nails. They had known each other since middle school and were together in high school, so Zhang Qian was acquainted with Duan Mianmian, though their relationship was merely cordial. It was only after Duan Mianmian's return to her roots that their bond had strengthened somewhat, as Duan Mianmian had reached out to her on 2 occasions. When Duan Mianmian sent out invitations, Zhang Qian had agreed to attend. After all, Duan Mianmian was now the daughter of the Duan family, and being associated with the Duan company necessitated a good relationship with her. It's not that I don't want to attend her reunion banquet, but she's in the countryside. Is there really a need for such a gathering? Zhang Qian said with disdain. She's become accustomed to life in the Duan family. Thinking she's still the previous esteemed daughter of the Duan family? A shabby place like that hosting a reunion banquet probably wouldn't be worthwhile. Her insistence on holding one shows a lack of understanding of her impoverished parents. Indeed, she was no longer a wealthy heiress. Reunion banquets were typically reserved for prominent families. Choose a gift for me to send over, Zhang Qian instructed. Of course, Sister Qian. Just then, Zhang Qian's phone rang again. It was Duan Mianmian. She answered with a particularly sweet tone. Mianmian, what's up? I just wanted to ask if you would be attending my reunion banquet? Of course. I've been looking forward to it. Haha, I have my gift all prepared. Zhang Qian replied enthusiastically. That's wonderful. What about Qing Ci? Why not bring her along? Duan Mianmian casually inquired. Zhang Qian's expression stiffened momentarily, yet she managed to say, she is hosting her own reunion banquet. What? Duan Mianmian's voice pierced sharply, nearly shattering Zhang Qian's eardrum. Zhang Qian quickly held the phone away. Duan Mianmian continued, excitement evident in her tone. She's hosting a reunion banquet? How ridiculous. Where will it be held? A countryside hotel? I'm not sure, but she really is quite vain, Zhang Qian replied, feeling exasperated. This Qing Ci is far too enamored with appearances. Even at this juncture, she still wishes to maintain an illusion of grandeur. However, this presents a perfect opportunity for others to compare the disparity between herself and me. Chapter 31. That gown was actually purchased by Mo Yanchu. The following day, Qing Ci, along with her family, arrived early at the opulent Golden Splendor Hotel. They had scarcely arrived when they were ushered into the lounge, where a dedicated makeup artist awaited to enhance her appearance, alongside a team preparing her gown for the upcoming event. This was all rather extravagant. Qing Ci felt somewhat overwhelmed as she obediently took her seat. Once the makeup artist finished, Qing Ci declined further assistance, opting to change into her gown independently. Upon emerging in her dress, the makeup artist gazed at her in awe. "Miss, you are simply stunning. I have worked with many, but you are the most beautiful of them all." At this, Qing Ci offered a polite smile. A knock echoed at the door.
"Come in."
A man entered upon receiving permission, and Qing Ci was taken aback.
"Montak Yanshu?"
Yet Mo Yenshu seemed unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on her face.
"Montak Yanshu?"
Qing Ci called again. Only then did he snap out of his reverie, his eyes softening as he remarked, "You look exceptionally lovely today." Qing Ci smiled. "Really? You have a discerning eye." Observing the girl's playful grin, Mo Yenshu's gaze grew even warmer. "Are you ready?" "Yes," Qing Ci responded, but just then, one of the shoulder straps slipped down. The makeup artist gasped, and several rushed forward to assess the situation. The person in charge of the gown frowned. "There's a problem with this dress. The strap is poorly stitched." Furrowing her brow, Qing Ci said, "I'll ask my father to fetch another dress. I have a gown here. Would you like to try it on?" Mo Yenshu interjected, gesturing to those behind him. Qing Ci was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. As the new gown was presented, the entire room seemed to brighten. The champagne-colored dress, adorned with countless tiny diamonds, was breathtaking. Everyone in the room stood mesmerized. Qing Ci, too, was struck dumb, for this was the very gown she had designed just days prior. How could her design be here? She couldn't help but gaze at Mo Yenshu. He was the one who had placed the order with her. His deep, dark, beautiful eyes met hers, exuding warmth as he asked, "Do you like it?" "I do," she replied, thinking it was a given. How could she not like her own creation? "Let us see how it looks on you." Mo Yenshu stepped outside. The team assisting with the gown, clad in gloves, carefully helped Qing Ci don the exquisite garment, gently arranging the voluminous skirt adorned with sparkling diamonds. With her natural elegance heightened by the gown, Qing Ci radiated an air of nobility. Even without moving, she stood there like a resplendent flower, her radiant grace compelling those around her to instinctively take a step back. The individuals within the room found themselves captivated, unable to tear their gazes away. The makeup artist could not help but cradle her face in awe, exclaiming, "You are utterly breathtaking, miss. This gown appears to have been tailored exclusively for you." Qing Ci remained speechless. Not only was it custom-made, but it was also crafted by her own hands. She never anticipated that one day she would don an outfit of her own creation, and the sensation was rather enchanting. However, with a design fee of 10 million and production costs exceeding 100 million, Qing Ci felt as though she were draped in an entire mansion. With every movement, there was inevitably a weight that stemmed from the opulence surrounding her. "Are you ready?" came the deep voice of a man from outside the door. "Yes, yes," Qing Ci replied hurriedly. The door swung open, and Mo Yenshu stepped inside. The moment he laid eyes on Qing Ci, a spark seemed to flicker in his gaze. The makeup artist, observing the scene unfold, could not suppress a smile. This pair exuded sweetness. "You look splendid," Mo Yenshu remarked, his voice somewhat husky.
"Indeed.
"It is quite stunning. But where did you acquire this dress?" Qing Ci inquired. "I purchased it from a designer," he replied nonchalantly. Such a casual statement belied the fact that the designer was none other than Qing Ci gazed at him, unable to resist the urge to smile.
"Montak Yanshu."
Noticing her expression, could not help but ask, "What is it?" "Nothing," she replied. "Are you prepared? The guests have arrived, and the recognition banquet will commence shortly." Madame Qiao entered, her eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing her daughter. "Oh my goodness, my precious daughter, you look absolutely stunning. You truly take after me." Qing Ci chuckled lightly. "Thank you for the fine genes, mother. They're the reason for my beauty. You are such a charmer." Madame Qiao beamed, her love for her daughter evident. "But where did you find this exquisite gown?" "It was designed by the designer that Yenshu recommended," Qing Ci replied succinctly. "This dress is magnificent. Please introduce me to the designer later," Madame Qiao suggested, glancing at Mo Yenshu. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Qing Ci suppressed a laugh, curious to see how Mo Yenshu would introduce the designer. As the recognition banquet was about to begin, they made their way downstairs. In the opulent and upscale banquet hall, the guests were predominantly aristocrats, with men clad in suits and women adorned in elegant gowns, signifying the significance of this recognition event for the Qiao family, the foremost noble house in Jiangcity. At that moment, however, all eyes were drawn to a singular figure, Qiao Wenya. Dressed in a limited edition white Chanel gown adorned with fine diamonds, she exuded an air of nobility and elegance, her exquisitely made-up face captivating all who beheld her. Her friends surrounded her, showering her with compliments. Wenya, that dress is simply stunning. It suits your elegance perfectly. I envy you. That gown must be worth at least $1 million. Listening to the praise, Qiao Wenya felt a swell of pride, though she maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "It's all right. Qiao family holds you in such high regard. This must have been a gift from Mr. and Mrs. Qiao," someone remarked. "Even with that woman back, your status in the family remains unshaken. Please refrain from such talk. My sister is quite sensitive," Qiao Wenya cautioned, her tone serious. Though she hailed from humble beginnings, she possessed a tenacious spirit. "You can speak of this in my presence, but if she hears, it might lead to a scene with our parents." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, taken aback. So, the true heiress had returned from the countryside? And with such a temper? Isn't that even more reason to look down on her? She lacks your accomplishments, Wenya. Her inferiority is glaring. You are well versed in the arts, while she is utterly unrefined. The Qiao family's future surely rests on your shoulders. Their thoughts were unanimous. A woman from the countryside, even if she were the true heiress, would undoubtedly possess coarse manners given her upbringing. Unexpectedly, Qiao Wenya interjected, her expression troubled. "Please, do not speak ill of her. My sister is quite wonderful." "Wenya, has she been mistreating you?" one friend asked, noticing her discomfort. "That's not the case. Please do not spread rumors." Before long, the news of the true heiress's rural origin circulated, transforming the guests' anticipation into a spectacle. How noble could this countryside girl truly be, especially in comparison to Qiao Wenya? It seemed the Qiao family's future would indeed rely on Qiao Wenya. Their adoption of her was a stroke of fortune. Many engaged Qiao Wenya in conversation, and she responded with polite grace, her upbringing in the Qiao household bestowing upon her a natural air of sophistication. The crowd lavished her with praise as she maintained an appearance of humility, all the while relishing her superiority over Qing Ci. Finally, the recognition banquet commenced. Xiao Yanfei took to the stage to deliver a speech. "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my daughter's recognition banquet. After many years, my daughter has finally returned to us.
Now,
let Qing Ci greet everyone." With that, he cut straight to the point. All eyes turned expectantly. Under the spotlight, a figure emerged gracefully, dressed in a champagne-colored gown. She appeared as though a deity had descended, radiating unparalleled beauty, enveloped in an aura of nobility. Her delicate features, adorned with a hint of makeup, exuded an air of pride and dignity. In that instant, the rest of the attendees seemed to pale in comparison, and the hall fell silent. Someone finally spoke. "Good heavens, is this the true eldest daughter of the Qiao family? She is stunning, absolutely gorgeous, inheriting her parents' remarkable genes." "Who said she came from the countryside? Her bearing is exquisite. Even if she was raised there, it cannot overshadow her inherent nobility." Those eager for amusement found themselves utterly entranced by Qing Ci's beauty. Qiao Wenya's friends, initially anticipating a spectacle, were taken aback by the stark contrast. Qing Ci's appearance and visage were simply breathtaking. The once radiant Qiao Wenya faded into obscurity. As Qing Ci addressed the crowd, her clear and melodious voice resonated. "Thank you all for being here today. I am Qing Ci, and I am immensely happy to have returned to the Qiao family." Standing under the spotlight, she exuded an almost divine presence. Qiao Wenya's complexion paled as she recognized that Qing Ci's attire outshone her own. "Where did this dress come from? Our parents certainly did not procure such a stunning gown." Qiao Wenya grasped her own dress, her fingers trembling slightly as she felt the weight of the gazes upon her, all comparing her to Qing Ci. As Qing Ci concluded her speech, numerous individuals approached to greet her. Xiao Yanfei introduced her to each one, and Qing Ci handled the interactions with remarkable poise, her every gesture impeccably measured. Those who conversed with Qing Ci found their opinions transformed. "Mr. Qiao, your daughter is truly remarkable, so beautiful and articulate. Indeed, exceptional genes never go unnoticed." Qing Ci became the focal point of the banquet. Qiao Wenya's friends, astonished by the turn of events, glanced at her forlorn expression, and some felt a pang of sympathy. Wenya, your sister is quite the actress, donning such an extravagant gown. She must have planned to overshadow everyone from the outset. However, it appears your brothers are absent. They do not seem to care much for her. My brothers are quite busy. Xiao Wenya, while speaking, felt a slight sense of comfort within her heart. Her brothers were destined to be the future leaders of the Qiao family, and they would certainly not take a liking to Qing Ci, who had returned from the countryside. She held great confidence in her relationship with Qing Ci. Any brother would surely appreciate a clever and outstanding sister. With this thought, Xiao Wenya lifted her chin, only to suddenly notice someone approaching from a distance.
It was Xiao Changya.
Her elder brother was exceedingly handsome, dressed in a deep blue suit. He exuded the mature elegance of a person in power. His handsome visage was refined and gentle, often graced with a smile. The moment he appeared, many were captivated by his charm. Yet, Xiao Wenya was left dumbfounded. Wasn't Xiao Changya supposed to be abroad on a business trip? How had he returned so suddenly? His project was of utmost importance. Wenya, your elder brother is back. He's incredibly handsome. I see he has brought a gift. Isn't that the Pan-Asia bracelet? It's a globally limited edition. Her friends whispered excitedly in her ear. She had mentioned this bracelet to her brother just a couple of days ago, and now, to her astonishment, he had indeed purchased it. A smile crept onto Xiao Wenya's lips, her posture instantly straighter. No matter how biased their parents were towards Qing Ci, it sufficed that her brother held her dear in his heart. Elder brother, Xiao Wenya greeted with a smile. However, Xiao Changya merely glanced at her, nodded slightly, and proceeded directly to Qing Ci. Qing Ci was engaged in conversation with the guests when she suddenly recognized a somewhat familiar face. Upon seeing her, the man's polite yet formal smile transformed into genuine warmth, his eyes sparkling with joy as he addressed her. Qing Ci. Changya, you're back? Xiao Yanfei exclaimed in surprise. I had to return for my sister's recognition banquet. Xiao Changya replied with a smile, handing her the gift. This is for you. I hope you like it. Qing Ci was taken aback by the precious gift, a Pan-Asia bracelet valued at millions, presented to her upon their first meeting. Thank you, elder brother. I love it, she said, donning it before Xiao Changya, who beamed with delight. At that moment, he recognized her as his sister, a beautiful and elegant blend of their parents' best traits. Xiao Changya had intended to say more, but he had to attend to the guests, promising to converse further later. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenya stood in shock. She hadn't anticipated that Xiao Changya would present the very gift she desired to Qing Ci. Her eyes turned red with unshed tears as she lowered her head.
Ah.
Don't be upset, her friends consoled her, sensing her distress. Today is her recognition banquet, and everyone will surely bring her gifts. Perhaps your elder brother has prepared something special for you as well. He has always cared for you. Yes. I'm just a little fearful that my sister is too popular, Xiao Wenya murmured, feeling quite miserable. In our parents' eyes, it seems they only see her. What if the brothers also her words implied that Qing Ci was adept at winning people over? Her friends rallied to her defense. That's just temporary. In time, everyone will recognize that you are the best. This country bumpkin is merely scheming. Indeed, you're destined to marry into the Mo family, so there's no need to worry too much. Isn't being the young mistress of the Mo family far more comfortable than staying in the Qiao family? One astute friend pointed out, noticing Mo Yanchu among the guests. Oh, Mo Yanchu has arrived. Aren't you going to greet him? Xiao Wenya caught sight of Mo Yanchu, a figure who stood out in the crowd, exuding an extraordinary presence. She felt a flutter of admiration and approached him. However, before she could get close, Mo Yanchu walked over to Qing Ci, presenting her with a gift. The atmosphere among them was warm and congenial. Xiao Wenya stood rooted in place, her gaze fixed on them, feeling as if she could scarcely breathe. She could faintly hear whispers among the guests. The true daughter of the Qiao family is quite remarkable. Her demeanor and look surpass those of Xiao Wenya. Yes, and everyone seems to hold her in high regard. I didn't expect Mr. Mo to present her with a gift as well. It appears that the rumors are indeed true. The genuine article is incomparable to the counterfeit. Xiao Wenya's complexion paled. She had long known she was not the true daughter of the Qiao family, which made her strive harder than others. Just as she had finally earned the praise she desired, Qing Ci's return had swiftly drawn all eyes away from her. In stark contrast to the radiant Qing Ci basking in the spotlight, Xiao Wenya felt like a mouse cowering in a dark corner, clutching her clothes tightly. Engaged in mingling with the guests, Qing Ci had little time to notice anything else. After greeting everyone, she had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and decided to visit the restroom. Upon washing her hands, she overheard a cruel and disdainful voice. Humph. That country girl certainly knows how to scheme and curry favor, charming everyone in no time. Qing Ci looked up, realizing the woman was staring at her. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Are you referring to me? Who else could it be?" The woman replied with contempt in her eyes. She was Lin Xiaoxiao, a daughter of the Lin family and a friend of Qiao Weinia. Qing Ci had just seen her with Qiao Weinia. Observing a situation requires a broader perspective. Qing Ci remarked coolly, "Do you think you're qualified to lecture me?" Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, her expression filled with disdain. "Let me tell you, even though Weinie isn't the true daughter of the Qiao family, she has friends like us. If you bully her, I won't let you off easily." Qing Ci had no desire to engage further. Lin Xiaoxiao was indeed a decent person, but her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Qiao Weinia was fortunate to have such friends. Turning away, Qing Ci seized the opportunity to chat with Jiang City. Sitting alone in a corner, Jiang City was excited to see Qing Ci. "Qing Ci, your biological parents are actually from the Qiao family. Doesn't that make you the daughter of a tycoon?" "Should be." Qing Ci smiled. "Isn't it a bit dull here?" "Indeed, I feel out of place," Jiang City replied, glancing at her own attire, the simplest in the room. However, Qing Ci had previously mentioned preparing a dress for her, but Jiang City had declined, not wanting her to spend money, especially for such a high-profile banquet. "We are all equals," Qing Ci said, ruffling her hair. "Is there anything else you'd like to eat?" Do you want to eat something?" "Let us eat a bit. I've been mingling for quite a while and am somewhat hungry." In the presence of friends, Qing Ci felt most at ease. They grabbed some food from the buffet, when suddenly, someone bumped into Jiang City. "Sorry." The person apologized hurriedly before walking away. Qing Ci furrowed her brow, intending to say something, but Jiang City pulled her back. "I'm fine. It wasn't intentional." With that, Qing Ci refrained from further comments. As they sat together eating, Qing Ci noticed Jiang City's pocket bulging and narrowed her eyes slightly. "What do you have in your pocket?" "Nothing at all," Jiang City blinked. However, when Qing Ci pulled out a ring from her pocket, Jiang City was left speechless. This isn't mine," she exclaimed in a panic. Qing Ci silently pocketed the ring, her gaze sweeping across the gathering as a plan began to form in her mind. "Of course, it isn't yours. Wait here for me a moment." After departing for a brief period, Qing Ci returned. "Where did you go? What about the ring?" Jiang City inquired curiously. "Nothing much." Just as they exchanged these words, a sudden scream pierced the air. "My ring is missing." It was Lin Xiaoxiao. Her face was filled with distress, her voice tinged with tears. "That ring was a family heirloom given to me by my grandmother." "Oh no. Oh my, I know that ring. It's worth a fortune. How could it suddenly disappear? I left it in the restroom while washing my hands and forgot to take it with me. I just want to look for it, and found it missing." Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were red-rimmed with worry. The remaining individuals promptly rallied to assist her in the search. Yet to no avail. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze suddenly shifted towards Jiang City. The attendees here were all of considerable wealth and status. It seemed improbable that they would resort to such behavior. However, Qing Ci's friend appeared to be an ordinary person. Her words drew the attention of the crowd, as Jiang City's attire was indeed quite unremarkable amidst the opulence. Caught off guard by the situation, Jiang City quickly protested, "I did not take it. I didn't even see it. I saw you go to the restroom." One of the socialites interjected. "How could you not have seen it? You're lying. Please return my ring." Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward, her eyes glistening with anger. "If you have taken anything else of mine, I could overlook it for Qing Ci's sake. But that ring was a gift from my grandmother before she passed. I cannot give it to you. I did not take it." Jiang City vehemently defended herself. Her face flushed with indignation. Qing Ci maintained a stern demeanor. "What evidence do you have to accuse her? Only she is of ordinary standing. It is simply unthinkable that anyone else would dare to touch my ring." Lin Xiaoxiao frowned, stating with conviction, "It is understandable that she may have developed a covetous desire for such a beautiful and valuable ring, having never seen one before. But now that I have uncovered the truth, you should promptly produce my ring. For Qing Ci's sake, I shall not pursue any further consequences." This pronouncement effectively branded Jiang City as a thief. The other guests, observing the unfolding drama, furrowed their brows. Indeed, she was the only one who could be suspect. Who would have thought that the true heiress's friend could be so unscrupulous? Your character reflects your friend's character. The true heiress would never behave this way. Speculation rippled through the crowd, as the highest disdain in elite circles is reserved for thieves. Just moments ago, they admired Qing Ci's elegance. Now, their perceptions of her diminished considerably, even verging on disdain. Xiao Wenyue stepped in, attempting to soothe the tension. Qing Ci, I understand you do not wish to embarrass your friend, but Lin Xiaoxiao has stated that she will not hold your friend accountable. Perhaps it would be best for your friend to present the ring? With your newfound status as a member of the Qiao family, you could assist your friend in avoiding such behavior in the future. I did not. Jiang Citi's voice trembled as she fought back tears. Is it fair to condemn me simply for my plain attire? Xiao Wenyue let out a weary sigh, addressing Lin Xiaoxiao. Perhaps we should defer this matter until after the event concludes? Though reluctant, Lin Xiaoxiao acquiesced. Observers noted Xiao Wenyue's grace, appreciating her diplomacy. Her kindness shone through. A stark contrast to the upbringing of those from affluent backgrounds. Qing Ci silently mocked Xiao Wenyue's cunning, with just a few words. She had cast suspicion squarely on Jiang City. Xiao Yanfei and others soon approached to inquire about the situation. Xiao Wenyue quickly recounted the events. Qing Ci scoffed. Xiao Wenyue, are you so eager to accuse my friend of thievery? With an anxious demeanor, Xiao Wenyue replied, Sister, please do not misunderstand. I did not imply that. Let us resolve this after the banquet, so as not to disrupt your family gathering. I assert that she did not steal Lin Xiaoxiao's ring. Qing Ci declared emphatically. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Despite having afforded Qing Ci some grace, her obstinacy was evident. Very well. Do you dare to allow us to search her? If we do not find the ring, I will personally apologize to her. But if we do find it, I shall involve the authorities. Chapter 35. The thief is surprisingly. Qing Ci mused. If her friend were apprehended, she would surely resent Qing Ci. If nothing is found, will an apology suffice? Qing Ci inquired. What do you propose? If nothing is found, not only must you apologize, but you must also compensate my friend with 1 million in damages. 1 million. For Lin Xiaoxiao. That was indeed an exorbitant sum, as her monthly allowance barely reached a few thousand. Nevertheless, she promptly agreed. Very well. Let us commence the search. After all, she had orchestrated the placement of that ring. Jiang Xiaoyu could not possibly be innocent. Qing Ci awaited the ensuing embarrassment. Xiao Wenyue appeared torn, wanting to interject but ultimately falling silent, merely casting an exasperated glance at Qing Ci. With Lin Xiaoxiao's nod of approval, Qing Ci turned to Jiang Xiaoyu. Do you trust me? To be suspected of theft and publicly searched, regardless of the outcome, was a profound humiliation. Yet Jiang Xiaoyu recognized that without a search, there was no way to clear her name. Moreover, with Qing Ci present, she had faith that she would not suffer undue harm. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded resolutely, biting her lip as she replied, Very well, I consent to the search. The attendants began to search Jiang Xiaoyu. All eyes were upon them. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression was cold and calculating, eagerly anticipating the discovery of the ring. However, moments passed and the attendant halted. There is nothing. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. How can this be? Could she have concealed it elsewhere? Qing Ci immediately pressed Lin Xiaoxiao. How can you be so certain she possesses it? Did you not place it in her possession yourself? Lin Xiaoxiao faltered, feeling the weight of Qing Ci's piercing gaze, which seemed to see through her, causing her heart to race with unease. Yet she retorted, but no one else here would commit such an act. You believe that wealth elevates you above others, allowing you to cast baseless suspicions? Qing Ci's voice was frosty. My friend may not possess your riches, yet she is ambitious and cultured, and would never so readily accuse another. Unlike some who, despite their affluence, lack refinement and unjustly malign others. Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion shifted, realizing she had been insulted. Qing Ci continued, Your ring is missing, and anyone present could be a potential thief. Xiao Yanfei interjected. In that case, let us have everyone display their bags. Lin Xiaoxiao's ring was indeed of great value, prompting attendees to willingly open their bags. Unsurprisingly, the ring did not materialize. None have it. It must be hidden by Jiang Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoxiao persisted in her accusations. Jiang Xiaoyu, infuriated, replied, You are being utterly unreasonable. This is slander. Not everyone has been searched yet, Qing Ci noted. glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao's companions. Among them was a red-haired woman, the one who had just collided with Jiang City. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed dismissively. "We are good friends. Do you truly believe they would take my belongings?" Yet Xiao Wenyue gently interjected, "It is all right, Xiaoxiao. Since sister wishes to see, let her take a look." She opened her bag without hesitation. While others wore expressions of disdain, they too opened their bags in turn. Lin Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, scoffing, "Anyone could steal from me, but they would never." In the next moment, a glimmering object was reflected from the red-haired woman's bag, a dazzling diamond, unmistakably bright. The entire assembly fell silent, recognizing the ring that most had seen before. It was indeed Lin Xiaoxiao's. The red-haired woman stood in disbelief. How could this ring be in my possession? It appeared that the guise of friendship served as an excellent cover, nearly leading them all astray. Qing Ci remarked with a knowing smile, "No, it cannot be." Lin Xiaoxiao vehemently denied, "She could never have stolen my belongings. Someone must have framed her. The evidence is right before us. Who would frame her?" Qing Ci countered coldly. "Moreover, are you so certain it was Jiang City who took it? One might think you planted the ring in her bag." Chapter 36. Xiao Wenyue's Embarrassment. Those words caused Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions to shift uncomfortably, their thoughts laid bare and their discomfort palpable. Xiao Wenyu quickly exclaimed, "Sister, it seems this is truly a misunderstanding. Please do not be angry. The item has been found, and that is what matters." "A misunderstanding? Just moments ago, you were adamant that my friend had stolen it, and now that it is discovered in your companion's possession, you hastily label it a misunderstanding?" Qing Ci regarded her with a sardonic smile. "Isn't this a rather glaring double standard?" Xiao Wenyu found herself momentarily speechless. Who could have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner? The ring was supposed to be in Jiang City's bag, yet it had inexplicably materialized in the possession of the red-haired woman. "Very well, it appears I have misjudged the situation. Let us consider this matter closed." Lin Xiaoxiao attempted to swiftly dismiss the issue. However, Qing Ci was not inclined to let them brush it aside so easily. "When the ring was still missing, you were fervently accusing my friend of theft, relentlessly maligning her character. Now that it has been proven otherwise, you expect a mere phrase to gloss over your previous accusations? I would like to inquire why, despite having done nothing to offend you, you feel compelled to target us?" The group exchanged furtive glances. Those present who possessed even a modicum of discernment recognized the underlying dynamics. These individuals were all friends of Xiao Wenyu, and undoubtedly, Qing Ci's return had impacted her. They were certainly defending Xiao Wenyue's honor. Perhaps it was even Xiao Wenyu herself who had covertly instigated this confrontation. It was truly astonishing Xiao Wenyu, who appeared so graceful and understanding, could resort to such underhanded tactics. The onlookers scrutinized Xiao Wenyu with disdainful glances. She had never experienced such contemptuous regard, as though her innermost, sordid thoughts had been laid bare. A wave of discomfort washed over her. For the first time, her long-held reputation faced a calamitous setback. "Sister, I apologize. My friends were merely concerned for my well-being, and thus acted on my behalf. I accept responsibility for their actions. This is our fault." Xiao Wenyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she admitted her wrongdoing. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao and the others felt an even deeper sense of disquiet at Xiao Wenyue's humility. Jiang City spoke in a low tone. "Though I may not hail from an affluent background, I fail to comprehend why, as Xiao's biological daughter, Qing Ci's return would prompt them to defend you. Do you feel aggrieved by her arrival?" The audacity of this commoner in articulating such thoughts was unexpected. Xiao Wenyu hurriedly shook her head. "No, I am quite well at home. It was merely a misunderstanding on my friend's part." Xiao Yanfei's gaze was tinged with disappointment. "Wenyu, if you have any grievances, you may express them directly. Your sister has endured hardship for many years. Now that she has returned, I hope you can coexist harmoniously." Although he did not rebuke her, the disappointment evident in his eyes caused Xiao Wenyu great distress. For so long, she had been the pride of the Qiao family. Moreover, though Madame Qiao remained silent, her averted gaze spoke volumes of her disillusionment. Xiao Wenyu felt tears welling up. What had she done wrong? Must she endure such bias simply because she was not the biological daughter? This situation was not her fault, yet everyone believed her at fault. "I understand now." Xiao Wenyu bit her lip, suppressing her sorrow and indignation. "I truly do not feel wronged. I have great affection for my sister, and I will strive for a peaceful relationship with her." Xiao Yanfei said nothing further and beckoned everyone to dine. As the group dispersed, The incident seemed to fade into the background. Lin Xiaoxiao, observing Qiao Wenya's despondent demeanor, felt an acute pang of sympathy. She approached Mo Yanchu. Mr. Mo. Mo Yanchu shot her a cold glance, and Lin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, yet she persisted. Wenya is your fiancé. She may not be a biological daughter of the Qiao family, but with Qiao Qingci's return, she is bound to feel overlooked and wronged. I hope you will take care of her. Upon hearing this, Qiao Wenya looked at Mo Yanchu with hopeful eyes. Surely, he would be concerned for her well-being, given their shared upbringing. Fiancé? However, the man's voice was icy and magnetic as he retorted, since when has she been my fiancé? Chapter 37. Even in an alliance. It shall not be with you. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, but you two are engaged, or so Wenya has always claimed. Mo Yanchu's expression darkened considerably as he fixed his gaze upon Qiao Wenya. Qiao Wenya, is this true? He had consistently conveyed to her that marriage was out of the question. The jesting remarks of their elders were not to be taken seriously. How could she have failed to grasp this and instead spread rumors? Qiao Wenya, confronted by Mo Yanchu's frigid and distant gaze, felt as though her heart was being torn asunder. After a long pause, she finally murmured, Brother Yanchu, our families have always hoped for a union. I distinctly informed you long ago that it was impossible. Mo Yanchu reprimanded her, then seemed to soften his tone slightly. Moreover, even if there were an alliance, it would certainly not be with you. With that, he turned toward Qing Ci. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she grasped Qiao Wenya's sleeve. You mean to say that Mo Yanchu has been ensnared by Qing Ci as well? Wenya, your sister is truly formidable. Qiao Wenya bit her lip, her eyes brimming with unfulfilled resentment and grievance. I warned you. Ordinary individuals cannot contend with her. You should keep your distance from her, lest you fall victim to her machinations. Lin Xiaoxiao, being headstrong, retorted, a woman from the countryside? I am curious to see just what trick she possesses.
Wenya.
Do not worry, I will always stand by your side. This scheming woman relies solely on her beauty and flattery to win favor. You, however, possess true substance. Thank you, Xiaoxiao, for always being there for me. At her words, Qiao Wenya's expression brightened with gratitude, though she lowered her gaze to conceal the flicker of darkness within her eyes. Qiao Changya was entertaining a group of youthful elites when he learned of the unfolding drama. By the time he grasped the situation, it had already concluded. His typically refined countenance bore a shadow of displeasure, yet when addressing Qing Ci, his tone remained gentle. Wenya is likely struggling to accept a return. But you are the true young lady of the family. Should such incidents arise again, do inform me, and I will speak with Wenya. This adopted sister had not been entirely malevolent. Qiao Changya hoped they could coexist amicably. However, should Qiao Wenya become obstinate, he would not permit anyone to harm his biological sister. Qing Ci noted his concern and offered a faint smile. Thank you, elder brother. Elder brother. Qiao Changya's eyes brightened. His sister had called him elder brother. The usually composed and calm individual had a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his eyes. Clearing his throat, he feigned indifference as he took out his phone. It appears we have yet to connect on WeChat. Shall we exchange contact information? Of course. Qing Ci retrieved her phone and added him. Observing her name appear in his contacts, Qiao Changya's eyes softened, and he subsequently sent her a substantial monetary gift. Transfer 1,000,000. Qing Ci was momentarily stunned by the sudden influx of familiar digits. She looked up at Qiao Changya, who regarded her with an affectionate gaze. This is a welcome gift. Clearly, the Qiao family's habit of transferring money at the slightest disagreement was hereditary. Qing Ci graciously accepted. Unbeknownst to her, Qiao Changya promptly added Qiao Yunqi to the group chat and shared the conversation with his sister. Qiao Changya, my sister just called me elder brother. Qiao Yunqi quickly replied. Ha, really? She just called you that? My sister has been calling me third brother for ages. Our bond is the closest, and besides, Mo Yanchu is protecting her.
Montag Yanchu?
Just as Qiao Changya read this message, he noticed the strikingly tall figure of Mo Yanchu approaching. Among their peers, Mo Yanchu was undeniably the most radiant presence. You're back, Mo Yanchu greeted Qing Ci, his voice deep and smooth. Qiao Changya felt an inexplicable disquiet as he observed the interaction. Why did it seem as though Mo Yanchu stood at Qing Ci's side, accompanying her in receiving guests? You haven't returned to the capital yet? Qiao Changya inquired. Mo Yanchu nodded. There are some matters here that require my attention. The two men stood face to face. both exuding exceptional charm and a commanding presence, instantly capturing the attention of numerous women in the vicinity. Wow, both Mr. Qiao and Mr. Mo standing together are incredibly handsome. Which of these two should I choose? It's quite a dilemma. Haha, you might as well forget it. People like them are merely for admiration from afar. They seem to have a wonderful relationship with Qing Ci, and I can't help but feel envious. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Qiao Chengya, her eyes betraying an uncontrollable infatuation. Qiao Wenyu observed silently, her emotions a complex tapestry. Previously, she was the one surrounded by these two, the envy of all, but now that position belongs to Qing Ci. What on earth is this based on? Chapter 38. How dare he attempt to take away my sister? Qiao Wenyu nearly crushed her wine glass. Noticing the adoration in Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze, she subtly shifted her eyes and smiled, saying, Xiaoxiao, you haven't come to the Qiao residence to keep me company for quite some time. How about you stay with me tonight? Absolutely. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately agreed. Qiao Chengya turned to Mo Yanchu. My brother has been troubling you with my sister lately. However, now that I'm back, I will take care of her myself. So you needn't worry. Mo Yanchu's dark eyes sparkled momentarily before he replied in a deep, magnetic tone, it's no trouble. His sister is also my sister. Qiao Chengya cursed inwardly. How naive. His precious little sister already has 3 brothers. She certainly doesn't need another. Qing Ci sensed an undercurrent between the two men and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. There was a palpable tension in the air. She quietly left to eat with Jiang City. Qiao Chengya fixed his gaze on Mo Yanchu. By the way, the engagement between the Mo and Qiao families is no longer valid, right? I will have a proper discussion with Wenyu about it. Mo Yanchu contemplated for half a second, having always regarded Qiao Wenyu as a sister. Yet, his family hoped for a union with the Qiao family. Recently, he had been getting along quite well with Qing Ci, and he decided he would wait for her. Qiao Chengya was taken aback. This scoundrel. He just returned, and now he wants to take away his sister? What an absurd notion. I'm sorry, but my sister is still young and not considering such matters for now, right, Qing Ci? Qiao Chengya turned to where Qing Ci had been standing, only to find she had vanished, happily eating with her friend. He felt a mix of exasperation and affection. That little girl. They are competing for her attention, and she remains blissfully unaware. Mo Yanchu also noticed Qiao Chengya's hostility. It seemed that winning over the little girl wouldn't be easy. Brother Qiao, why don't we discuss our recent collaboration? Mo Yanchu suggested, eager to avoid offending his future brother-in-law. Qiao Chengya pondered for a moment before agreeing. Business matters should remain untainted by personal emotions. Meanwhile, Qing Ci and Jiang Xiaoyu were enjoying a buffet, thoroughly satisfied. I almost let you suffer today, Qing Ci said, looking at Jiang Xiaoyu with guilt in her eyes. Jiang Xiaoyu waved her hand, smiling, with you protecting me? I feel no distress. But that woman is your foster sister, isn't she? She doesn't seem like a good person. You should be cautious. Yes, I will be careful. Qing Ci replied gently, then called a server to bring a gift for Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu opened the gift in astonishment, revealing luxurious items. There were Chanel perfumes bags and various skincare products. So much? Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, spotting a limited edition necklace and exclaimed, wait, am I seeing this correctly? Isn't this a limited edition necklace from Kao? These were specially prepared by Qing Ci for Jiang Xiaoyu. Others certainly wouldn't receive such lavish gifts. Yes, all guests here receive gifts. By the way, you should give this to Zhang Qian, Qing Ci suggested. Jiang Xiaoyu took it, delighted. I never expected my first limited edition necklace to be from you. Looks like I'll have to rely on you to pamper me from now on. Qing Ci joined in the jest. Of course, you can come to my home anytime. Their atmosphere was filled with joy. Qing Ci genuinely wanted Jiang Xiaoyu to stay at her house, but Jiang Xiaoyu felt a bit shy. Just then, Qiao Chengya finished his conversation with Mo Yanchu and overheard their dialogue, adding, it's all right. We have plenty of rooms at home. As your friend's sister, you can choose whichever one you like. My sister just returned home and isn't very familiar with the place. Having you around would be perfect. Jiang Xiaoyu looked up to see Qiao Chengya's refined, mature face, exuding an air of nobility, yet he engaged with them without any pretense. Qing Ci squeezed Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. Don't be shy. Our parents are very kind. Jiang Xiaoyu agreed, eager to see how Qing Ci was at home and whether she would face any hardships. Clearly, this household was far superior to the Duan family. During her time at the Duan residence, Qing Ci never invited them over. Jiang Citi's first encounter with Duan family's parents was in the hospital, where they appeared quite harsh. It was likely their demeanor contributed to the lack of invitations. The Qiao family, however, was entirely different. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with genuine happiness for Qing Ci. The banquet wasn't over yet, so Jiang Xiaoyu made a quick trip back to her home to change clothes before heading to the Qiao residence. Qing Ci offered to prepare some clothes for her, but Jiang Xiaoyu insisted on using her own. Qing Ci relented and arranged for a driver. On the way back, however, Jiang Xiaoyu spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 39. What is Zhang Qian up to? Jiang Xiaoyu thought she might be seeing things. What was Zhang Qian doing here? Didn't she say she was busy? Outside the hotel, Zhang Qian was surrounded by a group of elegantly dressed individuals, one of whom was Duan Yanyan. Jiang Xiaoyu wasn't well acquainted with her, but they attended the same high school, so she recognized her. Duan Yanyan was the true daughter of the Duan family. She even invited high school classmates to her recognition banquet, which Jiang Xiaoyu naturally didn't attend. Why was Zhang Qian with Duan Yanyan? Jiang Xiaoyu found it perplexing. But since she had the opportunity, she could give Zhang Qian the gift. After all, Zhang Qian was now a busy person, and they rarely met. If she missed this chance, who knew when they would meet again? Jiang Xiaoyu instructed the driver to stop. She walked over, intending to call out to Zhang Qian, but then remembered that Zhang Qian was now a famous singer. Drawing attention from fans would be inconvenient, so she stood at a distance and called her. She watched as Zhang Qian glanced at her phone before hanging up. Zhang Qian was engaged in conversation with Duan Yanyan and the others. A female classmate expressed envy. Yanyan, I'm so envious. You can wear Versace clothes so casually. By the way, your jewelry must be expensive too. Not really, my mother buys me expensive things. I wanted to buy the limited edition diamond necklace from Kao that was released recently, but unfortunately, I couldn't get it. Duan Yanyan sighed. Zhang Qian's eyes brightened at this. That diamond necklace, crafted from the finest diamonds, was simply stunning. She had admired it but could only gaze at it, as it cost 1.5 million. However, for Duan Yanyan, it was merely a casual purchase. The gifts Duan Yanyan prepared for them were also exceptionally luxurious. Zhang Qian suddenly felt a pang of mockery. She had known Qing Ci for so long, and yet Qing Ci had never given her a particularly expensive gift, while Duan Yanyan, having just become friends, was already bestowing such lavish presents. Was it that Qing Ci didn't consider her friend, or was it that she wasn't favored by the Duan family? Meanwhile, Jiang City was taken aback when Zhang Qian abruptly hung up on her, biting her lip, feeling a bit down, but still attempted to call again. This time, Zhang Qian answered, sounding somewhat impatient. What is it? I'm busy right now. I'm right behind you, Jiang City replied. Zhang Qian was momentarily taken aback. Turning around to see Jiang City standing behind her, her eyes widening in surprise. Jiang City spoke first. I just came from Qing Ci's place. She prepared a gift for you. A gift? Zhang Qian replied, not particularly eager. What can Qing Ci prepare? Perhaps local specialties from the countryside? Zhang Qian responded nonchalantly, I don't need any, you keep it. However, the items prepared by Qing Ci are truly delightful and specifically meant for us. Take a look. Jiang Xiaoyu could not help but interject. She's no fool. This limited edition necklace cannot possibly be for everyone. It must have been specially prepared by Qing Ci for them. Zhang Qian, feeling irritable, did not wish to accept it. But Duan Yanyan noticed Jiang Xiaoyu as presence. Oh, how did Jiang Xiaoyu come here? What is she holding? Zhang Qian pursed her lips, reluctant to speak, but eventually said, It's a gift from Qing Ci. Duan Yanyan's eyes lit up. Your sister even prepared a gift for you? How thoughtful. Go on, take a look. She must have put a lot of effort into it. A few classmates around them scoffed. Is Qing Ci really hosting a reunion dinner like you? It's quite amusing. She could simply have a meal with her relatives at home. How ridiculous it is to seek face when you're poor. I bet what's inside isn't anything special. But it's still her sister's intention. We should take a look. There are many enjoyable things in the countryside, Duan Yanyan said softly, appearing understanding. Zhang Qian felt a flush of heat on her face, aware that her classmates were looking at her with scornful, mocking eyes. Yet since Duan Yanyan had said so, she felt compelled to approach, retrieve the gift, and said to Jiang Xiaoyu, You should head back first. Turning to Duan Yanyan and the others, she added, Then I'll be leaving as well. Duan Yanyan called out, Wait, we haven't seen what your sister prepared for you yet. Everyone should take a look at the countryside gift. It could broaden our horizons. Yes, let's see what wonderful things Qing Ci has prepared. They all chimed in. their eyes filled with mockery. Jiang City had no choice but to open the bag. Inside, she began to internally chastise Qing Ci for caring about appearances, causing her such embarrassment at this moment. Chapter 40. The gift turned out to be a limited edition necklace. Jiang Xiaoyu observed their reactions and gradually realized they were mocking Qing Ci. Zhang Qian, surprisingly, did not utter a word of rebuttal. A surge of anger welled up within Jiang Xiaoyu. If you don't want it, then don't keep it. With a cold expression, she snatched the gift away. I'm leaving now. Zhang Qian found her hands suddenly empty, feeling a wave of relief. Yet she said, I didn't mean I didn't want it. Jiang Xiaoyu watched Zhang Qian's performance, feeling increasingly disappointed. She had merely wished to test Zhang Qian, but to her surprise, Zhang Qian showed no desire to retain the gift and seemed relieved instead. Zhang Qian had changed. Just because she was a famous singer, did she think she could look down on Qing Ci? After all, it was Qing Ci who had helped her debut. Moreover, Qing Ci was now the daughter of a wealthy family and never showed disdain for her friends. Jiang Xiaoyu, how could you do this? That gift was prepared for Zhang Qian by my sister. You can't just keep it. Duan Mianmian refused to let go of this opportunity to embarrass Qing Ci and directly seized the gift, opening it. They had expected it to contain local specialties, perhaps some beef jerky. Yet, they were taken aback by the dazzling brilliance inside. As their focus returned, they beheld exquisite jewelry, each piece a luxury brand. Is that a cow necklace? One classmate exclaimed in astonishment as they opened it, instantly captivated. The limited edition diamond necklace was even more beautiful in person. Oh my goodness! It's a limited edition diamond necklace from Cow. This is stunning, they exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Does Duan Qingci really have this much money? Mian, are your foster parents hiding their wealth? The classmates were abuzz with excitement. However, Duan Mianmian's expression changed. No, that's impossible. Her foster parents are poor farmers. They could never afford such an expensive necklace. Their annual income doesn't even reach $1 million. Duan Mianmian took the necklace and remarked, Sister has gone a bit too far. Even if she can't buy something good, she shouldn't send a fake. Zhang Qian, who had been quite excited moments before, suddenly calmed down upon hearing this. Indeed, Qing Ci is just a farmer's daughter. How could she possibly afford a diamond necklace worth $1.5 million? She actually tried to fool us with a fake. Jiang Xiaoyu flushed with anger. Zhang Qian, they don't believe in Qing Ci, but do you not believe in her either? Disappointment filled her eyes. Zhang Qian ignored her, thinking no one would believe her if she wore such an expensive necklace, as she simply could not afford it. You are mistaken. Qing Ci is actually the daughter of a wealthy family, Jiang Xiaoyu began to say, but seeing their disdainful, superior attitudes, she suddenly realized that these people fundamentally did not wish for Qing Ci to thrive. Zhang Qian had completely changed. If Qing Ci were to become poor, Zhang Qian would no longer stand by her side, meaning she was never a true friend. In that case, what was the point of revealing the truth? Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze turned cold. You will regret this, Zhang Qian. If you truly regard Qing Ci as a friend, you should apologize to her sincerely. With that, she left with the gift in hand. She returned to retrieve her clothes and then headed to the Qiao residence. The Qiao family was bustling with activity today. Madame Qiao held a great fondness for Jiang Xiaoyu, treating her with exceptional warmth, preparing numerous gifts and small cakes for her. Girls love small cakes, right? I had the chef prepare these for you. You all must chat late into the night, so don't go hungry, Madame Qiao said gently. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, Auntie. Being naturally shy and well-behaved, Jiang Xiaoyu found Madame Qiao increasingly endearing. Qing Ci took Jiang Xiaoyu to her room. My mom really likes you. You can come often in the future. Will I be a bother to you? Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated. Not at all. We have plenty of rooms. My brothers are all working outside, so it's quite quiet at home. Your presence would liven things up, Qing Ci replied. Only speaking so much in the company of friends. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded, gazing at Qing Ci's room with genuine envy. It was a spacious, beautiful princess room. Every detail exquisitely arranged, clearly a labor of love. Suddenly, she recalled something. By the way, Qing Ci, what about Zhang Qian? Chapter 41. Does Mr. Mo like you? Qing Ci looked at her. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed into Qing Ci's clear, beautiful eyes, suddenly feeling hesitant to voice her thoughts. If she were to find out, she would surely be very disappointed. I understand. Qing Ci, perceptive, sensed Jiang Xiaoyu's hesitation and took her hand. As long as I have you as a friend. That's enough. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a sudden sting in her eyes. Such a wonderful Qing Ci. Why didn't Jiang Qian cherish her? They gradually took turns to shower. Then lay on the bed, initiating a girls' night chat. Suddenly, Qing Ci's phone rang. It was Mo Yanchu. What's the matter? Qing Ci's voice was cool and composed. Mo Yanchu's voice was deep and magnetic. You must be tired today, right? I had the servant bring in your gift. You can open it tomorrow. You've already prepared a dress for me. Why also a gift? They hold different meanings. His voice was exceedingly pleasant to hear. Good night.
Good night.
After hanging up, Qing Ci met Jiang Xiaoyu's eager, inquisitive gaze and couldn't help but cough lightly. What's with that look? Wow, there's something going on. Jiang Xiaoyu teased. Is it that Mr. Mo from the banquet? How do you know? Just by looking at his expression, it's clear he likes you. What about you? Jiang Xiaoyu was curious. Do you like him? We're just friends. He's my third brother's friend. So he's simply looking out for me, Qing Ci explained. Jiang Xiaoyu hummed. I believe it's more than mere friendship. Don't you harbor even a hint of affection for him? What constitutes affection? If he were to kiss you, would you resist? Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Qing Ci inadvertently envisioned a scenario where Mo Yanchu drew near to her. The subtle scent of his hormones was quite alluring, and his lips, perfectly proportioned, appeared inviting. What? It seems you do like him. Jiang Xiaoyu's voice snapped Qing Ci back to reality, prompting her to declare, that is utterly impossible. In response to Qing Ci's vehement denial, Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head, choosing silence. This girl simply lacked insight. Perhaps one day she would awaken to her feelings. After a lengthy conversation, fatigue gradually enveloped them, and they succumbed to slumber. In the study, the lights remained aglow. Chengye had returned home, yet work awaited his attention. He approached his tasks with utmost seriousness, exuding a commanding focus. When Lin Xiaoxiao entered, she was captivated by the sight of him. Chengye was undeniably handsome, blessed with a remarkable business acumen, a rarity among the elite of his generation. Lin Xiaoxiao had harbored feelings for him since childhood. Brother Chengye, you're still working so late. You should drink some milk, she said, presenting a glass with a gentle demeanor. I do not drink milk, he replied, his tone mild but devoid of warmth. A bit of milk would be beneficial for your health. If you dislike it, how about I prepare some tea for you? You are Winya's friend. There's no need for such gestures. Please rest, he stated calmly, the distance in his words unmistakable. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, feeling a twinge of resentment. She considered herself quite attractive, with a decent background, and a friendship with Qiao Winya, yet none of these attributes seemed to sway Chengye. Brother Chengye, it's all right. I have nothing better to do, anyway. I'll brew you some tea, she insisted before exiting. Chengye felt a flicker of annoyance. He was straightforward in rejecting women he did not favor, but Lin Xiaoxiao, being a friend of Qiao Winya, complicated matters. As he pondered this, a commotion at the door caught his attention.
Oh.
Chengye frowned and stepped outside, only to witness two girls colliding. I'm so sorry, Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, her arm scalded by hot tea, yet she continued to apologize. Lin Xiaoxiao, already irritated from being rebuffed, snapped, Can't you watch where you're going? Jiang Xiaoyu, taken aback, thought it was clearly her who had bumped into Lin Xiaoxiao. However, wanting to avoid creating trouble for Qing Ci in the Qiao household, she simply replied, It was my fault for not paying attention. Can't you see she's hurt? In the next moment, a warm hand grasped her wrist, and Chengye cast a cold glance at Lin Xiaoxiao. Startled, Lin Xiaoxiao wondered when he had emerged. Chapter 42, Jealousy. Brother Chengye, Chengye, however, ignored her, leading Jiang Xiaoyu downstairs to the kitchen to run cold water over her injury. Lin Xiaoxiao watched their retreating figures, biting her lip in frustration. Jiang Xiaoyu, dazed, found herself brought to the kitchen, and when the cool water met her skin, she realized he was still holding her arm. I can manage on my own. Thank you, she insisted. Chengye released her, stating, Next time, there's no need to be so humble. I simply wish to avoid trouble, Jiang Xiaoyu replied helplessly. You are Qing Ci's friend. There's no question of trouble, Chengye remarked with gentlemanly elegance. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed at him, momentarily stunned, her heart fluttering at the kindness he showed her, albeit for Qing Ci's sake. Thank you, she smiled softly. Chengye observed Jiang Xiaoyu, feeling a hint of exasperation. This girl seemed excessively compliant. I apologize, Miss. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly approached, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My tea, which I painstakingly brewed, was knocked over. I was too angry earlier, which is why I snapped at you. Are you alright? Jiang City regarded her with skepticism, responding coolly, I'm fine. I truly am sorry. Lin Xiaoxiao continued, her demeanor still remorseful, but she glanced at Xiao Changya. Brother Changya, I was simply too hasty. You need not explain yourself to me. He replied with indifference. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, feeling utterly defeated. Her image had been tarnished by this insufferable girl. As Jiang Xiaoyu felt her hand no longer stinging, she resolved to disengage from the unfolding drama, only to be grasped again by Xiao Changya. Your hand is burned. Let me apply some ointment, he insisted, leading her to the living room where he retrieved a first aid kit and tended to her wound. Jiang Xiaoyu sat quietly, watching the strikingly handsome man as he meticulously applied the ointment, feeling as though she were in a dream. Could this be considered a rise to prominence, thanks to her best friend? If only she could disregard Lin Xiaoxiao's envious glare. Once the bandaging was complete, Jiang Xiaoyu promptly excused herself. Xiao Changya, observing her evasive demeanor, found it perplexing. Did he appear intimidating? Brother Changya, I'll brew you some more tea, Lin Xiaoxiao said, approaching with a pitiful expression. Xiao Changya cast her a dismissive glance. No need. I will not drink the tea you make, and I do not harbor feelings for you. I hope you can recognize your own position. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression shifted, her countenance darkening. Do not address me so. It may lead to misunderstandings. With that, Xiao Changya departed, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao feeling utterly chilled. Previously, while he had not favored her, he had never spoken with such harshness. Had she truly exposed her true self, prompting his newfound impatience? Lin Xiaoxiao returned to Qiao Wenya's room, her dissatisfaction evident. What's wrong? Qiao Wenya inquired. Wenya, it's so strange. Although Xiao Changya never liked me, he never spoke so harshly before. Yet just now, he treated your sister's rustic friend with such kindness while being so cold to me. Is it because his biological sister has returned that he no longer values you? Lin Xiaoxiao vented. Noticing the change in Qiao Wenya's expression, she quickly amended, of course not. Those country girls are just scheming, ensnaring men one after another. Qiao Wenya forced a smile, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. She wished to bond with Qing Ci. Yet her return had garnered so much affection from others. This cunning woman would surely disrupt the peace in the Qiao household. She could not remain idle. However, she cannot compare to you, Lin Xiaoxiao continued. After all, Wenya, you are not only a renowned dancer but also the vice president of the company. You possess both strength and connections. That country bumpkin may win your parents' favor, but without capability, she cannot establish herself in the company. Ultimately, it will still be you and your brother in charge, and it is you whom everyone respects. Xiao Wenya felt somewhat reassured by Lin Xiaoxiao's words. She was indeed correct. Without the means to thrive in the company, Qing Ci could play the obedient daughter at home but would not gain external validation. She would always be a step behind. With this thought, Xiao Wenya drifted into a peaceful sleep. The following morning, she awoke early, only to overhear her parents discussing matters. Once Qing Ci wakes, let her consider which company she would prefer. Chapter 43. Ascension to Company President. Xiao Wenya paused, taken aback. Her parents had decided to hand the company over to Qing Ci? How rash. A surge of unnamable worry and anger welled up within her. She had toiled arduously to secure her position in the company, yet now, with Qing Ci's return, her parents were eager to grant her the same privileges. Did they not regard her as their own? How infuriating. She would show them that even if Qing Ci was their biological daughter, she would never surpass her. Qing Ci and Jiang Xiaoyu indeed rose early, taking a leisurely stroll in the yard, where the air was invigorating. Jiang Xiaoyu gazed upon the vast estate, gaining new insights. The Qiao family was undeniably affluent. In the bustling city of Jiangcheng, such an expansive manor was a rarity. Meanwhile, Qing Ci received a surprising gift from Mo Yanchu, an unexpected car key. This fellow certainly had a flair for opulence when it came to gift-giving. Qing Ci felt a touch of helplessness. Jiang Xiaoyu, witnessing this, was once again astonished. The experiences of the past few days had utterly reshaped her worldview. The joys of the wealthy were beyond their imagination. See, Qing Ci? I told you, President Mo must truly fancy you. Otherwise, why would he bestow such a lavish gift? Perhaps he is so wealthy that it's a trivial matter to gift anyone?
No.
Wealthy individuals are notoriously stingy. You must believe me, Jiang Xiaoyu asserted. As they chatted, They spotted Xiao Wenyang approaching them. Sister, Xiao Wenyang greeted with a smile. Qing Ci asked with mild curiosity, is there something you need? Sister, congratulations. Mom and Dad are preparing to give you a company. Have you decided which one you want? We have quite a few subsidiaries, real estate, pharmaceuticals, skincare, Xiao Wenyang replied. Qing Ci was taken aback. Her parents trusted her so much? Noticing her expression, Xiao Wenyang chuckled, Sister, as a woman, you must be more interested in skincare. Why not choose that? Rest assured, our parents will surely enlist professional managers to assist you. I will consider it, Qing Ci replied. With a glance, Xiao Wenyang smiled and departed. Jiang City immediately voiced her concerns. I have a feeling your sister harbors ulterior motives. The Qiao family skincare products must have issues. A quick search will reveal that. As Qing Ci searched on her phone, she indeed discovered troubling information. The Qiao Group's skincare company was quite small and had stagnated since an incident years ago. For the conglomerate, such a minor company likely went unnoticed. Hence the lack of proper handling. Xiao Wenyang is quite cunning. She knows this company has problems, yet still suggests you choose it? Isn't that akin to sabotaging you? Jiang Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. Qing Ci, should we inform your parents? This adopted daughter seems to be scheming something nefarious. Qing Ci tucked away her phone and smiled gently. Her eyes sparkling, fear not, she is not my rival. If she wishes to play, I shall indulge her to the fullest. After their stroll, they returned for breakfast, during which Xiao Yanfei inquired about Qing Ci's preferred company. Xiao Wenyang feigned interest in her meal, but kept her gaze fixed on Qing Ci. Anything related to skincare will suffice, Qing Ci replied nonchalantly. Xiao Wenyang nearly burst into laughter, while Lin Xiaoxiao smirked. This fool truly was naive, completely oblivious to their manipulation. Are you certain? Xiao Yanfei frowned. It was only upon Qing Ci's suggestion that he remembered the existence of such a company. Xiao Changye gently interjected, Sister, that skincare company might have some issues. Why not consider another option? A gaming or jewelry company would be viable. I choose the skincare company. It's fine. Qing Ci insisted. Xiao Wenyang interjected, all girls love skincare. Surely, my sister is no exception. Dad, please respect her choice. Reluctantly, Xiao Yanfei conceded. Very well. I will arrange for a professional manager. No need, father. I wish to manage it myself. Seeing the determination in his daughter's eyes, Xiao Yanfei refrained from further protest. Xiao Wenyang kept her smirk. After breakfast, Jiang Xiaoyu headed to work while Xiao Changye escorted Qing Ci to their skincare company. Along the way, he continued to emphasize its small scale. Qing Ci genuinely believed it to be minor. Upon arriving at a tall building, she asked, which floor is it on? Half of the lower floors are ours. Chapter 44. The Arrogant Vice President. Qing Ci was taken aback. Is this really small? The rent alone must cost hundreds of thousands a year. The Qiao family truly has immense wealth, indifferent to such expenses. Let me take you inside. Xiao Changye parked and led Qing Ci into the company, garnering much attention along the way. Employees whispered, who is that? She looks so familiar. Are you so dull? That's our president, Xiao. It seems our company is about to change hands. With President Xiao here, could it be that he is taking over? Upon hearing this, many female employees' eyes sparkled. Being in this industry, they were always conscious of their appearance, and with Xiao Changye as a rival, they hoped to catch his eye. And who is the person beside him? Is she his girlfriend? President Xiao has never had a girlfriend. I've heard many heiresses are fond of him. Perhaps she is a suitor. As Xiao Changye and Qing Ci entered the president's office, they found it previously managed by a professional whose contract had been terminated the day before due to unsatisfactory performance. Just as they settled in, the vice president followed closely behind. The vice president, a woman in a tailored white suit with cascading long hair, had a refined yet somewhat rigid appearance. Her eyes glimmered with intrigue as she regarded Xiao Changye. President, you've arrived. Shall we convene a meeting now? Lu Qinhua had long been aware of the impending presidential change, but was taken aback by Xiao Changye's personal involvement in managing the company. Did this signify that the Qiao group was beginning to take them seriously? As for Qing Ci, Lu Qinhua didn't spare her a glance. Xiao Changye nodded, instructing everyone to gather in the conference room. Understood, Lu Qinhua promptly went to relay the message. While Qing Ci perused the documents in the office, Xiao Changye briefly explained the situation, to which she expressed her understanding. Just then, Changye's phone rang with work-related matters, prompting him to step out. As soon as he left, Lu Qingyue returned. Xiao Qingci glanced at her and asked, "Have you notified everyone?" Lu Qingyue then turned her attention to Xiao Qingci. The girl appeared younger than herself, perhaps in her early 20s, and was undeniably beautiful. However, the tone she used seemed commanding. "Where is President Xiao?" He stepped out. "If you have any matters, you can report to me," Xiao Qingci replied. "You?" Lu Qingyue seemed to find this amusing. "Know your place. You are merely a staff member." Xiao Qingci frowned. "What? Aren't you?" Lu Qingyue, sensing her reaction, mused. "Oh, are you infatuated with President Xiao, hence you followed him? A suitor of the president? I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Our president is solely focused on work," Lu Qingyue scoffed. Xiao Qingci was left speechless. The imagination of these people was truly boundless. She chose to ignore the comments and continued reviewing the documents. Lu Qingyue walked over and snatched the papers from her hands. "These are confidential company documents. Are you aware that what you are doing is illegal?" A flicker of anger gleamed in Xiao Qingci's eyes as she released her grip. "I want to let go. What will you do? Do you think you're President Xiao's girlfriend? Everyone knows he has no girlfriend. You, a shameless follower, have no right to speak to me like that," Lu Qingyue retorted with disdain. President Xiao was the dream man of many. Naturally, she despised every woman who dared to show interest in him. Xiao Qingci took a deep breath, just about to reveal her identity, when Xiao Changye returned. What was happening? Xiao Changye glanced at them. Lu Qingyue immediately withdrew her hand and said gently, "President Xiao, everything has been notified, and they should be arriving shortly. Shall we head to the conference room?" To everyone's surprise, Xiao Qingci stood up first and said, "Let's go." Xiao Changye nodded, and they proceeded to the conference room together. In the spacious conference room, most of the company's employees had gathered. Everyone was aware of the purpose of today's meeting, and many were starstruck upon seeing Xiao Changye enter. President Xiao was indeed as handsome as the legend suggested. He could easily become a star. If President Xiao is the company's president, I feel more motivated to work. "Stop daydreaming. Focus on your work," someone admonished, and the room fell silent. Standing on the podium, Xiao Changye addressed the audience. "Over the years, Xiao Corporation has overlooked the Yashalin skincare company, but from now on, we will prioritize and strengthen the management to facilitate the development of Yashalin. Yashalin is the brand name of this skincare company, emphasizing all natural products."
Great.
Lu Qingyue led the applause, and soon everyone joined in. "Next, I'd like to introduce our new president," Xiao Changye said, turning to Xiao Qingci. "This is our new president, Xiao Qingci." At this announcement, the room fell into stunned silence. Their president was not Xiao Changye, but this woman. Lu Qingyue was also taken aback. "Who is this woman?" "Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Qingci. I will be restructuring the company, and I promise to elevate it to new heights." Xiao Qingci introduced herself, her voice clear and powerful, exuding an air of cold authority. A sparse applause echoed from the audience, clearly still in shock. "I hope everyone will cooperate well with the new president," Xiao Changye encouraged. "All right." With his endorsement, the crowd agreed. The meeting concluded swiftly, but upon exiting the conference room, Lu Qingyue, pale-faced, looked at Xiao Qingci. Surely, she wouldn't hold a grudge against her for what she had said earlier? How infuriating! But what was her true identity that allowed her to become president at such a young age? Was she perhaps Xiao Changye's lover? Xiao Qingci cast a cold glance at her. "You are Lu Qingyue, correct? Come to my office." Lu Qingyue bit her lip and complied. In the president's office, Lu Qingyue anticipated reprimand, but instead, Xiao Qingci simply said, "Let us briefly discuss the company's situation." Lu Qingyue provided a succinct overview. However, when Xiao Qingci posed a few questions, Lu Qingyue faltered in her responses. With her sharp, icy gaze, Xiao Qingci remarked, "As the vice president, you should know these basic issues." Lu Qingyue felt a pang of guilt, but quickly her irritation resurfaced. It seemed Xiao Qingci was deliberately targeting her for the earlier incident. "The company hasn't developed in a long time. I've been busy with external engagements, so I naturally spent less time here." "Engagements?" Xiao Qingci dismissed the excuse, her tone stern. "I do not care what you were doing before. From now on, you must work diligently. If you are caught leaving right after clocking in again, you will report to HR." Having grasped the company's situation, Xiao Qingci understood that the inaction of the higher-ups was a significant reason for its stagnation. However, she could not afford to dismiss anyone immediately, as it would lead to a loss of morale. Lu Qingyue bit her lip but had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement. Understood. She exited the office, returning to her own. Noticing her grim expression, her assistant hurriedly inquired about the situation. Lu Qingyue replied coldly, "This new president is young but not to be trifled with." "Is that so?"
No worries, Liu.
"She won't establish authority in this company. She'll be gone soon enough," the assistant chuckled. "Our company is a mess. Who doesn't he know? She probably thinks Qiao Chengye likes her, but giving her this position might just be a way to make things difficult for her." That made sense. Lu Qingyue smirked, uncertain of the exact relationship between Qing Ci and President Xiao. They both share the surname Qiao. Could they be siblings?
How could that be?
The Qiao family only had one daughter, Qiao Wenya, although rumors circulated about the return of the Qiao family's eldest daughter. Would the true heiress be assigned to this struggling company? Wouldn't she go directly to the headquarters? Indeed, it seemed that Qing Ci was merely Qiao Chengye's lover, sharing a surname by coincidence. Lu Qingyue sneered, thinking she dared to treat her this way. Just wait and see if she can last a month in this company. On her first day, Qing Ci thoroughly understood the company's situation and assigned tasks to various departments. By the end of the afternoon, she received a phone call. At Yashalin Skincare Company? It was Mo Yenchu's deep, alluring voice. "How did you know?"
"Em downstairs."
Qing Ci packed her belongings and headed out. A blue Lamborghini was parked by the roadside, attracting the attention of countless passers-by, while the man's long legs drew even more gazes. His handsome face was cold. But when he looked at Qing Ci, a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. "I heard from your third brother that you've started working here," Mo Yenchu said, gentlemanly opening the passenger door for her. "Are we going to pick up the car?" Qing Ci, quick-witted, realized he had come to see her for a reason. Indeed. Mo Yenchu took the driver's seat, and the luxury car sped away. Upon arriving at the 4S shop, Qing Ci's eyes lit up at the sight of her new car, a stunning beauty in blue and white, ethereal and dreamy. "It's beautiful. Is this customized?"
"Yes."
"Do you like it?" "I love it." Qing Ci's eyes sparkled as she looked at Mo Yenchu. "Thank you, brother Yenchu." Mo Yenchu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. "It's hard to hear you call me brother. It seems I'll have to find ways to make you happy from now on." Qing Ci cleared her throat. "Well, Wenya calls you that every day, right?" Mo Yenchu's smile faded slightly. "I only want you." His casual statement carried multiple implications. Was it a bit ambiguous? Suddenly, Qing Ci recalled what Jiang City had said, "President Mo must like you." However, when she looked up at Mo Yenchu's face, it remained as cold as ever, revealing no hint of emotion. Regaining her composure, Qing Ci asked, "Can I drive?" "Of course, the car is yours." Qing Ci took the wheel while Mo Yenchu settled into the passenger seat. This car not only looked stunning but was also incredibly comfortable to drive, accelerating swiftly as Qing Ci took Mo Yenchu out for a meal. "To thank you, I'll treat you to dinner at this restaurant I used to frequent," she said with a smile. Mo Yenchu watched the girl's radiant happiness, a smile forming in his eyes.
"All right."
Qing Ci's car drew many stares as she stepped out, garnering attention from onlookers. "Wow, that car isn't cheap. She must be wealthy. Look at that man. He must be a kept man. So handsome. He must be a trophy boyfriend." It's true, once a woman has money, she can have any kind of man. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Qing Ci nearly stumbled. Did these people have such vivid imaginations? She expected Mo Yenchu to be upset, but he remained indifferent, his demeanor unchanged. The mental fortitude of the wealthy truly was remarkable. What's wrong?
Montag Yanchu inquired, observing Qing Ci.
"I was just thinking how nice it is to be wealthy," Qing Ci replied with a smile. "Once I'm rich, I'll just keep a few trophy boyfriends." Mo Yenchu's expression suddenly darkened. "Oh, is that so?" A sense of danger enveloped her, causing Qing Ci to nervously lick her lips, feeling a twinge of fear. "I was just joking." "That's more like it." The man's ominous aura dissipated. Qing Ci couldn't help but click her tongue. This man was truly dangerous. However, what is the source of his anger? Is it that he disapproves of such behavior? Never mind, let us first indulge in our meal. They chose a table by the window, in a restaurant that Qing Ci had previously adored. Though not extravagant, its flavors were exquisite. They placed their orders and savored their dishes leisurely. Before long, another luxury car pulled up outside. Duan Mianmian and Gu Chenyang alighted. The presence of a luxury vehicle at the restaurant's entrance drew considerable attention, and Duan Mianmian reveled in the envious glances cast her way. "Brother Chenyang, I used to frequent this restaurant. Don't let its modesty fool you. The taste rivals that of high-end establishments, Duan Mian remarked gently. Gu Chenyang regarded her with a tender gaze. Indeed, let us sample its offerings. You truly are different from other young ladies of wealth. While they would dine exclusively at luxurious venues, you, my little glutton, only remember what is delectable, he teased. Duan Mian stuck out her tongue. I'm not one to place monetary value above all else. Savoring delicious food is paramount. Precisely, they conversed, when suddenly they spotted a luxury car nearby, an imported model. What a stunning vehicle! What brand is it? Duan Mian exclaimed in surprise. That is an Alton, a prestigious foreign brand known for its bespoke luxury cars. Such a vehicle surpasses even Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini in price. Gu Chenyang was equally captivated. I had no idea this restaurant attracted such elite clientele. My judgment is certainly not lacking. Duan Mian smiled, secretly wishing to showcase her newfound wealth as the daughter of the Duan family to all who had once dined here with her. In the past, she would order with great caution. Now, she could easily buy the restaurant if she desired. With a smile, Duan Mian walked in with her head held high. They casually selected a spot to sit down, and after placing their orders, they overheard nearby patrons gossiping about a kept man. Curiosity piqued. Duan Mian turned to see a strikingly handsome profile. Just a glimpse of his side view exuded an alluring charm. Undoubtedly, he was quite the handsome gentleman. As she was momentarily entranced, she realized that the man across from him was none other than Qing Ci. Sister. Duan Mian gasped. Gu Chenyang followed her gaze, confirming it was indeed Qing Ci. However, seated opposite her was a man, a remarkably good-looking man. Gu Chenyang, who considered himself quite the catch, felt instantly overshadowed. Sister wouldn't he have taken up with a kept man out of heartbreak from you? Would she? Duan Mian frowned, a look of genuine concern on her face. Gu Chenyang's expression darkened further. He was taken aback by her apparent lack of self-respect. Didn't she realize how sordid such a relationship could be? Oh dear, Duan Mian sighed. I truly didn't expect her to have fallen so far. She used to be so composed. How has she become so reckless? Gu Chenyang felt a pang of discomfort. Believing Qing Ci's current state was largely his fault. Clearly, her heartbreak from their breakup had led her down this path. During the meal, while Duan Mian excused herself to the restroom, Gu Chenyang approached Qing Ci. Up close, he was once again struck by the man's striking features and distinguished demeanor. The allure of the vehicle was palpable, and there was an inexplicable chemistry between him and Qing Ci. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Gu Chenyang sat beside Qing Ci. Upon noticing him, a flicker of disdain crossed her face. Get lost. Qing Ci. Gu Chenyang disregarded her contempt, convinced that her bitterness stemmed from their breakup. I understand how painful it must be for you, seeing me with Mian. Why don't you come to me when you're feeling down? I can help you heal. He gazed at her exquisite face, filled with regret. Had she only been a true daughter of the Duan family, he would never have let her go. Such a beautiful girlfriend would surely reflect well on him. Leave. Qing Ci reiterated, her tone icy. Qing Ci, stop being stubborn. You never used to seek out kept men. Look at how far you've fallen. I know you still harbor feelings for me, Gu Chenyang presumed, thinking he understood her well. Qing Ci could only feel exasperated. She had never realized how repugnant Gu Chenyang could be. Had she known, she would have relished the sight of the Gu family's downfall. Just then, Duan Mian re-emerged from the restroom, only to find Gu Chenyang absent from the table. A quick glance revealed him sitting with Qing Ci. A wave of anger surged within her. Qing Ci, do you still have any shame? Duan Mian exclaimed, hurling her coffee towards Qing Ci. Yet. The coffee did not land on Qing Ci. In a swift motion, Mo Yanchu pushed the cup aside, causing the beverage to spill all over Duan Mian instead. Her new outfit was instantly marred with stains, leaving her in disarray. Enraged, Duan Mian's eyes brimmed with tears. Qing Ci, if you want to keep your kept man, that's one thing, but how dare you let him lay a hand on me? If you don't leave now, I won't hesitate to take action. Qing Ci's patience wore thin. She felt nothing but disgust for them. Gu Chenyang, fearing Duan Mian might say something to attract attention, urged her, let us enjoy our meal. However, upon returning to the table, Gu Chenyang's gaze was still drawn to Qing Ci's face. Unable to contain himself, he sent Qing Ci a message. If you truly miss me, become my lover. I'll give you 10,000 a month. How does that sound? He was confident she would agree. Sure enough, within 2 seconds his phone chimed. A smirk crept onto Gu Chenyang's lips as he checked the message, only to find it was spam. Infuriated, he deleted it. Meanwhile, Duan Mian also received a message, and upon opening it, her face turned a shade of deep crimson. It was a screenshot of Gu Chenyang's message to Qing Ci. How could he send such a message to her? What did that make her? It was undoubtedly that wretched Qing Ci who had seduced Gu Chenyang. Duan Mian cursed under her breath, her frustration unresolved as she turned to Gu Chenyang. Brother Chenyang, do you truly care for me? Of course I do, silly girl. Why the sudden question? Gu Chenyang replied tenderly, his expression filled with affection. I just feel insecure since you were with my sister for so long, Duan Mian admitted, lowering her gaze. Gu Chenyang quickly reassured her, we were merely engaged. Nothing ever happened. It was only upon meeting you that I learned what it means to truly like someone. Duan Mian was soon placated. On the other side, Qing Ci was aware of Mo Yanchu's gaze upon her.
Who is that?
Your former fiancé, I presume, Qing Ci deduced after a moment of contemplation. Mo Yanchu's expression was inscrutable as he dined quietly, his manners refined, clearly a man of nobility. Qing Ci sensed something was amiss about his demeanor, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, so she continued her meal. After finishing, as they exited, Qing Ci immediately spotted Duan Mian standing beside her car, with Gu Chenyang taking pictures of her. Duan Mian, upon seeing the car again, was utterly enamored. Such a vehicle was worthy of her excellence. She asked Gu Chenyang to take a few photos for her social media, certain that her friends would be amazed. While posing, she noticed Qing Ci emerging, and Qing Ci's gaze was fixed upon her, further inflating Duan Mian's vanity. Such a beautiful car. I'm sure Qing Ci must adore it. Duan Mian tossed her hair and inquired, Qing Ci, what is this? Do you also fancy our car? Your car? Qing Ci replied with a smile that was both cryptic and amused. Certainly. Duan Mian linked her arm with Gu Chenyang's, exclaiming, this is the car that Brother Chenyang bought for me. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? Gu Chenyang, of course, noticed Qing Ci's gaze. Over the years, Qing Ci had always maintained a composed demeanor, revealing little about her preferences or aversions. Yet, the allure of this vehicle was undeniable, even captivating Qing Ci. In Chapter 48, Duan Mian, in a moment of bravado, found herself swiftly confronted by reality. Thus, when she made her bold statement, Gu Chenyang refrained from dissent, eager to witness any hint of regret or envy in Qing Ci's expression. May I borrow your car for a spin? Qing Ci inquired. If you behave yourself, I might consider it. Duan Mian feigned contemplation. This car cost Brother Chenyang quite a fortune. How about this? If you kneel and call us Mom and Dad, I'll grant you the privilege of driving it. Gu Chenyang found this demand somewhat vulgar, yet was intrigued to see if Qing Ci would acquiesce. You, with your pretty boy charm, surely cannot afford such an extravagant vehicle.
Can you?
You merely wish to take a picture and post it on social media, garnering envy from all your acquaintances. Qing Ci replied in her usual indifferent tone. Is that so? Then unlock the car. We will let you drive after you kneel. Duan Mian shot back, crossing her arms, her gaze filled with haughtiness. Others around them cast envious glances. This car is truly stunning. I am utterly captivated. Perhaps we should ask the owner if we can take some photos? I adore it. This car must be worth millions. Surrounded by envious stares, Duan Mian momentarily felt as though she were the rightful owner of the vehicle. A smile crept across her face, her vanity thoroughly satisfied. If you cannot drive, then step aside, Qing Ci said coolly, losing interest in their game. However, Duan Mian mistakenly believed Qing Ci sought to borrow the car for photographs and blocked her path. You wish to take pictures? You must seek my permission first. Do you think you are worthy? As Qing Ci's words fell, she produced the car key, and the headlights illuminated. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Qing Ci pushed Duan Mian aside, opened the car door, and entered with seamless grace. Duan Mian, her legs weak, collapsed to the ground, incredulous as she watched Qing Ci settle inside the vehicle, her mind swirling. Countless blazing gazes turned towards them, filled with disbelief, shock, and disdain. My goodness! The car isn't theirs? How dare they say such things? This car belongs to that young lady, and she is quite beautiful. This woman appears refined yet is shamelessly occupying another's car. How absurd! Is she truly worthy of demanding such humility from someone else? Gu Chenyang too was taken aback, realizing that the car indeed belonged to Qing Ci. How could she afford it? Yet the pressing concern was not this revelation, but rather the disdainful looks from those around them. Gu Chenyang, keen to avoid further embarrassment, pulled Duan Mianmian away. Once back in the car, Gu Chenyang could no longer contain his frustration. Why did you speak like that earlier? If not for you, they wouldn't have been so humiliated. Duan Mianmian, feeling aggrieved, replied, I was merely frustrated with Qing Ci, and besides, Brother Chenyang, you didn't stop me either. This remark left Gu Chenyang feeling somewhat awkward, yet he stubbornly retorted, Is it not because you insisted on saying such things that I had no choice but to go along with you? Would you prefer I let you feel embarrassed? Duan Mianmian watched as Qing Ci's car drove away, her eyes reddening from humiliation. After a moment, she said, Brother Chenyang, please take me to the company. Are you going to see your father? He queried. No, Brother Chenyang, I have already started working at the company, she replied, casting him a coy glance. Gu Chenyang was taken aback. Qing Ci had not entered the company for years, yet Duan Mianmian had managed to secure a position almost immediately upon her return, highlighting her significance and favor. Gu Chenyang nodded. Very well, I shall take you to the company. Upon arriving, Duan Mianmian had just begun her training in the entertainment department. Although she claimed to have taken over, it was merely shadowing the manager for guidance. The previous manager had been relegated to assistant manager and was tasked with imparting knowledge to her. Notably, Duan Mianmian had previously studied dance and was utterly clueless in this arena. I have already told you this multiple times. How can you still not understand? After repeating herself 4 times, Duan Mianmian still posed the most rudimentary questions. The manager could no longer contain his frustration. Enough. You are merely an employee here. What gives you the right to lecture me? Duan Mianmian interrupted sharply, her gaze icy. Do you believe that a single word from me could lead to your dismissal? The manager was momentarily taken aback, feelings of disdain bubbling within. This so-called young lady, returned from the Duan family, had evidently not received a proper education. Not only was she foolish, but she also lacked decorum, falling far short of the former lady's standards. In Chapter 49, the manager, who had previously dedicated himself to teaching her, feeling that his life's work had been in vain, decided to leave after finishing his explanation. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Duan arrived. My dear daughter, how is your learning progressing? Very well, Duan Mianmian replied, lifting her head with a smile. Mr. Duan affectionately stroked her hair. You are undeniably my daughter. By the way, that assistant manager is a talent I worked hard to recruit. He possesses great aptitude in this area. You should learn diligently from him, and you will surely surpass him in time. Mr. Duan held high hopes for the entertainment company, as recent collaborations had not been favorable, and he was uncertain of the reasons. The sudden cessation of partnerships with previous associates had left him anxious, hoping his daughter could achieve significant results. However, Duan Mianmian did not place much importance on this, considering him merely an employee. All right. After Mr. Duan's admonitions, he departed. Duan Mianmian spent a few hours at the company. Yet, feeling bored before the end of the workday, she decided to leave. The monotony of working at the company was unbearable. While wandering outside, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure entering a nearby office building. Isn't that Qing Ci? What brings her here? Duan Mianmian quickly sought to uncover the truth, only to discover that Qing Ci had become the president of the Yashalin company. Though not a major skincare brand, it was still of considerable size. How could Qing Ci achieve such a position? Had she, after leaving the Duan family, encountered various affluent benefactors? Duan Mianmian's expression darkened. She simply could not allow Qing Ci to thrive after departing from the Duan household. She conducted an online search for the company's owner and was surprised to learn it belonged to the Qiao family group. However, her focus shifted to the fact that Yashalin had previously been implicated in causing allergic reactions in celebrities. Duan Mianmian couldn't suppress a smirk. It seemed that Qing Ci was in for a rough time. A few days later, Qing Ci entered the company, ready to conduct her inaugural meeting. At 8:30, however, the conference room was sparsely populated. Where is everyone? Qing Ci inquired of her assistant. The assistant, appearing uncomfortable, replied, General Liu has stated he is unavailable, and the others are similarly occupied. Were there any prior reports?
None.
This was a deliberate slight against Qing Ci. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Yet, how could a young woman in her 20s command respect to ignite such fires? Furthermore, in the few days since her appointment, various rumors had circulated about Qing Ci, leading many to believe she was indeed the mistress of Chengye. Otherwise, how could she have ascended to the role of company president? This only fueled their indignation further, as they could not fathom how their company had fallen to such depths. All of you will be reprimanded. Let them know that if they do not attend next time, they need not return, Qing Ci commanded coldly. The assistant hesitated, concerned that this might provoke further resentment, yet upon meeting Qing Ci's resolute gaze, could do nothing but comply. Among the remaining individuals, one person gazed at Qing Ci and sighed, advising, "Young lady, the company is not as simple as you might think. It is quite challenging. At your age, it would be far more delightful to bask in the flowers and sunshine, enjoying a life of leisure. Why must you come here to seek hardship?" Director Duan. "Do not worry. I assure you, I am not here merely for amusement," Qing Ci replied earnestly as she looked at her. Wanlin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qing Ci could articulate her own name. At that moment, she regarded Qing Ci with newfound respect. Wanlin had initially assumed that the other party had secured this position merely by virtue of her connection to Changya, believing she would only dabble in the role. However, it was now evident that she had done her homework in advance. Wanlin began to take her more seriously. In the ensuing meeting, those present were left utterly astonished. Qing Ci's analysis was both robust and comprehensive, and her aura radiated with the confidence of a seasoned professional, far removed from that of a mere 20-something. Moreover, she did not squander time. In a brief 30 minutes, she thoroughly outlined the company's future plans, all of which were entirely feasible. The audience's eyes sparkled with excitement. Heavens! This president is a veritable treasure. Wanlin, now sobered by her astonishment, remarked, "President Xiao, I must confess I underestimated you. Your capabilities undoubtedly justify your position." Qing Ci offered a faint smile in response, saying, "Thank you for your acknowledgement." Just as she finished speaking, the conference room door swung open and several other senior executives entered. Among them was a flamboyantly dressed woman, her heavy perfume permeating the air. With her arms crossed and looking down upon Qing Ci, she said, "Apologies for my tardiness. I was preoccupied with another matter." "The meeting has already concluded," Qing Ci replied nonchalantly. "But we have arrived as well. You wouldn't deduct our performance, would you?" the woman queried. Qing Ci simply uttered one word: deduct. Chapter 50, Termination. The expressions of several individuals darkened. The woman suddenly smirked. "Very well, if you insist on this course of action, we shall have no choice but to resign." This statement caused a palpable shift in the room. Wanlin, out of camaraderie, urged, "Yang Qingqing, think carefully. This individual is no mere ornament. She can guide us towards growth. If you wish to accompany her in this venture, then by all means, do so. I, however, have no need for it. By the way, I created that formula as well. I intend to take it with me." Yang Qingqing replied with a dismissive glance at Qing Ci, entirely unfazed. Wanlin, growing anxious, whispered to Qing Ci, "President Xiao, the formula she mentioned is for our new product. Should she take it, we will be unable to launch the new line, and our customers will undoubtedly voice their displeasure. This is of utmost importance to us." It was clear why Yang Qingqing felt emboldened to threaten resignation. She believed that as long as Qing Ci was not a fool, she would not dare let her leave. Otherwise, the Yashalin brand would truly face downfall. "Let us go," Qing Ci interjected, glancing at the others behind her, and calmly asked, "Are you all leaving together?" The group was taken aback. They had not anticipated Qing Ci's unwavering stance. Yang Qingqing, equally surprised, could not help but inquire, "Have you thought this through? Without new products, your fate is sealed. Spare me the rhetoric. Are you leaving together or not?" Qing Ci pressed, disinterested in further discourse. After exchanging glances, the others nodded in unison. They were convinced that as long as they stood united, Qing Ci would not abandon them. However, 30 minutes later, the group found themselves standing outside the company, braving the cold wind, slowly coming to terms with the reality that Qing Ci had indeed dismissed them. Had she lost her mind? Although Yashalin Company was struggling, it was still backed by the Qiao Group, and the remuneration was satisfactory. In that moment, a twinge of regret washed over them. "Yang Jia, what do we do now? She truly seems unperturbed by this. Perhaps we should return. It will be difficult to find a company offering better benefits than Yashalin," one person exclaimed, unable to contain their anxiety. Yang Qingqing, seething with indignation, gritted her teeth and sneered, "Fear not, I have received invitations from other companies. I simply chose not to pursue them. I can take you all with me." "Which company?" "My company. Since its inception, Maj had been a rival to Yashalin, and the two companies had never seen eye to eye. The group hesitated, uncertain if Maj would treat them favorably. Yet at that moment, they had no other options. Yashalin Company, President's Office. Upon returning to her office, Qing Ci was followed closely by Wan Lin, who continued to plead, "President Xiao, you are being far too headstrong. Without that formula, we are doomed, and we will be unable to launch new products. Our clients will be deeply disappointed." Qing Ci, growing weary of the incessant chatter, responded, "Rest assured, I have a plan." "What kind of plan?" Just then, Qing Ci's phone rang, and Wan Lin discreetly stepped out. "Qing Ci," came the choked voice of Jiang City from the other end. "Can I come to see you? What's wrong?" Qing Ci asked, her tone laced with concern.
I
was dismissed," Jiang City replied, biting her lip.
Why?
"You have always been diligent in your work," Qing Ci queried, perplexed. "I don't know why. They just decided to let me go." Jiang City's heart ached. This was the company she had devoted herself to since graduation. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Ci said, "Come to my office." Before long, Jiang City arrived. Qing Ci conducted some research on her former company and discovered it was backed by the Lin family. "The reason for your dismissal is likely related to me," Qing Ci said apologetically as she looked at her. "No way," Jiang Xiaoyu responded incredulously. Qing Ci showed her the group behind Mai's company, and Jiang Xiaoyu understood that Lin Xiaoxiao had likely orchestrated this. The weight of the world pressed heavily upon her heart. "Is it true that those with wealth and power can act with impunity?" Qing Ci observed her and suddenly smiled. "But I believe your dismissal is a blessing in disguise." "Why do you say that?" "Because I am in need of personnel right now. If you join me, it would be perfect." "Have you not always aspired to be a formula designer? Now the opportunity has arisen." "Can I really?" Jiang Xiaoyu asked, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "Of course. I have tested your creations, and they are quite impressive. However, we urgently need to launch a product, so it may be quite demanding." "That's all right. I can manage." Jiang Xiaoyu replied eagerly, her passion for the skincare industry shining through. Qing Ci promptly arranged for Jiang Xiaoyu to join the team, instructing everyone to draft their formulas for her review. In the afternoon, Qing Ci sought out a supplier to negotiate a partnership. The materials were rare, and thus the supplier was only considering exclusive sales in Jiang City. To her surprise, a familiar face appeared. Chapter 51. Mo Yan's Initial Choice. Qing Ci, what a surprise. Are you here to discuss this collaboration as well? Lin Xiaoxiao, clad in striking red, exclaimed, astonished to see Qing Ci. Indeed, Qing Ci replied, her focus on the documents.
Disinterested in engaging.
"I suggest you abandon this endeavor," Lin Xiaoxiao mocked. "Your struggling company is on the brink of collapse. Who would be willing to supply materials to a company destined to fail? Strength dictates all." Qing Ci closed her magazine. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed. If it were any other company under the Qiao Group, that might be one thing, but Yashalin? What strength could it possibly possess? Just as she was about to continue her derision, the supplier entered. The three exchanged surprised glances. This was a familiar face. "Mr. Mo," Lin Xiaoxiao greeted, admiring his elegantly tailored suit and dignified demeanor, thinking to herself how he had captivated Qiao and Ye completely. "I did not anticipate that you would be the supplier for this collaboration." "Indeed," Mo Yan said, glancing at Qing Ci. "Please present your proposals and plans." Lin Xiaoxiao brimmed with confidence. Their Mai's company was far superior to Yashalin. Once both parties finished their presentations, just as Mo Yan was about to speak, his phone rang. "Apologies," he said, stepping outside to take the call. Lin Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to mock Qing Ci. "Mr. Mo will undoubtedly choose me. If you have any sense, you should leave now to avoid embarrassing yourself later." Qing Ci replied lazily, "What makes you so confident?" "Because MIG Company is leagues ahead of your Estée Lauder," Lin Xiaoxiao declared proudly. "Moreover, Wenya is Mr. Mo's fiancé, and as her good friend, who do you think Mr. Mo will choose? His fiancé? It seems she has never officially acknowledged that, has she?" Qing Ci inquired, her expression sincere. Lin Xiaoxiao, flustered and angered, retorted, "But Wenya excels in every art. A true socialite worthy of Mr. Mo. He will surely choose her." Qing Ci merely smiled, choosing silence. Lin Xiaoxiao detested Qing Ci's calm demeanor. How could a woman from the countryside exude such confidence? Suddenly Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed, looking at her haughtily. "Oh, by the way, your friend Jiang City, right?" She has worked in Meg's sales department for ages, but now she's suddenly been dismissed. I suppose she has nowhere to go? You leave now. And I might let her return to work. Qing Ci's gaze turned icy. So this is indeed your doing. Indeed, it was me, Lin Xiaoxiao admitted boldly, utterly dismissing Qing Ci. Qing Ci, the power of wealthy families is beyond your imagination. Even if you return to the Qiao family, you will merely be a useless heiress. No one will bow to you. In fact, you will only bring disaster to those around you. But I must thank you, Qing Ci replied with a smile. If it weren't for you, Jiang City would not have become my capable assistant. It seems Meg is in for a storm, losing such an outstanding employee, truly. You are blind to talent. Humph. With so many people in Meg, do you think we would collapse over one sales employee? Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed dismissively. Shortly after, Mo Yanchu returned. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at him expectantly. Meg Company's proposal is indeed impressive. Mo Yanchu began leisurely. Lin Xiaoxiao smirked, casting a challenging glance at Qing Ci. Yet Mo Yanchu continued, however, Estée Lauder is superior. We will choose them this time. How is that possible? Lin Xiaoxiao leaped to her feet, unable to accept the outcome, looking at Mo Yanchu. Mr. Mo, Estée Lauder is on the brink of collapse. Choosing them will surely lead to regret. Do you believe my decision requires your doubt? Mo Yanchu's expression suddenly turned frosty, his aura shifting to one of formidable authority. Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, realizing what she had done. She had dared to question Mo Yanchu. This was Mo Yanchu, yet she could not suppress her resentment. Why does Qing Ci deserve this? Fine, Qing Ci, even if you obtain their materials, what difference does it make? I assure you, we will trample you. Lin Xiaoxiao dared not confront Mo Yanchu directly, instead targeting Qing Ci. Just wait. At the product launch, I will ensure you face utter humiliation. Chapter 52. This girl is a glutton. With that, Lin Xiaoxiao stormed off in her heels. Qing Ci turned to Mo Yanchu. You have a keen eye. Mo Yanchu was taken aback, then suddenly chuckled. His voice was rich and captivating, akin to aged wine. He looked at Qing Ci. You are quite confident in your company. Of course, Qing Ci smiled. I will ensure your materials achieve their full potential. A pleasant collaboration. Mo Yanchu extended his hand. Qing Ci took his hand. His fingers were dry and calloused, exuding a sense of security. Shall I drive you back to the company?
Montag Jan zu inquiret.
His dark eyes softening with warmth. My car is downstairs. I will have my assistant drive it back, he added without hesitation. Qing Ci felt a flutter in her heart as she gazed at Mo Yanchu, his gentle yet commanding demeanor surprisingly appealing. She agreed. The spacious interior of the Lamborghini was quite comfortable. Mo Yanchu magically produced 2 small cakes. Wow! Qing Ci exclaimed, marveling at the beautiful cakes. Where did you buy these? The chef at home made them. Do you like them? He asked. They looked delightful and tasted even better. Qing Ci devoured them and felt a twinge of envy for Mo Yanchu. Mo Yanchu observed her with a tender gaze, a faint smile dancing in his eyes. He realized this girl was quite the little foodie. If you like them, I will bring you more next time. The chef can make other dishes too. You should try them when you have the chance. All right, Qing Ci genuinely considered it. Yet she pondered the propriety of visiting a man's home alone. However, if her brother returned, it would seem more fitting to go with him. Qing Ci silently plotted. Soon, they arrived at the company. Qing Ci exited the car and headed inside. At that moment, in the hallway of Estée Lauder, someone was gazing at the scenery and happened to see Qing Ci alight from the luxury vehicle. This car was evidently not one belonging to Changya. Lu Qingyue immediately comprehended the implications. Qing Ci not only had ties to Changya, but also to another man.
Lu Qingyue,
still seething over Qing Ci's previous interference with her performance, was unexpectedly delighted by this revelation. As Qing Ci ascended the stairs, she was met with Lu Qingyue's sardonic gaze. Is there something you need? Qing Ci inquired coolly. Our President Xiao is quite charming. Not only winning the boss's favor, but captivating other men as well. Truly, youth is an asset, wouldn't you agree? Lu Qingyue remarked, her smile laced with sarcasm. Speak plainly. Qing Ci replied, her demeanor unfazed. I admire your audacity in relying on wealthy patrons. I saw you return earlier. That car certainly isn't from the night president. Is it? Lu Qingyue scrutinized her. And if it isn't? Qing Ci raised an eyebrow. Lu Qingyue was taken aback by her open admission. You've betrayed the night president and yet remain so bold? Qing Ci found her utterly ridiculous. Feel free to report me. With that, she brushed past Lu Qingyue. Enraged, Lu Qingyue hissed, do you think I wouldn't dare? Aren't you simply leveraging your body for advancement? If I tell Changya, do you think you can keep your position? I was merely trying to collaborate with you. Is this how you respond? The only response she received was the sound of a door slamming shut. Lu Qingyue was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Very well. I shall not hold back. Soon, news of successfully obtaining the materials spread through the company, and excitement surged among the employees. The research and development team brimmed with confidence, and the new formula was quickly provided to Qing Ci. Jiang Xiaoyu had contributed many fresh ideas, earning praise from Wan Lin. However, as Wan Lin observed Qing Ci studying the formula, she hesitated, uncertain whether to explain it. Only for Qing Ci to hand her the revised formula. Use this, Qing Ci instructed. Wan Lin glanced at it, her heart racing. This formula was vastly superior to the previous one. She looked at Qing Ci in astonishment, who calmly replied, you may leave now. All right, President Xiao. With you and Jiang Xiaoyu on board, our new product will surely astonish the public. Wan Lin exclaimed joyfully before departing. After finishing her work, Qing Ci received a call from Changya. His voice was refined and clear. Sister, have you finished? Yes, I'm just about to leave, she replied. I'm near your company. I'll come pick you up. Qing Ci packed her belongings and waited obediently by the roadside for Changya. Before long, she saw his car approaching. Just as she opened the door to get in, someone suddenly seized her wrist. Chapter 53. The attempt to sow discord fails. President Xiao. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Qingyue shouted. Qing Ci cast a fierce glance towards Lu Qingyue. A tempest of emotion brewing in her eyes. It appears that you truly wish to leave the company. Lu Qingyue retorted with a mocking laugh. Even if I am no longer part of the company, I will ensure that President Xiao learns of this matter. She turned her gaze towards Changya in the car. Unmasking the truth, President Xiao, Qing Ci, is having an affair. A flicker of astonishment crossed Changya's face. Lu Qingyue smirked inwardly, realizing that Changya was oblivious to this scandal. As Changya emerged from the vehicle, his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 exuded an innate aura of authority. Upon meeting Lu Qinyue's visibly excited expression, his voice turned frigid. What nonsense are you spouting? I speak the truth. I have photographic evidence, Lu Qinyue insisted, hastily producing her phone to reveal images of Qing Ci disembarking from another man's car, an admission she had made herself. Qing Ci regarded Lu Qinyue with a cold, disdainful stare, dismissing her as an annoyance. As Changya examined the photographs, his cultured and handsome features gradually transformed under a veneer of ice, the atmosphere around him chilling perceptibly. Lu Qinyue, however, felt a surge of satisfaction, anticipating the unfolding drama. Surely, Changya would not easily forgive Qing Ci. She awaited the moment Qing Ci would be ousted from the company. Finally, Changya spoke. Is this your daily routine while working at the company? Indeed. Qing Ci. You work here, yet consort with others, disregarding President Xiao. Lu Qinyue chimed in eagerly. I refer to you. Changya's cold tone enveloped Lu Qinyue, causing her to tremble in disbelief at his words, his dark eyes now imbued with a sense of lethal seriousness. President Xiao, I don't understand. I did this for you. Lu Qinyue protested, feeling unjustly accused. Ha! You are the vice president. Your role is to assist her. Yet you only concern yourself with such antics, Qing Ci remarked, her gaze unyieldingly frigid and disappointed. Lu Qinyue's mind faltered, but isn't this for your benefit? She is a promiscuous woman, unworthy of you. You need not come to work tomorrow. Changya, disinterested in further explanation, delivered his decree and took Qing Ci's hand, leading her to the car. As the luxury vehicle departed, Lu Qinyue stood rooted in shock. She had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Where had she gone wrong? Confusion enveloped her as she failed to comprehend why Changya would dismiss her instead.
Moments later.
A call from the HR department confirmed her dismissal. After years of toil to attain the vice president position, Lu Qinyue felt tears brimming in her eyes. However, shortly thereafter, she received a message from Yang Qingqing. Lu, Yashalin is not a suitable place. Come to Mig, where talents are truly valued. Inside the car, Changya gazed apologetically at Qing Ci. I am truly sorry, Qing Ci. I never imagined this vice president would be such a person. It's all right. She cannot bully me. Qing Ci replied with fortitude. I can arrange for someone else to assist you. After a moment's thought, she responded, no need. I have someone suitable in mind. And I am already familiar with the company. Very well, Changya acknowledged, recognizing it was merely a small company. What mattered most was Qing Ci's happiness. At the Qiao residence, dinner was prepared, and upon their arrival, Mrs. Qiao rushed over, cradling Qing Ci's face with concern. Why has my dear Qing Ci been working so hard lately, returning home so late? After several days of only seeing her precious daughter in the evenings, Mrs. Qiao felt a pang of discontent and admonished Changya, didn't we agree that you would assist your sister? Why do you allow her to toil so much? You are a useless brother. Xiao Yanfei, lounging on the sofa, cast a glance at Qing Ci, adding, indeed, Changya, you cannot prioritize your own work above family. It seems you still do not grasp this. Changya felt a sudden sense of alienation, as if he had become an outsider in his own home. I believe Mom and Dad are right. I will pay more attention to my sister. Qing Ci quickly interjected, brother has been very attentive. It is I who do not wish for him to involve himself in the company's affairs. So that is the case, Mrs. Qiao replied, still gazing at her daughter with concern. However, Qing Ci, you need not exert yourself too much. After all, the family fortune could last for generations. Qing Ci felt a pang of discomfort. She had once prided herself on her wealth, yet now. It was clear that a century-old family was in a league of its own. Sister has just taken over the company. Surely she wishes to achieve something noteworthy for our parents, Qiao Wenya interjected softly. Yet no one responded. Noticing her parents' attention fixed on Qing Ci, Qiao Wenya tightened her fingers, glancing at Changya, hoping he would understand her feelings in this moment. During dinner, she sat beside him, ladling soup for him, and sighed. Mom and Dad are really fond of sister. Of course, we must treat her well. After all, she has only just returned, Changya replied smoothly, his demeanor devoid of any discontent. Xiao Wenya pursed her lips, reflecting on how her parents had previously placed the most importance on their eldest son. Chapter 54, A Warning. We are all family. There is no need to prioritize one over another. Xiao Wenya fell silent. Soon, her phone buzzed with a message from Lin Xiaoxiao, who was venting about Imo Yanqiu and Qing Ci's collaboration. The tension in Xiao Wenya's fingers tightened around her phone, knuckles turning pale. She bore no malice towards Qing Ci, even feeling a degree of pity for her, having grown up in the countryside. She must have found it difficult to fit into the elite circle. She had even contemplated helping her integrate into their world. Yet now, it seemed Qing Ci required no assistance. She was excelling on her own, even outshining those around her. What is it, Wenya? Changya inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. Snap back to reality, Wenya replied, it's nothing, brother. Changya scrutinized her, but said nothing further. After dinner, Mrs. Qiao took Qing Ci for a walk, while Wenya practiced her dance in the studio when Changya arrived. Brother, are you here to watch me practice? She asked, a hint of joy in her voice. Grateful that he still cared for her. Changya nodded softly at her bright gaze. Wenya began to practice earnestly, striving to showcase her best self. You have made remarkable progress during this time, Changya praised. It is all thanks to my aunt's excellent teaching, Wenya replied with a smile. By the way, brother, my aunt has applied for me to become the head of the association. Surprised, Changya responded, is that so? You must be the youngest head then. Wenya nodded proudly, then added, I wonder if sister likes dancing. I could teach her. She grew up in the countryside, so she likely had no opportunity to learn any special skills. Her expression turned wistful. Changya regarded her, his gaze deepening. She will have her own strengths. Wenya. Qing Ci is Qing Ci, and you are you. There is no conflict between you. Brother, I understand, Wenya replied, a flicker of anxiety coursing through her as she wondered if he had discerned her thoughts. I hold great respect for sister. I will not conflict with her. You are both children of the Qiao family. Fairness will prevail for all, Changya advised subtly. As Changya observed Wenya, a sigh escaped him. Finish up and rest early. It seemed she had not absorbed his words. All right, brother, she nodded. Once Changya departed, Wenya felt her energy dissipate, a sense of discomfort weighing heavily on her. She had not targeted Qing Ci. Why had her brother spoken those words? It felt as if he believed she had done something wrong to Qing Ci. The sensation of distress overwhelmed her when Lin Xiaoxiao's call came through. Wenya. Are you coming to my new product exhibition? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, sensing something amiss. Wenya, what's wrong? Suppressing her feelings, Qiao Wenya chose to share the recent events. Lin Xiaoxiao responded angrily. Isn't it obvious? Qing Ci must have said something to Brother Changya. This Qing Ci, truly a country bumpkin, harbors deep scheming. You, with your simplistic nature, are certainly no match for her. Qiao Wenya stifled a sob, expressing, I merely wish to lead a peaceful life at home. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, she is unwilling to grant even this. Am I truly destined to leave the Qiao family?
No, Wenya.
It is not you who needs the Qiao family. Rather, it is the Qiao family that needs you. You are the family's face, a prodigious dancing talent, and the vice president of the company. If you were to depart, what would become of the Qiao family? As for Qing Ci, she can quietly play the role of a decorative vase. Please attend my new product exhibition. I assure you, this time I will ensure Qing Ci suffers a significant embarrassment. Qiao Wenya wished to dissuade Lin Xiaoxiao, but the words that escaped her lips transformed into a mirror. The Qiao family garden was exquisite, illuminated by the gentle glow of street lamps under the serene night sky. Qing Ci took a leisurely stroll with Madame Qiao when, unbeknownst to them, a figure had stealthily joined their company. Upon turning, Qing Ci found Qiao Changya smiling at her. I never anticipated you would notice me. He moved so quietly that even Qing Ci could sense his presence. You startled me, you rascal, Madame Qiao exclaimed, taken aback. Aren't you supposed to be working?
Qiao Changya,
feeling somewhat helpless, realized his mother thought he was intruding. I merely wished to accompany you on your walk. Very well, Madame Qiao replied reluctantly. As they strolled, Qing Ci suddenly pondered, when will my second brother return? Chapter 55, Jealousy and Rivalry. The moment the question left her lips, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Qing Ci discerned a look of sorrow on Madame Qiao's face, while Qiao Changya fell silent, his lips pursed and expression darkening. Gently, Madame Qiao grasped Qing Ci's hand. Your second brother's health is not well. I cannot say when he will return. It's all right. I hope he recovers soon, Qing Ci replied. Realizing she had misspoken and swiftly changing the subject, what about third brother? Changya felt a twinge of envy. Sister, do you have business with third brother? Not really, Qing Ci shyly admitted, reluctant to confess her intention of seeking a free meal. He, on average, takes a month or two to film each production. He has already been gone for over a month and should be back in a few days, Madame Qiao answered. All right, a few days isn't too long. Changya scrutinized Qing Ci's pensive expression, feeling increasingly envious. When did third brother grow so close to my sister? No, I cannot fall behind. The following day, Changya remarkably joined the family for breakfast. After the meal, he offered to drive Qing Ci to the company. Sister, I transferred $1 million to you. Use it as you see fit, and if it runs out, just ask your brother for more, he said with a smile. Brother, I don't need that much, Qing Ci replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed the family's habit was to transfer money whenever there was a disagreement. Brother's money is yours. Take it, Changya insisted, exuding that domineering CEO aura. Qing Ci ultimately accepted it without further protest. Are you all preparing for the new product exhibition? Yes. How is the preparation going? Do you need my assistance? Changya inquired, visibly concerned. Qing Ci beamed. Everything is ready. If all goes well, the product will be produced today.
Indeed.
Before the end of the workday, the product was completed. Everyone took turns using it, and the feedback was quite positive. Zong. I saw Lu Qinyue's post on social media. Wan Lin hesitated before addressing Qing Ci. She and Yang Qingqing have both gone to Maij. Qing Ci paused slightly. Oh? Wan Lin assumed Qing Ci was unaware of what Maij was. It was their primary competitor, which had been thriving recently. I never expected Maij would recruit them. Moreover, it is quite unethical of them to leave the company for a rival. That's of no concern to us, Qing Ci replied nonchalantly. Wherever they go is irrelevant. However, Maij's new product launch coincides with ours. What should we do? Wan Lin expressed concern. They are merely unfortunate, Qing Ci declared with remarkable confidence, instantly alleviating the worries of those around her. Indeed, they too should be as self-assured as Qing Ci. However, following Lu Qinyue's departure, the position of vice president became vacant. Qing Ci was poised to promote Wan Lin after this exhibition. As time progressed, the highly anticipated new product exhibition finally arrived. The first mall, renowned for its skincare products, offered both high-end and affordable options, making it the go-to place for the latest skincare releases, with Maij and Estée Lauder both having stores there. Due to the recent product launch, the mall was teeming with people. Maij had even enlisted a celebrity to lend support, and customers began queuing outside. Given the rivalry between Maij and Estée Lauder, photos captured outside sparked heated discussions online. Estée Lauder must be out of its mind to choose to launch a new product alongside Maij. Isn't that akin to courting disaster? Indeed. And Maij is willing to spend money. They even invited stars. However, skincare ultimately relies on efficacy. I plan to assess the results of both brands before making a purchase. Does it even need saying? Maij is undoubtedly superior. Estée Lauder may tout its all-natural, non-irritating reputation, but it has caused considerable harm in the past.
Right.
Estée Lauder does not deserve to launch anything. I am going to witness their downfall. Jiang City arrived at the store today to conduct sales and assist customers in trying out products. She noticed a girl cautiously observing her surroundings. Hello. Is there anything you need? Jiang City greeted with a smile. I'm just browsing, the girl replied, lowering her head. I probably can't afford anything. That's all right. I can accompany you. Our products are indeed of high quality, though not inexpensive. However, we offer free samples, so why not take advantage of that? Jiang City smiled. The girl hesitated. Is that really okay? Of course. Jiang City retrieved a sample and gently applied it while providing professional explanations. The girl gazed at her, suddenly blushing with embarrassment. She was, in fact, one of those who had commented online, intending to witness Estée Lauder's downfall. Originally, she had planned to use her lack of funds to irritate the sales staff, but she had not anticipated the staff would be so kind. She couldn't help but feel ashamed of her previous intentions. Chapter 56. A Change of Impression. Thank you. You're welcome. Jiang City mysteriously produced a delicate little bag. Here is a set of samples we have not yet publicly promoted. You can take it home and try it out. Upon hearing this, the girl's earlier guilt vanished, and her tone turned slightly cold. How much is it?
Huh.
How ironic that she just thought the sales staff were nice, only to realize their true intentions were still to make a profit. No cost. Take it home and use it. If you have any feedback, feel free to return. Jiang City responded gently. The girl froze for a moment, accepting the samples in silence as she left. Once outside, she finally felt she could breathe again. She opened her phone, and notifications from her group chat chimed incessantly. This group consisted of fans of a former celebrity who had suffered from allergies. United by their admiration for the star, they harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Estée Lauder, and the girl was the group leader. Xiao Ling, how is it? Are the Estée Lauder staff arrogant, feeling defeated by Maij? I bet the salespeople at Estée Lauder have lost their motivation to sell. Xiao Ling read these messages, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Actually, Estée Lauder is quite good. At least their service is commendable. Perhaps the issue lies with the products. After sending this message, there was a brief silence before the group members responded. Is that true? If you're saying that, their salespeople must be decent. But of course, salespeople need to have good attitudes to earn money. You should check Maij. They must be better. The girl pondered for a moment before turning and heading to Maij. There, she found a long queue, waiting a considerable time before entering. Inside, the salespeople were busy attending to more glamorous customers. Finally, the girl managed to find an available staff member. Can I try out some products? There are samples over there. You can go directly. The sales assistant cast a cursory glance at her, noting that the girl's attire was rather unremarkable, indicating she was not of affluent status. The assistant's tone was neither overly harsh nor particularly welcoming. The girl furrowed her brow slightly and retorted, "Isn't your job to assist us in trying out products? How are we to know the correct application method for certain items?" The assistant, showing signs of impatience, replied, "Isn't there an instruction manual right beside you?" The girl pursed her lips, her brow furrowing deeper. "Is this how you treat your customers?" All right, I'll help you try it," the assistant said. Just as she noticed another customer entering, her demeanor instantly transforming into a bright smile. "Sister Yang is here." She promptly abandoned the girl to greet the new customer with an exaggerated warmth. The girl was taken aback, thinking, this person can certainly change her expression swiftly. She decided to leave, venting her frustration in a group chat. Maij is utterly useless. Their sales assistants are all so superficial, only greeting you based on your wealth. Oh, really? Is it that outrageous? Fine, I won't purchase Maij products ever again. As the evening wore on, customers began to dwindle. When Jiang Xiaoyu and Wan Lin exited the store, They encountered Yang Qingqing and her companions walking towards them. Oh, isn't that director one?
Yang Qingqing scoffed at.
Have you all resorted to sales here? Is Estee Lauder in such dire straits that you cannot even afford sales staff? We are here to understand the products and assist customers. Is there a problem? Wanlin replied, unfazed. To put it bluntly, Estee Lauder simply can't afford to hire anyone. Yang Qingqing shot back with a smirk. Look at us at Mige. We don't need to do any of this. Our sales today reached 30 million. Lu Qinhua chimed in, her face beaming. She had previously worried about leaving Estee Lauder for a better opportunity. But now she was witnessing Mige's strength, urging, I suggest you all change jobs soon. If you plead with me, I might recommend you to the company. No need. Thank you, Yang Qingqing replied coolly. Alright, but I heard your sales only amounted to a few million today. Oh dear, how pitiful. Could it be that your company can't even pay salaries? Yang Qingqing concluded, prompting laughter from her companions. Chapter 57. Mo Yanqiu self-identifies as an assistant. Jiang Citi's gaze turned frosty. Laugh all you want. Estee Lauder is dedicated to crafting quality products and will surely surpass you. Is that so? We shall eagerly await. The others laughed even louder. Wanlin ushered everyone away, refusing to engage further. As they reached the roadside, a car came to a halt. The window rolled down, revealing Qiao Qingci's exquisitely beautiful visage. Thank you all for your hard work. I'm treating everyone to dinner. The group was pleasantly surprised. As they boarded the vehicle, they discovered another man inside. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, unmistakably a figure of prominence, causing everyone to tense up. Sensing their discomfort, Qiao Qingci reassured. No need to be nervous. Yes, I am Assistant Mo Yanqiu, he interjected. So, he is merely an assistant? Does an assistant need to be this handsome? Speculations began to arise among the group, wondering if Qiao Qingci had already reached the pinnacle of success and was now indulging in a trophy companion. Instantly, they relaxed, though their gazes turned slightly suggestive. Qiao Qingci was left perplexed by their sudden shift in demeanor. Upon arriving at the Xinhua restaurant, the group was astonished. Qiao Zong. We aren't actually dining at Xinhua, are we? Yes, why? This place has an average cost exceeding 1,000 per person. They exchanged glances, as none had ever dined at such an expensive establishment. Qiao Qingci smiled lightly. Thank you all for your efforts. This meal is on me. Hooray, long live Qiao Zong. The group erupted in excitement. The decor of Xinhua restaurant was opulent and sophisticated, standing out prominently in its surroundings. As they ascended the stairs, they failed to notice another vehicle pull up at the back entrance, leading into the adjacent restaurant. How generous. We can host our team building here. This place averages 400 to 500 per person. One exclaimed excitedly. Of course, we're at Mige now, not Estee Lauder.
Yang Qingqing interjected immediately.
Right. After entering, Yang Qingqing couldn't resist snapping a photo to send to Wanlin. In the private dining room of Xinhua restaurant, Wanlin's phone chimed with Yang Qingqing's message. Upon seeing her boast, he felt a bit speechless and chose to ignore it. While examining the menu, everyone hesitated to order, yet once the dishes arrived, they were presented with an array of culinary delights. Gazing at the sizable Boston lobster, they could hardly suppress their salivation. Thank you, Qiao Zong. I shall dig in first, Jiang Xiaoyu declared eagerly. No need for formality. Feel free to enjoy, Qiao Qingci replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Meanwhile, Mo Yanqiu leisurely peeled shrimp, offering them to Qiao Qingci. She bit her lip, feeling it might be too intimate, but upon meeting the earnest depth of his gaze, she dismissed her doubts. After all, he was merely an assistant. It seemed reasonable for him to take care of her, didn't it? Qiao Qingci pondered uncertainly. The others observed the scene, their expressions betraying amused smiles. During the meal, Qiao Qingci excused herself to the restroom, only to find Mo Yanqiu waiting at the door upon her return. Why are you out here as well? I sensed that everyone was a bit uneasy inside. Qiao Qingci had no counter to this statement, replying, Then perhaps you shouldn't come next time. Mo Yanqiu's dark, penetrating eyes locked onto her, as if attempting to see through her. Qiao Qingci felt a pang of guilt under his gaze, as if she were the one lacking warmth. All right, let us head back in, she suggested, approaching the entrance where lively discussions could be heard. I told you. Qiao Zong knows how to enjoy life. She has chosen such a handsome trophy companion. He is truly handsome, could easily be a star. But didn't someone say Qiao Zong and Qiao Chengya were a couple? They have no chemistry at all. This trophy companion is clearly Qiao Zong's rightful match. My, look at that physique. Who knew Qiao Zong dined so lavishly? Wan Lin chimed in. Qing Ci felt her ears flush crimson. She had never realized Wan Lin could be so bold with her words. Observing her flushed cheeks, Mo Yanchu chuckled softly. His voice rich and melodious like a mountain spring. If we don't go in soon, they may escalate their comments. Taking a deep breath, Qing Ci decided, let us allow them some amusement. We'll hold off on entering for now. If they went in, the atmosphere would surely turn tense. The two lingered in the corridor. The restaurant's air conditioning quite brisk. Qing Ci leaned against the railing, instinctively curling her shoulders. A warm coat draped over her shoulders, infused with the faint scent of his cologne. She glanced at him. Mo Yanchu's gaze remained fixed on her, his eyes like bottomless pits, inviting her to lose herself in them. Qing Ci felt as though her heart had been seized, quickly averting her gaze. Perhaps the silence had stretched too long. She felt a bit uneasy and casually broached a new subject. My friend mentioned that your kindness towards me stems from a fondness. Realizing her words only after speaking, she felt a wave of embarrassment and hastily clarified, but of course, I know it's because of third brother. Not at all, Mo Yanchu decisively refuted. Chapter 58. The boyfriend is stolen away. Qing Ci was momentarily stunned, gazing at him in bewilderment. Yet Mo Yanchu offered no further explanation. Silence enveloped them once more. Qing Ci inhaling the familiar scent, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was not naive. She could sense that Mo Yanchu's kindness towards her was anything but ordinary. After a while, noticing the conversation inside had shifted, they finally returned. However, the glances directed at them remained fervent. Qing Ci pretended not to notice and continued to eat. After the meal, she arranged for their taxis home, ensuring the company would cover the expenses. Wan Lin was genuinely moved. She had never encountered such a considerate leader before and happily posted on her social media. Today is delightful. My leader is truly wonderful. Meanwhile, Yang Qingqing and others had just stepped out and happened to see Wan Lin and her group departing. Wan Lin, how did they end up here? Are you foolish? We're having a team-building dinner today. They must be here for the same reason. Oh, isn't that a street food area they just walked past?
Yang Qingqing scoffed.
It seems they've now resorted to eating at food stalls. The others laughed in agreement. However, one person was scrolling through social media and noticed the image Wan Lin had just posted. Wait a moment. Look at this, she exclaimed, showing everyone that they seemed to be dining at the Crescent restaurant. Everyone gathered around to examine the exquisite dishes in the picture, many of which they had never seen before, and their expressions faltered. Yet, Yang Qingqing remained resolute. Impossible. How could Yashalin be so generous as to treat employees to such an expensive meal? Wan Lin must have pilfered this image from the internet. She's certainly envious of our fine dining, hence the deliberate post. With this explanation, most people were convinced. Ah, poor Wan Lin. At the Qiao household, Qing Ci returned home to find Qiao Wanya watching her closely. Who brought you back just now?
Montag Yanchu.
Qing Ci had no intention of concealing it. Qiao Wanya's expression shifted slightly, her tone barely concealing her discomfort. Seeing how close you are with brother Yanchu brings me some relief. Yet, her demeanor suggested that she felt as if her boyfriend had been stolen away. Qiao Changya, seated nearby, was taken aback by her words. Qing Ci, is your relationship with Mo Yanchu that good? It's all right, Qing Ci replied vaguely. Third brother entrusted him to look after me. Qiao Changya let out a small sigh of relief, but still cautioned, you shouldn't get too close to him. He can be quite dangerous. Dangerous? I don't feel that way. I wonder what makes me dangerous? Just then, a voice echoed from the entrance. A man strode in confidently, exuding an impressive presence. Upon seeing him, Qiao Wanya's eyes lit up. Brother Yanchu. Was he here to see her? Unfazed by being overheard while speaking ill of others, Qiao Changya squinted at him. What brings you here? I came to return the earrings to the young lady, Mo Yanchu said as he approached Qing Ci, extending his hand which held a diamond earring. Only then did Qing Ci realize one of her earrings was missing.
Thank you, she said. Get some rest.
Mo Yanchu gazed at her with warmth. Watching their seemingly oblivious exchange, Qiao Wanya felt her expression begin to twist uncontrollably. After finishing his words, Mo Yanchu turned his attention to Qiao Changya. Qiao, speaking ill of others behind their backs isn't very nice, is it? What I said was reasonable after all. I have only one sister, and I must take good care of her. Qiao Changya stood his ground against Mo Yanchu's imposing aura. I can't let her be deceived by anyone. Indeed, Yunxi's sister is my sister too. I will protect her well.
Montag Yanshu replied smoothly.
Xiao Chengya's face darkened. Who the hell is your sister? 3 brothers are already enough. We don't need anyone else. Xiao Chengya flatly rejected him. Did you seek Qing Ci's permission for such a claim? Mo Yanchu said darkly. Qing Ci has parents. And for you to be so overbearing as a brother must put a lot of pressure on her. Xiao Chengya had indeed overlooked that aspect and quickly turned to Xiao Qingci. Sister, I didn't mean it that way. Listening to their back-and-forth banter, Xiao Qingci felt a headache coming on. I'm going to sleep. She went upstairs. Xiao Wanya approached Mo Yanchu. Brother Yanchu, would you like to stay for a while? I can make you some tea. No need, he replied tersely, his demeanor noticeably cooling after Xiao Qingci left. I'll be going. With that, he departed, leaving only his retreating figure. Xiao Wanya's expression stiffened, feeling the evening grow increasingly bleak. She couldn't understand it. Wasn't she outstanding? Why was everyone so focused on Xiao Qingci? Back in her room, Xiao Qingci, after a shower, was drawn to the online buzz. Chapter 59. Becoming a fan of Yashalin. Yashalin, with an air of arrogance, believed it could surpass Maij. Yashalin or Maij, who do you support? Some hot topics about them were circulating on Weibo, particularly the fervent claims made by Jiang Xiaoyu and Yang Qingqing, with Jiang Xiaoyu adamantly stating that Yashalin would undoubtedly surpass Maij, which spread like wildfire. This statement attracted ridicule from netizens. Soon after, Maij publicly disclosed its soaring sales figures, further igniting controversy. Is this employee out of her mind? Maij is currently overshadowing Yashalin. I wouldn't even consider using Yashalin's products. Maij can't even squeeze in today. Their online sales are booming. Yashalin should brace for collapse. Actually, I think Yashalin is quite good. I tried their products and they were exceptionally patient. The online sentiment was predominantly one of condemnation towards Yashalin, with only a few voices speaking in their favor, quickly silenced. The company took note of the situation, and Jiang Xiaoyu called Xiao Qingci to apologize. Qingci. It's all my fault, I misspoke. Xiao Qingci patiently reassured her. What you said wasn't wrong. Right now, what we need is time. Their products will undoubtedly leave many in awe, provided the public is willing to give them sufficient time. Xiao Qingci had confidence in this. A week slipped by quietly. On this day, Xiaoling, upon waking, habitually checked her reflection and was astonished to find that her face was no longer as red. She had always had sensitive skin, and over the years, many skincare products had proven ineffective. However, just days prior, her skincare supplies had run out, and she recalled the sample given to her by the salesgirl at Yashalin's counter, so she decided to try it. She hadn't held much hope at the time, planning to switch back to her regular products once they arrived. To her surprise, her skin appeared remarkably improved today. Unsure of her newfound fortune, she opted for a skin assessment, which confirmed significant improvement. Your sensitivity looks about 1/5 better than before. What products have you been using? The beautician inquired. Just this skincare line. Look, do you think it could have any side effects? Xiaoling produced the sample for her. The beautician scrutinized it, her expression growing serious. What's wrong? Xiaoling asked nervously. Could there really be side effects? This set must be expensive, right? It was given to me for free by someone from Yashalin. Really? They're quite generous. The beautician was pleasantly surprised, explaining that the ingredients in this set were of excellent quality, with one component imported from abroad, particularly beneficial for sensitive skin. Xiaoling felt lightheaded upon hearing this. Yashalin was truly that remarkable? Upon returning home, she messaged her group chat. To her astonishment, several friends also reported positive results. They began to wonder if their idol's previous allergic reaction was merely a coincidence. Moreover, on Weibo, many individuals shared their experiences. Numerous users even directly tagged Yashalin, inquiring about the ingredients that yielded such impressive results. Yashalin responded without hesitation, revealing that their ingredients were imported and that they were the only authorized distributor in the country. Consequently, Yashalin's sales figures skyrocketed. Of course, people were not blindly following trends. They genuinely saw numerous positive reviews and thus chose to purchase, thinking if all else fails, they could at least try it out. A buying frenzy ensued. In just one day, Yashalin sales astonishingly surged to 30 million. The employees at Yashalin were overwhelmed with work. Xiao Qingci, finally finishing her day at 10 o'clock, found Xiao Chengya waiting downstairs, having come to personally escort her home to keep Mo Yanchu at bay. Suddenly, his phone rang. What? How could such a situation arise all of a sudden? Xiao Chengya furrowed his brow as he glanced at the building of the Yashalin company, reluctantly conceding, I understand. He then called Qing Ci. Sister, I have an unexpected matter to attend to and may not be able to take you home. That's all right. You go ahead and take care of your business, big brother. Qing Ci replied just as she stepped out of the elevator, preparing to hail a cab for herself. However, she spotted a familiar car slowly approaching by the roadside. That ostentatious license plate could only belong to Mo Yanchu. Mo Yanchu personally exited the vehicle and opened the door for her. You must be tired. It's been a busy day, hasn't it? Yes, what brings you here? Qing Ci asked, puzzled, as she recalled that Changya had been picking her up these past few days.
Montag Yanshu replied nonchalantly.
It has been quite a while since we last met. Qing Ci, not one to be easily deceived, quickly deduced that Changya's company must be in trouble, and it was likely connected to him. The man possessed an air of refined elegance, yet who would have thought he harbored such a cunning nature? Qing Ci felt she understood him a little better now, and rather than feeling disdain, a slight smile crept onto her lips. They were headed to her favorite restaurant, which further elevated her spirits. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone's mood was far less cheerful. Lin Xiaoxiao was on a call with Xiao Wenya, mercilessly trampling on the Yashalin company. Their sales have been stagnant these past few days, utterly lifeless. Yashalin is crumbling, especially since I took over. Many employees have come to me instead. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before her company goes bankrupt. Then, Xiao and the others will realize that the future of the Qiao family rests on you. Xiao Wenya sighed. Sister is just too driven. She thinks the aristocracy is blissful. But in truth, being a scion of a wealthy family is even more challenging. Indeed, she would be better off not returning. Let me see how many orders they've sold today. I hope they haven't even managed to sell 1,000. That would truly be laughable. Lin Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile as she arrived at their store. Upon seeing the sales figures for the new products, she initially thought her eyes were deceiving her. Xiao Wenya, waiting for her to speak, inquired with a smile, "What's wrong? Did they not sell a single item?" Chapter 60. Yashalin's Resurrection. How is this possible? 200,000. I only saw a few orders this morning. How could it have escalated to hundreds of thousands so quickly? Lin Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief at the ever-increasing sales figures. Could it be that Qing Ci couldn't resist boosting the numbers? How foolish of her. Finally, having found a plausible explanation, Lin Xiaoxiao's disdain for Qing Ci grew. This woman is truly a joke. Unable to compete fairly, she resorts to inflating orders? Utterly ridiculous. Xiao Wenya's smile widened even further. Just then, a trending topic notification appeared, causing her to frown and click on it. Yashalin's Resurrection? Many people reported that Yashalin's products genuinely alleviated sensitivity, leading to a staggering sales figure of 10 million in a single day. The numbers were still rising, potentially surpassing Meg's record for the highest sales in a day. Xiao Wenya's smile froze. She knew Yashalin was merely an unremarkable skincare company that had previously faced backlash for causing allergic reactions in celebrities. How could it suddenly become so formidable? Clicking into Weibo, she easily found numerous posts detailing the usage of Yashalin products, with many photos showcasing the reduction of redness in sensitive skin. The comments were overwhelmingly positive. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao, having seen something, gasped in shock. A glint of darkness flickered in Xiao Wenya's eyes as she murmured, "It seems my sister indeed possesses talent. She has managed to turn the company's reputation around in such a short time. She must have hired internet trolls." Lin Xiaoxiao sneered. It's a pity she doesn't realize that the higher one rises, the harder one falls. Xiao Wenya remained non-committal. At Huage, Qing Ci was particularly pleased with the meal. "You seem to enjoy this place. It appears my family's cuisine would suit your palate as well," Mo Yanchu observed, his beautiful, dark phoenix eyes sparkling with gentleness. For a moment, Qing Ci could hardly discern whether the food was more delectable or the man before her more captivating. "Why do you say that?" she asked. "Because the chef here is a disciple of my family chef," Mo Yanchu replied casually. Qing Ci was taken aback. "It seems you have monopolized the culinary scene in Jiangcheng. That's one way to put it," he chuckled lightly. Qing Ci smiled, knowing his intentions, but could not help but wonder just how exquisite their family's chef's cooking truly was. During the meal, she excused herself to the restroom, only to unexpectedly run into someone she hadn't seen in ages. Yang Qian was on a call. Upon spotting Qing Ci, she quickly hung up. The two exchanged glances, and Yang Qian pursed her lips before speaking. "Long time no see. Have you returned to your biological parents? How are you faring?"
Qing Ci glanced at Jiang Qian.
Adorned in designer labels from head to toe, and smiled. I'm doing well. It seems you are too. I'm alright after all. I've put in so much effort. I must reap some rewards, Yang Qian replied, her tone laced with superiority. She believed her current position was solely due to her relentless hard work. Qing Ci chose not to respond, refraining from mentioning the countless nights she had spent composing for her and fighting for resources on her behalf. I hear you've become the CEO of Yashala now. Yang Qian fixed her gaze on her, her expression somewhat complex. Indeed. Yang Qian's heart grew even more convoluted upon hearing Qing Ci's admission. Qing Ci had always been an aloof figure. After leaving the affluent Duan family, she had ultimately succumbed to the stark contrast of her new life. Had she found herself a benefactor? You must have come with that person today, right?
Jiang Qian inquired.
Qing Ci was confused. What person? Never mind, Yang Qian interrupted, changing the subject. I have a word of advice for you. You'd best keep a low profile, retract those internet trolls, and issue an apology. Trolls? Apology? Qing Ci responded with a bemused smile. Yes, Yang Qian replied, somelhat exasperate. Don't pretend to be oblivious. The effects of Yashalan aren't that remarkable. You only hired trolls to attract customers, didn't you? However, Mig won't let you off the hook. If you pull back now, I can still help you mitigate their wrath. What do you say? I did not hire trolls. Those are genuine feedback. Qing Ci's tone turned icy. Duan Qing Ci, I know your situation is tough, but don't think about opposing the Lin family. You are no match for them. They could crush you with a single finger, do you understand? Yang Qian's agitation grew. In Jiangcheng, only the Qiao family can contend with the Lin family. Do you think you're the esteemed young lady of the Qiao family? Perhaps I truly am, Qing Ci retorted. You are utterly incomprehensible. Yang Qian stared at Qing Ci for a moment before finally sighing and walking away. Out of consideration for their past friendship, she had offered her a warning. Since Qing Ci refused to heed her advice, she could only wait for her to regret it. Upon returning to the private room, Qing Ci finished her meal with Mo Yanchu, who then escorted her back to the Qiao residence. Outside, a familiar car was parked. As Qing Ci exited the vehicle and spotted Changya, she felt an unexplainable sense of unease. President Xiao, Mo Yanchu greeted respectfully, exuding a languid, noble charm. Changya fixed a steely gaze on Mo Yanchu, a smile playing on his lips, yet his eyes remained cold. I must thank you for your trouble today, Mr. Mo. There's no need for such formality, President Xiao, Mo Yanchu replied with a warm smile, conveying an easygoing demeanor. After all, Qing Ci is our sister. Changya's expression darkened slightly. Why the long face? President Xiao. Do you not like me? Mo Yanchu feigned innocence, his handsome visage reflecting a hint of vulnerability. Big brother, Qing Ci interjected, let's go inside. Her words successfully eased the tense atmosphere. Changya cast one last glance at Mo Yanchu before responding. How could I dislike you? After all, you are a friend of the third brother. Well then, Mr. Mo, take care, and farewell. Changya shielded Qing Ci as they departed. Mo Yanchu pressed his forehead and smiled helplessly. It seems that the little one is not easily pursued. While others have a single father-in-law, he has 4, 1 genuine father-in-law and 3 little ones. Oh, but Qiao Yunxi does not count, after all. That foolish fellow probably won't realize it until the very end. Qing Ci and Changya walked along the dimly lit path at night. The gentle breeze was refreshing. Qing Ci remained silent, sensing the pressure emanating from her elder brother, which kept her quiet. Is your brother putting pressure on you? Changya initiated the conversation. No. My brother does not restrict my social circle. Noticing Qing Ci's silence and the slight tension in her jaw, he added, I am merely worried about you. I understand. Qing Ci replied, feeling the warmth of familial goodwill enveloping her. Changya stroked her hair. Milan's products have performed splendidly today. The sales are impressive. Qing Ci smiled softly. Milan already has a solid foundation. Observing his sister, Changya's expression softened, but upon recalling that rascal Mo Yanchu, he felt a pang of frustration. Clearly, he could no longer afford to make light-hearted comments in front of his sister. Doing so would only add unnecessary pressure. Next time, he should arrange a private meeting with Mo Yanchu. Meanwhile, Mo Yanchu, who was driving, suddenly sneezed. Is someone speaking ill of me? The night was cool and serene. The following day, sunlight bathed the earth in warmth. Qing Ci awoke and descended the stairs. Lady Qiao awaited her for breakfast, and Qiao Changya was also present. Lady Qiao brought warm milk, while Qiao Changya handed her a peeled egg. With concern, Qiao Changya asked, "Sister, would you like to rest at home today? You've been working hard lately." "I'm fine. I'm not tired." Qiao Qing Ci shook her head. Compared to before, this was far too easy. After all, she had expended much more effort assisting the struggling Duan family company. Without her presence, the Duan family would have probably gone bankrupt countless times due to President Duan's incompetence and penchant for causing trouble. "Qing Ci, dear, I wish to go shopping today. Will you accompany me?" Lady Qiao took Qiao Qing Ci's hand with a hint of coaxing. However, Qiao Qing Ci sensed something amiss. Did her mother and brother wish to prevent her from going to the company? "All right," she replied, though she took out her phone. Messages from Wan Xiaobei flooded in. She opened them to discover the turmoil surrounding Milan. "Boss, you actually went to Milan. I only realized today that the CEO is you. These people are truly audacious. How dare they act against you? Should I take down the Duan family?" That allergic little celebrity belongs to the Duan family's entertainment company. From these messages, Qiao Qing Ci gleaned the situation. It appeared that the previously mentioned allergic celebrity had begun to stir trouble once again. Lady Qiao, oblivious to the murderous intent flashing in Qiao Qing Ci's eyes, believed she had successfully shielded her daughter from distressing news. Qiao Wenya observed them, biting her lip. "Mother, I also wish to go shopping. It has been ages since we last shopped together. May I join?" Lady Qiao, not thinking much of it, readily agreed. After breakfast, she cheerfully asked Qiao Changya to drive them to the mall for a delightful shopping spree. Lady Qiao, generous in her spending, believed that Qiao Qing Ci looked good in every outfit, thus purchasing several pieces without hesitation. She even bought an outfit for Qiao Wenya. However, upon seeing the outfit that cost several tens of thousands, Qiao Wenya couldn't help but notice that her mother had purchased items for Qiao Qing Ci starting from 100,000. She pursed her lips but said nothing, silently trailing behind them. "Why, isn't this Lady Qiao?" At that moment, a wealthy woman called out to Lady Qiao. Seeing her, Lady Qiao maintained a relatively gentle demeanor. "Oh, Mrs. Lin, you've come out shopping as well?" "Indeed, I didn't expect to run into you. What luck. How have your shopping endeavors been? There's a newly opened cafe over there. Shall we sit together?" Mrs. Lin, clad in an elegant dark green gown, exuded an air of opulence, yet her expression bore a hint of sharpness, making her smile seem somewhat insincere. The two families shared a long-standing acquaintance, and Lin Xiaoxiao and Qiao Wenyao were good friends, so Lady Qiao did not decline the invitation. In the cafe, Mrs. Lin remarked, "Qing Ci truly stands out. She is a splendid amalgamation of both your qualities, a rare beauty in Jiangcheng." Hearing her praise for her daughter, Lady Qiao felt a swell of happiness, though she feigned modesty. "Oh, not at all. However, Qing Ci does resemble me in my youth. So beautiful and ambitious. I heard she started working at the company. How is her performance?" Mrs. Lin inquired. Lady Qiao's expression dimmed slightly. If it were any other socialite, it would have been evident that she was displeased. However, Mrs. Lin seemed oblivious, pulling out her phone. "I believe I heard my daughter mention something about Milan." "Oh, that name sounds so familiar. Is that your company?" Chapter 62, Allergies. Mrs. Lin opened a trending topic: Milan causes allergies. Within the discussion, a young celebrity had posted on Weibo, "A few years ago, a certain brand became my lifelong nemesis. Who would have thought that the internet truly has no memory? Now it's gaining popularity again, and I am utterly surprised. Given my past experiences, I sincerely advise everyone not to follow the crowd online. A brand that once caused me allergies and cost me countless amounts for skin restoration can simply buy a few people to boost sales. One must admit, they have truly mastered the art of manipulation." The comments below were overwhelmingly critical, with many sharing their own stories of allergies caused by Milan. In an instant, Milan found itself at the center of controversy. Lady Qiao's expression darkened. She had taken Qiao Qing Ci out to shield her from such distressing news, yet Mrs. Lin had brazenly thrust it before her. "Our Qing Ci is merely honing her skills. It's unfortunate that her success has drawn envy," Lady Qiao remarked calmly. "This is the way of the world. Whoever rises to fame will inevitably attract a horde of jealous rats." Qiao Qing Ci gazed at her mother, feeling an inexplicable warmth and bitterness. Had it been in the past, if Mrs. Duan had learned of such news, she would have undoubtedly berated her, perhaps even depriving her of meals for days. Yet Lady Qiao did not do so. Not only did she strive to help her avoid facing negative public opinion, but she also defended her without hesitation in front of others. Xiao Wenya timely chimed in, "Indeed. My sister came from humble beginnings and may not be well versed in these matters. It's normal for her to overlook the formula. She will gradually improve. Our family doesn't rely on her for income. Her happiness is what truly matters." Qing Ci shot her a sidelong glance, her expression inscrutable. This woman certainly had a way with words, presenting her sister's lack of experience as a mere oversight while insinuating that she was an incompetent burden misled by others, leading the company into a public relations crisis. Mrs. Lin's gaze indeed flickered with disdain. "I have heard that Wenya is excelling in her work and is quite popular within the group. Xiao often praises you in my ear. It seems that growing up in the Qiao family makes a significant difference. Qing Ci will need to learn from you in the future." Although Qing Ci was the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, a daughter without competence would hardly earn others' respect. Mrs. Lin believed that only Qiao Wenya truly deserved the title of the Qiao family's eldest daughter. Furthermore, Mrs. Lin harbored a subtle jealousy toward Lady Qiao. Initially, she had set her sights on Qiao Yanfei, but he chose Lady Qiao, leaving her with no choice but to settle for marrying into the Lin family. Years have passed, and it has become evident that her judgment was astute. Qiao Yanfei remained faithful, eschewing social engagements, and maintained an enviable physique, devoid of the typical beer belly that afflicts many, unlike Lin, whose girth is rather pronounced. Despite their similar ages and familial influence, one must ponder why Mrs. Qiao appears to have fared better in matrimony. Presently, Mrs. Lin harbors a sense of vain triumph, believing her daughter to be superior to Mrs. Qiao's. However, her daughter is merely a decorative vase, utterly lacking in substance, destined to become a laughingstock in Jiangcheng. Let Lin Xiao, her daughter, trample upon Qing Ci as head. "It seems Mrs. Lin is truly devoid of business acumen," Qing Ci remarked nonchalantly. Mrs. Lin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her. "What do you mean by that?" "Yesterday, the sales of Yashalin topped the domestic skincare market, inevitably attracting jealousy and schemes from others. The internet can be rife with unfounded rumors, as netizens are prone to follow the tides without seeking the truth. Yet, Mrs. Lin, as a lady of high society, surely possesses the discernment to distinguish fact from fiction." Qing Ci retorted. Mrs. Lin nearly choked on her words, and after a few seconds, replied, "You are correct. Netizens do indeed follow the trends. Therefore, it suffices to let them believe, as I certainly will not purchase your products. When the truth comes to light, it will be quite painful." Qing Ci replied with a semblance of a smile. Mrs. Lin scrutinized Qing Ci, a scornful smile gracing her lips. "You seem quite confident. I shall await your resolution of this matter. With such formidable capabilities, you ought to resolve it swiftly." Xiao Wanya chimed in, her face alight with admiration. Qing Ci glanced at the time. "Please enjoy your coffee. I must step out for a moment. Will we still dine together this evening?" Mrs. Qiao inquired. "That should be feasible," Xiao Wanya replied, watching her sister's retreating figure, wondering if she truly intended to resolve this situation. If she could indeed settle it within an afternoon, that would be quite impressive. Mrs. Lin, while feigning indifference, felt a growing disdain for relinquishing the opportunity to witness the unfolding drama. "Mrs. Qiao, I invite you to indulge in a spa. That establishment is truly exceptional." After Qing Ci departed, she arrived at the entrance of a photographer's studio. Within 5 minutes, a heavily disguised individual emerged. As Qing Ci opened the car door, the person recognized her and entered the vehicle after a brief moment. "Did you seek me out regarding the online situation?" the individual inquired. A perceptive individual, Qing Ci acknowledged with a nod and a smile. "Indeed. I sought you to address the online debacle." Upon saying this, she reached out and removed the person's mask and sunglasses, revealing a flawless complexion, devoid of any signs of allergic reaction. "It appears your post-allergy recovery has been quite successful." Chapter 63. The Arrogant Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao shrugged. "As a celebrity, I must ensure I am well repaired. Any blemishes would hinder my work. Xiao Zong, we are both straightforward individuals, so I won't waste your time. If you provide me with 10 million, I will clarify that my allergy has nothing to do with your products." How does that sound? 10 million? That should suffice for 5 years of your salary, wouldn't it? For you, that shouldn't be much, considering Yashalin's valuation is in the billions. It is through minor expenditures that great profits are earned. Lin Miao Miao exhibited a keen understanding of psychology. Qing Ci smiled lightly. "But how can I be assured that once I provide you with the money, you will indeed clarify? We can draft a contract. Lin Miao Miao promptly produced a document. Qing Ci glanced at it and chuckled. You've prepared quite thoroughly. Of course, I anticipated you would come to me. Once we sign the contract, you will provide the funds. And I shall clarify immediately, Lin Miao Miao asserted. After perusing the document, Qing Ci replied, but isn't this extortion? Our products are entirely natural and additive-free. How could they possibly cause your allergy? Xiao Zong, you may believe that, but will others? We are in the age of the internet, where people only believe what they wish to. As long as I assert that you are to blame, even if we both know it to be false, they will undoubtedly accept it. Lin Miao Miao stated with arrogance. Very well, I understand. Qing Ci signed the contract. Lin Miao Miao quickly received 10 million. A smirk tugging at her lips as she exited the vehicle. You have yet to clarify. Qing Ci called out. Qing Ci, you truly are a fool. Did you think I would actually clarify? That would tarnish my reputation. She laughed heartily, relishing her triumph. Naturally, I shall accept the money, otherwise, I would simply tell everyone that I used your products and had another allergic reaction. Consider it a reprieve from online harassment. How could you do this? That is 1 million. Qing Ci exclaimed, astonished. Is 1 million more valuable than your company? You are free to sue me, but let us be honest. I am of little worth. Your company is what holds value. Everyone will know you paid me to clarify. But our products did not cause your allergy. That is irrelevant. Lin Miao Miao smirked, gazing at her. Perhaps Xiao Zong should provide me with another 10 million, and I will certainly clarify. Qing Ci trembled with rage. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Miao Miao laughed heartily as she departed. Upon returning to the company, she sought out Duan Mianmian to report her success. Upon recounting how Qing Ci trembled with anger, Duan Mianmian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. For the first time in a long while, Qing Ci had encountered a setback. Well done. You shall receive half of the earnings. Duan Mianmian smiled. Lin Miao Miao felt somewhat aggrieved, having worked hard to secure the money only to share it. But given that Duan Mianmian was the daughter of the boss, she could only smile and acquiesce. After Lin Miao Miao left, the deputy manager entered. Did you send Lin Miao Miao to threaten Qing Ci? Indeed, and I profited 5 million from it. Our company's quarterly earnings are typically around that amount, Duan Mianmian replied cheerfully. The deputy manager's expression changed dramatically. You are putting yourself in peril. I advise you to seek out Qing Ci and explain. Duan Mianmian's countenance darkened, glaring at him. You are merely an employee. Do you have the right to dictate to me? I just made 5 million. The deputy manager, fuming, replied, Fine. I cannot control you. I resign. Then, you may leave at once. Duan Mianmian responded unfazed. The deputy manager, incensed by her apparent lack of remorse, stormed out. Shortly thereafter, a call came from the president. Mianmian, is the deputy manager resigning? What is happening? Duan Mianmian was taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would go and complain. His actions were merely a ploy to force her to submit. What a scheming worker. Dad, Duan Mianmian feigned distress. He bullies and scolds me, calling me a fool incapable of leading the company. That was one thing, but he also said. The president's demeanor shifted. What else did he say? He mentioned that you lack business acumen, which has led to the loss of numerous collaborations during this period, Duan Mianmian stammered. The president's anger flared. Did he truly say that? Yes, Dad. He insulted me, but even more egregiously, he insulted you. I could not tolerate it, which is why I told him to leave. I believe he will not actually go. Once he realizes his mistake, he will return. After all, jobs are scarce. Can he find a better one after leaving us? Duan Mianmian reasoned. The president, already troubled by recent losses, felt a surge of indignation at being belittled in such a manner. Fine, let him be. Chapter 64. Back in the limelight. Duan Mianmian affirmed with a sound. After hanging up, a cold glint flickered in her eyes. That wretch dared to complain. He shall rue the day. She was resolute that the deputy manager's resignation was merely a tactic to compel her to yield. He would not dare truly resign. After all, she was the daughter of the president. Why should she bow to a mere employee? Instead, she was determined to oust the deputy manager and revel in his eventual apology. As she glanced at the 5 million Lin Miao Miao had sent, a smile crept upon her lips. Her plans had only just begun. She messaged Lin Miao Miao. The plan continues. Mrs. Qiao and Mrs. Lin emerged from their spa session, both feeling utterly rejuvenated. Qiao and Kai smiled and praised. Aunt Lin, this place you recommended is truly delightful. If you all enjoy it, feel free to come often. Just put on my card, Mrs. Lin replied with a smile. After changing her clothes, Xiao Wenkai picked up her phone. What's the matter? Mrs. Qiao inquired. Xiao Wencai's expression shifted unpredictably as she hastily tucked her phone away. It's nothing. However, Mrs. Lin, keenly observant, remarked, is it your sister again causing trouble? Aunt Lin, no. Mrs. Lin, unconvinced, took out her phone and, in the next moment, was greeted by the trending news. Lin Miao Miao was threatened. Aishalin paid hush money. Aishalin caused an allergic reaction. Mrs. Lin promptly tugged at Mrs. Qiao, saying, look, Qing Ci is causing a ruckus again. She actually went out to find Lin Miao Miao to pay her for clarification, but unexpectedly, Lin Miao Miao exposed her. Her actions are utterly foolish. Mrs. Lin candidly expressed her thoughts, glancing at Mrs. Qiao's expression afterward. Oh dear, I do tend to speak too freely. You're not angry, are you? I just believe Qing Ci has truly harmed Aishalin this time. Mrs. Qiao's expression was mixed as she observed the situation. She felt this didn't seem like something Qing Ci would do. The child appeared very astute. Perhaps Qing Ci had her own reasoning. Children require experience. And there's no need for our scrutiny to be incessant, lest we stifle their potential, Mrs. Qiao remarked lightly. Is that so? But Wenkai wouldn't have gotten into such a mess, would she? Mrs. Lin glanced at Qiao Wenkai and sighed, acknowledging that children should indeed be nurtured closely from an early age. Mrs. Qiao felt a surge of discomfort from this statement. Qiao Wenkai spoke up promptly, Aunt Lin, please don't say that. My sister has her own strengths. She is genuine and unpretentious, perhaps just not adept in business. You are far too understanding. Mrs. Lin gazed at Qiao Wenkai fondly, appreciating her defense of Qing Ci. The child's character was indeed admirable, though it was unfortunate that the Qiao family seemed somewhat blind. Just as Mrs. Qiao was about to speak, her phone rang. Mom, I'm done, where are you? We just finished as well, we're at the store. How about we head to dinner now, or shall we go directly to the store? Mrs. Qiao replied gently. Sure. Qiao Wenkai observed her mother's exceedingly tender expression, her eyes flickering. It dawned on her that favoritism could exist without reason. They went to the restaurant, and upon arrival, Qing Ci was already there. The woman sat gracefully, as exquisite as a painting. Qing Ci, Mrs. Qiao settled beside her, while Qiao Wenkai and Mrs. Lin took seats opposite. The moment Mrs. Lin laid eyes on Qing Ci, a hint of derision flickered in her gaze. A mere ornament. Qing Ci, were you busy with something significant just now? Mrs. Lin asked deliberately. Qing Ci glanced at her. What's the matter? You're quite impressive, aren't you? Just doing a little something and it's all over the internet, Mrs. Lin remarked. Noticing Qing Ci's expression, which seemed oblivious to the online buzz, and couldn't help but chuckle. Qiao Wenkai hurriedly shot a look at Mrs. Lin. But she paid no heed, continuing, next time, try not to be so obvious with a hush money. People aren't fools. Even if Lin Miao Miao clarifies, no one will believe it. Mrs. Lin awaited Qing Ci's reaction, expecting panic, yet to her surprise, Qing Ci remained composed, as if it were inconsequential. Oh, she replied coolly. This left Mrs. Lin momentarily speechless. What is going on? Shouldn't she be shocked, embarrassed, or mortified that her foolish actions are known to everyone? This was the reaction Mrs. Lin had anticipated. Could it be that Qing Ci was unaware of the severity of the situation? Mrs. Lin pulled out her phone and deliberately navigated to the page filled with online insults, showing it to Qing Ci. Look, Aishalin's reputation has plummeted significantly. You've truly underestimated this situation. But you're still young. Making such mistakes is to be expected. Chapter 65, Collaboration. Currently, the consensus among netizens regarding Aishalin is predominantly mocking. Aishalin has truly become a laughingstock in the skincare industry, even spending money to clarify. Lin Miao Miao stands firm against evil forces. I admire you. Lin Miao Miao is genuinely a good person. The products she endorses are all commendable and she never promotes subpar products for money. Indeed, I have purchased products endorsed by Lin Miao Miao, and they are truly excellent. I recommend everyone buy them. With Lin Miao Miao endorsing, you can rest assured. Aishalin should just close down. It's expensive and ineffective, and after being exposed like this, how can they continue selling? I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen such a foolish CEO. Aishalin is truly finished. In less than an hour, the issue had surged to trending status. Just the comments beneath Lin Miao Miao's Weibo exceeded 50,000. The speed of its escalation was truly alarming. Xiao Qingci cast a calm glance, her demeanor unruffled, sipping her tea. It appeared that there were many forces behind this incident. At that moment, Lin Miao Miao posted a new Weibo. Lin Miao Miao. Thank you, Mig, for choosing me. I will not disappoint you in the future. Accompanying this was a promotional poster featuring her holding Mig's skincare products, her smile radiant. When Mrs. Lin retrieved her phone, she unexpectedly came across Lin Miao Miao's new post. Surprised that she had even collaborated with Mig, Xiao Qingci raised an eyebrow, noncommittal. Her composure made Mrs. Lin resemble a frantic monkey. Mrs. Xiao observed this with approval for Xiao Qingci. She had already been displeased with Mrs. Lin's behavior, and it was unfortunate that Xiao Qingci didn't regard Mrs. Lin's antics. It was beneficial for her to experience the sensation of being disregarded. Let us see if she dares to underestimate Qingci again. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Your father entrusted this company to you, with high hopes. Mrs. Lin directly queried. They slander me. What reason do I have to feel guilty? If netizens don't believe me, it's merely their foolishness. Mrs. Lin, do you share in that foolishness? This marked the second time Xiao Qingci had uttered this phrase today, her clear, luminous eyes fixed on Mrs. Lin, causing her to feel exposed and quickly shift to indignation. She deliberately narrowed her face. Qingci, I am, after all, your elder. Speaking to your elders in such a manner is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Is it forbidden to speak the truth in front of elders? Xiao Qingci feigned an innocent expression. Should I deceive you? You're quite clever, aren't you? That would only be harmful to you. Mrs. Xiao nearly burst into laughter at this moment, while Mrs. Lin's face alternated between hues of green and white. Seeing Mrs. Xiao's smile only intensified her embarrassment. Mrs. Xiao, please manage your daughter. All right, Qingci, let us give Mrs. Lin a little face, Mrs. Xiao gently suggested, though her tone bore no reprimanding intent, becoming slightly solemn when addressing Mrs. Lin. Mrs. Lin, Qingci is a straightforward person. She dislikes deceit. And this is for your own good. You shouldn't always believe everything you see online. Don't take the wind for rain. Mrs. Lin was rendered speechless by her overt favoritism toward Xiao Qingci and chose to remain silent as they awaited their meal. During the meal, Mrs. Lin whispered to Xiao Wenkai. Wenkai, my dear, you're truly unfortunate to have such adoptive parents. You're so outstanding, yet they cannot see it, instead favoring a useless child. Mrs. Lin expressed her disdain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenkai's eyes grew misty, nearly shedding tears. She hadn't expected that the first to express concern for her would be an outsider. Outsiders could see more clearly than they did. Xiao Wenkai replied gently, Aunt Lin. It's all right. After all, I'm not their biological child, so it's only natural for them to favor my sister. Humph. I believe they will ultimately rely on you, Mrs. Lin remarked. Xiao Wenkai sighed. That is my duty. Mrs. Lin looked on, genuinely feeling sympathy for Xiao Wenkai. The Qiao family were indeed blind to her worth. She suddenly had a brilliant idea and took out her phone to send a message. Mrs. Qiao was engaged in conversation with Xiao Qingci, comforting her, and thus remained oblivious to their actions. Xiao Qingci smiled at Mrs. Qiao. Although she was not truly affected by Lady Lin's words, the warmth of her mother's affection felt distinctly different. The atmosphere remained relatively warm. Just as the dinner was nearing its conclusion, Lady Lin unexpectedly ordered more dishes. We're almost done eating. Why add more? Mrs. Qiao inquired, puzzled. Lady Lin smiled and said, Xiao Xiao will be here shortly. Mrs. Qiao understood, feeling a slight discomfort in her heart. Hoping that Lin Xiaoxiao would refrain from discussing work matters like her mother did. Before long, Lin Xiaoxiao hurried over, bringing gifts for Mrs. Qiao and Xiao Wenya. I'm so sorry for arriving so late. Did I disrupt your meal? Xiao Wenya chuckled. You're quite the busy person these days. Mai's been in the spotlight lately. Indeed, I'm quite troubled. There is so much to handle every day. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly, then suddenly turned to Xiao Qingci. I think Qingci has it easy. You must be quite free these days. Xiao Qingci glanced at her indifferently. If you prefer leisure, why not just refrain from working? The smile on Lin Xiaoxiao's lips faltered. How bluntly this person spoke. Not working seemed pointless. Being busy was far better. She then expressed concern, but you must be having a tough time. I've seen so many negative comments about you online. Chapter 66, Deliberate Showboating. Mrs. Qiao's concerns had come to fruition. Her expression darkened as she coldly stated, Since we finally have time to eat, let us refrain from discussing work. Yes, I'll eat first. Today has been too hectic, I haven't eaten all day. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly replied. Finally, there was a moment of silence. Lin Xiaoxiao and Qiao Wenya chatted casually while Mrs. Qiao and Qing Ci had already finished their meals. Observing Lin Xiaoxiao eating slowly, Mrs. Qiao remarked, "Eat at a leisurely pace. We'll head back first." "Are you leaving so soon?" "I still have things to discuss with Qing Ci," Lin Xiaoxiao said. Qing Ci looked at her with an expressionless face. Lin Xiaoxiao continued, "I know you want Lin Miao Miao to clarify things. Now that she is collaborating with us, I can assist you in getting her to clarify. How about that?" Mrs. Qiao's face darkened. She suspected Lin Xiaoxiao was being deliberately provocative. Even if Lin Miao Miao clarified things now, what good would it do? Would anyone believe it? "Enough," Mrs. Qiao, having endured a day's worth of frustration, finally reached her breaking point, her usually gentle demeanor turning cold. "We will handle Qing Ci's affairs without your concern." Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, having never seen Mrs. Qiao angry before. "Auntie, you must be misunderstanding. I genuinely want to help Qing Ci, especially with Aishalin right now. We have our own ways and do not need your meddling. You do well to focus on your own matters," Mrs. Qiao replied coldly. Lin Xiaoxiao's face fell, feeling aggrieved and somewhat embarrassed. Lady Lin was displeased. "Mrs. Qiao, what do you mean by that? Xiaoxiao only meant to help your daughter." "What do you mean I don't recognize good intentions?" Mrs. Qiao retorted. "You and your daughter think I can't perceive your intentions? You flaunt yourselves and yet continue to speak." Mrs. Qiao scoffed. "Do you think a company is that significant? It seems the Lin family is truly in dire straits. Forgive me, but for the Qiao family, even if Aishalin were to collapse, we would not suffer significantly." Lady Lin clutched her chest, visibly agitated. Qing Ci looked at Mrs. Qiao in astonishment. She had not anticipated her mother's verbal prowess to be so formidable. It seemed she liked this assertive side of her mother even more. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately supported Lady Lin, her face now tinted with anger. "Auntie Qiao, how can you say that about us? We genuinely meant well, yet you twisted our intentions." Qiao Wenya watched helplessly as the two clashed, eventually sighing and attempting to mediate. "Sister, perhaps you should say less." "Mom, you too, Xiaoxiao. Let us leave it at this for now. You should take Aunt Lin home." Mrs. Qiao turned to Qiao Wenya. "Qiao Wenya, which side are you on?" For the first time, she felt a hint of disappointment toward her. Both members of the Lin family had displayed such blatant mockery, yet Qiao Wenya remained oblivious. "I'm sorry, Mom. I understand you're upset, but Xiaoxiao truly didn't mean any mockery. She might just want to help sister," Qiao Wenya explained, feeling quite helpless. Mrs. Qiao felt exasperated. If she genuinely wanted to assist her sister, she wouldn't have signed with Lin Miao Miao. Business matters cannot be defined by personal feelings. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, "I sincerely want to help Qing Ci. I just didn't expect to be misunderstood by Auntie. It seems you are quite sensitive. So I have nothing more to say. My mother and I will take our leave." Their objectives had already been achieved. The two left with a strong air of defiance. Mrs. Qiao trembled with anger, while Qing Ci gently patted her shoulder. "Mom, don't be upset. They should be the ones feeling down. Rest assured, they will regret leaving this restaurant." Chapter 67. Lin Miao Miao is finished. Qiao Wenya found Qing Ci's words amusing. Why was she so fond of boasting? Yet, in the next moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's phone rang. Upon answering, she began to tremble. How is this possible? It can't be. Her scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Lady Lin quickly pulled her daughter, who snapped back to reality. After hanging up, she turned around to meet Qing Ci's mocking gaze, seemingly looking at a jester. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anger, nearly losing consciousness. Lady Lin, anxious, asked Xiaoxiao, "What's wrong? Is there a problem at work?" Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent, but Lady Lin soon figured it out as her own phone began to ring incessantly, filled with messages. "Is this true? Lady Lin, your daughter has truly signed with the wrong person. Lady Lin, you should check this out." Upon clicking, she found a post from Aishalin's official Weibo account. A recording played through her phone. Lin Miao Miao's voice resonated. "Give me 10 million, and I'll help you clarify." "Qiao, you can believe this yourself, but will others? This is the age of the internet. People will only believe what they wish to believe. As long as I claim you are the ones at fault, even if you and I know it's false, they will surely believe it." Qing Ci, you really are a fool. Did you think I would genuinely clarify? That did not tarnish my own reputation, ha ha ha. Of course, I shall accept the money. Otherwise, I will inform everyone that I used your product and had an allergic reaction again. Consider it a reprieve from a bout of online harassment.
How could you do this?
That is a staggering 10 million. The voice of Qing Ci echoed. Is 10 million more significant than your company? You could certainly sue me. Naturally, I am of little worth, while your company holds true value. Everyone would know that you paid me merely to clear my name. Lin Miao Miao scoffed. Yet, our product did not cause your allergy at all. That is inconsequential. If not, why not provide me with another 10 million, and I will certainly clarify the situation. This recording serves as ample evidence that Lin Miao Miao is indeed extorting us. Furthermore, Yashalin has simultaneously filed a lawsuit against Lin Miao Miao. In the afternoon, crowds continue to cheer for Lin Miao Miao, believing her to be an artist who genuinely prioritizes the public over personal gain. Now, however, Lin Miao Miao's image has completely shattered. Those who once defended her were met with harsh reality. Simultaneously, feelings of guilt towards Yashalin reached their peak. They had long misunderstood. It was Lin Miao Miao who had deliberately slandered Yashalin all along. Now, the online community was in an uproar, vehemently denouncing Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao, are you even human? Lin Miao Miao, how could you betray our trust? I used to adore you, but I am no longer a fan. Particularly, Lin Miao Miao's ardent supporter, Xiaoling, stepped forward saying, "Hello everyone, I am Xiaoling. I previously shared my experience with Yashalin, praising their excellent service and later discovering their products to be fantastic. Many were skeptical, and I wondered if it was perhaps a matter of physiology that caused Lin Miao Miao's allergy. But I never anticipated that it was all a ruse. The person I admired for so many years turned out to be such a person. I am truly disappointed, and from now on, I will unfollow her." Xiaoling had been a devoted fan of Lin Miao Miao for many years, and her actions led many to withdraw their support. Lin Miao Miao's follower count on Weibo plummeted rapidly, and Mig's reputation suffered severely as well. What were they thinking in choosing such a person as their spokesperson? Were they merely adding insult to injury? With Yashalin's fans rising once more to condemn Mig's services and products, Mig's image collapsed entirely. Lady Lin's complexion turned pale. The situation had far exceeded her expectations. Just moments ago, they had mocked the woman from the countryside for not measuring up to Lin Xiaoxiao, and now they were struck by a harsh reality. Especially, Qing Ci maintained her usual demeanor, seemingly unperturbed, as if everything was under her control. What were they then?
Me jestas.
Lady Lin's expression darkened considerably. Lin Xiaoxiao glared at Qing Ci for a long time before gritting her teeth and turning to leave. "Xiao, when you continued to persuade Madame Qiao, Mother, I apologize. I merely wished to prevent any discord between you. After all, there are so many people here, and if others witness it, it could impact our company." Madame Qiao retorted. "So, you stood with Lady Lin and remained indifferent to others insulting your sister?" Xiao Wenyu was at a loss for words. "Did you subconsciously think that Lady Lin was right?" Madame Qiao directly exposed her thoughts. "You believe Qing Ci is inferior to Xiaoxiao, don't you?" Xiao Wenyu bit her lip, her agitation rising at such questioning. Wasn't that the truth? No matter how much she favored Qing Ci, it did not alter the fact that Qing Ci was a failure. "I have no such thoughts. I merely believe that my sister should not be so arrogant in the future. You claim Xiaoxiao will regret it, but why should she?" Madame Qiao clutched her chest, unable to contain her emotions. "Xiao Wenyu, you." "Mother, please don't be angry. It has all been clarified online," Qing Ci said softly. Madame Qiao was taken aback, while Xiao Wenyu found it rather ironic. However, upon seeing the news on her phone, her expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, she comprehended why Lin Xiaoxiao had altered her demeanor moments ago. Chapter 68. Lin Xiaoxiao regretted it. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao truly felt remorse. Qing Ci had long prepared a backup plan. For the first time, Xiao Wenyu perceived her sister as genuinely formidable. She clutched her phone tightly, remaining unresponsive for quite some time. Madame Qiao also began to grasp the situation, quickly glancing online, her inner turmoil dissipating. "Ha ha ha, Qing Ci, you are extraordinary. Truly my treasure." Madame Qiao beamed, her gaze toward Qing Ci growing increasingly tender. She did not wish for Qing Ci to be too powerful, but she could see that Qing Ci always possessed her own means and capabilities. She then turned to Xiao Wenyu. "Wenyu, what do you think now?" Xiao Wenyu bit her lip, feeling a sharp pang of shame. After a moment, she finally spoke. "I apologize, sister. I did not foresee that you had a backup plan. You are truly astute. If it were me, I would never have thought of it. Then you still have room for improvement." Qing Ci dismissed the trap in her words with a light remark. Turning to Madame Qiao, Mother, shall we return? Very well. Madame Qiao linked her arm with hers. The two departed, with Qiao Wenyu trailing behind. Along the way, Madame Qiao hardly spoke to Qiao Wenyu. It was evident that this time, Madame Qiao was genuinely upset. Who could have predicted such a reversal? Qiao Wenyu felt agitated, unable to help but resent Lin Xiaoxiao for her unreliability. Upon returning home, Qing Ci retreated to her room. After taking a shower, she emerged to find the online situation had completely shifted. Astonishingly, Lin Miaomiao's incident was trending at the very top of the hot search list. How could it be so sensational? Though Lin Miaomiao's actions were reprehensible, the fervor could not be this intense, could it? Qing Ci pondered when her phone rang. Are you back home? A deep, sensual voice inquired. Yes, Qing Ci surmised. You didn't orchestrate the trending topic, did you? You caught me, Mo Yanchu chuckled deeply. His voice was exceedingly pleasant, causing Qing Ci's heart to flutter. You are quite ruthless. To be ranked first, Lin Miaomiao will find it impossible to redeem herself from this. This would ensure that the entire Jiangcheng, no, the entire nation would be aware of Lin Miaomiao's situation. She deserves it. Mo Yanchu replied nonchalantly, adding, Mig deserves it as well. There was an undeniable sense that all who bullied Qing Ci would receive their due comeuppance. Although Qing Ci did not require protection, feeling cherished in such a manner for the first time brought her a certain delight. She softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. It's merely a trivial matter. The man seemed to be in good spirits, brushing it off as insignificant. They exchanged light-hearted banter until another call came through for Qing Ci. Jiang Xiaoyu was brimming with excitement. Qing Ci, you are my idol. Qing Ci chuckled. This girl was always so vivacious. I wonder how Mig will behave now. I've heard their sales have plummeted significantly, and I suspect there will be many refunds. Meanwhile, our products have surged in popularity. Especially since Lin Miaomiao's #1 fan has publicly condemned her. Everyone now believes in the efficacy of our products. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. Although unaware of who that #1 fan was, she felt immense gratitude. Thanks to you all, perhaps that fan was moved by your actions. Qing Ci teased with a smile. How could it be that coincidental? Jiang Xiaoyu dismissed the notion, but added, our total sales are about to surpass theirs, huh? Jiang Xiaoyu was ecstatic, chatting animatedly until the call ended. Qing Ci resumed her work, but suddenly received an unexpected message. Miss, I heard you are now the CEO of Yashalin. May I inquire if you have any job openings? I would like to apply. It was the general manager of Duan's group entertainment company. Qing Ci replied, aren't you working at the Duan family entertainment company? The general manager responded, miss, please don't say that. He immediately launched into a tirade about his recent experiences. Upon learning that even President Duan had sanctioned his departure, Qing Ci found it rather perplexing. Although President Duan lacked business acumen, he was undoubtedly aware that this individual was a rare talent. How could he possibly let him go? One could surmise that Duan Mian must have exerted considerable influence in this matter. Qing Ci remarked, it is indeed our honor to have you join us. The general manager responded, is that so? Thank you, Mississippi. After sending the message, Qing Ci retired for the night, oblivious to the uproar brewing online. The following day, Lu Hai arrived at the company to complete his onboarding process. Possessing a keen business sense, Qing Ci appointed him as the deputy general manager, simultaneously promoting Wan Lin to the same position. With the company's sales on the rise, murmurs of discontent inevitably surfaced. However, with Lu Hai's expertise, there was little to worry about. Within days, the negative news was addressed, and the sales of Yashalin surpassed the 1 million mark. Chapter 69. Innovating History. This truly marked the creation of a new historical precedent. The entire team was moved to tears of joy. In recognition of their efforts, Qing Ci generously increased everyone's bonuses. At that moment, it seemed as though every member of Yashalin was united in purpose and determination. Yet, for all their elation, Mig was engulfed in despondency. Following Lin Miaomiao's incident, they had suffered significant repercussions. Moreover, the efficacy of Yashalin's products outshone theirs, with customers voicing their preference for Yashalin, despite its higher price point. Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly overwhelmed. Passing by the RD Department's office, she spotted Yang Qingqing and others engaged in casual conversation, her expression darkening. During work hours. You're still chatting? Lin Xiaoxiao entered, her tone laced with sarcasm. Didn't you claim that this formula was exceptional? How is it that we still can't compete with Yashalin? Yang Qingqing hastily replied, President Lin, this is merely because Yashalin excels in sales. Our products are undoubtedly superior. Is that so? Then why isn't anyone reporting positive feedback? Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly applied pressure. I didn't bring you here for charitable purposes. If things remain unchanged in the coming days, prepare to be dismissed. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingqing and her colleagues were left dumbfounded. After Lin Xiaoxiao departed, someone remarked, is President Lin venting her frustrations on us? Who could have predicted Yashalin's sudden rise?
Yang Qingqing greeted her.
Lu Qingyue furrowed her brow. Surely President Lin can't be serious? If she dismisses us, we might end up with nothing but our base salary. What then?
Yang Qingqing fretted.
But we aren't in sales. Suddenly, Lu Qingyue recalled Jiang Xiaoyu and the others. Since they had ventured into sales, perhaps they could too. Especially since some in the company might find them bothersome. The thought of having to sell was utterly despairing for Yang Qingqing. She had never engaged in sales during her time at Yashalin. Yet, out of necessity, they had no choice but to comply. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded little success, and upon their return, they faced the wrath of their supervisor. You went out to sell during work hours? Is there a lack of brains among you? The supervisor fumed. I initially hired you out of pity for having come from Yashalin, but I never anticipated your unreliability. Complete these tasks before you leave for the day.
They stared at the workload, aghast.
How long would it take to finish all this? At Yashalin, they had never had to work overtime, as they sat at their desks. Nostalgia for their time at Yashalin washed over them. Had they not left Yashalin, their bonuses this month would have been substantial, and they wouldn't have to endure reprimands. Lu Qingyue, observing her colleagues, understood their thoughts. Enough of this. Sales may be down for now, but MIG is still overall superior to Yashalin. Once things improve, it will be fine. Meanwhile, at Duan Family Entertainment Company, young President Duan, have the documents not been processed yet? What about the repercussions of Lin Miao Miao's incident on the company? Several department heads incessantly queried Duan Mianmian, who felt she was on the brink of madness. Slamming her hand on the table, she exclaimed, "This is your responsibility. Why are you asking me?" The group fell silent. Duan Mianmian asserted, "The company hired you to devise solutions. Henceforth, refrain from bringing these matters to me." Yet one department head cautiously handed her a document. "But young president, this requires your signature." Glancing at it, Duan Mianmian realized she had no comprehension of the contents. Previously, Lu Hai had managed such affairs. Damn it. Why hadn't he come to seek her assistance? She scanned the document hastily and signed it, trusting that her subordinates would not present her with problematic matters. Thus, the day passed with Duan Mianmian enjoying a leisurely pace. Although Lin Miao Miao's situation was irksome, it was ultimately her personal misstep. Assigning full blame to her and firing her would not significantly impact the company. It was merely unfortunate that 5 million had flown away. As the workday drew to a close, President Duan arrived. Duan Mianmian. Upon seeing her father's dark expression, Duan Mianmian quickly stood. "Father, what's wrong?" Chapter 70. Regret over his dismissal. What is this? President Duan glowered as he handed over a contract. Duan Mianmian glanced at it, confused. "A contract, father. Is there an issue? Have you lost your mind? You signed such a contract?" President Duan was on the verge of fury. Duan Mianmian's heart raced, and she examined the document thoroughly. Even without full understanding, the profit-sharing terms startled her. They were collaborating with another company, yet their share was less than 5%. "It was given to me by Director Yang, father. I had no idea she was so careless," Duan Mianmian lamented, smacking her forehead. "I'll call her here immediately." "And what of it? We're investing at least 50 million in this program, and this profit-sharing means we'd incur losses in the millions. Can she afford that?" Duan Mianmian was shaken. It was indeed her oversight. "But the signatory is you, representing the company." Duan Mianmian fell silent, tears brimming in her eyes. President Duan regarded her, disappointment evident in his gaze, before inquiring, "Where is Lu Hai? Has he not returned to work?"
"No."
It seemed that without Lu Hai, matters were still amiss. "Contact him and have him return to the office." President Duan felt weary. "All right, I will, father." Seeing his daughter's demeanor, President Duan's anger somewhat abated. After he left, Duan Mianmian had no choice but to call Lu Hai. He answered, "Manager Lu." Duan Mianmian cleared her throat, her tone imperious, as if granting him a favor. "Please return to work." "It seems I've already resigned, and you all agreed to it," Lu Hai replied with a hint of amusement. "Manager Lu, I know you're not being sincere. I apologize for what I said last time. You're a grown man, surely? Yuan hold a grudge against a girl like me. Duan Mian lowered her stance, not expecting Lu Hai to possess genuine competence. With him around, she could indulge herself. I'm sorry, but I have resigned, Lu Hai replied coolly. Duan Mian frowned. I've apologized. Is that not enough? What do you want? A raise? She believed this was Lu Hai's excuse to exert control over her. He could not truly want to resign. I've made it clear. I have resigned and will not return, Lu Hai sneered. Without the young lady, the company is nothing but a quagmire. I had considered helping you out of our long-standing relationship, but it seems your entire family is foolish. Your closure is merely a matter of time. Why should I go back? To await my demise?
Lu Hai.
Duan Mian was enraged. I kindly invited you back, and you dare utter such words. Fine, then leave. I am eager to see where you can go, without the Duan group. Sorry, but I've already found a job, Lu Hai said cheerfully. And it's 1,000 times better than yours. Upon finishing the call, she abruptly hung up. Duan Mian's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Had Lu Hai truly found a new job so swiftly? Surely, it must be a ruse. Nevertheless, she ventured onto the recruitment app and discovered Lu Hai's profile, revealing that he was now the deputy manager at Estee Lauder. Had he really sought out Qing Ci? Duan Mian's expression contorted with fury. What did that scoundrel mean by this? Did he believe himself superior to Qing Ci? A wave of indignation surged within her. From this day forth, she would strive to demonstrate her worth. After gathering her belongings and finishing work, Duan Mian was unexpectedly seized and shoved into a vehicle. A group of assailants mercilessly struck her, and she cried out in pain until she eventually lost consciousness. Chapter 71. Duan Mian is assaulted. Upon awakening, Duan Mian found herself in a hospital bed, every movement sending jolts of agony through her body. Upon seeing Madame Duan, tears streamed down her cheeks. When she finally found her voice, she lamented, "Mother, have you found those who attacked me? They struck me out of nowhere." Madame Duan, her heart heavy with sorrow,
Sighed deeply.
After learning you were hospitalized, I initiated a search. Unfortunately, the surveillance footage had been tampered with, and we cannot trace them. Mian, do not fret. I will ensure we continue to seek them out. Whoever dared to assault the daughter of the Duan family shall not escape unscathed. Duan Mian felt utterly devastated upon hearing that there were no surveillance records. How could she have endured such humiliation without being able to identify her assailants? When had she ever faced such disgrace? A sudden thought crossed her mind. Could this be the work of Duan Qing Ci? Madame Duan was taken aback. Her? Does she possess such capabilities? She is currently the CEO of Estee Lauder. One cannot fathom who her financial backers might be. It is entirely within her realm of possibility. And she is my only rival. Duan Mian wept in grievance. Very well, I shall confront her. If she is indeed behind this, I shall ensure you receive justice. Thank you, mother. Duan Mian appeared utterly pitiable. Madame Duan immediately made her way to Estee Lauder. Upon witnessing the opulent skincare company, she was taken aback. The scale of this establishment rivaled that of the Duan family. How had Qing Ci acquired the prowess to ascend to the position of CEO here? At the reception, she was intercepted. I wish to see your president. Inform her that I am her mother. Madame Duan exuded an air of arrogance, causing the receptionist to hesitate. Quickly contacting someone for clarification, Qing Ci, who was just preparing to leave for the day, received the call. This individual could not possibly be Madame Qiao. It must be someone else. Tell her to leave, Qing Ci replied coldly, as she had no desire to see anyone from the Duan family. The receptionist relayed the message to Madame Duan, who widened her eyes in disbelief. She never anticipated that Qing Ci would dismiss her so brazenly. In a fit of rage, she insisted on entering, only to attract the attention of security, who promptly escorted her out amid the onlookers. Madame Duan's face flushed with humiliation. This was utterly disgraceful. She resolved to wait for Qing Ci. As Qing Ci exited the building, she was intercepted. Duan Qing Ci, I have finally found you. Madame Duan, after waiting for a while, felt her anger surge and swung her hand towards Qing Ci. However, before her hand could make contact, it was seized and forcefully thrown aside. Surprised, she turned to see a man of refined stature and striking features. His countenance was so captivating that it could easily overshadow any male celebrity in the entertainment industry. Yet, his expression was decidedly grim. He firmly pushed Madame Duan away and approached Qing Ci's side. His tall and imposing figure instantly instilled a sense of security within her. Qiao Qingci glanced at him, and he regarded her intently, asking, "Are you well?" "Yes, your timing is impeccable," Qiao Qingci responded with a faint smile. The warmth in the man's eyes softened as he admired the girl's smile, momentarily lost in thought. Madame Duan nearly collapsed in shock, witnessing the silent exchange of affection between them. "Duan Qingci, you stand idly by while this wild man assaults me, and you exhibit no reaction? Madam, if you did not provoke him, why would he strike you? Moreover, he is not attacking you but rather preventing you from striking me." Qiao Qingci looked down at Madame Duan with a mocking glimmer in her eyes. "And even if you were indeed assaulted, why should I care?" "You!" Madame Duan was taken aback, unable to believe that Qiao Qingci would dare speak to her in such a manner after all this time. "Qiao Qingci, I am your mother."
Oh?
"Yet, when I was cast out, you asserted that only Duan Yanyan was your daughter," Qiao Qingci retorted coldly. Madame Duan was momentarily speechless, but quickly countered. "I raised you. My kindness surpasses all. After such a short absence, you dare treat me this way? Do you not fear retribution?" Qiao Qingci felt exasperated. "You raised me? Have you spent more on me than on your designer handbag? Spare me the rhetoric. I ask you, did you instigate the attack on Yanyan? Am I supposed to have nothing better to do?" Qiao Qingci replied, her impatience evident. Madame Duan was caught off guard but, observing Qiao Qingci's countenance, realized she did not appear to be lying. "I hope it is not you. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you." Nearby, Mo Yanchu observed with a detached demeanor, his presence imposing enough to instill fear in Madame Duan. After making her threats, she hurriedly departed. "Is this connected to you?" Qiao Qingci inquired, looking at him.
Montag Yanshu Schroget.
"I arrived a moment too late." Qiao Qingci understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Yanchu escorted her home and entered the Qiao residence alongside her. Upon seeing him, Madame Qiao greeted him warmly. "Yanchu, you've come. Please have a seat." "Thank you, Auntie," Mo Yanchu replied. Madame Qiao held great affection for Mo Yanchu. After all, who wouldn't he admire a clever and respectable young man? As she prepared to brew tea, Qiao Changya entered and immediately stated, "I need to speak with Mo Yanchu." Without hesitation, he pulled Mo Yanchu outside. Madame Qiao was puzzled. When had these two grown so close? "Mother," Qiao Qingci called, snapping her back to attention. Madame Qiao smiled at her daughter. "Darling, what is it?" Qiao Qingci, glancing at her phone, spotted the news about Lin Xiaoxiao being assaulted and showed the article to Madame Qiao. "Did Dad and brother do this?" Chapter 72. A Friendly Exchange. Madame Qiao waved her hand dismissively. "It was your elder brother who orchestrated it. If they bully you, they must face the consequences." Qiao Qingci understood. It seemed that Duan Yanyan's plight was also a result of her brother's actions. This feeling of having someone to stand up for her was unexpectedly gratifying. However, Mo Yanchu and Qiao Changya had been gone for quite some time without returning. Qiao Qingci grew concerned and ventured outside to find them, only to discover that they were engaged in a brawl. Having removed their suit jackets, both men, accustomed to physical training, showcased their muscular forms in a captivating display of combat. Qiao Qingci found herself momentarily enthralled by the spectacle. Yet, upon noticing her presence, both men grew flustered and hastily separated. Qiao Changya then embraced Mo Yanchu, declaring, "Good brother, I appreciate your efforts in escorting my sister home these past few days." Qiao Changya seemed to force the words out through gritted teeth. "Yes, elder brother, it was my duty," Mo Yanchu replied somewhat stiffly. Seeing them cease their fighting, Qiao Qingci felt slightly disappointed. "Elder brother, Mo Yanchu, what were you two doing?" "We were merely engaged in conversation," Qiao Changya said, draping an arm around Mo Yanchu's shoulder. "We were just having a friendly exchange, dear sister. I hope we didn't frighten you." "Oh, I see. I thought you were fighting," Qiao Qingci remarked.
How could that be?
Mo Yanchu forced a smile. "Yunxi and I are brothers. Changya is his brother. Thus he is also my brother." Oh, Qiao Qingci, uninterested in exposing their charade, said, "Come inside and join us for dinner." With that, she headed back indoors. Shortly thereafter, both men returned, looking presentable. Following closely behind were Qiao Wenyaz and Qiao Wenin. Since the previous incident, Qiao Wenin had seldom returned home. The dinner was unexpectedly lively, and the atmosphere remained pleasant throughout the meal. "Thank you, elder brother," Qiao Qingci suddenly expressed. Qiao Changya gazed at Qiao Qingci, refraining from inquiring about the meaning behind her words, merely offering a gentle smile, as they were family and formality was unnecessary. Suddenly, Madame Chiao received a phone call. And after hanging up, she cheerfully announced, "The third brother is expected to return tomorrow." Is that true? Qing Ci's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had indeed been eagerly anticipating her third brother's return, as it would afford her the opportunity to visit Mo Yanchu's home. However, her fervor did not escape Qiao Chengye's notice, who felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. After all, the third brother was not even home. Yet his sister seemed so preoccupied with him. Qiao Wenin silently consumed her meal, but her eyes betrayed a hint of mockery. How pretentious Qing Ci was, having only returned for a few days yet appearing to share such a profound bond with a third brother. Qiao Wenin concealed her emotions and observed the table. Nearly everyone was serving Qing Ci with dishes, their gazes filled with tenderness. "Mother, you missed the preliminary round last time, but this time it's the finals, you must come." Qiao Wenin implored Madame Chiao with eager anticipation. "This final round will determine who participates in the international competition. Sister-in-law, elder brother, you must make time to attend. Your daughter is poised to bring glory to our nation," Qiao Wenin asserted. Madame Chiao beamed with pride. "Yes, I will definitely attend." "When is the final?" "The day after tomorrow," Qiao Wenin replied joyfully. "Everyone is watching this competition. Wenin is likely a candidate for champion, and she could become the youngest executive in the association." Qiao Wenin continued. A rosy flush of excitement adorned Qiao Wenin's cheeks, though she humbly remarked, "It matters not whether I ascend to a higher position. My primary goal is to bring honor to our country." "You will undoubtedly succeed." Qiao Wenin's eyes shimmered with affection. Qiao Yanfei offered her a look of appreciation. "We will all be there."
Really? Thank you, Dad.
Qiao Wenin exclaimed gleefully. The atmosphere was harmonious. Qiao Wenin felt herself regaining the center of attention and couldn't resist casting a triumphant glance at Qing Ci, who, however, seemed wholly engrossed in whispered exchanges with Mo Yanchu. "Humph. She is merely putting on an act. What if she has managed the company well? She is about to enter an international competition where fame and fortune await. But Qing Ci pales in comparison to me." After dinner, Qiao Wenin redoubled her efforts in practice, while Mo Yanchu returned home. Qing Ci attended to her work for a while before leisurely drifting off to sleep, only to be roused by a message from Wan Xiaobei.
"Boss.
The situation with the Duan family is quite dire. I believe they are on the brink of collapse." Qing Ci responded, "Indeed. They were foolish to dismiss Lu Hai. The entertainment sector is their primary source of income." The following day, at the Lin family residence, Lin Xiaoxiao, having been injured the previous day, was still suffering from superficial wounds and reluctantly dragged herself to work. With Mig's revenues dwindling, she lacked the motivation to work. Instead, she found herself increasingly irritated by Lu Qinyue and her entourage, who were frolicking in the office, prompting her to send her assistant to issue them a stern command. Meanwhile, Lu Qinyue and her group had just entered the office when they received their work assignments for the day. They were from the Research and Development Department and were astonishingly tasked with distributing flyers. Chapter 73. Regrets. "Isn't this torture?" they lamented. Although displeased, the assistant retorted, "If you're dissatisfied, feel free to resign. But if you do so voluntarily, the compensation won't be as generous." With no other option, Lu Qinyue and her companions reluctantly set off to distribute flyers. It was summer, and the heat was stifling. After a short while, they felt as though they were shedding a layer of skin. "I can't continue like this. I'm going to collapse," one of them complained. They happened to pass by Yashalin. If only they hadn't walked past, they could have been inside Yashalin, enjoying the air conditioning and sipping tea. How delightful that would have been. Regret flickered in Lu Qinyue's eyes. "What if we just turn back?" Yang Qingqing suggested through clenched teeth. "I agree. Let's head back," another chimed in. "Mig is utterly inhumane. During prosperous times, they are the best, but in hard times, they are simply torturous." Many readily concurred. Thus, they made their way into Yashalin. At that moment, Qing Ci had just arrived at the company and crossed paths with them. Upon seeing Qing Ci, Lu Qinyue's face alternated between shades of green and red.
Yang Qingqing.
Disregarding everything, approached Qing Ci first, CEO Qiao. Noting her obsequious demeanor, Qing Ci replied coldly, "It appears I am no longer your superior." CEO Qiao. "We were merely jesting before. Our intention to join Mig was solely to scout the enemy. Surely, we didn't genuinely desire to work for the rival company?"
Yang Qingqing frowned excessively.
"We now possess insights into Mig's internal affairs to share with you." Qing Ci smirked. "You must have expressed the same sentiments when you joined Mig." haven't you? Yang Qingqing was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Qiao Qingxi's astute intuition, and felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. At that time, she had brought Yashalin's formula with her, convinced she could establish a foothold at Mig, believing that without her, Yashalin would face dire straits.
Now,
She realized she had been deluding herself. Yashalin had thrived without her, while they floundered at Mig. Yang Qingqing lowered her head, suddenly feeling too ashamed to face Qiao Qingci. Qiao Qingci turned her gaze to the others behind her. You shared the same intentions, and now that you can't thrive at Mig, you come seeking Yashalin? I'm sorry, but we're not a dumping ground. The bluntness of her words left everyone feeling uncomfortable, and Lu Qinyue's anger flared. Qiao Qingci, on what grounds do you speak to us like that? Well then, I apologize. I shall take my leave, Qiao Qingci retorted, striding away. Only after Qiao Qingci had departed did they begin to panic. If they left Mig, Yashalin would likely refuse to take them in. Where else could they go in the skincare industry? No company would welcome employees who had defected to rival firms. CEO Qiao, we were wrong. Yang Qingqing hastily followed after her. I truly understand my mistakes now. I was too arrogant and overestimated my capabilities. I realize how foolish I was. Please grant me another chance, and I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to Yashalin. Me too. The others chimed in, filled with immense regret. This scene attracted the attention of passing employees, most of whom looked on with disdain. Qiao Qingci glanced at the employees nearby. They seemed to be pondering whether they should allow them back. They shouldn't, came the nearly unanimous response. Yang Qingqing's face drained of color. Qiao Qingci regarded them coolly. Did you hear that? When you left Yashalin, you should have realized that returning was not an option. Yashalin is not your recycling bin.
with that,
Qiao Qingci entered the elevator, and no one dared to stop her. Yang Qingqing and the others were engulfed in deep regret, with some unable to suppress their tears. Lu Qinyue bit her lip, her eyes filled with resentment. They were mere employees, and being rebuffed was one thing, but Yashalin had once been under her control, and now it flourished under another woman's stewardship. Lu Qinyue could hardly bear it. How could Qiao Qingci, that little vixen, captivate Qiao Changya so completely? A glint of cold calculation flashed in her eyes. Chapter 74. Lu Qinyue discovers Qiao Qingci's identity. In Qiao Qingci's office, with Lu Hai serving as vice president, she found herself enjoying a newfound leisure, even indulging in games during work hours. At noon, while engrossed in her game, the door swung open, startling her as she saw Qiao Changya enter. "Elder brother, what brings you here? What are you up to?" Qiao Changya inquired, glancing at her. Qiao Qingci felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh, just playing a game for a bit. Would he think she was neglecting her duties? Playing games during work hours seemed rather inappropriate. "What game is it? Is it fun? Can I join you?" Qiao Changya asked eagerly. Qiao Qingci was taken aback but didn't refuse. She informed him that she was playing a popular competitive game. "I'll download it as soon as I get home," Qiao Changya declared without hesitation. Qiao Qingci felt that events were unfolding in an oddly peculiar direction. She hoped she wouldn't tarnish Qiao Changya's reputation. "As I strolled past during lunch, I brought you a meal." Qiao Changya retrieved a bento box, unveiling fragrant dishes that instantly captivated Qiao Qingci. "Wow. Thank you, big brother." "No need for thanks. Do indulge and let me know if it pleases your palate," he replied with a genteel smile, offering her chopsticks. As they shared their meal, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Qiao Changya, seemingly casually, inquired, "You share a close bond with a third brother?" He was curious as to why his sister was so preoccupied with his return. "Well, he's quite a decent person," she responded. "Is that so? Thus, you hold him in high regard?" Qiao Qingci sensed a hint of danger and promptly met Qiao Changya's gaze. "I not only admire the third brother but also cherish you, big brother." She could feel the genuine affection both brothers had for her. Qiao Changya's expression softened significantly, his warmth penetrating deeply. "Do eat more." Qiao Qingci let out a sigh of relief. She had passed the test. Having family was delightful, yet it was crucial to maintain equilibrium. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang. "Stop." Lu Qinyue had barged in, and her assistant apologized profusely. "Mr. Qiao, I'm terribly sorry for not restraining Lu Qinyue." Narrowing her eyes, Qiao Qingci commanded, "You may leave." Once the assistant exited, Lu Qinyue approached them, brandishing a photograph. "Mr. Qiao, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Qiao Qingci is a promiscuous woman, and she has other men outside." A glance from Qiao Changya revealed that it was Mo Yanchu in the picture. He regarded Lu Qingyue, his demeanor calm, yet exuding an unsettling aura. So, your repeated visits are merely to present this? Indeed, Mr. Qiao, I genuinely wish for you to be enlightened. Lu Qingyue insisted. You treat her so well. Yet she betrays you. Observing Qiao Changya's grim expression, she felt her scheme nearing fruition. Surely, even if he trusted Qing Ci, he would doubt her fidelity upon seeing evidence. Lu Qingyue was skeptical that Qiao Changya would continue to indulge Qing Ci. Enough. My sister is beyond your slander. Qiao Changya thundered, startling Lu Qingyue.
Sister?
Qing Ci, Qiao Changya? There had been speculation in the past, quickly dismissed. Sister? Lu Qingyue murmured in disbelief. I initially intended to expel you from the company, yet you persist in attempting to malign my sister. Thus, from today onward, there shall be no refuge for you in Jiangcheng.
Get out.
Qiao Changya bellowed. The door swung open, and a bodyguard seized Lu Qingyue, dragging her out like a defeated creature. The pain jolted her back to reality, tears streaming down her face. I was wrong. I was wrong. Qing Ci. I didn't know you were Mr. Qiao's sister. It was all my misunderstanding. I deserve this. Qing Ci, forgive me. Her voice faded as she was pulled out of the office. Qiao Changya's anger lingered. Qing Ci offered him a piece of braised pork. Do not be angry. Big brother. Look, I am not upset. Such people deserve punishment for tarnishing your name. Changya replied coldly. Let them speculate. We cannot control others, only ourselves. Qing Ci asserted. Changya regarded her with newfound respect. His sister possessed a commendable mindset. Of course, Qing Ci smiled sweetly. Unbeknownst to her, while she dismissed employees, others sought to poach them. Lu Hai diligently worked at Yashalin, toiling late into the night. Though weary, he found it worthwhile, believing his future was bright working alongside the young lady. To his surprise, Duan Mian approached him. Duan Mian? Lu Hai expressed astonishment. What brings you here? Certainly, she replied. Lu Hai, I must admit my previous actions were improper. With a flirtatious toss of her hair, she feigned remorse, her beauty undeniable. I have apologized to my father, and hope you will return to the company. Your salary will be increased. I am content where I am, and do not wish to return. Lu Hai resolutely declined. Please, do not hastily refuse. Are you aware of Duan Qingxi's identity? Duan Mian scrutinized him. Lu Hai was genuinely unaware and, taken aback, replied, I don't need to know. With a mocking smile, Duan Mian retorted, she is merely a farmer's daughter. Her position as CEO is due to her benefactor. Once he grows weary of her, she will have to resign. Can you endure in such a situation? Align with me, for I am the heiress of the Duan group, and your future will be limitless. Lu Hai rolled his eyes inwardly. The Duan group was commendable, but he felt unworthy. Apologies, but I must insist I am not returning. Duan Mian frowned, her frustration mounting. Without Lu Hai, her work was exceedingly challenging, and the company was in disarray. Convinced Lu Hai's repeated refusals were deliberate, she suppressed her irritation, striving to appear sincere. What conditions must be met for you to return? Chapter 75. Duan Mian loses her senior assistant. Initially, I intended to remain at the company, but your actions have extinguished my desire. Lu Hai's demeanor cooled. I will not be returning, he declared, brushing past Duan Mian. Taking a deep breath, she watched him depart, her anger reaching its zenith. Fine. You and Duan Qingci, just wait. The national dance competition was soon approaching. Duan Mian would finally meet Master Qiao and inquire why the Qiao family had not collaborated with them. Once the issues were resolved, the Duan family would likely restore their partnership with the Qiao family, propelling them to greater heights, and others in Jiangcheng would surely seek to curry favor with them. Delighted with her thoughts, Duan Mian returned home to practice dancing. In the company, Qing Ci was enjoying her leisure when she received a message from Yunqi. Little sister, I've finished filming. I heard you miss me. I'm coming to find you right now. Qing Ci replied, sure. I'll be waiting for you at the company. Upon seeing her message, Yunqi's excitement soared as he rushed to Yashalin. Big brother is truly outrageous, making you endure hardships at such a small company. Sister, you look so thin. Yunqi exclaimed, entering and scrutinizing Qing Ci with concern. Big brother is so cruel. Qing Ci hesitated, unsure how to respond. What's wrong? Afraid Big brother will find out? Don't worry, he won't know.
Tell me honestly.
Has Big brother been taking good care of you? Yunqi asked earnestly, fixing his gaze on her. Xiao Yunxi. The three syllables echoed from across the room, sounding as if they had emerged from the depths of hell, making Xiao Yunxi tremble. Slowly, he turned to see Xiao Chengye seated elegantly on the sofa, a subtle, gentle smile gracing his lips, yet to Xiao Yunxi, it felt like a death sentence. "Be big brother," he stammered. "It seems you've spoken ill of me behind my back." Xiao Chengye drawled leisurely, his elongated tone akin to a dagger pressed against Xiao Yunxi's throat. The latter's smile faltered, appearing more sorrowful than joyful. "Big brother.
How could that be?
I hold you in the highest regard, as you well know." Xiao Qing Ci stifled a laugh, surprised by the dynamic between her two brothers. Xiao Chengye snorted, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "Do not let me hear such words again." "Of course, big brother." Xiao Yunxi quickly acquiesced, dropping to his knees. After a brief moment, Xiao Chengye departed for headquarters. Xiao Yunxi exhaled in relief and began chattering again. "Sister, big brother is so fierce. Hasn't he been harsh with you while I was away, has he?" "Big brother treats me very well," Xiao Qingci replied, her eyes sparkling. "Third brother? You've finally returned." Jiao Yunxi was taken aback by his sister's thoughts about him, a mixture of joy and guilt swelling within him. "From now on, I shall take fewer roles and stay home to accompany you. Third brother, can we dine at Mo Yanchu's house?" Jiao Qingci inquired eagerly.
What?
Soon enough. Jiao Yunxi grasped the situation. So, his sister wished to return merely for the sake of indulging in delicious food? He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Goodness, he had been elated for no reason. Nevertheless, since it was his sister's desire, Jiao Yunxi complied and took her to Mo Yanchu's residence that very evening. On the way, Jiao Yunxi's phone rang. "Where are you taking your sister?" Jiao Chengye's tone was somewhat icy. "We're going to Mo Yanchu's house for dinner." Jiao Yunxi replied.
Montag Yanchu?
Jiao Chengye gritted his teeth. "You fool. Can't you see that Mo Yanchu is interested in our sister?" Jiao Yunxi, perplexed, responded. "You're overthinking it. When has Mo Yanchu ever shown interest in women? He is merely looking after my sister because of me." Jiao Chengye felt he might be driven to madness by his brother's ignorance. The wolf was right before him, and he couldn't even perceive it. "Open your eyes and look properly. Don't let Mo Yanchu get too close to her." Jiao Chengye hung up, leaving Jiao Yunxi scratching his head, convinced that Jiao Chengye was overly paranoid. Mo Yanchu was not a man who took an interest in women. Mo Yanchu's residence in Jiangcheng was a luxurious villa worth over 100 million. As he had claimed, the chefs in his household were Michelin 3-star caliber, and the exquisite plating alone spoke volumes of their skill. After a long absence from Mo Yanchu, Jiao Yunxi had much to say and chatted incessantly. Mo Yanchu listened attentively while serving Jiao Qingci, urging her to eat slowly. "Your chef is truly remarkable," Jiao Qingci complimented sincerely. "If you enjoy it, feel free to come more often," Mo Yanchu replied, his gaze towards her imbued with warmth and affection. Jiao Qingci was oblivious, her thoughts solely occupied with the delectable food. However, Jiao Yunxi noticed the exchange and, recalling his elder brother's words, began to wonder if Mo Yanchu might genuinely have feelings for his sister. Seizing the moment while Jiao Qingci excused herself to the restroom, Jiao Yunxi quickly asked, "Do you have feelings for my sister?" "Yes," Mo Yanchu replied matter-of-factly.
Jiao Yunxi's alarme belle renouvelée.
"Mo Yanchu, I regard you as a brother." Mo Yanchu regarded him with an unbothered demeanor, not liking her. "Does that imply I hate her?" Jiao Yunxi found himself at a loss. "That actually makes sense? Wait, are you saying you like my sister because of me? Or do you genuinely have feelings for her?" Mo Yanchu pondered for a few seconds before responding, "Perhaps it is because of you." After all, without Jiao Yunxi, he would never have met Jiao Qingci. Relieved, Jiao Yunxi exclaimed, "Good buddy, I knew it. We are the best of brothers." Jiao Chengye was indeed worrying unnecessarily. How could Mo Yanchu, a good friend, possibly harbor feelings for his sister? Surely, it was merely an affection stemming from his fondness for Jiao Yunxi. After dinner, they strolled through the back garden, which unexpectedly boasted a plethora of rare plants. Jiao Qingci was fascinated. "Shall we stay here for the night? It looks quite lovely in the evening," Mo Yanchu suggested. Jiao Yunxi saw no objection and turned to Jiao Qingci. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "If third brother is staying, then I can too. It's quite late. We might as well not return." Jiao Yunxi yawned. "I've had a long day of flights, and I'm somewhat fatigued." "Very well, I shall have someone prepare a guest room for you," Mo Yanchu said, arranging for Jiao Yunxi to have the southernmost guest room. a tranquil space where they could rest undisturbed. Who would have thought you could be so considerate? Jiao Yunxi expressed his gratitude. Where will you stay? We'll be in that room, Mo Yanchu indicated. Oh, Jiao Yunxi scratched his head, feeling something was amiss, but unable to articulate what exactly. As it grew late, they all retired for the night. Jiao Qing followed Mo Yanchu to the opposite room, where he opened a door. This will be your guest room. The interior was unexpectedly delightful, adorned in a refreshing blue and white decor, with every detail exuding elegance. And yours? You're next door, Mo Yanchu pointed out. Jiao Qing sighed. This arrangement might easily lead to misunderstandings. How could it? I am here to protect you, Mo Yanchu smiled, his noble demeanor radiating a cool charm. This man. Is he truly playing the role of the innocent lamb? Jiao Qing refrained from exposing him and went to rest. That night passed without dreams. The following morning, upon waking, Jiao Yunxi planned to take Jiao Qing out for some fun. With Jiao Yunxi present, Jiao Qing had not worked for several days. Meanwhile, the much-anticipated national dance competition finals were gradually unfolding. The event was being held at the largest exhibition center in the capital, attracting thousands of spectators. Everyone was aware that this final would impact the international dance competition. The country had not secured a commendable position in international dance contests for several years. Hence the nationwide focus, with hopes that this selection could bring forth outstanding candidates to bring glory to the nation. The dance competitors were backstage, with Jiao Wenyan briefing Jiao Wenin on some important points. Jiao Madam, Jiao Yanfei, and Jiao Changya, along with Jiao Yunxi, had all arrived. Jiao Madam presented Jiao Wenin with a bouquet. Wenin, dear best, we all believe in you. Jiao Wenin joyfully accepted it. Thank you, mother. I will strive to secure first place. By the way, where's sister? She glanced around, unable to spot Jiao Qing. She left this morning. She might have something to attend to. Oh, all right. I wish sister could be here for such an important moment, Jiao Wenin said, her expression slightly melancholy, though a glimmer of sarcasm and pride flickered in her eyes. Of course, Jiao Qing would not attend. She was simply too exceptional and radiant for Jiao Qing to bear witnessing. Jiao Wenyan, hearing this, felt a twinge of discontent towards Jiao Qing. At her age, she was quite adept at discerning the thoughts of young girls. Her sentiments mirrored those of Jiao Wenin. For Jiao Qing to not attend during such a pivotal moment was indicative of a desire to avoid the spotlight. After all, they were family. Was there anything more significant than Wenin's performance? Jiao Wenyan remarked lightly, defending her. Jiao Wenin quickly alleviated the tension. It's all right, aunt. Perhaps sister genuinely has something to attend to. I'm just happy that father, mother, and my brothers are here to support me. After chatting for a while, Jiao Wenin needed to practice, and Jiao Madam and the others exited. As they left, they coincidentally passed by Duan Mianmian and her group entering. Duan Zong immediately spotted Jiao Zong. Is that the woman? Duan Madam murmured. Which one? Duan Zong queried, confused. The one who defended Qingci in the mall last time. Duan Madam clarified. Upon hearing this, Duan Zong's expression shifted dramatically. Are you serious? Yes, I saw her. It was indeed her. Duan Mianmian confirmed, her curiosity piqued. Daddy? What's wrong? Do you know who that person beside her is? That is Jiao Zong. Duan Madam and Duan Mianmian's expressions changed abruptly. That is Jiao Zong. So this woman is very likely Jiao Madam? Duan Zong fumed. You all need to be cautious out there. Do not offend anyone indiscriminately. After regaining her composure, Duan Mianmian responded, understood. However, Jiao Madam likely saw her by chance. She probably does not know Duan Qingci, right? Father. Perhaps I should ask Jiao to share about the specifics. Go ahead. Duan Mianmian approached and knocked on the door.
Come in.
Upon hearing the invitation, she entered the room, where she found Jiao Wenyan and Jiao Wenin. Both were dressed impeccably. Hello, Jiao Deshir, I am Duan Mianmian, she greeted politely with a smile. Jiao Wenyan glanced at her coolly. You made it to the finals, dear best. I am currently seeking disciples, but it is essential to consider their potential. What she implies is that the outcome of Duan Mianmian in this competition will determine her worthiness. I understand. The imposing presence of a master is indeed unparalleled, and Duan Mianmian feels a tightness in her breath, yet she musters the courage to speak. Master Qiao, I actually have a question I would like to ask you. What is it? Duan Mianmian inquires. The Duan family and the Qiao family had previously collaborated, but just as the partnership was about to commence, President Qiao abruptly cancelled it. I would like to know the reason behind this. Duan Mianmian's confusion is evident. Xiao Wenyuan replies, I am not well-versed in company affairs. My elder brother typically does not cancel collaborations, so it must be an issue on your end. Feeling somewhat disheartened by the lack of a concrete answer, Duan Mianmian nods and departs. Xiao Wenyuan squints, a thought flashing through her mind, and turns to Xiao Wenyang. Aunt, I will prepare here for a moment. Are you not going to observe the other participants? All right. As a member of the association, Xiao Wenyang, with the impending competition, would not hesitate to guide other contestants. Amidst the anxious anticipation of everyone, the competition is finally about to commence. Participants draw lots for their performance order. Xiao Wenyang receives her number. Excellent, neither ahead nor behind. Aunt, let us take a photo with my parents and brothers. I would like to keep it as a memento. Xiao Wenyang says warmly. All right, I will call them now. Xiao Wenyang agrees. Soon, Xiao Madam and the others arrive, but Xiao Wenyang is scanning the area for someone. Is my sister really not coming? She asks, visibly dejected. Xiao Changye responds indifferently, her absence will not affect your performance. However, I still hope our family can be together during this moment. Xiao Wenyang sighs. Just then, she notices a nonchalant figure approaching and rushes forward. Sister, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? Xiao Qing queries, puzzled. Indeed. At such a significant moment, I certainly wish for my family to be present. Xiao Wenyang replies with joy. Xiao Wenyang looks at Xiao Qing with a hint of impatience. You've finally arrived. Hurry, and stand there. We will take a photo together to commemorate this important moment for Wenyang. Oh, all right. Xiao Qing stands among them. Click. A photograph is captured. Sister, I thought you wouldn't come. Xiao Wenyang exclaims, joyfully grasping her hand. Am I really that important? Xiao Qing asks. Xiao Wenyang opens her mouth to respond, but Xiao Wenyang interjects with a frown. This is a national dance competition, and Wenyang is likely to secure the championship. As her sister, is it not a tad inappropriate for you to miss such a significant occasion? Xiao Qing purses her lips, pondering the true importance of this day. Sensing Xiao Qing's thoughts, Xiao Wenyang's dissatisfaction intensifies. Do you think it is inconsequential? This is a national competition, held only once a year. You may not possess Wenyang's talent. Yet, that does not diminish the significance of this event. Her words carry weight, and Xiao Madam frowns, with Xiao Yanfei being the first to speak up. Wenyang. Qing Ci did not intend to be dismissive. Xiao Wenyang is at a loss for words. Has she only spoken a few sentences, and her brother is already defending her? This is egregious favoritism. She turns to find tears welling in Xiao Wenyang's eyes, her heart aching, and even she, who seldom argues with her family, cannot help but say, You are excessively biased. If Wenyang were to miss an important moment for Qing Ci, would you not ponder the implications? A family should consider one another. What could possibly be more significant than Wenyang participating in this competition? It is merely a reluctance to witness Wenyang's excellence, fearing it would sting your eyes. Wenyang. Xiao Yanfei scolds, a hint of anger in his voice. Xiao Qing finally comprehends the situation. Just as she is about to explain her whereabouts, the president's secretary arrives, exclaiming, there you are. The judge's credentials for the finals are ready. She hands Xiao Qing the judge's card. A hush falls over the crowd. Xiao Qing accepts it with composure and turns to Xiao Madam. Mother, I must attend to some matters. She then follows the secretary, leaving the stunned onlookers behind. After a moment, Xiao Yanfei regains his composure and remarks with a smile. So, it turns out Qing Ci is a judge. I had no idea she was so accomplished. Xiao Madam turns to Xiao Wenyang. You claimed that Qing Ci would not have anything more important. Do you think being a judge counts as a significant matter? Xiao Wenyang emphasizes the gravity of her participation in the national competition, but Xiao Qing is, after all, a judge. At this moment, Xiao Wenyang feels as though she has been struck, her voice faltering from embarrassment. Yet a multitude of questions swirl in her mind. How could someone so young be appointed as a judge? Chapter 78. How could Xiao Qing possibly be a judge? Xiao Wenyang, too, is incredulous. Surely, there must be some underlying circumstances. She refuses to believe that Xiao Qing is genuinely a judge. Perhaps she has merely orchestrated a performance. Focus on your practice. We eagerly await your performance. Xiao Changye advises Xiao Wenyang with a hint of detachment. Xiao Wenyang bites her lip, feeling an intense flush on her cheeks. While Xiao Qing, as a judge, remains discreet, she finds herself boasting incessantly. How infuriating! After Qiao Madam and the others depart, Xiao Wenyang promptly inquires with the president about the judges, knowing that they are selected by him. There are only 4 judges for the national competition, each a figure capable of making the dance world tremble. President, what is the story behind Qing Ci? She is so young. How did she become a judge? Xiao Wenyang questions, unable to suppress her incredulity. The president frowns at her. You are unaware? What do you mean? Your niece is incredibly talented, the president remarks with admiration. Xiao Wenyang furrows her brow. Is there a video of her performances? The president smiles. You have certainly seen it, but I cannot divulge more. With a heart full of confusion, Xiao Wenyang can only wait to see Qing Ci's scoring to ascertain whether she truly possesses the skill to dance.
Soon,
the dance competition commences. The first 3 judges introduced are middle-aged individuals in their 40s, the only age capable of achieving substantial accomplishments. When Qing Ci appears, gasps of astonishment ripple through the audience, leading to hushed discussions. The competition proceeds. The finalists exhibit commendable dance skills, delivering a visually pleasing performance. Xiao Wenyang, entering midway, leaves a significant impact. Wow, Wenyang is indeed a favorite for the championship. Her performance is exceptional. I agree, it was magnificent. Truly admirable. Following her performance, a wave of applause erupts from the audience. Xiao Wenyang, seated in the front row, cannot help but frown. She feels that Xiao Wenyang's performance pales in comparison to that fateful day in the living room. However, she rationalizes that it was an impromptu performance. Could it truly be that her state of mind influenced her sudden brilliance? Had she known, she would have recorded it. Xiao Wenyang feels disappointed. Nevertheless, Xiao Wenyang's skills are commendable, and the judges award her respectable scores, placing her temporarily in the lead. As several contestants perform, it soon becomes Duan Mianyan's turn. Her level of dance during the finals is merely average, resulting in low scores. After Qing Ci provides her score, the host begins the announcement. Duan Mianyan's face is filled with anticipation until she is left utterly stunned upon hearing her score. Only 6 points? The contestant before her received 7. She does not perceive herself as lacking talent. This score is wholly inadequate for any awards. Moreover, Qing Ci awarded her merely 4 points, while she granted 5 points to the previous dancer. I protest. Duan Mianyan suddenly exclaims, silencing the crowd. She glares at Qing Ci and defiantly states, I believe that this judge is wholly unqualified to serve in this role. I consider my performance to be commendable, yet she has given me such a low score. Is it due to her personal bias against me? How can someone so emotionally driven serve as a judge? Furthermore, I know her. Her dancing is mediocre at best. I truly do not understand how she became a judge. Her words stir a commotion among the audience. Initially, there had been some skepticism regarding Qing Ci's status as a judge, but the scoring had not raised any flags until now. With this public challenge, the crowd begins to question further. The judges of the dance competition are all at least in their 30s, while this young lady appears to be just in her early 20s. I find it quite perplexing. As someone within the industry, I have not heard of her before. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation in a competition. Soon, the person in charge appeared, contestant Duan Mianyan. I assure you that our selection of judges is entirely fair and just. There is no need for you to have any concerns. I want to trust you. But her age is a glaring factor. Have there ever been judges so young in this competition? The other judges are renowned dancers, leaving me speechless. Yet she is nothing at all. Duan Mianyan is unwilling to accept her inadequacy and is determined to expose the program's behind-the-scenes dealings. I do not know what means she employed to become a judge, but I refuse to acknowledge it. She is resolute and passionate, believing herself to be someone who dares to confront dark forces. Xiao Wenyaz, seeing someone finally voice her thoughts, couldn't he help but breathe a sigh of relief. We cannot allow Qing Ci to succeed in becoming a judge. The competition organizers find themselves in a predicament. Xiao Wenyaz timely interjects. The competition has always adhered to the principles of fairness and justice throughout the years. Therefore, if there are doubts, we should allow everyone to witness the competition's fairness and let the judges validate their capabilities. Her suggestion receives unanimous approval. Yes, let her dance. Surely a judge must be exceptionally skilled at dancing. A chorus of agreement ensues. Madame Qiao furrows her brow, her expression darkening, while Qiao Changye reassures her, Sister will be fine. I understand, but I can see that Madame Qiao purses her lips, choosing not to elaborate. However, Qiao Changye comprehends the underlying meaning. Others may utter such words, But how could it come from Qiao Wenyas, who he had previously warned? Duan Yanyan provocatively challenges, Qiao Qingci, do you dare to dance? I certainly can, but does anyone have the audacity to casually challenge the authority of the judges and the integrity of the competition? Your mere suspicion has already disrupted the entire progression of the contest, Qiao Qingci coldly retorts. Whether it affects the competition depends on your worthiness as a judge. If you truly deserve to be a judge, then I shall never participate in this competition again, Duan Yanyan boldly asserts, but if you do not deserve it, you must apologize to everyone present and acknowledge your unfairness and give me a re-evaluation. Huh. Are you really seeking your own demise? It's been a while since I've had the chance to perform. Very well. Qiao Qingci agrees and rises from her seat to take the stage. Chapter 79. Your niece is quite impressive. Qiao Wenyas feels an inexplicable thrill. She is certain that Qiao Qingci lacks the capability to be a judge. After all, even Qiao Wenyas herself wasn't selected as a judge this time. The judges are the most skilled individuals. How could someone as young as Qiao Qingci possess such ability? Anticipating her imminent ridicule, Qiao Wenyas eagerly watches as Qiao Qingci steps onto the stage. Duan Mianmian shares a similar sentiment, waiting to witness Qiao Qingci's embarrassment. The audience is filled with curiosity. Does this young judge truly possess skill, or has she ascended through connections? Qiao Wenyas narrows her eyes, fixated on Qiao Qingci. When suddenly she approaches the stage and tells Qiao Qingci, enough. Let this matter end here. Do not continue as a judge. Just apologize to Duan Mianmian and let it go. Qiao Qingci, however, does not even glance in her direction. It is the first time Qiao Wenyas has been ignored. And her expression darkens, but she remains concerned for the Qiao family's reputation. Qiao Qingci is one of them, and her actions are tarnishing the family's image. The Qiao family's long-standing honors cannot be sullied by Qiao Qingci's shortcomings. Qiao Qingci, enough. Your vanity is unworthy here. This is a national dance competition. Qiao Wenyas scolds in a hushed yet furious tone. Meanwhile, Qiao Qingci has already begun to dance. She raises her arms, her body flowing like water, both supple and powerful. Each pose is a delight to behold, captivating all eyes upon her. The challenging moves seem effortless for her. It is as if she dances to an ethereal melody. My heavens, that is incredibly difficult. I have studied it for many years and have barely scratched the surface. This Qiao Qingci seems to possess genuine talent. Why does that pose seem so familiar? I feel as though I have seen it somewhere before. The audience gradually becomes immersed in the beauty of her movements, increasingly finding them familiar. Each of Qiao Qingci's actions dazzles all onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, the noise of the crowd begins to fade, as if the world has narrowed down to just her. After a long while, the dance concludes, leaving the venue in profound silence. Qiao Wenyas stares at her, seemingly slapped hard across the face, her color drained. Qiao Qingci is not merely skilled, she is extraordinarily so. Her postures are flawless. Those moves that I can barely execute are a breeze for her. Qiao Wenyas even senses that she cannot compete with her. She earned her position as a judge through merit. The audience, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly erupts into thunderous applause, all astonished by her brilliance. The previous silence was merely a reaction to their shock and awe. My goodness, she is so talented. So young, yet dances so beautifully. Why didn't I know about her before? In fact, she seems somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the elusive Master C. I think so too. If she is indeed Master C, then having her as a judge is an honor beyond measure. Below, the president of the Dance Association has been watching intently, and upon seeing Master C being compelled to prove herself, he feels immense anger. He cannot help but signal to Qiao Qingci for her opinion. Understanding the president's intent, Qiao Qingci lowers her long lashes and after a moment, nods. The president immediately stands and takes the microphone. Indeed, she is our Master C. As his words resonate, gasps of shock ripple through the crowd. Although many had speculated, the revelation still left them utterly astonished. The reclusive figure, rarely seen, does not diminish her nationwide fame as Master C, and she is still so youthful. This is nothing short of genius. Oh, I could cry. This is the long-awaited genius girl that has emerged in Huagua. It has been years since Huagua made a mark on the international stage. I cannot believe Master C is still so young. She can truly bring us glory. Who dares to question Master C? How outrageous. Those who doubt the competition must be out of their minds. The Dance Association's competitions have always been fair. Everyone is immensely excited, while Qiao Wenyaz and Duan Mianmian stand dumbfounded. Master C? Qiao Qing Ci is actually Master C? Especially Duan Mianmian, surrounded by countless mocking gazes on stage. Her face pales more than the spotlight, her body beginning to tremble. Duan Mianmian, you questioned a judge. According to regulations, you are banned from the competition. The president orders. Duan Mianmian finds herself unable to refute, rendered speechless. Under the scornful gazes of all, she flees in disgrace. Although Qiao Wenyaz does not feel as humiliated as Duan Mianmian. She had also been the one to question Qiao Qing Ci moments ago. Now, sitting in her seat, she feels restless. Her mind goes blank, unable to think. The competition continues. The subsequent contestants seem to exert even greater effort, eager to showcase their best in front of Master C. Several hours later, the competition concludes, and based on the scores, Qiao Wenyaz emerges as the champion. In the spotlight, holding the trophy is the moment she has eagerly anticipated, yet upon seeing Qiao Qing Ci, her joy dissipates entirely. She is still a contestant, while Qiao Qing Ci has already become a judge. This is a complete domination. Chapter 80. The Bet. Qiao Wenyaz feels an overwhelming bitterness. After the competition ends, everyone heads backstage. Madame Qiao pulls Qiao Qing Ci close. My darling, you are actually Master C. You are simply magnificent. Qiao Qing Ci smiles faintly. Thank you. Mother. Alas, we are truly remarkable, having birthed such an extraordinary daughter. Mrs. Qiao gazed at Qiao Yanfei with immense pride and joy. Qiao Yanfei, too, felt a profound sense of honor. Her daughter was indeed formidable. Qiao Yunxi was left utterly dumbfounded, realizing that his sister was so accomplished. Oh heavens! Does that mean I am the most inept one in the family? You worthless fool! Keep your mouth shut, Qiao Changye retorted without reservation. You don't even measure up to half of what she is. Qiao Yunxi crumpled in despair in the corner. Qiao Wenyang, observing all eyes once again fixed upon Qiao Qing Ci, felt like an invisible presence, her hands clenched tightly in frustration. Sister is so impressive, she said. Her voice laced with gentle envy, yet a hint of sarcasm lingered in her words, insinuating that Qiao Qing Ci had disregarded her family. Qiao Qing Ci shot her a glance, remarking, I find it unworthy of mention. The crowd murmured their gratitude, feeling the sting of her words. Qiao Wenyang's countenance grew increasingly mortified. She was on the brink of madness, unable to comprehend how a woman raised in the countryside could surpass her. Thus, when she encountered Qiao Wenin, her tears of grievance threatened to spill forth.
Aunt.
She addressed her. I have something to ask you. Qiao Wenin fixed her gaze upon her. Speak candidly, was it you who danced in the living room back then? Qiao Wenyang was momentarily taken aback, astonished that such a distant memory was still vivid in Qiao Wenin's mind, rendering her speechless. The hint of panic on her face was keenly observed by Qiao Wenin, whose eyes filled with disappointment. So it wasn't you, but rather Qing Ci, correct?
Aunt.
I truly didn't expect you to lie to me. Qiao Wenin inhaled deeply. You should reflect on yourself. You didn't secure a position in the association as upper echelons because your abilities do not suffice. Qiao Wenyang felt the sting of tears. Yet she could only bow her head in silence. Qiao Wenin turned her attention to Qiao Qing Ci, who stood gracefully between them, her features exquisite and charming, exuding an aura of cool detachment, devoid of arrogance. A profound sense of guilt nearly overwhelmed Qiao Wenin as she approached Qiao Qing Ci. Qing Ci, I apologize. I've misjudged you all along, and I am sincerely sorry. Qiao Qing Ci was slightly taken aback, witnessing her proud and extend an apology. She merely replied with a soft. Qiao Wenin, anxious, queried, by the way, will you participate in the upcoming international competition? I will, Qiao Qing Ci affirmed. Our nation has long been overshadowed by others. Should we falter again, it will be difficult to hold our heads high. As a sea master, Qiao Qing Ci's prowess undoubtedly promised her a commendable ranking on the international stage. Qiao Wenin sighed in relief, her guilt deepening. She had previously failed to recognize the genius standing beside her. She resolved to make amends with Qiao Qing Ci. Today is a splendid day. Let us dine out as a family, Qiao Yanfei suggested cheerfully. Everyone concurred, yet Qiao Qing Ci interjected, Mom, Dad, please go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to. Understanding her commitments as a judge, Qiao Yanfei nodded and departed with the others. Qiao Qing Ci sought out the president to discuss the international competition. and her name was duly submitted. Upon exiting, she encountered Duan Mian and Mrs. Duan. Mrs. Duan had come to fetch her daughter, intending to watch the competition but was delayed by family matters. Upon inquiring about Mian's ranking, she was taken aback to see Qing Ci. Qing Ci? What are you doing here? You're not participating in the competition, are you? Impossible with your skill level, you could never reach the finals. Our Mian is aiming for the international competition, Mrs. Duan declared with utmost confidence in her daughter. Mian, blushing furiously, tugged at her mother's hand. Mom, please stop talking. Let us go. Mian, do not be modest. She can never match you, Mrs. Duan scoffed, dismissively patting her hand. Mian wished for nothing more than to vanish into thin air. Qing Ci observed the pair with a smirk, choosing silence as she walked away. Feeling ignored, Mrs. Duan grew irate and blocked her path. Qing Ci, are you pretending not to hear me? Since leaving the Duan family, you've become increasingly rude. I apologize. But I genuinely have no desire to engage with barking dogs, Qing Ci replied nonchalantly. Mrs. Duan was taken aback, realizing she was being mocked. You've grown quite bold. Daring to insult me. It was indeed correct to expel you. Your tongue will surely offend many. You are scarcely worthy of comparison to even a single strand of Mian's hair. She looked down upon Qing Ci, disdain dripping from her words. With someone like you, participating in a dance competition? You'd only embarrass yourself. Mian, is she even here to compete? Someone of her caliber could never qualify. Chapter 81. Mrs. Duan's Humiliation. Mian's face turned crimson, and she pulled at her mother's arm. Mom, please stop, let us go. Even now, you still wish to spare her dignity. Mian, you are far too kind, Mrs. Duan lamented. Nearby, a contestant passed by. Isn't that the contestant who was disqualified? How is she in a conflict with a Sea Master again? Sea Master? Even those unfamiliar with dance knew that name. Mrs. Duan looked astonished at Mian. Mian, are they speaking of you? Mian wished she could faint to escape the impending embarrassment. Mian, you are the Sea Master? How could you keep such an accomplishment from us? Mrs. Duan exclaimed, overjoyed. She had always known her daughter was the most exceptional, someone whom Qing Ci could only look up to. Her gaze toward Qing Ci turned increasingly derisive, just as a voice emerged from the crowd, an excited contestant approaching Qing Ci. Sea Master, could you please give me your autograph? Qing Ci regarded the lively girl before her and nodded. You may write it directly on my clothing, the girl exclaimed. Qing Ci pressed her lips together slightly, but nodded nonetheless, taking the pen to sign. This scene struck Mrs. Duan like a slap to the face, leaving her in disbelief. As if she were still dreaming. The Sea Master was not Mian, it was Qing Ci. Thus, the contestant who had been disqualified was Mian. The magnitude of this revelation left Mrs. Duan feeling faint, while Mian could no longer endure the humiliation and dragged her mother towards the car. After a long moment, Mrs. Duan finally regained her senses. Qing Ci is the Sea Master? Mian bit her lip, tears spilling forth. Yes, Mom, I don't know how sister became the Sea Master. And she even had me disqualified from the competition. Mrs. Duan felt dizzy. The Sea Master was a legendary figure in the dance world. If Qing Ci was indeed the Sea Master, then the Duan family would surely rise alongside her. Sister is truly strange. Why does she hide her identity? She could undoubtedly bring greater benefits to the Duan family, Mian sobbed softly. Mrs. Duan's eyes glimmered with disdain. This wretched girl did not wish for the Duan family to prosper even a bit. Truly, a wolf raised in the fold. What did it matter if she was the Sea Master? Once she participated in the international competition, if she failed to secure a ranking, she would only be met with mockery. The entire nation was filled with hope for this international dance competition. The higher one stands, the harder one may fall. Upon hearing this, Mian's eyes flickered. At a Michelin 3-star restaurant, when Qing Ci arrived, everyone was waiting for her. You may start without me, Qing Ci apologized. How could we eat without her sister? Yunqi exclaimed, visibly thrilled. Sister, you are so impressive. I never imagined you were the Sea Master. I'll be able to boast for ages. Yunqi was filled with delight and pride. Enough, just eat. Can't you see sister wishes to keep a low profile? Chengye directly stuffed a rib into his mouth. Yunqi let out a couple of soft sounds, silently consuming his meal. Wenyan proactively served Qing Ci some vegetables, saying, Qing Ci, I previously held many misunderstandings about you. If there is anything I can assist you with in the future, Please feel free to ask. Furthermore, the list of contestants for the upcoming international competition has been released, and both you and Wenya have been selected, along with the second and third place winners. There is still some time to prepare for the international competition, and I eagerly anticipate your performance. The gravity of the topic made Qing Ci nod in acknowledgement. Qiao Wenyan continued. Of course, you need not be overly anxious. Just give it your all. Observing everyone's concern for Qing Ci, Qiao Wenyan lowered her head, silently tightening her grip on her chopsticks, her teeth clenched. After the meal, the Qiao family returned home. Qing Ci received a message from Mo Yanchu. I'm waiting for you at the door. She was somewhat taken aback. Why was he here? Nevertheless, she headed out. Next to the luxurious Lamborghini, the figure of the man stood tall and striking. Qing Ci gazed at him, asking, What brings you here, little one? You've become quite impressive, Mo Yanchu remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration and warmth. I heard you're participating in the international competition. Is the pressure significant? Not really. You knew? Yes, one might say everyone is aware. Qing Ci nodded, and suddenly, a delicate jewelry box appeared before her. Mo Yanchu said, A gift for you. I hope you like it. As she opened it, a dazzling brilliance instantly caught her eye. It was a beautiful pink bracelet. Why did you buy me another gift? Qing Ci was puzzled about what occasion it was. Since you're participating in the international competition, it's only fitting to give you a present. I hope you don't feel too much pressure. If you're ever unhappy, just reach out to your brother, Mo Yanchu said, his eyes twinkling with fondness. Qing Ci's heart fluttered. For the first time, she realized that even a small gesture could result in a gift. During her time at the Duan family, she had never received a present, let alone one from Gu Chenyang. Yanchu. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. It was Qiao Yunqi, who came out, pleasantly surprised as he patted Mo Yanchu on the shoulder and asked, What brings you here? Did you come specifically to see me off for the shoot? Mo Yanchu's smile stiffened slightly. He replied coolly, Sure. Qiao Yunqi scratched his head, puzzled. What's wrong? Aren't you here to pick me up? Yes. Let us go, Mo Yanchu said. Qiao Yunqi, not thinking much of it, felt touched. Previously, Mo Yanchu had seemed indifferent, yet now he was treating him so well. You truly are my good brother, Qiao Yunqi declared, wrapping his arm around Mo Yanchu's shoulder. I hereby announce you as my best brother. He then turned to Qing Ci, sister, are you coming with us? Qing Ci shook her head, finding their interaction amusing as she watched them get into the car. Returning home with the gift. Sitting by her bedside, she adorned herself with the bracelet, her cold eyes gradually softening. Everything seemed different now. Opening her computer. Just as Qing Ci had anticipated, she had indeed gained significant recognition. What had initially been a matter within the dance circle had shocked many, as Qing Ci, at such a young age, was labeled a C master. The discussions were rife. Surprisingly, her photos had not leaked. Qing Ci pondered. Mo Yanchu must have known about this sooner and likely intervened to prevent her photos from being disclosed. Otherwise, they would surely be circulating everywhere. 22 years old, and already a C master? I can hardly believe it. This can't be real, can it? Don't doubt it. I was there at the scene. Her dancing is truly remarkable. Being good at dancing can come from years of training, but to be a C master choreographer is another level entirely. You're telling me such an extraordinary talent is only 22? I simply cannot believe it. I suspect her choreography isn't solely her own. I too. Those compositions would be challenging even for my teacher to create. She's only 22. How is that possible? There must be someone exceptional guiding her. I suspect this is all a publicity stunt, merely to elevate the C master's reputation. Dance is inherently a meritocracy. If this is all for show, I would be quite disappointed. Let us wait for the international competition. With a talent like the C master, she's bound to secure a commendable rank, right? Our nation has been in decline for years. We must reclaim our glory by winning the championship, regardless whether or not she choreographed it herself. I simply hope she can bring pride to our country. The sentiments were nearly unanimous. Everyone believed the C master was exceptionally talented. Hence, she certainly had the capability to clinch the championship this time. Qing Ci raised her brow. Such rhythmic commentary, if not for someone orchestrating it from behind, she would find it hard to believe. Would they attempt to bury her with flattery? Fine, she wouldn't let them down. At that moment, Gu Chenyang called. And Qing Ci inadvertently picked up. Qing Ci, you're actually the C master? Gu Chenyang exclaimed, astonished, having learned from a friend. Qiao Qingci frowned. What is it to you? Gu Chenyang, somewhat wistful, replied, so you've been working hard behind the scenes, striving to match my status, to be worthy of the Gu family, right? You've known for a while that you're not Duan family's biological daughter. Haven to you? He drifted into thought. If others knew his girlfriend was a sea master, many would surely envy him. His relationship with Duan Mianmian was largely because she was the biological daughter of the Duan family, but the sea master held her own esteemed status. Insane. Qiao Qingci was speechless and hung up abruptly. In the following days, Qiao Qingci managed to squeeze in some practice. She watched videos from past international dance competitions, gaining insight into various countries' styles and the prowess of their representative contestants. After several busy days, she received an invitation from Mo Yanchu. Have you been busy these past few days? Would you like to join me for afternoon tea? Feeling somewhat fatigued, Qiao Qingci replied.
Sure.
In less than 10 minutes, Mo Yanchu arrived. Each restaurant he chose boasted an exquisite ambience, with transparent glass walls offering breathtaking views. The delightful pastries were also beautifully crafted. A bite of cake seemed to wash away her weariness. Qiao Qingci squinted her eyes in happiness. When is the competition?
Montag Yanchu.
Dressed impeccably in a pure black suit, exuded elegance and nobility. The day after tomorrow, Qiao Qingci replied. Are you nervous? Not really, she said, taking another bite of cake. Mo Yanchu gazed at her, captivated by her exquisite, bright eyes. Those clear eyes resembled the serene surface of a lake in summer, carefree and languid, possessing an indescribable charm. While Qiao Qingci indulged in her cake, someone was watching her intently. That person was Duan Mianmian. In recent days, the Duan family's business had faced significant challenges. Duan Mianmian had finally secured a meeting with a major client today to discuss potential collaboration. Though the client was somewhat sleazy, this partnership could elevate the Duan family's status. Having successfully negotiated the deal, Duan Mianmian felt elated. Mr. Wang, allow me to escort you, she said with a smile. As Mr. Wang stood up, he suddenly became captivated by a sight. Qiao Qingci. Duan Mianmian noticed as well, realizing Qiao Qingci was on a date with that pretty boy. This pretty boy looked familiar. Wasn't he the handsome man who had emerged from the Lamborghini that day? No, it couldn't he be. Duan Mianmian refused to believe that Qiao Qingci could attract a man so handsome and wealthy. She should always remain beneath her heel. For instance now, while she had secured a partnership with Mr. Wang, Qiao Qingci was only fit to spend money on her pretty boy. The sense of superiority compelled Duan Mianmian to speak up. Mr. Wang, do you know my sister? After being expelled from the Duan family, she found herself at a crossroads. Her private life in disarray, engaging with numerous handsome men. President Wang appeared bewildered, seemingly struggling to comprehend the situation. Is it many? He inquired.
Indeed.
They are likely all male models. She has a penchant for such types. Duan Mianmian's expression was one of resignation as she observed President Wang's increasingly complex demeanor. Amused, Duan Mianmian thought it likely that President Wang also found Qiao Qingci repugnant. She stepped forward to confront Qiao Qingci, saying, Sister, it's been so long. How have you made no progress at all? Can you not survive without a man? Instead of enhancing yourself, you just seek out pretty boys. Qiao Qingci, interrupted mid-meal, felt her temper cool. Must you bark while others dine? Is your need for attention so insatiable? Duan Mianmian's face flushed with humiliation. I'm looking out for you, sister. How can you speak to me like that? This is none of your concern. If you find yourself with too much idle time, perhaps you should meditate on a wooden fish to accrue some merit, lest you end up in hell after death. Duan Mianmian was exasperated by Qiao Qingci's sharp tongue. You're the one destined for hell. After leaving the Duan family, you've willingly sunk into depravity, seeking out male models. Do you not know how filthy they are? It's utterly disgusting. She intended to display her disdain, but upon glimpsing Mo Yanchu's breathtaking visage, she was momentarily entranced. This man was, without a doubt, exceptionally handsome. In all her years, she had never encountered such striking beauty. However, the thought that such a person may have served numerous women, possibly carrying ailments, filled her with revulsion. Qiao Qingci, your parents toil in the countryside, living modestly, yet here you squander your life without a shred of guilt. You are truly selfish to the core. Before she could finish, a splash of water struck her face. Duan Mianmian froze momentarily, incredulous as she stared at the perpetrator. This pretty boy dared to douse her? Do you have the audacity to lay hands on me? Do you know who I am? My words can have you blacklisted in this industry. Duan Mianmian was furious. Qiao Qingci found the situation amusing and couldn't help but laugh.
Oh,
You truly believe you can blacklist someone at will? Just a male model. With a word from the Duan family, you'll find it impossible to remain in Jiangcheng. As Qiao Qingci spoke, she couldn't suppress her laughter, glancing at Mo Yanchu, wondering if he had ever heard such arrogant claims before. Mo Yanchu's exquisite features remained impassive, revealing no emotion. However, President Wang was visibly trembling, his earlier uncertainty about the man before him vanishing as he recognized his distinguished aura. This was indeed the esteemed figure from the capital. Be quiet. As Duan Mianmian continued her haughty tirade, she suddenly received a sharp slap across the face. President Wang glared at her. Duan Mianmian, if you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. Our collaboration is cancelled. The Duan family and I shall never work together again. Duan Mianmian was taken aback. President Wang.
what do you mean by this?
Chapter 84. Duan Mianmian faces repercussions. President Wang ignored her, turning to Mo Yanchu, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Mr. Mo, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that a member of the Duan family could be so oblivious. I shall escort her out immediately. Duan Mianmian was stunned by the deference President Wang showed to this pretty boy. She was led out of the restaurant, and before she could inquire further, President Wang threw down a scathing remark. Your Duan family is truly finished. With that, he hurried away, eager to dissociate from Duan Mianmian. As she stood outside in the cold wind, it took her a while to regain her composure, reluctant to accept the truth. She had to concede that the man she had just encountered was not an ordinary individual. Mr. Mo? Although there was no Mo family in Jiangcheng, the wealthiest Mo family from the capital was indeed renowned. If he was truly that person, President Wang's fear was entirely justified. But why was Qiao Qingci dining with someone of that stature? A cold sweat broke out on her back. Moreover, what had she just said? Blacklist? It would be a stroke of luck if they chose not to blacklist her. Duan Mianmian returned home in a daze. Mrs. Duan, aware of her daughter's meeting regarding a collaboration, initially felt hopeful but grew concerned upon seeing her distraught state. Mianmian, what's wrong? Mother. Duan Mianmian's pent-up fear found its release, and she burst into tears. I'm sorry, I failed to secure the collaboration. Mrs. Duan felt a twinge of disappointment but consoled her. Securing a collaboration is no easy feat. Try again next time. But I had it all lined up. It was all because of Qiao Qingci. Remembering the incident, Duan Mianmian felt a surge of indignation, her tears flowing even more freely. What? Qiao Qingci again? What did she do?
I
don't know. She spoke with President Wang, and then he refused to collaborate with us. Fearful of admitting that she had offended both President Wang and Mr. Mo, Duan Mianmian hastily placed the blame on Qiao Qingci. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Duan's eyes flared with anger. This ungrateful wretch was utterly intolerable. She resolved to discipline her. Mother, I have Qiao Qingci's parents' phone number, Duan Mianmian said softly. Give it to me. I shall call her parents. Mrs. Duan was done tolerating the situation. After obtaining the number, she dialed immediately. Hello? Came a straightforward voice from the other end. Mrs. Duan wasted no time introducing herself. I am Mrs. Duan. The voice on the other end seemed anxious. Is something wrong with Mianmian? Mianmian? She is our daughter. You need not worry about her. Qiao Qingci is your daughter. Mrs. Duan felt a twinge of irritation at their dismissive tone. As a mother, she felt a possessive urge over her child. Qiao Qingci?
what are you talking about?
She is not our daughter. The other party reiterated firmly. Mrs. Duan was taken aback. The call ended abruptly, and noticing her mother's strange demeanor, Duan Mianmian asked, What happened? Mrs. Duan explained candidly. After pondering for a moment, Duan Mianmian concluded, I see. It seems they no longer want her because of how chaotic she is. Mrs. Duan's thoughts returned to clarity. Finding this explanation quite reasonable, her disdain for Qiao Qingci deepening. This Qiao Qingci is truly unlikable. Even her biological parents do not favor her. Subsequently, Mrs. Duan composed a lengthy message chastising Qiao Qingci and sent it off. The recipients were utterly bewildered upon receiving it. The farmer aunt replied, Didn't I already explain this to them? Why are they still like this? Let us explain it again, the farmer uncle suggested. Thus, the farmer aunt elaborated once more. Qiao Qingci is not our daughter. She is the daughter of the Qiao family and has been taken to the Qiao family. After sending the message, she set her phone down, unaware that it had run out of credit after receiving Mrs. Duan's call, and the message had not been sent. They still had farm work to attend to, and since the fees for Duan Nianyan's dance lessons had yet to be fully paid, they chose not to mention the matter further, wishing to settle it themselves as soon as possible. Upon returning home after dinner, Qing Ci found Xiao Wenyuan waiting for her. "We're leaving the day after tomorrow. You must have worked hard these past few days. Tomorrow, take a well-deserved rest, and let the servants pack your things."
All right.
Qing Ci replied, her demeanor neutral. At that moment, Xiao Wenyuan emerged from the kitchen, having prepared soup. She handed it to Xiao Wenyuan and turned to Qing Ci. "Sister, I made some pork and corn soup today. Would you like to try it? Why don't you try it? Wenyuan's cooking is quite good," Xiao Wenyuan added.
No.
"Thank you," Qing Ci replied curtly, turning to ascend the stairs without another word. Xiao Wenya's expression was one of despondency. Her eyes filled with a deep sense of grievance as she softly murmured, "It seems that my sister is still upset with me. Is it because I doubted her during the competition?" Xiao Wenyun furrowed her brows. "This is not the first time you've behaved this way. I understand that Qing Ci's return has had a significant impact on you, but Wenya, remember to focus on your own dance. No one can obstruct your path. Do not stray into the wrong lane." Her tone was grave, carrying a sense of instructive rigor devoid of any tenderness. Xiao Wenya bit her lip, feeling a pang of sorrow. In the past, her aunt would have comforted her, but now all she received was reproach. Chapter 85. Even this must be taken away. Her aunt was the last person in this household who would support her. How could Qing Ci even attempt to seize that away? A wave of distress washed over her. Yet she replied, "Aunt, I appreciate your goodwill. I will certainly dance well and not disappoint your expectations. You should rest early." Xiao Wenyun's tone softened slightly, as she too hoped for Xiao Wenya to achieve a commendable ranking in the competition. After returning to her room, Xiao Wenya began to watch videos of past international dance competitions. This particular youth competition had an age limit of 40, yet competitors from other countries were exceptionally skilled. Observing their artistry, Xiao Wenya contemplated her own participation and feared even breaking into the top 10 would be a daunting challenge. Though she was confident, she was not arrogant. Especially in this competition, a poor ranking would only invite ridicule upon her return. The pressure mounted within her, leading to sleepless nights. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, Xiao Wenya tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. She eventually decided to rise and take a stroll. Upon stepping out of her room, she noticed lights in the living room. Approaching, she beheld someone gracefully dancing before the floor-to-ceiling window. The elegance of those movements was something she could never hope to attain. The complex choreography appeared effortless to the dancer. Even if Qing Ci stood among the champions of past international competitions, she would not pale in comparison. Xiao Wenya's complexion gradually turned pale, her fingers instinctively gripping the handrail tightly. She could vividly imagine the scene where Qing Ci triumphed as champion while she herself failed to make the top 10. In that moment, Qing Ci would bask in the spotlight while everyone overlooked her. Was there even any point in participating in this competition? Her mind was a whirlwind, and she lost track of time until Qing Ci paused and turned to see her. Qing Ci showed little reaction, as if Xiao Wenya were merely an inconsequential passerby. She ascended the stairs, but as she passed by Xiao Wenya, the latter suddenly moved, losing her balance and tumbling down. A pristine white floor was instantly stained with a pool of blood. Qing Ci's pupils dilated, and she rushed downstairs to investigate. At that moment, a servant entered, saw the scene and screamed, "Ah!" This cry jolted the entire quiet villa awake. That night, Xiao Wenya was taken to the hospital. Xiao Madam and others arrived, shocked that Xiao Wenya had fallen down the stairs and sustained serious injuries. When daylight broke, Xiao Wenya gradually regained consciousness. She looked at her body wrapped in bandages and was immediately alarmed.
Mom, what happened to me?
Xiao Madam gazed at Xiao Wenya, her heart heavy. "How did you fall down the stairs? Your leg is injured, and you will need to rest for a while. I'm afraid you won't be able to participate in this international competition." Xiao Wenyun stood behind, her eyes filled with regret, helplessness, and pity. Xiao Wenya was momentarily stunned. To outsiders, her expression appeared to be one of pain. However, within her, there was an unexpected relief. She would not have to face the competition and its rankings. Her gaze suddenly fell upon Qing Ci's face, panic flickering in her eyes. "Then, I won't participate in the competition. Let my sister go instead." Xiao Madam frowned at her reaction. "How could you fall down the stairs so suddenly?" "I slipped accidentally," Xiao Wenya replied, though her expression betrayed her fear and anxiety. She glanced at the servant nearby. The servant promptly spoke. "I want to check if everything was tidied up in the living room," and then she abruptly stopped. "Then what?" Qiao Wenyun pressed. The servant appeared hesitant, glancing at Qing Ci. Qiao Wenyun keenly observed this and fixed her gaze on the servant. "What did you see? Speak up." "I saw the eldest miss seemingly push the second miss down," the servant finally said, lowering her head. "Impossible. It must be a misunderstanding." Qiao Madam refused to believe it, immediately turning to Qing Ci, awaiting her explanation. Qiao Wenyun noticed this and felt her resentment peak. Despite her injury, Qiao Madam showed no doubt towards Qing Ci. Was her favoritism to this extent? Sensing Qiao Madam's trusting gaze, Qing Ci's icy heart melted momentarily as she said, "Qiao Wenya."
You speak.
Qiao Wenya clenched her fists, appearing somewhat withdrawn. "Mom, please don't ask. I accidentally fell down. I was on the stairs when I suddenly slipped." Her tone was filled with grievance, as if she were forced to say so under pressure. The atmosphere was thick with complexity. "I saw it with my own eyes." The silence was shattered by the servant, who suddenly changed her uncertain stance and declared firmly, "I witnessed the eldest miss push the second miss down." Qiao Changye's gaze fell on the servant, his penetrating stare exuding an oppressive force. "Why were you in the living room so late?" "Today was my shift. I was just checking if everything was in order," the servant replied, unable to meet his eyes. Qiao Wenya looked at Qiao Madam and the others. With the servant's firm testimony, how could they still not believe her? It was absurd. "Do you have any evidence for such a claim?" Qing Ci mocked, her gaze fixed on Qiao Wenya. "Wenya, I will give you one last chance. How did you come down?" Chapter 86, Scheming Against Qing Ci. Qiao Wenya felt a surge of irritation at this. Why did Qing Ci feel entitled to speak to her in such a commanding tone? "I didn't want to say anything, but you keep pressing me as if I were the one trying to frame you. Sister, let me be blunt. You pushed me down." Tears streamed down her face as she continued. "I know I questioned you on the day of the competition, but you can't use that as a reason to prevent me from attending the international competition. I've worked so hard for this." Qiao Wenyun remained silent, her expression complex. Qiao Madam took a deep breath, visibly distressed. Regardless of whether Qing Ci was guilty or if Qiao Wenya was framing her, she felt a heavy heart. Xiao Yanfei placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his expression stern as he addressed Qiao Wenya. "I will continue to investigate this matter. You should focus on resting." With that, he took Qiao Madam and left. Qiao Chengye followed suit, leaving only Qiao Wenyun and the servant behind. As Qiao Wenya watched them depart, her tears flowed even more profusely. "Aunt, do you not believe me either?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, her lips quivering as she looked at Qiao Wenyun. Qiao Wenyun felt a pang of sympathy. "Wenya, if this matter is indeed the doing of Qing Ci, I will never forgive her." Qiao Wenyun's resolve was firm. Qiao Wenya's fists tightened. How infuriating. Even now, why did no one believe her? She was driven to madness. Qing Ci, along with her parents, returned to the car. The atmosphere was heavy. Upon arriving home, Qiao Madam looked at Qing Ci with her usual gentleness. "You should rest well." Qing Ci gazed back, biting her lip before finally nodding. She returned to her room, for after a night of poor sleep, Qing Ci soon succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered that the world had undergone a profound transformation. The news of Qiao Wenya's misfortune had erupted online, with everyone accusing Qing Ci of having pushed Qiao Wenya's down the stairs, deeming her actions utterly malicious. Numerous netizens were quick to condemn Qing Ci. What sort of monster is this so-called Master Ci? How can someone with such reprehensible character be worthy of that title? Just because Qiao Wenya's cast a single doubt, she harbors resentment and sabotages Wenya's chance to compete internationally? Qiao Wenya's has always worked diligently. I am her junior, and she has sacrificed so much for this competition. No matter how well Master Ci performs, her character is undeniably flawed. Such a person is truly unfit to represent our nation in competition. I agree. Even Master Ci should face consequences. Wenya's is so pitiful. My heart aches for her. The public sentiment overwhelmingly sympathized with Qiao Wenya's while denouncing Qing Ci. As Qing Ci perused the comments trending online, a flicker of darkness crossed her gaze. This Qiao Wenya's was truly vexing. On the eve of the competition, she had even resorted to tumbling down the stairs to frame her. Qing Ci could not fathom the sheer animosity directed at her. And did these people truly relish such dramatic spectacles of falling down the stairs? It was the same for her as it was for Duan Mianyan. Rising to prepare herself, Qing Ci descended to find Madame Qiao and Xiao Yanfei present. Madame Qiao appeared deeply distressed. I never anticipated that the two children would come to such blows. Was it a mistake to have adopted Wenyas? Don't dwell on it too much. No matter how favorable our conditions may be, we cannot dictate their character. This situation was a significant blow to Madame Qiao. It was apparent that she had not rested well, her usual beauty now marred by weariness. However, upon noticing Qing Ci, she quickly composed herself, displaying a smile. Qing Ci, you're awake? Gather your things. We are to go to the competition with your aunt. Qing Ci pressed her lips together and replied, I wish to visit Xiao Wenyas in the hospital. Very well. In the hospital room, as Qing Ci entered, she narrowly avoided a slap. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift, enabling her to evade it. Qing Ci, how dare you show your face here? Look at what you've done to Wenyas. Lin Xiaoxiao glared at her, filled with fury and disdain. Who says I did it? Qing Ci replied coldly. If not you, then who? Do you believe Wenyas would harm herself to frame you? Lin Xiaoxiao found the notion laughable. I have something to say to Qiao Wenyas. You may leave. Qing Ci stated dismissively. With Wenyas in the state, how can I allow you two to be alone? Lin Xiaoxiao refused to budge. Just as Qing Ci prepared to act, a bodyguard swiftly entered, seizing Lin Xiaoxiao and escorting her out. Chapter 87. I will make Qing Ci suffer a fracture. Shortly thereafter, Mo Yanxiu approached, impeccably dressed in a refined suit, exuding an air of elegance as he strode down the corridor, resembling a model on a runway.
Montag Yanxiu?
Qing Ci was taken aback. Go ahead. I will watch the door, he offered gently. Lin Xiaoxiao was beside herself with rage. Mo Yanxiu, you are Qiao Wenyas's fiancé. Tell her to be quiet. Mo Yanxiu's eyes turned frosty. The bodyguard promptly struck Lin Xiaoxiao, rendering her unconscious. Qiao Wenyas observed the scene, gripping the bedsheet tightly. At that moment, Mo Yanxiu surprisingly sided with Qing Ci. She nodded in acknowledgement to him, stepping into the hospital room, closing the door behind her, leaving only herself and Qiao Wenyas inside. Qiao Wenyas sat on the hospital bed, her gaze cold and contemptuous. What do you want? Weren't you supposed to be on a flight abroad? What happened? Did you realize that even if you win the championship, no one will congratulate you? The internet was rife with insults directed at Qing Ci. This time, she had indeed triumphed. A sense of satisfaction washed over Qiao Wenyas. Qing Ci stood above her, looking down. What is your purpose in all of this? That should be my question to you. If it weren't for you, I would be able to attend the competition now, Qiao Wenyas replied, cunningly avoiding the trap. Is that so? What do you intend to do? You want me to suffer? Then I shall. Qiao Wenyas's eyes brimmed with malice. I also want to suffer a fracture. Is that acceptable? Indeed. Very well. Qing Ci acquiesced readily. Qiao Wenyas found the ease of the exchange unsettling and scrutinized her carefully. Suddenly, Qing Ci sat down with an air of resignation. Wenyas, you have truly triumphed. Now everyone is cursing me, and my parents do not believe me. Even if I secure a place in the competition, it will not alter the animosity directed at me. I understand that my presence causes you anguish. I only hope that after this, you will cease your actions. Is that agreeable? This declaration, coupled with Qing Ci's helpless gaze, sent a wave of exhilaration through Qiao Wenyas. Since Qing Ci's return, she had persistently been overlooked. Especially irksome was Qing Ci's unflappable demeanor, as if nothing could ruffle her. Now, however, Qing Ci appeared to concede. She was ultimately not her rival. You wish for me to spare you? Very well. I hope you will kneel and speak to me. Qiao Wenyas regarded her with disdain, elevated in her superiority. If I say that, will you let me off the hook? Qing Ci inquired. Ha ha ha. Certainly not. Qiao Wenyas laughed, her spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. Qing Ci, since your return, you have stolen our parents' attention, my brother's concern, and even Mo Yanxiu from me. Have you ever considered how you arrived at this juncture? This is all of your own making. But I do not comprehend. Even if you have caused me to be scorned, you too are barred from the competition. Is participating in the international contest not your dream? Qing Ci feigned puzzlement. A chill flickered in Qiao Wenyas's eyes. Indeed. Participating in the international competition has always been my dream, but that was before you appeared. Now you are Master C, and your performance is exceptional. Even if I compete, I will not secure a position, only to be ridiculed and ignored. Under such circumstances, it is better not to compete at all. Qing Ci appeared taken aback. Is this truly how you think? And what of it? Qing Ci. Let me tell you this. I will ensure that you can no longer find your place in the Qiao family. Qiao Wenyaz glared at her, a fierce determination flashing in her eyes, before abruptly turning and tumbling from the bed.
Ah!
A cry of despair immediately attracted the attention of those outside. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly knocked on the door. Qing Ci, what are you doing in there? Open the door. What have you done to Wenyaz? Qing Ci opened the door, and Lin Xiaoxiao rushed in, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Qiao Wenyaz sprawled on the floor. She turned to Qing Ci with fury. Qing Ci, you have gone too far. Wenyaz is in this state, and you still won't show her mercy. Are you even human? You have time to talk. You should hurry and help her up, Qing Ci replied, her demeanor regaining its icy composure. Qiao Wenyaz was indeed in considerable pain, returning to the bed. She felt as if her very bones were disintegrating. She observed Qing Ci's current chilliness, mocking within her heart. This woman truly knows how to feign emotion. She must be terrified inside. Qing Ci, apologize to Wenyaz. Lin Xiaoxiao commanded, seizing Qing Ci. Apologize? The one who ought to apologize has never been me, Qing Ci scoffed, shaking off her grip and departing. Mo Yanchu stood in the corridor, observing Qing Ci. Is it over? Are you not heading to M country now? Yes. I am to participate in the competition. Very well, I shall escort you, Mo Yanchu offered. Qing Ci did not decline. In the hospital room, Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Qiao Wenyaz with deep sympathy. Wenyaz, your sister is truly malicious. As she spoke, noise arose from outside, heralding the arrival of Madame Qiao and Qiao Yanfei. Chapter 88. The true face of Qiao Wenyaz is revealed. Upon noticing them, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately began to complain. Aunt, uncle, you arrived just in time. Qing Ci just pushed Wenyaz to the ground, and then left. Wenya has reached this point, yet she remains unyielding. Mrs. Qiao's visage was exceedingly grim as she fixed her gaze on Qiao Wenya, resembling someone observing a complete stranger. Through clenched teeth, she managed to utter a few words. Is it truly so? The typically gentle and virtuous Mrs. Qiao was now seething with anger, which brought a modicum of solace to Qiao Wenya. Evidently, they did not entirely disregard her existence.
Yes.
Qiao Wenya felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Her sister demanded that she clarify matters, insisting she had not wronged her, yet her reluctance infuriated her sister, who then cast her aside. Lin Xiaoxiao chimed in. If I hadn't heard the commotion and rushed in, who knows what Qing Ci would have done to Wenya? Their expressions turned even more ominous. Particularly Qiao Yanfei. Seasoned in business, he exuded an aura of authority and dominance, which intensified to an oppressive atmosphere that filled the hospital room, rendering Qiao Wenya reluctant to draw a deep breath. However, her spirits soared. She understood that the Qiao family, characterized by their integrity, would never easily forgive Qing Ci's transgressions. Mrs. Qiao inhaled deeply, her voice colder than ever. Qiao Wenya, you have profoundly disappointed me. At that moment, Qiao Wenya, who had been reveling in her thoughts, was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Mrs. Qiao in confusion. Mrs. Qiao continued, from today onward, you are to reflect on your actions until you recognize your faults before returning home. Though Qiao Yanfei remained silent, his gaze towards Qiao Wenya was frigid, laden with profound disappointment. After delivering their words, they departed. Qiao Wenya, however, trembled uncontrollably, her hands gripping the blanket tightly. Her patience had finally reached its breaking point. Mrs. Qiao, she suddenly exclaimed. Mrs. Qiao furrowed her brow, halting her steps. Qiao Wenya locked her gaze onto them. I am aware that I am not your biological daughter, but you have also stated that you would always treat me as one. Ever since Qing Ci returned, she has occupied your hearts entirely. For she is the biological one, I accept that. But now, she has caused me such harm, and you turn a blind eye, even rebuking me. Is this not excessive? Is this how you perceive us? Mrs. Qiao's expression soured. Qiao Wenya, do you think we are unaware of your actions? Oh, what actions have I committed? In your eyes, Qing Ci is infallible, while I am perpetually at fault.
Yao Wenjari tortid mockingly.
Mrs. Qiao nearly choked on her words, prompting Qiao Yanfei to pat her back, before casting a sharp gaze at Qiao Wenya. All these years, We have indeed raised you wrongly.
Yao Wenjia.
Mind your behavior. With that, Qiao Yanfei escorted Mrs. Qiao out. Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling indignant, thought they had gone too far. Their bias was glaringly apparent. Qiao Wenye felt wronged, tears streaming down her cheeks, and at that moment, her phone screen lit up with a notification. Though she had little interest, she caught sight of her own name, the truth behind the Qiao Wenye incident. Her pupils constricted as she quickly opened her phone. Soon, she came across the article's content. Half an hour ago, the live stream revealed Qiao Wenye's true colors. While everyone believed she had been pushed, the reality is that Qiao Wenye deliberately set a trap for Master C. Here is the recorded footage. Below, there was a link to the live stream recording. As Qiao Wenye absorbed the text, her mind went blank. A live stream? What live stream? A suspicion formed in her mind, but she dared not believe it. With trembling fingers, she clicked on the video, and upon witnessing the scene, it felt as if a bomb had detonated in her brain.
Boom.
In an instant, everything vanished. Lin Xiaoxiao noticed her peculiar expression and furrowed her brow to glance at Qiao Wenye's phone, only to see the video currently playing, which unmistakably showcased the interior of Qiao Wenye's hospital room. The dialogue between Qing Ci and Qiao Wenye was fully displayed. Qiao Wenye's arrogant and provocative demeanor made Lin Xiaoxiao feel a sense of discomfort. Was this truly the elegant and gracious Qiao Wenye she knew? Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at Qiao Wenye, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. Wenye, is this true? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Qiao Wenye was jolted back to reality, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Qing Ci had been live streaming when she entered. How had she not noticed? That wretched girl had indeed ensnared her. Rage consumed her. But what could she do now? The carefully orchestrated plan had crumbled, and everyone now believed she had set up Qing Ci. Qiao Wenye was left speechless with fury, her expression twisted. Lin Xiaoxiao, observing her countenance, felt a chill. The air in the room seemed to thin, and she quietly left.
Bang!
Just as Lin Xiaoxiao exited the hospital room, sounds of objects being smashed and a woman's shrieks erupted from within. Lin Xiaoxiao quickened her pace.
Ah!
Qiao Wenye clutched her hair, on the verge of collapse. How had things spiraled so out of control? And Mrs. Qiao and Qiao Yanfei must have seen the live stream, which explained their attitudes towards her. Chapter 89. A Slap in the Face. Reflecting on her earlier confrontational stance with them, Qiao Wenye felt an intense sting of shame. Would she ever return to the Qiao family? And the architect of all this turmoil was none other than Qing Ci. Qiao Wenye loathed Qing Ci to the core when her phone suddenly rang. Second mess. It was the panicked voice of a servant. The truth has come to light. Now the madam wants to dismiss me and demand compensation. What should I do? Qiao Wenye's expression darkened. This servant was someone she had specifically recruited as a witness. I have no time to concern myself with your troubles. Qiao Wenye replied coldly, hanging up the phone. The servant was left in shock. She had aided Qiao Wenye out of sympathy, yet now, following the revelation, Qiao Wenye seemed to abandon her.
Now,
she faced a hefty compensation demand and the prospect of leaving the Qiao family. The Qiao family offered the best treatment among the elite. Where would she go after this? Overwhelmed, the servant could not help but burst into tears. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Yanchu had accompanied Qing Ci to the airport. Yet this was an airport unlike any she had ever seen. Was there such an airport in Jiangchin? Qing Ci surveyed her surroundings, unable to spot any signage. This is the Mo family's private airport, Mo Yanchu casually remarked, prompting Qing Ci to fall silent, gazing at the opulent airport as if she were beholding a treasure trove. The joy of the wealthy was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Qiao Wenye had also arrived and, upon seeing Qing Ci, her eyes brimmed with remorse. I have learned of Qiao Wenye's actions. I never imagined her heart was so dark. To frame you, she would even harm herself. Rest assured, the association will expel her, and she will find no place in the dance community henceforth. Qing Ci was rather indifferent. Let us proceed. Together, Qiao Wenye and Qing Ci boarded the private jet, which was akin to a small house, complete with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom, exuding comfort. Qing Ci assumed Mo Yanchu would leave after seeing them onto the plane. However, the aircraft soon took off, and Mo Yanchu remained. Aren't you getting off?
Qiao Qing Ci inquired.
I have a business trip to M country, Mo Yanchu replied, his gaze gentle. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out to me. Qing Ci was taken aback. What a coincidence. However, having a familiar face around did indeed make a difference, and she nodded. Qiao Wenyan observed the luxurious interior of the plane, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Although the Qiao family was affluent, they still paled in comparison to the Mo family. Her gaze fell upon Mo Yanchu, who was diligently working, yet he would occasionally check in with Qing Ci to see if she needed anything. After declining his offers, Qing Ci closed her eyes to rest. If you wish to sleep, you may use the bedroom, Mo Yanchu suggested. Is that your bedroom? Yes, but we always replace the supplies with new ones.
Montag Jiang City clarified.
Qing Ci hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. She retired to her slumber, leaving only Mo Yanchu and Qiao Wenyang in the living room. Yanchu, Qiao Wenyang regarded him with renewed scrutiny. Pondering the marriage alliance between the Qiao and Mo families, are you inclined to pursue it further? Mo Yanchu paused thoughtfully before affirming, indeed. Is it for Qing Ci? Yes, he admitted with a remarkable composure. Qiao Wenyang nodded gently. Your discernment is commendable. Qiao Wenya, though quite admirable, seems lacking in depth. She had once felt pity for Qiao Wenya, questioning why someone so exceptional was overlooked by Mo Yanchu. However, recent events have validated that Qiao Wenya is not a wise choice. Her inner self is far less radiant than her outward appearance. The flight proceeded smoothly, and after an indeterminate duration, Qing Ci awoke to find the world outside enveloped in darkness. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft touched down in Country M. On their first night, they were to check into the hotel designated for the international competition. At that moment, the other two contestants from Hua Country had also arrived. Mo Yanchu possessed his own designated vehicle in Country M, which escorted them directly to the hotel. Qiao Wenyang observed Mo Yanchu with satisfaction in her gaze. Thank you, Yanchu. It's my pleasure. You may attend to your matters. Do not hesitate to reach out if you require assistance. Mo Yanchu exuded a gentlemanly politeness, an ineffable aura of nobility about him. As Qiao Wenyang and Qing Ci entered, Qiao Wenyang could not help but remark, Mo Yanchu is indeed a commendable individual. Indeed, a very kind person. Qiao Wenyang regarded her with a tranquil expression. Do you harbor any particular feelings towards Mo Yanchu? In Chapter 90, The Battle for the Room, Qing Ci pondered for a few seconds. He is a very good person. Qiao Wenyang, aside from being good, do you possess no other sentiments? Qiao Wenyang truly hadn't anticipated that one day Mo Yanchu's circumstances would evolve from being pursued to pursuing another, particularly one who is somewhat slow to warm up. It appears that his quest to win her heart will be an arduous journey. Upon checking in, they ascended to the upper floor. Unexpectedly, as they exited the elevator, they were met with a scene of several individuals engaged in a heated dispute at the door of a room. The individuals outside, with their golden hair and azure eyes, were archetypal citizens of Country M. Meanwhile, the occupants within were contestants from Hua Country. Qiao Wenyang frowned, witnessing her compatriots embroiled in a quarrel with others. She hastened her steps to inquire, what is happening here? Qing Ci lingered slowly behind, casting her gaze over the group. The Hua Country contestant, Xiao Meng, looked quite aggrieved. This room was assigned at random, and we happen to have the Riverview room. They wish to switch with us, but we have already settled our belongings, so we declined. Xiao Meng faced the golden-haired woman, who was adorned in limited-edition luxury attire, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance, particularly when she regarded them with genuine disdain. Your belongings can be packed away. You're merely too lazy to tidy up. What else with all the excuses? How about this? I'll offer you 10,000 to relinquish this room. She brandished a card. Beside this woman stood another in a flowing green gown, who remained silent and appeared quite indifferent. Qiao Wenyang's expression grew increasingly frosty. If you desire the Riverview room, you may opt for an upgrade. This hotel is fully booked. The golden-haired woman exhibited impatience. It's simply a matter of packing some belongings. Surely, you needn't be so indolent? No wonder Hua Country's contestants have been performing increasingly poorly. Do you rarely practice? Her brazen speech showed a complete disregard for the contestants from Hua Country. Xiao Meng was incensed. What are you babbling about? Is my statement unreasonable? It seems you haven't advanced to the finals in 3 consecutive years. Thus, you should just surrender this room. Tomorrow is the preliminary round. You might very well be returning to your country post-competition. As she spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, the contestants from Country M are rather impoverished. Since you all cherish this room so much, let us just hand it over to you. At that moment, a crisp, cool voice interjected. All eyes turned to Qing Ci. Xiao Meng frowned. She was unwilling, recognizing that these two were not genuinely interested in the room but were deliberately humiliating them. Xiao Wenyang also found it perplexing that Qing Ci would yield. I refused to. Beside Xiao Meng stood a male contestant whose temper was even more volatile, ready to reject Qing Ci outright. Yet, she produced a room card fortuitously. I possess a presidential suite at this hotel, which I had not intended to use. Given that we are all here for the competition, I thought it best to reside in the rooms allocated for the event. However, since contestants from Country M appear so pitiable, quarreling over a mere river view room,
We shall grant it to you.
upon seeing the card, the golden-haired woman's pupils constricted. Those who can participate in this competition are of no ordinary status and are certainly not financially constrained. Yet this hotel is the largest in Country M, and its presidential suite is notoriously extravagant, costing a staggering 10,000 per night, a sum they cannot afford. She had sought to seize their riverview room, only to discover they could effortlessly access the presidential suite. A wave of humiliation washed over her, and anger flickered in her eyes. At this juncture, Qing Ci took the card from her hand. Oh, by the way, I presume you wouldn't wish to reside in our suite for free. So we shall accept this card. She turned to Xiao Meng and the others. Please gather your belongings. We will proceed to the presidential suite, as it has ample space for all of us. Xiao Meng and the boy snapped back to reality, elated, especially when they beheld the golden-haired woman's expression. A mix of anger and barely concealed jealousy, they felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. They swiftly collected their things, and Xiao Meng waved cheerfully. Farewell, then. This riverview room is yours. We are off to the presidential suite. After a moment's thought, she added with a grin, I trust you won't attempt to contest with us again, as the presidential suite is not something you can easily obtain. In Chapter 91, the arrogance of Country M, this remark visibly irked the golden-haired woman, yet she was powerless to retaliate, glaring at them as they departed. Once their figures vanished into the elevator, she erupted in anger. Anna, those Hua Country contestants are insufferably arrogant. The woman named Anna, however, maintained her placid demeanor, her voice devoid of emotion. There is no need for you to engage in dialogue with them. Those who will be eliminated in the preliminary round are unworthy of further discourse with us. You're right, Anna. This time, the championship will undoubtedly be yours. The golden-haired woman's face lit up with pride, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Seeing them so arrogant today, they will surely be reduced to tears tomorrow. Anna remained silent, stepping into the room. Qing Ci and her companions arrived at the presidential suite, and upon entering the spacious, brilliantly lit luxurious room, both Xiao Meng and the boy gasped in astonishment. Wow, is this the legendary presidential suite? It's my first time here, Xiao Meng exclaimed excitedly. The boy added, See, master, we owe you greatly this time. Those contestants from Country M are truly too arrogant. Had it not been for you, we wouldn't have known how to handle the situation. Xiao Meng echoed. Exactly. Just look at their expressions from earlier. It was utterly satisfying. Let us see if they dare to bully us again in the future. Xiao Wenyang looked at Qing Ci in surprise. When did you purchase the room? Qing Ci smiled helplessly. Actually, it was given to me by him. Mo Yenshu was concerned she might be uncomfortable resting in the room assigned for the competition. Hence he provided her with this room card. Qing Ci had initially planned not to use it, but little did she expect to encounter those two arrogant contestants from Country M. Yes, please gather your items. Xiao Wenyang's expression turned serious. I will analyze the competitors for this competition. Mentioning the competition, everyone became earnest, hastily organizing their belongings. They settled on the sofa, listening attentively to Xiao Wenyang's insights. As of now, the most formidable competitors are indeed the contestants from Country M. It is precisely due to the formidable prowess of the competitors from M Country that international contests in recent years have predominantly been held there, with a majority of the judges hailing from the same nation. This background places the contestants from our homeland, Hua Country, at a distinct disadvantage from the outset. The judges from M Country are likely to exhibit a bias towards their own competitors, compelling us to deliver an extraordinary performance if we are to break through the fray and secure a commendable ranking. Xiao Wenyan meticulously analyzed the situation, noting that among the formidable contestants from M Country, the two individuals she had just observed were particularly noteworthy. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, named Julie, had secured 10th place in last year's competition and is expected to ascend into the top 3 this year. Beside her, the silent woman is of mixed heritage, And she represents our greatest adversary. Her name is Anna. She did not compete last year due to health issues, but her innate talent for dance is remarkable, having achieved fame at a young age. This time, she stands a strong chance of clinching the championship. Xiao Wenyan played a video showcasing Anna's dance. And as the footage unfolded, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. It was evident that the contenders for the championship were no trifling matter. Anna excelled in both improvisational and ballroom dancing, and her presence exuded an enchanting charisma, with the corners of her eyes perpetually lifted in a disdainful manner, as if she regarded everything with indifference. Xiao Meng and the boys were already sweating profusely. In their homeland, they were undoubtedly regarded as prodigies, the creme de la creme chosen for this competition. Yet, upon stepping onto the international stage, they realized their insignificance. Their relentless efforts had merely earned them a ticket to this contest. Xiao Wenyan recognized the tension among the group and offered reassurance, regardless of the outcome. The experience gained here is invaluable. Do not be anxious, simply strive to perform to the best of your abilities. A chorus of agreement followed. Yet their eyes still reflected a gravity of spirit. Xiao Wenyan encouraged everyone to rest early, so they could approach the competition tomorrow in peak condition. Each returned to their respective rooms. Qing Ci took a shower and lay in bed, gazing at the star-studded sky outside, the tranquility of the foreign night still exuding beauty. She lost track of time, until her phone suddenly rang. "Are you asleep?" The man's deep and gentle voice resonated from the other end. "I was about to sleep. What about you?" "I'm still attending to some matters. There are many unique delicacies here in M country. Once the competition concludes tomorrow, I'll take you all out for a meal." "Sounds great." At the mention of this, Qing Ci's voice brightened noticeably. "The Western cuisine here is quite prevalent, and the afternoon tea is famously delectable." Upon hearing her enthusiasm, Mo Yenshu could not help but chuckle lightly. Chapter 92. Simply for the future bride. The two exchanged casual pleasantries, and Qing Ci gradually succumbed to drowsiness, ending the call and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Mo Yenshu's assistant, accompanying him on this business trip, found it perplexing when he abruptly left the meeting. The assistant stepped out to investigate, only to discover that Mo Yenshu had merely stepped out to make a phone call. A softness, previously unseen, graced his features, and even his typically cold, austere eyes twinkled with a hint of warmth. The assistant was taken aback. It was evident that the call was for that particular someone. He returned quietly to the meeting, where curious senior executives inquired, "Is President Mo's personal visit indicative of his confidence in our company?" "Indeed, President Mo holds you in high regard," the assistant replied, feigning enthusiasm. He silently diverted his gaze, for he could hardly disclose that the true reason for Mo Yenshu's presence was to pursue his future bride. President Mo has truly changed. He was once a workaholic, and now he travels great distances for her. Shortly after, Mo Yenshu re-entered, his handsome, sculpted features once again cloaked in indifference. He took a seat, and an air of commanding authority enveloped the conference room as he tapped the table, signaling to continue. A night devoid of dreams. Qing Ci slept soundly, but upon leaving her room, she noticed the others in the living room sported dark circles under their eyes, indicating a restless night. Upon seeing her, Xiao Wenyan said, "You're up? Have something to eat." Qing Ci nodded and approached the breakfast spread, which included sandwiches, milk, and some fruit. She quietly ate while listening to Xiao Wenyan advising everyone, for the preliminary rounds, maintain a relaxed mindset and avoid errors. Advancing should be quite feasible. Understood. Xiao Meng and the boys responded earnestly. Observing the duo, Qing Ci suddenly spoke. "If you feel anxious or fearful, just imagine your opponents as large cabbages, and envision the audience and judges as vegetables. This way, you can freely showcase yourselves." As they contemplated her words, both of them burst into laughter. Master C is simply adorable. How can one deliver such earnest advice with a straight face? Yet it appeared to be quite effective. After breakfast, they headed to the competition venue. Each participant took turns drawing lots to determine the order of performance. It was here that competitors from various nations encountered one another for the first time, exchanging greetings but maintaining a solemn atmosphere, permeated by a sense of gravity. Each individual aspired to secure first place for their country. Upon their arrival, they fortuitously encountered Anna and Julie from the previous day. As Julie caught sight of them, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. After drawing their numbers, everyone examined their positions. Xiao Meng and contestant Jiang Fei were fortunate to secure spots in the middle, widely regarded as the most advantageous positions for scoring. In contrast, Qing Ci drew number 78, placing her towards the end. "Oh, you're behind me?" Julie, having noticed Qing Ci's number, smirked. "What extraordinary luck. I look forward to your performance, Hua country competitor. Unfortunately, it seems you are destined to bring shame upon your nation." She spoke in English, laced with dialect, her gaze dripping with contempt. Onlookers sensed the tension between them, observing Julie's apparent insult towards the Hua contestant. Regrettably, Qing Ci remained silent, perhaps not understanding the words at all. Many shook their heads in disapproval. A flicker of anger crossed Xiao Wenyan's eyes as she prepared to respond. But a fluent, unpretentious English voice interjected. "Who will bring shame remains to be seen." Her voice was pure, surpassing that of the locals, and her melodious tone captivated those around her, earning her newfound respect. A smile spread across Xiao Wenyan's face. Qing Ci would not allow them to be disappointed. Following her remark, she added in Chinese, "I also look forward to your performance. Hopefully you won't embarrass yourself too much." Julie, unable to comprehend Chinese, nonetheless recognized the derision in Qing Ci's expression but found herself at a loss for a retort. In the end, she shot an angry glare. Anna, clearly uninterested in their exchange, exhibited impatience in her sculpted features, stating coolly, "Let us prepare." "All right." Julie promptly followed Anna's lead as they departed. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for them, many casting glances at Anna's retreating figure. "Hua country contestant, you're quite brave to provoke them like that." One competitor commended Qing Ci with a thumbs up. Another, more hot-headed, declared, "I've always found their arrogance intolerable. It's truly outrageous how they disregard competitors from other nations." Chapter 93. She is not my opponent. Qing Ci merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Especially as the competition was imminent. Each participant took their turn on stage to perform. After Xiaomeng and Zhang Fei completed their routines and returned, they were visibly exhilarated. Xiao Wenyan expressed her approval. "You both performed excellently. I was quite nervous before going on stage, but when I recalled Master C's advice to visualize them as cabbages, my anxiety dissipated." Xiaomeng chuckled. Zhang Fei was astonished. "You too?" "I did the same." Xiao Wenyan smiled, yet when she turned her gaze to Qing Ci, a hint of worry lingered in her eyes. "Julie is right in front of you, and having made such remarks, it's clear she has prepared thoroughly for this. If she performs exceptionally well, your appearance later may adversely affect you. After all, witnessing a brilliant dance first, and then watching another, even if it is equally outstanding, can lead to preconceived notions, causing one to appear somewhat inferior and consequently receive lower scores." Qing Ci smiled, her beautiful and striking face revealing little emotion. Yet Xiao Wenyan inexplicably felt a sense of pressure. Qing Ci continued, "Rest assured, she is no match for me."
Meanwhile,
it was almost time for Julie to take the stage. Her instructor was guiding her. Julie, brimming with confidence, declared, "I understand, teacher. You can count on me. I will ensure that the contestant from Huagua is utterly humiliated." The teacher, observing her confidence, replied with a smile, "This time, I have truly aided you. As far as I know, Qing Ci is the most formidable contender among them. I deliberately arranged for her to perform after you, aiming to eliminate her in advance. We need to demonstrate to the Huagua representatives that even their best cannot surpass the preliminaries." "You are indeed impressive, teacher," Julie said, giving a thumbs up, her smile growing ever brighter. Soon, it was her turn to perform. In the darkness, a beam of light suddenly illuminated Julie, and all eyes were upon her. In the next moment, she turned and began to dance, her ethereal and graceful movements captivating the audience. It felt as though she were dancing while narrating a story. The judges nodded in approval. Backstage, Xiao Wenyan and the others were also watching the stage through the live broadcast. Upon seeing Julie's performance, Xiao Wenyan furrowed her brow. She had anticipated that Julie would perform well, but she had not expected it to exceed her expectations. The choreographer was indeed talented. Turning to Qing Ci, she noticed that she seemed lost in thought, and assuming Qing Ci was feeling nervous, she offered some words of comfort. "The choreography is indeed impressive, but Julie's abilities cannot possibly match yours." Qing Ci snapped back to reality, her thoughts complex. She took out her phone and typed, accessing a page that was pitch black and quite simple, containing only a few posts. Each post was a bounty. This website was known only to a select few elite individuals in each country. It concealed assassins, hypnotists, and other figures. With enough money, one could resolve anything here. Qing Ci had registered long ago and occasionally took on others' bounties to earn some extra money. Last month, she happened to see a post requesting choreography, and she completed it within an hour and sent it to the requester. To her surprise, the individual was from M country. The dance was the very one that Julie was currently performing. "I am not worried," Qing Ci said nonchalantly. However, Qiao Wenyan felt a twinge of anxiety. Though Qing Ci claimed not to worry, her unwavering gaze suggested otherwise. She must be feeling nervous, too. After all, Julie's performance was indeed extraordinary. After Julie concluded, it was Qing Ci's turn to take the stage. Qiao Wenyan anxiously focused on the screen. There was no music. Qing Ci stood tall and graceful on stage, and suddenly, she knelt down, her slender, pale hand caressing her neck and cheek, a wave of sorrowful emotion enveloping the audience as they watched her performance in silence. In the next moment, she spun on the spot, executing complex movements with an effortless grace. The essence of dance lies in two key elements, technique and emotion, both of which Qing Ci embodied perfectly. At that moment, everyone was entranced by her. Her stunningly graceful dance unveiled an entirely new narrative. Even Qiao Wenyan found herself unwittingly absorbed in the performance. In fact, she was unaware of when Qing Ci concluded, standing tall and bowing. It took a long while for the audience to come to their senses. Almost instantaneously, thunderous applause erupted. "Which country is this contestant from? How impressive!" Among the audience were Chinese spectators who immediately shouted with pride, "She is from Huagua." They were moved to tears. In a single preliminary round, Qing Ci successfully shattered the outdated perceptions of Huagua's dance. Many foreign attendees exhibited astonished admiration. The Chinese audience was equally exhilarated, eagerly relaying the news to their classmates and posting it online back home. Julie, of course, was also keeping an eye on Qing Ci's performance. She unknowingly watched the entirety of Qing Ci's dance, only snapping back to reality when the audience erupted into applause, her face reflecting a sense of embarrassment. Chapter 94. Underestimating Qing Ci. Qing Ci is surprisingly strong? She murmured in disbelief. The teacher beside her wore a solemn expression. "This time, we underestimated them." Julie's eyes darkened. "It's fine. There's still Anna." Anna was absent, busy practicing. She was a dance fanatic, constantly rehearsing whenever she found the time. No matter how excellent Qing Ci was, she could not compare to even half of Anna's prowess. Before long, Anna took the stage. Her skills were equally exquisite, leaving the audience in awe. The applause from the audience was loud, yet it made Julie and her teacher anxious. It was evident that the response to Anna was not as fervent as that for Qing Ci. Julie turned to her teacher. "Teacher, do you think that Qing Ci will steal our first place?" The teacher reassured her, "Don't worry. Anna is performing later. By then, the audience will be visually fatigued, and their reactions will naturally be subdued. Besides, no one can match Anna's strength." Nevertheless, Julie's eyes betrayed her unease. Having held the first place for so long, they certainly did not wish to relinquish it. The results of the preliminaries would be announced an hour later. When Xiaoming and the others saw the results, they were utterly astonished. "We actually," Xiaoming exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "We actually all advanced." Jiang Fei was equally thrilled. Suddenly, he turned to Qing Ci. "I genuinely owe this to Master Ci. I have a naturally nervous disposition, but thanks to Master Ci's words, I was able to relax and perform well. Master Ci, let me treat you to a meal." "No need. We are all friends, helping each other," Qing Ci replied with a gentle smile, feeling fondly towards the two who shared a passion for dance. Qiao Wenyan was also delighted, for the first time in years. Every contestant from Huagua had advanced. "You don't need to treat us. The teacher will treat you all to a meal." "Oh yeah." Everyone was extremely happy. Qing Ci glanced towards the approaching figure, saying, "I think everyone should refrain from treating." The group looked puzzled. Then followed Qing Ci's gaze to see the cool and ethereal figure of Mo Yanchu. Qiao Wenyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently. Soon, they found themselves in Mo Yanchu's car. None of them were aware of his identity, but his demeanor suggested he was extraordinary. Xiaoming and Jiang Fei were riding in such luxurious transportation for the first time, sitting up straight like schoolchildren. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a lavish hotel. As they entered, waiting for the elevator, they unexpectedly encountered familiar faces. Anna, Julie, and several others from M country approached. Upon seeing them, Julie raised an eyebrow, her smile tinged with mockery. You all actually came here to dine? Do you realize how expensive the food is here? Anna maintained her usual aloof demeanor, standing indifferently until her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a strikingly handsome profile. She turned to look and was momentarily stunned by the man's beauty. She had seen many handsome men, but this one possessed an undeniable magnetism that made it difficult to look away. A Huagua individual could be this striking. Anna felt her heart racing within her chest. She is indeed the goddess of dance, with countless admirers, including wealthy heirs and celebrities. Yet, her standards have always been exceedingly high. Throughout the years, no man has ever stirred her heart. She even believed that someone of her stature ought to bask in beauty alone, until she laid eyes on him. Could this be the fated connection she had long awaited? Anna took the initiative to speak to them for the first time. It seems this is your first visit here. You may not be aware that the dining establishments here require a minimum expenditure of over 10,000 per person. Most importantly, reservations are mandatory. Since fate has brought us together, why not join us? Julie was taken aback, momentarily doubting her senses. The typically haughty Anna was actually inviting them to dine together? However, it soon dawned on Julie that Anna was belittling them. The Chinese could only enter the restaurant by relying on them. Wouldn't that be a joke if it got out? Julie regarded them with amusement in her eyes. Since Anna has spoken, very well, we'll graciously lead you in. Who said we had to accompany you? Qing Ci was left speechless. Were they all this self-assured? Xiaomeng chimed in, exactly. Julie frowned. Anna just informed you that reservations are required. Without one, you cannot enter. Then we don't need you. Xiaomeng retorted immediately. Julie rolled her eyes just as the elevator arrived, and they stepped inside, followed by Qing Ci and her companions. The restaurant was located on a high floor. Upon their arrival, as they exited the elevator, Julie and her friends were recognized by the staff due to their prior reservation and were promptly escorted to their seats. Julie glanced back at Qing Ci. By the way, they have no reservation, so please do not let just anyone in and ruin our dining experience. Chapter 95. Mo Yanqiu is noticed. At this moment, the manager was waiting for something. Upon seeing them, he brightened and approached with enthusiasm. Julie felt elated. It seemed the manager was about to expel them. When this incident made its way online, it would surely create a stir. The Chinese truly have a knack for creating laughter. Anna's gaze was fixed intently on Mo Yanqiu as she softly spoke. You can join us if you wish. However, Mo Yanqiu did not even spare her a glance. It was the first time Anna had been so disregarded, her expression darkening slightly before she quickly composed herself. If that were the case, she would wait until they were about to be expelled before extending a helping hand to this man. Mr. Mo, you have finally arrived. Please come in. Yet the manager, who usually held lofty expectations, spoke with warmth and cordiality. Let us go, Mo Yanqiu addressed everyone. Xiaomeng smiled, casting a triumphant glance at Julie as they entered together. The manager led them to a window-side table, the best location in the restaurant, specifically reserved for them. All right, you may proceed with your duties, Mo Yanqiu said, handing them the menu. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Xiaomeng gazed at the enticing images on the menu, nearly salivating. Then we shall indulge, without reservation. Do not hold back, Mo Yanqiu replied, his eyes softening as they met Qing Ci's. Is everything going smoothly? Yes, quite smoothly, Qing Ci smiled. Meanwhile, Julie and her companions, observing from the entrance, were utterly stunned. The restaurant's finest table required prior reservation and had a minimum spending requirement of at least 200,000. Though they were not lacking in wealth, spending 200,000 on a single meal felt excessively extravagant, hence they had settled for less favorable seating. But how could Qing Ci and her group occupy that prime position? They had just invited them to dine, and now felt as though they had been slapped in the face. They truly were not in need. Julie frowned. Who is the man beside Qing Ci? He appears quite affluent. The teacher remarked. He is likely a businessman from China. Let us eat. As they approached their seats, Anna sat down. Yet her gaze remained fixated on Mo Yanqiu, her eyes filled with growing fervor. She had not anticipated that he would be this wealthy, handsome, and affluent. Now that was her ideal boyfriend. Throughout the meal, Anna continuously adjusted her posture, attempting to capture his attention. However, the man seemed wholly absorbed in his meal, oblivious to her efforts. Moreover, the rapport between him and Qing Ci appeared rather intimate. Finally, Anna saw her opportunity as the man stepped away alone. She promptly followed him. Mo Yanqiu had retreated to an isolated area to make a phone call, speaking in a language Anna could not comprehend. She felt increasingly drawn to his charm. After hanging up, Mo Yanchu's voice suddenly turned icy. Come out. Startled, Anna wondered if he was addressing her. She glanced around, noticing no one else, and emerged. Hello. I am Anna. She extended her hand, offering a confident smile. She was certain of her allure. No man could resist her. Mo Yanchu regarded her coolly. I do not care who you are. Why are you following me? Anna's smile faltered slightly, yet she coyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a hint of shyness. I just noticed you earlier and wanted to get to know you. I already have a fiancé. His indifferent words caused Anna's smile to freeze. Are you referring to Qing Ci? Indeed. Mentioning her softened his gaze. A rare sense of defeat surged within Anna. She realized she was feeling jealousy for the first time in her life. She had always been the object of others' envy, never needing to feel envious of anyone. Yet now, she envied the woman named Qing Ci. But Anna was unwilling to concede. She believed in her own excellence. If the man spent more time with her, he would surely forget Qing Ci. She took out her phone. Shall we exchange contact information? Not possible. His thin lips parted, his voice as cold as ice. Anna felt as though she had been slapped, her face burning with embarrassment. Yet, having come this far, she was reluctant to easily give up. Biting her lip, she said, It's just contact information. Qing Ci shouldn't be so petty, right? Apologies, but I am not petty. A clear and cold female voice interjected. Upon hearing the voice, Anna felt her entire body stiffen as she slowly turned to see the newcomer. Qing Ci approached with measured steps, casting a mild glance at Anna, though she said nothing. The implication was clear, and Anna understood all too well. Chapter 96. The Attempt at Flirting. This was her first time engaging in such an act, and, coincidentally,
Being seen by the very person involved.
a wave of anxiety surged from her feet to her head. Have I been out too long? Let us head back. Mo Yanchu said, looking at Qing Ci with tender affection. Qing Ci smiled back at him, taking his hand as they returned together. The softness of her fingers entwined with his seemed to soften his steps. Unexpectedly, Anna's antics had yielded such an effect. Mo Yanchu found himself suddenly grateful to her. However, it was but a moment later that Qing Ci withdrew her hand as they returned to their seats. Xiao Wenyun sensed the tension in the atmosphere. What is going on with you two? Nothing, Julie replied, but Xiao Meng, ever observant, remarked. I just saw Anna head over there. What was she up to? Before Qing Ci could formulate a response, Xiao Meng speculated. She wouldn't be trying to flirt with that handsome man, would she? Qing Ci smiled wryly, and everyone suddenly understood. They were all quite irked. It was evident that Qing Ci and Mo Yanchu were a couple, yet Anna had the audacity to flirt. Xiao Wenyun also found it hard to fathom. She had never expected Anna, a top dancer from the M country, to behave in such a manner. Generally, she held herself in high regard and maintained a haughty attitude toward others. I feel like people from their country are rather unimpressive. Xiao Meng scoffed. Jiang Fei remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed a shared indignation. Anna returned some time later, looking disheartened and lost. When others inquired about her, she remained silent, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the intimate interaction between Mo Yanchu and Qing Ci, her eyes growing misty with unshed tears. Thus concluded her first unrequited love. Anna, what is the matter? Her teacher asked, concern etched on their face. Suddenly, Anna lifted her head and declared, Teacher, let's return to practice. I am determined to secure first place in this competition. The teacher, taken aback by Anna's sudden resolve, merely nodded. You will certainly achieve it. After the meal, Mo Yanchu escorted everyone back to the hotel for rest, as the next day marked the advancement competition. The international community was abuzz with excitement over the competition, celebrating their progression with jubilant announcements online. Qing Ci received accolades from her family. Mrs. Qiao messaged, Darling, you are magnificent. You advanced, didn't you? I am so proud of you. Accompanied by a remittance of 1 million. Xiao Yanfei chimed in. My daughter is truly remarkable. Advancing is already an outstanding achievement. Transferring another million. Xiao Changya added. Qing Ci, you are the best. Sending yet another million. Xiao Yunqi remarked. Oh dear, I just found time to check my phone. I hope I'm not the last to congratulate you, little sister. Brother San will always support you. Along with a million transfer. Qing Ci rubbed her forehead, bemused. Indeed, it was true that a family shares a door. How did they manage to celebrate simultaneously with identical gifts? Nevertheless, she appreciated it. Qing Ci earnestly responded to everyone and accepted the transfers. Suddenly, another notification appeared. A transfer of 5 million. It was from Yunqi. This is from second brother. Second brother? Why didn't he send it himself?
Qing Ci inquired.
Alas. Sister, it's a long story. Second brother is currently unwilling to see anyone, but it's surprising that he is still mindful of your affairs. Qing Ci discerned that second brother was likely unwell. I see. Is it depression?
No.
It's due to a physical ailment. He was injured. Now he lives alone and seldom goes out. It's a tremendous blow for him, and we usually refrain from visiting because he does not wish to expose his current state. Qing Ci felt a pang of sympathy. Upon returning, she resolved to find a way to visit second brother and see if there was a possibility for his recovery. Today, everyone was in good spirits as they prepared for the advancement competition. However, following the competition, their moods plummeted. Everyone except Qing Ci was eliminated. Xiao Meng and Zhang Fei were deeply saddened. Xiao Wenyuan's mood also grew heavy, yet she remained rational, explaining, while international competitions may appear fair, they often are not. Our country has not secured a championship in recent years, resulting in a lack of judges from our nation. The panel is predominantly comprised of judges from country, who are likely to favor their own contestants. They were all aware, yet felt powerless against it. Xiao Meng wept, then it's all up to Master C. Master C? I hope you can carry on my share and continue to strive. Her tear-stained eyes looked at Qing Ci with a resolute clarity. Qing Ci's heart stirred. Her voice soft, I understand. You can trust me. Xiao Wenyuan patted Xiao Meng and Zhang Fei on their shoulders. Reaching the advancement competition is already a commendable achievement. Go and rest for a while. The two departed quietly. Xiao Wenyuan then accompanied Qing Ci to the practice room to continue their training. Xiao Wenyuan sought to offer guidance to Qing Ci, but soon realized she was unable to provide any. Qing Ci's skills surpassed her own. I believe you still have a significant chance of securing first place, Xiao Wenyuan remarked, looking at Qing Ci with a sense of pride. I also have confidence in myself. Qing Ci replied, her self-assurance eliciting a smile from Wenyuan, easing her previous tension. I heard there is a dance museum nearby. We could visit together. Qing Ci, intrigued, nodded in agreement, and they set off. The museum was situated in a somewhat remote area, where towering skyscrapers gradually gave way to modest buildings. As they approached, Wenyuan suddenly sensed something amiss. The vehicle ahead seemed to malfunction. A car from the opposite lane was hurtling directly toward them. Wenyuan swiftly turned the steering wheel to evade the collision, but to her shock, the other vehicle veered around and charged at them again. This time, she was certain it was not a malfunction but a deliberate attack. Her breath quickened. It was undoubtedly the work of country, intent on preventing them from securing the championship. Such malice. Qing Ci cast a glance in the rearview mirror at the pursuing car, her eyes narrowing. Suddenly, she seized the steering wheel, declaring, let me drive. Wenyuan, taken aback, exchanged a stunned look with Qing Ci, whose expression was resolute. Instinctively, she moved to the back seat. Qing Ci took the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator and pulling away from their pursuers. However, a black vehicle appeared head-on, charging toward them. Country had sent not just one but multiple vehicles to attack them. In a life-or-death moment, Wenyuan felt her heart leap into her throat. The adversaries were determined to eliminate them. How could they be so ruthless? As the impending collision drew near, Wenyuan instinctively closed her eyes. But a sense of unwillingness surged within her. She had worked so hard to lead them into the advancement competition, only to meet her end here. Yet, in a flash, a violent jolt occurred, and the anticipated impact never materialized. As Wenyuan slowly opened her eyes, she was met with a shocking sight. Qing Ci had maneuvered the car directly into the path of the oncoming vehicle, then hit the gas and veered back onto the road. The car that had attempted to collide with them was unable to brake in time, crashing violently into the pursuing vehicle behind them. Wenyuan watched, her heart racing. The scenes reminiscent of a film were unfolding in reality. Just as she exhaled in relief, her anxiety returned upon spotting 4 more black cars approaching. She couldn't help but exclaim, these people are utterly outrageous. Do they intend to kill us? I'm calling the police. Wenyuan grit her teeth and retrieved her phone. Qing Ci's gaze remained fixed on the vehicles ahead. She knew without looking that more cars were closing in from behind, trapping them in a perilous situation. The tactics employed by Country to seize the championship were indeed despicable. It seemed their 5 years of victories were built on falsehoods. As the 4 vehicles bore down upon them, Qing Ci took a deep breath, preparing to employ her previous tactic once more. Yet, just as she was about to press the accelerator, the 4 cars before them suddenly soared away as if their wings had been clipped. Out of nowhere, a dozen jeeps appeared, their force far greater, directly colliding with the black cars. Qing Ci gasped and glanced back, witnessing the black vehicles being sent flying as well. The jeeps swiftly surrounded them. Were these individuals allies or foes? Xiao Wenyuan, having reported the incident to the police, was equally apprehensive upon seeing the suddenly arrived jeeps. The events of the day had far surpassed her comprehension. Who could be so malevolent as to plot murder on this scale? Fortunately, the individuals emerging from the jeeps were familiar faces. Qing Ci looked at the man, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her eyes. She opened the car door and stepped out. Mo Yanchu rushed over, grasping her shoulders. Are you all right? We're fine. How did you come here? Qing Ci gazed into his handsome face, and in that moment, he seemed to radiate light. Mo Yanchu's eyes were shrouded in darkness as he remarked, I just called you, but you did not answer. I was concerned for your safety and traced your whereabouts. It became clear then. Their arrival was indeed timely. Xiao Wenyan also disembarked, and it was highly probable that these individuals were dispatched by the Dance Association of Country M, intent on thwarting Qing Ci's quest for the championship. Their intention was to eliminate us. These fiends deserve their fate. A fierce intent to kill flickered in Mo Yanchu's eyes, his aura suddenly transforming into something oppressive and terrifying. Yet, Qing Ci interjected, Wait, let us not act hastily. We must apprehend these individuals. She cast a glance at those within the black vehicles. Chapter 98. An incident befalls Qing Ci. Very well. Mo Yanchu complied with her directive, capturing the assailants. Under his escort, they returned to their hotel room. Xiaomeng and Jiang Fei were overjoyed upon seeing them.
Qing Ci, teacher.
You are alive. Why are you so excited?
Qing Ci inquired.
I just saw the news online that you had encountered trouble. Xiaomeng's eyes brimmed with concern as she produced the report. I was terrified. What on earth happened? Xiao Wenyan succinctly recounted the events. Xiaomeng gasped. Is it possible that the people from Country M are so malicious? This is utterly outrageous. This news has already reached home. We must clarify the situation quickly, or everyone will be worried. No, let's not explain just yet. The coldness in Qing Ci's gaze deepened. Since they are so keen to prevent me from competing, I shall deliver them a final blow. For reasons unknown, her demeanor instilled a sense of safety in those present. They remained in the hotel, unresponsive to the external news. The following day marked the finals of the international dance competition. This time, the audience was even larger. Backstage, Julie had been eliminated in the preliminary rounds, while Anna had advanced to the finals. However, Julie had still come to support Anna. Anna, have you seen the news online? Qing Ci and her team encountered trouble. Haha, fortune favors us. They cannot compete now, which leaves you without rivals here. Anna merely nodded, seemingly unfazed, observing the reactions of her teacher and Anna. Julie suddenly realized something. Could it be that the teacher orchestrated this? The teacher's gaze was a warning, and Julie immediately understood she had misspoken, covering her mouth. Anna turned to her teacher, but why, until now, have those individuals not responded? Their dispatch members seemed to have vanished without a trace. The teacher speculated. Perhaps they have encountered misfortune themselves and are likely detained by the police. Regardless, since Qing Ci has not shown up, even if she is alive, she would be incapacitated and unable to participate in the finals. Anna nodded, taking a sip of water, her expression grave. In truth, she was quite eager for a showdown with Qing Ci, who among them would emerge victorious. However, the Dance Association of Country M would never tolerate any variables. Thus, Qing Ci had to disappear. Anna collected her thoughts, preparing for the competition. With only 20 contestants remaining for the finals, they would still perform in order. Although Qing Ci was absent, she had been assigned the final position, while Anna was second to last. Anna's performance was once again breathtaking, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the audience. The judges were thoroughly impressed. Anna's victory as champion was unquestionable. Several judges from Country M exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of triumph. For 6 consecutive years, Country M had claimed the championship, a historic honor. This signified that their country's dance now stood at the forefront of the world. Henceforth, all nations would look up to them. Moreover, there were 6 judges in total. Only the annual champion had the right to serve as a judge. And with 5 judges being from country M, once this championship was secured, all 6 would be from their nation, controlling the dance competition before them. The citizens of country M were brimming with excitement. Conversely, competitors from other countries were filled with trepidation. They understood that if the judging panel consisted solely of individuals from country M, their chances of winning the championship in the future would diminish significantly. They all hoped for the emergence of someone capable of astonishing the audience, even if that individual was not from their own country, as it would weaken the influence of country M. Unfortunately, no one emerged who could match Anna's brilliance. The final contestant was Qing Ci from Hua country. The host announced her name, but the stage remained empty. The atmosphere grew tense, as many already knew of Qing Ci's predicament. If she could not appear, then the championship would inevitably belong to country M. The realm of dance would be overshadowed by the dominance of country M. The tension was palpable. Yet the representatives from country M wore expressions of ease and cheer. Anna awaited backstage, her emotions complex as she gazed at the silent stage. Chapter 99. Stunning everyone. Yet, there was a prevailing sense of relaxation. Qing Ci's prowess was indeed intimidating. With her absence, Anna was assuredly the champion. She began to prepare for her award presentation. In the future, she would be the youngest champion of the international dance competition. A minute had passed, and if Qing Ci did not make her appearance within 2 minutes, she would be deemed to have forfeited. The judges below reminded everyone. The tension escalated. All eyes fixed on the stage. It seemed that Qing Ci had indeed withdrawn. The host reappeared on stage. However, just as he did, a figure suddenly darted past from the side. No one could discern how she had arrived. They only caught a glimpse of a silver silhouette, akin to moonlight in the night, instantly illuminating the faces of many in the audience with hope. It was Qing Ci. She had arrived just before the 2-minute deadline, leaving the host with no alternative but to step aside and observe her performance. The judges from country M were also taken aback by her unexpected appearance. Hadn't she encountered trouble? Backstage, Anna suddenly noticed the figure on the display screen, her eyes widening in shock, as if witnessing something terrifying. The teacher, standing beside Anna, furrowed her brows deeply and after a moment let out a derisive chuckle. This Qing Ci is truly cunning. She deliberately refrained from clarifying her situation to lower our guard, only to make a sudden appearance and catch us off guard. Anna clenched her fists, and her teacher attempted to reassure her. There is nothing to fear. We have a plan B. Our dancers have worked hard to have 5 become judges. Only we know the struggles behind this. The championship will undoubtedly be yours. Anna lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows. Her heart weighed heavily. She desired a fair victory. Would Qing Ci's dance surpass hers? Rest assured, I know you are a resilient individual. The choreography I provided for you is custom crafted by a top-tier expert. Qing Ci is not worthy of competing with you. The teacher, noticing Anna's unease, offered comfort, emphasizing the expertise of the choreographer, whose level surpassed that of any existing choreographer. Qing Ci was unworthy. All right. Anna felt slightly reassured, lifting her gaze to Qing Ci. Clad in a shimmering silver dress, her flawless figure resembled a masterpiece sculpted by the finest artist. As the light cascaded upon her, each strand of hair appeared exquisite, and every movement evoked a sense of spiritual cleansing. As the music began, accompanied by her agile and enchanting dance, all eyes were captivated. In that moment, she resembled a sprite, gracefully dancing. Each intricate movement flowed effortlessly, captivatingly. Amid the dark stage, she shone like a beacon of light. Mo Yanchu was present in the audience, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the stage. His world has always been a tapestry woven with shadows and an array of chilling coldness, yet at this moment, it seems illuminated by a beam of light, dispelling the darkness within. His gaze softens, akin to a frozen river slowly thawing under the warmth of spring. A rare smile graces Mo Yanchu's sensuous lips. This dance leaves the audience in awe. Qing Ci's previous performance was already astonishing, yet the finals transcend all expectations. As the final notes fade, she stands gracefully, bowing to the audience. At this moment, she remains as ethereal as a celestial being. Simply standing there, her aura radiates like exquisite jade. The audience falls silent for a heartbeat before thunderous applause erupts. Qiao Wenyan watches, her eyes unwittingly moist, fully realizing that Qiao Qingci's emergence heralds the rise of Huagua dance. Huagua dance once again garners the applause of the international arena. At this moment, she feels a profound sense of fulfillment. Following Qiao Qingci's performance, the competition transitions into the scoring phase, with the final rankings to be revealed in an hour. Backstage, Qiao Qingci is approached by numerous dancers eager to converse.
Qiao.
You are truly remarkable. May we get to know each other? Qiao, who choreographed your dance. It was absolutely beautiful. The allure of Huagua dance is undeniable. The genuine passion shines in the eyes of these dancers. Unable to refuse such ardent admirers of dance, Qiao Qingci exchanges contact information with them. At last, she returns to her dressing room, ready to take a seat, only to find a bouquet of stunning blue roses placed on the sofa, resplendent and evidently freshly picked. Just as she is taken aback, a low, melodious voice resonates from behind her. Your performance today captivated the entire audience. Turning around, she sees Mo Yenshu approaching. His beautiful phoenix-like eyes filled with gentle affection. You are truly exceptional. Hearing such praise from the head of the Mo Corporation fills her with pride. Qiao Qingci playfully responds. But why did you buy me flowers again? To celebrate your victory, Mo Yenshu states candidly. The results haven't been announced yet, but you will undoubtedly be the champion. He asserts. Qiao Qingci smiles, but chooses not to respond, instead admiring the unique fragrance of the freshly picked blue roses, which she adores. Qingci, you are my goddess. At that moment, Xiaoming bursts in, her face alight with excitement. Your performance today was extraordinary. I feel certain that the championship will be ours. Xiao Wenyan and Jiang Fei also enter, their expressions filled with admiration. The results haven't been revealed yet. Qiao Qingci replies with a calm smile, urging them not to celebrate too early. Xiaoming scoffs, your performance was so outstanding. Everyone saw it. How could the championship not be yours? Those country folks are audacious. Qiao Qingci merely smiles, choosing silence. Mo Yenshu gazes intently at Qiao Qingci, a flicker of something passing through his eyes. An hour slips by in the blink of an eye. Soon, everyone returns to their seats as the award ceremony commences. Our third-place winner is the contestant from F country, Noble. The contestant named Noble steps onto the stage, visibly surprised. Achieving third place in such a competitive event is commendable, and he is thoroughly satisfied. Applause follows. However, the atmosphere becomes tense as the significance of the second and first places dawns upon everyone. Qiao Wenyan and others gaze anxiously. The host glances at the card in hand. The second place is. He pauses, then continues. The contestant from Huagua, Qiao Qingci. The applause is sparse. With many left in a state of shock, even those unfamiliar with dance can discern that Qiao Qingci's performance was far superior. Qiao Wenyan and her companions' faces darken instantaneously. Just moments ago, they had confidently stated that with so many witnesses, Qiao Qingci's performance was undoubtedly that of a champion, only to discover she has been awarded second place. It's utterly outrageous, clearly indicative of foul play. Xiaoming's face flushes with anger. Jiang Fei remains silent, but his expression reflects his fury. Mo Yenshu's gaze hardens as he stares at the judges on stage, making a phone call. Qiao Qingci steps up to the stage, her tall and graceful figure evoking a sense of pity among countless onlookers. They feel a profound injustice for her, but are powerless to change the outcome. The judges, aware of the restlessness in the audience, remain unyielding. The host continues, and the first place goes to Anna. Anna beams as she walks onto the stage, waving to the crowd. The audience from M country erupts in enthusiastic applause. The M country judges observe the scene with satisfaction, their long-anticipated plan finally coming to fruition. Suddenly, a figure rushes to the judges' panel, addressing one of the M country judges. This is bad. What happened? Our investment partner intends to withdraw funding. The judge's expression shifts. Why would Mr. William withdraw? Our champion is from M country. He should be pleased. I don't know, but he insists on a fair competition, the assistant replies anxiously. Mr. William wouldn't he suddenly act this way? He must be advocating for Qiao Qingci. The M country judge realizes, is there pressure from a Huagua individual on Mr. William? But William is our foremost entrepreneur. Can Huagua people really exert such influence? He is left bewildered. International competitions require substantial investments. Their dance association lacks such funds, and William is their largest investor. If he withdraws, it would spell significant financial loss for them. Future competitions would necessitate reallocating funds from within the association. The M country judge is deeply unsettled. Just then, another upheaval occurs on stage. I report. A cool voice echoes. A girl clad in silver steps forward. Her bright and agile eyes captivating, her cold tone resonating throughout the venue. Since this is an international competition, shouldn't it be fair? The audience falls silent. The M country judge's expression darkens slightly. A contestant is publicly questioning them. He promptly dismisses thoughts of William.
What do you mean by that?
Do you believe you deserved more than second place? One M country judge interjects. He is the previous champion, Will, nearing 40, exuding authority. The audience watches Qing Ci intently, some relishing in schadenfreude, others scoffing, admiring, or sympathizing. Indeed, Qing Ci replies, standing firm on stage, her aura commanding. Will cannot help but chuckle. You are the first to dare question the judges. Are you suggesting that your credentials surpass ours? Indeed, Qing Ci states plainly. Chapter 101. The challenge resumes. The room erupts in a frenzy. What a bold Huagua woman. Are all Huagua people this confident? Absurd, lacking in strength yet so arrogant. Yet I must admit, this girl is truly impressive. Anna is taken aback. She never anticipated Qing Ci would be so audacious in this international dance competition, openly defying the judges. This courage earns her a newfound respect. Very well, our dance competition has such rules. If you believe it is unfair, you may challenge the judges. If you prevail, you shall be first. What do you say? Will proposes. At this declaration, some frown. It is a deliberate challenge, as Will is undeniably formidable. He won last year's championship, and after a year of training, his skills have only sharpened. Xiao Wenyan's expression darkens. The M country folks are shamelessly bullying a girl. Xiaomeng clenches her fists, itching to rush in and deliver a blow. Lacking power is infuriating. Yet Qing Ci remains unperturbed. Bring it on. Will is momentarily taken aback. She accepts his challenge so nonchalantly. He finds it amusing, his desire to dominate rising. If she seeks torment, he shall oblige. Very well. Will took the stage, leaving only Qing Ci and himself. He gazed at her and remarked, innovation in dance has become increasingly challenging, and choreography has emerged as a focal point. Hence, let us engage in improvisational dance, shall we? No problem, Qing Ci replied, her stunningly beautiful features maintaining an air of calm indifference. Will couldn't he help but scoff internally at her boldness, thinking to himself, the fearless audacity of youth. As the music began to play randomly, the dancers commenced their performance. With Will taking the lead, a mature and melancholic song filled the air. After the first round, he began to improvise. Xiao Wenyan's expression grew increasingly grave as she observed Will's prowess. His talent was undeniable. Securing the first place was no mere stroke of luck. His spontaneous dance was flawless, a veritable visual feast. Inwardly, Xiao Wenyan felt a pang of anxiety for Qing Ci. Once the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause, praising Will's exceptional skills. He truly deserves the title of last year's champion. Some remarked, Qing Ci should concede defeat. Jeered a few, while others rallied in support of her. Once Will descended from the stage, it was Qing Ci's turn to shine. As the music commenced, a simple melody reminiscent of a nursery rhyme filled the room. The choice of music, seemingly childish, posed an immense challenge for any dancer. Even the most skilled performer would appear ordinary against such a simplistic backdrop. Anna understood that there were individuals from Country M orchestrating the music selection. This was no random occurrence. A wave of sympathy for Qing Ci washed over her. Qing Ci was indeed formidable, yet today, she was destined to falter. The manipulators from Country M would ensure she did not claim the championship. The audience began to stir restlessly. Isn't this a bit excessive? This music is inadequate, murmured some. That poor contestant, Qing Ci, lamented others. Xiaomeng was beside herself with indignation, exclaiming, these people are insufferable. I wish I could confront them. The dance world has been utterly corrupted by their antics. If this is how Country M operates, who would dare to participate in international dance competitions? On the judging panel, an M country judge wore a pained expression. Isn't this a bit unfair? Aren't we being too harsh on the young contestant? A fellow judge from M country looked at him in disbelief. Ollie, have you lost your mind? Are you now supporting contestants from other nations? Ollie frowned, asserting, "I only support dance." He was acutely aware that the National Dance Association had lost its former prestige and had not anticipated sinking to such depths, bullying a young dancer. "Enough. Our goal is to bring glory to our country," an impatient judge retorted. Ollie felt a deep sense of unease. In his position, he was compelled to engage in many actions he disdained. A true lover of dance, he did not wish to see international competitions devolve into this state, where success was not determined by talent, but by machinations. His heart ached. In the next moment, he lifted his gaze to see the girl twirling gracefully, resembling a swan. Her movements ethereal and flowing, as if narrating a beautiful fairy tale. Her seemingly simple choreography was, in fact, intricately designed. This performance, he mused, could easily be included in a textbook. As she concluded her dance, the audience erupted into an uproar of cheers and applause, nearly shaking the roof off. "Is she even human? This is extraordinary. Each of her movements is something I could not conceive in a month. First place is rightfully hers." The accolades from the audience were deafening. Will's countenance fell as he realized the magnitude of Qing Ci's talent. He had come to overshadow her, only to be dealt a crushing blow. This young dancer had outshone him in improvisation. "Let the audience judge," Will hastily insisted. Most judges were from M country, and he was determined not to lose. They immediately began to score. Ollie, after a long silence, awarded Qing Ci a perfect score, while Will received merely an 8. The other judges were taken aback. "Ollie, have you lost your senses? We are supposed to represent the same country. I refuse to let a genius be overlooked," he declared. Although the surrounding judges murmured in discontent, they could do nothing but wait until the competition concluded to confront him. The host collected their scores and subsequently announced, "Will is the victor." The outcome, hardly surprising, elicited collective dismay. How could Country M allow a Chinese contestant to triumph? Will glared at Qing Ci, his eyes dark with malice. "It seems you may be disqualified from the competition, young lady. You are talented, but there are many who surpass you." "Enough." Xiaoming could no longer contain her outrage, shouting, "You are deliberately bullying her. If international competitions are to be conducted in this manner, I will never participate again." Jiang Fei's expression was equally stern. This should be renamed the Country M competition. Just as they voiced their protest, security personnel approached to escort them away, declaring, "You are disrupting the competition. Please leave the audience area." "Is this how it is now? You can't even tolerate a single dissenting voice?" Xiaoming shouted, feeling a wave of despair as security seized her, leaving her with little strength to resist. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Was this how ordinary individuals were meant to be treated? Just as she was about to be dragged away, Mo Yanchu snapped his fingers, and a group of bodyguards appeared, swiftly incapacitating the security personnel. Xiaomeng collapsed onto the ground, while Jiang Fei's expression was equally grim. Suddenly, a chorus of voices in various languages arose. "We believe Qiao's dance is superior. Qiao deserves to be first." Contestants from other nations began to speak out in support of Qing Ci. They had endured oppression from Country M for far too long and recognized that if they did not rally to her aid, future international dance competitions would become entirely dominated by M country. The uproar intensified, and the judges' expressions soured. Will signaled the host to hasten the conclusion of the event. As the host prepared to speak, Qing Ci interjected, "May I ask, what do the judges from Country M deem the most important aspect of dance?" Currently, all dancers possess comparable abilities, yet innovation is arduous. Thus, choreography is paramount, Will replied without hesitation. "And what do you think of your own choreography?" Qing Ci inquired. "Naturally. It is flawless. Anna's performance is exceptional," Will asserted. He glanced down at an M country man nodding in approval, Anna's instructor. Qing Ci smiled knowingly. "Is that so? You pride yourselves on your choreography, yet your dances are all choreographed by others." Her statement puzzled the audience. However, Anna's instructor appeared stricken with shock. How did she know? Qing Ci cast a glance at Mo Yanchu, who understood her intent, and signaled to the bodyguards. They promptly distributed documents, including some to the judges' panel. Will, bewildered, grabbed a copy to read, and upon finishing, he felt a chill run down his spine. Anna's instructor leaned in to see the document, and his expression turned blank. The bounty he had posted on the dark web was, in fact, accepted by Qing Ci. The dance was choreographed by her as well? His vision darkened. He realized he was finished, entirely finished. The dances from Country M had been choreographed by a Chinese artist. Anna furrowed her brow, uncertain of the situation. But as she observed the reactions around her, she gradually understood, her gaze fixed on Qing Ci with a mix of rigidity and disbelief. Standing tall, Qing Ci's exquisite features radiated an air of indifference, as if nothing could perturb her. Her confidence and aloofness emanated from her very core. It is due to her unparalleled prowess. She is the architect of her own choreography. A profound sense of humiliation surged within Anna, causing her face to flush crimson, her body trembling slightly. She exuded such confidence, firmly believing herself to be the best, unaware that the dance she performed had been crafted by a woman several years her junior. Moreover, prior to this, she had held the other's choreographic abilities in the highest esteem, practically idolizing her. Chapter 103. The International Champion. Yet, this individual was someone she had consistently looked down upon, an artist from Huagua. Anna felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, experiencing the bitter taste of failure for the first time. The audience, having perused the documents, reached a peak of astonishment. Gazing at the tall and graceful young woman on stage, they had initially felt sympathy for her. Now, they were struck with awe. She was indeed exceptional, utterly overshadowing the representatives of country. Qing Ci was the true champion. She was a prodigy, securing victory with another's choreography while belittling and undermining the competitor's skills. Do they not feel a twinge of guilt? They ought to return the championship to Qing Ci. Xiao Wenyun and others were equally astonished. Goodness, Qing Ci was remarkably talented. Even the choreography of country was attributed to her. This woman was undeniably the rightful champion. If she were not, the entire dance community would not concur. Tears of excitement welled in Xiao Wenyun's eyes as she recalled her earlier words, since this competition was held in country. They needed to showcase an overwhelming strength to have a chance at victory. Now, Qing Ci had achieved that. With her formidable prowess, she made everyone believe she was the true champion. Xiao Wenyun smiled, envisioning the future of Huagua's dance community. Anna was restless, watching the fervent reactions of the audience, their faces alight with excitement and indignation. Fueled by a courageous desire to break through the darkness, country could no longer withstand the collective wrath. For the last time, Anna glanced at the woman on stage. Qing Ci's exquisite features remained calm and composed, as if she were a born sovereign. Anna turned and exited the stage, relinquishing her claim to first place. Continuing would only render her a laughingstock. Her decision was both unexpected and entirely reasonable. The authority of the country judges had crumbled. Persisting would only lead to universal disgrace, so she chose to step back, allowing herself a modicum of respect. The once arrogant will now found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, besieged by countless scornful gazes that made him wish for a hole to hide in. The host was also in a difficult predicament. After all, he was from country. With Anna withdrawing from the competition, the rankings shifted forward. The chief director of the event emerged, decisively proclaiming, with Anna's exit, our champion is Huagua's Qing Ci. Applause erupted, nearly shaking the roof. Tears of joy glistened in the eyes of contestants from various nations. Even though Qing Ci was not from their country, they rejoiced nonetheless. The dance community was no longer dominated by country. In the future, the realm of dance would be more equitable and just. Qing Ci nodded in acknowledgement to the audience, her gaze drifting to the back where Xiao Wenyun and the others stood, offering a gentle smile. Xiao Wenyun couldn't help but beam, capturing the moment in photographs and sharing them in their family group chat. Their Qing Ci was the champion. Xiao Meng and Zhang Fei were nearly faint with joy. First place, Huagua had claimed the top spot. Qing Ci was also to serve as a judge in the next international competition, representing Huagua. Mo Yanqiu observed the girl, admiration and tenderness gleaming in his eyes. For the first time in many years, the stagnant waters of his heart stirred with a sensation of infatuation. After receiving her award, Qing Ci was inundated with various interviews. Meanwhile, the judges faced a dilemma. Will's actions had cost country's judges their dignity. However, Will showed no signs of self-reflection. Once back in the backstage meeting room, someone reported that Ollie had given Qing Ci a perfect score. Will glared at Ollie and struck him across the face. We are all from country. You traitor. Will seethed with anger. I am a dancer. Ollie seized Will's wrist, his gaze intense. Will couldn't help but scoff. You remain so naive and foolish. Does the so-called dream hold more importance than national honor? Someone like you is unworthy of being an international judge. I will inform the president and have you expelled. He was closely aligned with the president. Ollie's character had never been favored within the dance association.
Now,
With such an incident occurring, the president would surely expel him, making his future quite bleak. Ollie bit his lip, his expression dark. If Country S Association had descended into such chaos, then his resignation mattered little. He turned to leave when someone hurriedly entered, the president's assistant. Everyone. The events surrounding this dance competition have stirred the old president and the association's investors. The president has now been dismissed, and a new president has already been selected. A new president? Chapter 104. Anna's Apology. The atmosphere shifted as everyone's expressions turned serious. They exchanged glances, realizing that since this individual was here to inform them, the new president was likely among them. The demeanor of the crowd shifted, particularly for Will. His reputation was the most widespread, and he believed he could attain this position. Who is the new president? Adhering to principles of fairness and justice, the assistant declared, the new president is Ollie. As for the others, you have already brought disgrace to Country S judges, so the association will forego appointing you as judges and will select others from within the association. With Ollie's input on the selections, Will and his companions felt darkness descend before their eyes, nearly collapsing. Their years of hard work had been obliterated. This is impossible. We have all worked for Country S honor. How can the association treat us this way? Will and the others were indignant. However, Ollie's eyes sparkled. He anticipated that even in such darkness, light would emerge. Thank you all for your trust. I will ensure that Country S Dance Association returns to the right path. Ollie was overwhelmingly excited. Yes, we all believe in you, the assistant affirmed.
outside.
Qing Ci was engaged in interviews. After what felt like an eternity, the crowd finally thinned, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief as she prepared to head to the parking lot. Exiting, she encountered Anna. Anna gazed at her, her emotions a complex ebb and flow. Qing Ci remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance before attempting to move on, but Anna obstructed her path.
I am sorry.
Qing Ci braced herself, anticipating another trick, but Anna suddenly bowed her head in sincere apology, tears glistening in her eyes. Taken aback, Qing Ci regarded her. Anna, with tears in her eyes, spoke. Qing Ci, you are exceptional. I am utterly inferior to you. Yet, despite this, I have mocked you. And I apologize for my ignorance and arrogance. From now on, I will strive to learn from you. Qing Ci looked at her, a slight smile curving her lips. In that case, your future is not entirely lost. What? An outstanding dancer should focus on delivering the best performance, continually surpassing oneself, and exploring new possibilities, rather than fixating solely on first place. Our only adversary has always been ourselves. Qing Ci stated calmly. Anna was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing with shame. She had once believed herself invincible and the best, looking down upon others. Yet, she had forgotten that a dancer's purpose is to create better dances. Her true challenge should be against herself. She had treated others as her imagined enemies, which only increased her arrogance. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Anna's face was flushed as she added, in the future, I will seek you out in Huagua for exchanges. Very well, Qing Ci agreed, heading towards the parking lot. Xiao Wenyun and the others were waiting for her. Qing Ci. Xiao Meng excitedly rushed forward to embrace Qing Ci, exclaiming, You are simply incredible. So, outstanding. From this moment on, you shall be my goddess. Qing Ci smiled, responding playfully, Oh you. Jiang Fei gazed at Qing Ci with wide-eyed admiration, appearing utterly hesitant to act, particularly with someone watching nearby. Mo Yanchu's gaze shifted from Jiang Fei to Qing Ci, his cold eyes now softened with warmth as he congratulated her. Congratulations, Qing Ci, for securing first place. Indeed, congratulations to you, Qing Ci, Xiao Wenyun added with a proud smile. I also wish to express my gratitude for everyone's encouragement and companionship. Qing Ci replied with a modest smile, exhibiting grace and poise. You must have found the lengthy interview quite exhausting, Mo Yanchu said gently. Allow me to treat you all to dinner. Wow, Qing Ci, your boyfriend is truly wonderful. Xiao Meng couldn't help but poke Qing Ci's arm. Boyfriend? Qing Ci's ears turned slightly red. She wanted to clarify, but seeing everyone happily boarding the car, she resigned herself to silence. Did I impose too much on you? Qing Ci inquired of Mo Yanchu. Chapter 105. Return to the country. Not at all. Emotionally, we are friends, and celebrating your achievements is only natural. Logically, you have brought glory to our nation. What is a meal in comparison? Mo Yanchu spoke with such conviction that Qing Ci found his reasoning quite compelling. After their meal, they boarded Mo Yanchu's private jet to return home. In Huagua, the nation had largely surrendered hope for the competition. Upon learning of Qing Ci's predicament, the Huagua Dance Association felt as though the sky had collapsed. The online community was equally disheartened, for in their hearts, Qing Ci was the sole contender capable of clinching the championship, yet now she had vanished without a trace. The only one seemingly in good spirits was Qiao Wenin, who remained in the hospital. Over the past few days, neither Qiao Yanfei nor Madame Qiao had come to visit her, and she was well aware of their disappointment in her. Qiao Wenin had attempted to reach out via phone, trying to defend herself and express her grievances, but they remained unresponsive. As time passed, her heart grew heavier with sorrow, yet she understood that their rejection stemmed from her not being their biological child. If it had been Qing Ci in her position, would they have treated her the same way? Surely not. With this realization, she felt no further need for sadness. Temporarily setting aside her discomfort, Qiao Wenin learned of Qing Ci's misfortune and was overjoyed. She had long feared that if Qing Ci truly won the championship, her own embarrassment would be magnified. Yet, unexpectedly, Qing Ci had encountered trouble. Not only did she fail to secure a ranking, but now her whereabouts were unknown. Should Qing Ci remain lost, the Qiao family would undoubtedly regard her as their only daughter. Qiao Wenin felt as though this was a divine gift. Her spirits lifted. She spent her days in the hospital not only focusing on rehabilitation exercises, but also scrolling through her phone, absorbing the disappointment expressed by the public. Looks like our nation has no chance at the championship this time. So disappointing. I truly believed Master C could secure first place. Damn M country. They must have done something. M country. I despise them. The online community was engulfed in despair. Qiao Wenin smirked at their collective dismay. Meanwhile, on the other side, another individual was scrolling through Weibo, feeling sentiments similar to Qiao Wenin's, also quite pleased. The Duan family had become aware of Qing Ci's representation of the nation in the competition, and over the past few days, Madame Duan's emotions had been somewhat inscrutable. Duan Mianmian surmised that Madame Duan must regret having expelled Qing Ci. Though her time with the Duan family was brief, she understood their obsession with fame and fortune. Had Qing Ci clinched the first place in the international competition and brought glory to the country, Madame Duan would undoubtedly seek to mend ties with her immediately. Duan Mianmian comprehended this dynamic, her heart clouded with unease and discontent. However, with Qing Ci's current predicament, she felt a sense of relief and noticed that Madame Duan's complex emotions had dissipated, and she continued to treat Duan Mianmian with the same warmth as before. That evening, the two shared a meal while discussing Qing Ci's situation. I wonder how my sister's doing. Has she been found? The international competition has concluded, and I still hoped she would win the championship and bring honor to our country. Duan Mianmian reflected wistfully. Madame Duan ladled soup for Duan Mianmian. Irritation flickering in her eyes as she thought, she is just like that. She falters at critical moments. If she had truly won first place, she could have announced to everyone that she is my adopted daughter, and the Duan family's standing would have soared. Yet, she had encountered misfortune. Madame Duan felt discomfort at her past regrets. Qing Ci, such a failure, was hardly worth entrusting. There was also the possibility that her prowess was a facade. Perhaps she was not as formidable as it seemed and had deliberately hidden away to avoid exposure. Madame Duan's disdain was palpable as she speculated. Surely, my sister would not do that, Duan Mianmian murmured hesitantly, but it is peculiar. If I were Master C, I would certainly be promoting myself everywhere. Madame Duan's irritation deepened, convinced that Qing Ci was merely seeking attention, lacking genuine talent. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed. She glanced at it to find a message from a notorious gossiping socialite. Oh my, I remember Qing Ci was your adopted daughter, Madame Duan. Your daughter is so impressive. Being Master C, this woman's ignorance of current affairs was astounding. How could she have only just learned this? Madame Duan replied, we are no longer connected. The socialite responded. Why would you forsake such an exceptional daughter? Madame Duan's annoyance mounted, feeling mocked. She is not my biological daughter. She has found her birth parents, hence. We are no longer in contact. Please refrain from discussing this further. This woman was truly bothersome. The socialite replied, well, that's quite a pity. If I had such an adopted daughter, I would be more than happy to keep her forever. Madame Duan frowned, beginning to doubt whether this woman was indeed mocking her. Growing increasingly irritated, she reiterated, I said, do not speak of it. Finally, the woman fell silent. Madame Duan set her phone down and continued her meal. Afterward, they turned on the television to watch a drama, just in time for the news broadcast. Both were not particularly fond of the news and planned to skip it. But the host announced, the international dance competition has concluded, and our nation's contestant has claimed the championship. Chapter 106. Madame Duan's Regret. This announcement halted their plans to turn the channel. Confusion washed over them. Our contestant has won the championship. Everyone knew that Xiao Meng and Jiang Fei had been eliminated during the preliminary rounds. Who else could possibly have won? Qing Ci? But she was missing. With growing curiosity, they continued watching, and soon the screen displayed several images of a woman standing on stage, ethereal and dignified, possessing an indescribable beauty, as if a goddess had descended. The award presentation video followed, narrated by the host. This marks the first time in 5 years that our nation has secured the championship in an international dance competition. Contestant Qing Ci's remarkable performance left the audience in awe, and it has caused a significant upheaval within the Country Dance Association. In their desperate attempts to ensure their contestants emerged victorious, they resorted to unspeakable actions, even attempting to harm Qing Ci, all of which have been documented. Those connected to this incident, including Anna's instructor, have been apprehended. Furthermore, judges from Country who exhibited bias during the competition have been expelled and disgraced. This was an unprecedented upheaval. The Country Association was rife with corruption, known to many, yet powerless to counter it. With Qing Ci's departure, not only had she claimed the championship, but she had also purged the competition. She was radiating brilliance. Yet, Duan Mianmian felt as though she had been struck by a blinding light. Is that really Qing Ci? She refused to believe it, squinting at the screen once more. Indeed, it was Qing Ci. Duan Mianmian felt a wave of darkness enveloping her, on the verge of fainting. Qing Ci had truly ascended to such a dazzling height. She had never envisioned losing to the daughter of a farmer. Surely, it must be attributed to the fact that she had been mistakenly swapped at birth. Had she grown up in the Duan family, who knows, she might have become an international champion too. The jealousy gnawed at her, nearly causing her to bite her own lip. After regaining her composure from the initial shock, Madame Duan swiftly took out her phone to check online. To her astonishment, the news of Qing Ci winning the championship had already spread across the internet half an hour ago, and the public was in an uproar of jubilation. The affluent lady who approached her was not there to mock, but rather to express genuine envy. Suddenly, she found it difficult to breathe. What had she said? Damn it! She saw the affluent lady's chat group buzzing with excitement, and hurriedly clicked in to read. Is Qing Ci really that amazing? She won the championship. Oh my, so outstanding. If only I had a daughter like her, I would be overjoyed. It seems she is Madame Duan's adopted daughter. Who would have thought Madame Duan could raise such an exceptional daughter? Indeed, she is truly remarkable, bringing glory to the nation. I instantly like her. Everyone adored Qing Ci and sincerely envied Madame Duan. At that moment, the affluent lady who had just spoken with Madame Duan chimed in, Oh dear, you all should stop. If this continues, Madame Duan might get angry. Why would she be angry? Isn't this something to celebrate? The lady replied, She isn't Madame Duan's biological daughter. She has returned to her real parents. But the grace of nurturing is paramount. She is still someone Madame Duan has cultivated. I don't know, but Madame Duan doesn't seem to like discussing this matter. When I congratulated her earlier, she didn't appear happy. Perhaps their relationship isn't that great. After saying this, she even shared the chat log. Once everyone read it, a heavy silence fell. They began to wonder if Madame Duan had lost her mind. How could she not appreciate such an outstanding adopted daughter? They would desire such an opportunity, yet it was beyond their reach. The tone of the conversation turned rather sardonic. It seems Madame Duan's daughter is too exceptional to appreciate her adopted daughter. Wow, she found her biological parents so quickly. I feel I could adopt too. Madame Duan, doesn't you want her? She can give her to me. I would love to have a child who dances beautifully. Their words dripped with mockery and disdain towards Madame Duan. She gasped for air, her chest tightening with pain. The magnificent wealth slipped through her fingers like sand. If Qing Ci were still part of the Duan family, her title as an international champion would undoubtedly bring endless benefits to the family. Madame Duan was consumed with regret. wishing for her own demise. "Mother, what is wrong?" Duan Mian asked, noticing Madame Duan's pale complexion, as if she might faint at any moment. "Nothing," Madame Duan shouted in anger, abruptly standing up and leaving. Duan Mian was bewildered. It was the first time Madame Duan had ever scolded her, all because of Qing Ci, the Qiao family. Qiao Wenyao had been in the hospital for several days, still not fully recovered, but sensing that Qing Ci was absent, she decided to return home to garner sympathy, so she discharged herself. The house was eerily quiet. As Qiao Wenyao entered the living room, she found her parents, Qiao Furen and Qiao Yanfei, engaged in conversation. Qiao Changya was also present but remained aloof. Upon seeing Qiao Wenyao walk in, their expressions soured. Qiao Yanfei spoke sternly. "Why didn't you inform us of your return in advance?" "Father, I just learned about my sister's incident. I came back to check on you," Qiao Wenyao replied, tears brimming in her eyes. "I can hardly believe that something happened to my sister." "Your sister is blessed. She will be fine," Qiao Yanfei reassured her, albeit his expression softened slightly upon hearing her concern. "But it's been so long without news. I'm truly worried. I didn't want you to be too distressed. So, I returned to see you." Qiao Wenyao sat beside them, her voice filled with heartfelt empathy. Qiao Furen glanced at her, but said nothing. Sensing they had not expelled her, Qiao Wenyao felt a surge of hope. Clearly, something had happened to Qing Ci. Otherwise, they would be searching for her. How splendid! With Qing Ci gone, she was now the sole little princess of the Qiao family. Despite her inner joy, Qiao Wenyao maintained a facade of worry. "Father, mother, please don't be sad. My sister will be fine. I will always be here for you." Suddenly, a loud voice echoed, "We're back." This was the first time Qiao Wenyao had heard such a jubilant tone from her aunt. Upon seeing them, Qiao Furen's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up. Following Qiao Wenyan was Qing Ci, accompanied by Mo Yanchu. "You're back," Qiao Furen exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to Qing Ci, inspecting her from head to toe. "You scared me to death." Qiao Yanfei and the focused Qiao Changya quickly approached, scrutinizing Qing Ci with concern. Feeling like a spectacle, Qing Ci sensed relief wash over everyone at her well-being. However, Qiao Wenyao was left in shock. Qing Ci had returned unscathed? Hadn't she been in trouble? "Sister, you're fine. Why didn't you say anything? You made us all so worried." Qiao Wenya's words were filled with concern, yet her tone carried an accusatory edge. "By doing this, you wasted so many people's care. It doesn't matter that you didn't compete in the finals or win the championship. What's crucial is that you shouldn't waste everyone's concern." Qing Ci's survival, without prior notice, was bound to become a hot topic. Just the right opportunity for her to experience the sting of ridicule. Qiao Wenyao thought to herself, yet Qiao Wenyan's expression suddenly darkened, her tone frosty. "Why do I sense a hint of dissatisfaction in your words?" Caught off guard by the confrontation, Qiao Wenyao felt awkward but replied, "Aunt, how could I be dissatisfied? I am overjoyed. I just worry that if the netizens find out, it might not be good. Everyone is very concerned about my sister. If she is well, she should inform everyone immediately." "Is that so? If you had said it immediately, you wouldn't have had any subsequent fantasies, would you?" Qiao Wenyan retorted coolly. Qiao Wenyao felt stifled. Why was her aunt always targeting her? Ignoring Qiao Wenya's presence, Qiao Wenyan turned to Qiao Furen and Qiao Yanfei, smiling. "Qing Ci has achieved first place, bringing glory to our nation." At those words, Qiao Wenyao felt as though her mind had exploded. She staggered in disbelief. Qiao Furen was equally astonished. After a moment, she cried out in joy, embracing Qing Ci, "My daughter is amazing." Although Qiao Yanfei wasn't as exuberant as Qiao Furen. Admiration shone in his eyes. "You truly are remarkable, Qing Ci." Qiao Changya added, "Little sister, you are exceptional." "Yes, darling, you are incredible. What reward do you want?" Qiao Furen gazed at Qing Ci, her eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Finally able to breathe after being enveloped by her mother, Qing Ci responded, "I desire nothing. Bringing glory to my country is my honor." Such eloquence. Qiao Furen beamed with unparalleled joy. Qiao Wenyao was utterly forgotten. She stood there, staring at Qing Ci. A familiar sensation washing over her. Ever since Qing Ci returned home, she had always found herself on the sidelines, enviously watching their family. Once, she thought she had a chance to compete, believing Qing Ci to be a mere useless girl from the countryside. Yet now, she had achieved national champion status. Would there still be a place for her in this family? Xiao Wenya felt a wave of darkness engulf her, nearly causing her to faint. Why was the world so unjust to her? As Xiao Foran suggested going out to eat, everyone chimed in agreement, heading out without a single glance at Xiao Wenya. And so, Xiao Wenya remained at home, watching their departing figures fade away. The world feels profoundly unjust. At the hotel, Qing Ci received a call from Yunqi, who was already aware of her triumph in securing first place. His first words nearly shattered everyone's eardrums with excitement. "My precious little sister, you are simply divine." Qing Ci held the phone away, wincing at the pain in her ear. How could her elder brother, a renowned film star, be so reckless? She managed to smile, replying, "Thank you, third brother. I must boast about my remarkable sister to everyone," Yunqi declared with great pride. "Oh, by the way, what would you like? Consider it a gift from your brother." "I lack nothing," she replied. "Well, I think you need more clothes. Just wait, I shall buy you the most beautiful outfits." Qing Ci smiled. After hanging up, Mrs. Qiao pondered over a suitable gift for Qing Ci. Despite her daughter's persistent refusals, Mrs. Qiao ultimately decided to present her with a set of jewelry. Xiao Yanfei, unwilling to be outdone, opted to gift her a property. In Chapter 108, titled Pandering, Xiao Changye contemplated his options and ultimately chose to send money, immediately transferring 5 million to Qing Ci. This wealth was something she had never received during her time with the Duan family. To her, it represented not merely financial support, but the deep affection of her family. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as a pleasant fragrance wafted towards her. Mo Yanchu had leaned in closer. In a low voice tinged with a hint of helplessness, he asked, "What can I offer you, now that everyone else has already given their gifts?" Qing Ci found his demeanor rather endearing, and then he fixed his dark gaze on her, softly suggesting, "How about I become your gift?" Qing Ci was momentarily taken aback, but soon saw him return to discussing business matters with Xiao Yanfei, their conversation flowing effortlessly. She even doubted her own hearing. After finishing her meal, she browsed the news online and found that her achievement had already spread far and wide. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and promptly hung up. However, the caller persisted, ringing again. Feeling somewhat annoyed, she stepped outside to answer, her tone impatient. "What is it?" "Qing Ci." It was Mrs. Duan, suppressing her anger and attempting a rare tone of civility. "I heard you won first place in the dance competition. Impressive. Clearly, your mother's guidance over the years has paid off. What do you want?" Qing Ci maintained her aloof attitude. Mrs. Duan felt displeased by Qing Ci's tone. How dare she speak to her like that? Yet remembering her purpose for calling, Mrs. Duan softened her tone. "You've been away for so long. Your parents miss you. When will you return for a meal with them?" Qing Ci listened to her somewhat conciliatory words, feeling a wave of disorientation. Long ago, she had yearned for their affection. But even after leaving the Duan household, she had received none. Now, after attaining first place in the competition, it seemed effortlessly bestowed upon her. Qing Ci scoffed inwardly, thinking, "You believe that because I have achieved first place, I hold value, and you wish to mend our relationship? Yet you seem to forget that we have severed ties. I hope you refrain from bothering me in the future and recognize your own position." Qing Ci. Mrs. Duan sensed her intention to hang up and panicked. "What can your peasant parents provide for you? If you return, you can continue as the adopted daughter of the Duan family. And perhaps you might secure a good marriage through their status. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, with such parents dragging you down, you will never marry into a prominent family." Qing Ci could not be bothered to listen further, and hung up. The next moment, her phone rang again. It was the president of the Huagua Dance Association. He personally called to congratulate her, carefully inquiring, "Master C, would you be interested in joining our dance association? If so, my position is readily available for you." "No, thank you. I lack the energy for that," Qing Ci declined without hesitation. "However, I do have new choreography that I will share with everyone." Upon hearing this, the president felt momentarily disappointed but quickly brightened, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Master C's choreography will be a treasure for us to study." After hanging up, she returned to find everyone enjoying their meal, filled with joy. Xiao Yanfei declared, "It has been ages since we hosted a banquet. Now that Qing Ci has won the championship, we must celebrate." "That sounds splendid." Mrs. Qiao eagerly agreed. As she was fond of lively gatherings, Qiao Changya also expressed no objections. Qiao Qing Ci, indifferent to the matter, merely nodded in agreement, pleased to see everyone so happy. As they prepared to part ways after dinner, Mo Yenshu needed to return home. Noticing he had been drinking, Qiao Qingci escorted him to his car. Drive safely, she advised. Turning to the driver, he has been drinking, so please drive slowly. Understood, miss, the driver replied. As Qiao Qingci opened the car door to help him inside, he suddenly leaned down, whispering in her ear. Have you considered what I proposed? Qiao Qingci was momentarily stunned. What proposal? She asked, quickly recalling his earlier words, offering himself. His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. After a brief pause, she replied, You must be drunk. I am not intoxicated. Mo Yenshu gently lifted his head, his obsidian-like eyes shimmering with affection. I am serious. Think it over when you get home. After a few silent seconds, Qiao Qingci nodded. I understand. You should head back to rest. Not far away, Qiao Changya and others stood by the car, witnessing the somewhat intimate moment between the two. Mother, did you see that? Qiao Changya exclaimed. Mo Yenshu undoubtedly harbors inappropriate intentions towards my sister. Is that so? I find him quite the gentleman. You tend to view all men as potential rivals, Mrs. Qiao retorted lightly. Is this truly my mother speaking? Qiao Changya ground his teeth. Only a man understands another man. Mo Yenshu definitely likes my sister. I think we should prevent him from visiting our home in the future. Such a fine young man as Yenshu should not be judged hastily. Besides, even if he does have feelings for your sister, I would not be concerned. Who in Jiangqing could compare to Yenshu, especially considering our families are already bound by a marriage agreement? Mrs. Qiao took a broader perspective. Qiao Changya glanced at Qiao Yanfei. Certain he would side with him. Mrs. Qiao turned to her husband, Dear, do you agree with me? Yes, indeed, Qiao Yanfei affirmed, quickly discarding any unwarranted thoughts and nodding in agreement. In Chapter 109, titled Second Brother, Qiao Changya lamented, Goodness, even father has betrayed me. Am I the only one maintaining the moral high ground in this family? At that moment, he deeply missed his second brother. If only his brother were still around, they would undoubtedly stand united. If only his brother could recover swiftly. He sighed inwardly. Mom and Dad, we should host a banquet and see if we can invite second brother to join us. It has been so long he has been alone, and perhaps he has found some peace, Qiao Changya suggested. Upon mentioning this topic, Mrs. Qiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her second son was a lifelong wound she could not touch. She nodded, very well, I will go visit him. The atmosphere grew heavy. Just then, Qiao Qingci returned and noticed her mother's reddened eyes, unable to resist asking, Mom, what is wrong? Mrs. Qiao hesitated on how to respond. Qiao Changya interjected, Mother, you should go visit second brother tomorrow. Bring Qing Ci along. She has been back for quite some time, and second brother has yet to meet her. Qiao Qingci immediately understood. They were discussing their second brother. He had always been a taboo subject in the family. Currently, she only knew that he was ill but was unaware of the specific circumstances. However, regardless of the ailment, it was of little concern to her. All right, Qing Ci. Are you going to see your second brother? Mrs. Qiao gazed at her gently. Yes, I will. Qiao Qingci replied resolutely. They returned to the Qiao residence, only to find that Qiao Wenyao was no longer in the living room. No one paid her any mind. Qiao Yanfei had instructed the butler to prepare for the banquet the day after tomorrow. In truth, Qiao Wenyao had been attentively observing the happenings outside her room. The sounds of footsteps echoed back and forth, yet no one came to visit her. Eventually, the entire villa descended into silence as everyone retired for the night. Leaving her forgotten, sitting in her room, she stared at the moon, feeling as though the world was enveloped in impenetrable darkness. She closed her eyes, her heart heavy with sorrow. She had truly had enough of such days. Must it continue like this?
No.
She would rather fight back than endure this any longer. Upon reopening her eyes, a cold glint of calculation flickered within them, and she transformed entirely. Meanwhile, Qiao Qingci lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling as the voice of Mo Yenshu resonated in her ears. To pledge oneself? A billionaire pledging himself, who could refuse? Yet how could Mo Yenshu, with his temperament, utter such words? Surely, he must have been inebriated. Qiao Qingci ultimately arrived at this conclusion and chose not to dwell on it further. She was now far more eager to see her second brother the following day. She turned off the lights and fell asleep, only to receive a phone call. Master Q. Someone is offering 50 million for you to design a collection of dresses. What are the requirements? No specific requirements, just that they should be beautiful. He mentioned it as a gift for his sister, and if she is pleased, he may even add more money. Qing Ci immediately thought of her third brother. Goodness. She would have to wear her own designs in a rush. She pressed her forehead, pondering for a moment before replying. I think I'll refrain from taking on new orders for now. The following day, Qing Ci rose early. After sharing a meal with her parents, Mrs. Qiao took her to the car, heading towards her second brother's residence. It was then that Qing Ci realized her second brother also resided within the estate. However, the Qiao manor was vast, and driving from one side to the other took a good 15 minutes. As they traversed the verdant path, she finally spotted the house in the distance. It was a charming little villa, adorned with numerous rose bushes at the entrance, radiating beauty and instantly uplifting one's spirit. Qing Ci formed a preliminary impression of her second brother. A person capable of organizing life so well must certainly be commendable. Upon reaching the door, Mrs. Qiao's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Instead of entering directly, she pressed the doorbell. Yuyue, its mother. The silence of the villa lingered for a long while before a voice emanated from the intercom. Is there something you need? The voice was melodious, akin to the gentle babbling of water under sunlight, exuding warmth, yet its tone was icy. Mother has come to see you. Mrs. Qiao choked back her emotions. Her eyes filled with hope. I am well. Mother need not worry, he replied. Yet, Mrs. Qiao felt increasingly pained. She understood that his words were a polite refusal. It had been far too long since she had last seen her son. Tears brimmed in Mrs. Qiao's eyes as Qing Ci watched on, her heart heavy. Unable to contain herself, she spoke up. Second brother, I know you are hurting, but our family cares deeply for you. No matter what you are going through now, we will never cast you aside. Silence enveloped them. After a moment, a puzzled voice replied, Is that Qing Ci? Chapter 110, The First Meeting with Second Brother. He actually knew her name. It seemed that, although he had not come out, he was still aware of the family's affairs. Indeed, it is me, Qing Ci responded softly. Second brother, may we come in, please? You might be frightened, he said. No, you are my second brother. No matter how you have changed, I will not be afraid. Qing Ci replied with unwavering conviction. After she spoke, she fell silent, awaiting a response. Still, none came. Mrs. Qiao's eyes were now glistening with tears. She sighed deeply. Taking Qing Ci's hand, It seems your second brother is unwilling. Let us leave for now. Qing Ci frowned slightly, but knew she could not force him. So she turned to leave with her mother. Just then, with a click, the door of the villa swung open unexpectedly. Mrs. Qiao was taken aback. And then joy surged through her. Finally, her second brother was willing to let them in. Your second brother has agreed. Let us hurry inside. Mrs. Qiao exclaimed excitedly. Qing Ci's eyes sparkled with joy as well.
All right.
They entered the villa together, passing through the garden and arriving in the spacious, immaculate living room, where only one person sat. The man wore a hat and mask, clad in long sleeves and trousers, revealing almost no skin, save for his hands which remained exposed. Upon seeing that hand, Qing Ci's eyes widened in shock. Yuyue. Mrs. Qiao could not help but weep at the sight, approaching him, yet hesitating to embrace him. Are you well? Mother, I am fine. The man replied in a low voice, his tone likely once warm but now rendered calm and unperturbed by prolonged solitude. That is good. Mrs. Qiao nodded through her tears, glancing around. Everything in the villa was well kept, clean, and spacious. He had isolated himself here, rejecting all assistance. Yet he had managed to maintain the house impeccably. He was still that bright, clean youth, unchanged despite the circumstances. If it weren't for that devastating fire, Mrs. Qiao thought, unable to suppress her tears. At first glance, Qing Ci understood his condition. He must have been affected by the fire, as evidenced by the varying degrees of peeling skin on his body. Furthermore, it seemed his legs had also suffered. Qing Ci. Yuyue sensed her gaze upon him and turned to look at her. She appeared to be deep in thought, her expression devoid of any fear. He beheld the delicate beauty of the girl before him, his heart stirring with emotion. This was his sister, finally found again. I apologize for not seeing you the moment you returned, Yuyue said, his tone tinged with guilt. I have prepared a gift for you. He produced a beautifully wrapped box. Qing Ci was moved. Her second brother had shut himself away, yet still thought of every family member. He truly was a gentle soul. Thank you, second brother, she said, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a small bag. I also have a gift for you. Xiao Yuyue accepted it and opened it to find small pills inside. What are these? They can strengthen your constitution. Take 3 a day, Qing Ci explained with a smile. These little pills can really bolster one's health. He thought perhaps his sister had been misled, yet he replied, Thank you, Qing Ci. I will take them daily. Yue. Why don't you chat with your sister while I check what's in the fridge to prepare lunch for you? Mrs. Qiao suggested, not waiting for Qiao Yue's response before heading to the kitchen, fearing he might refuse her. Since the incident, Qiao Yue had sequestered himself in this small world, managing all his needs independently. It had been many years since she had laid eyes on him. Qiao Yue, understanding Mrs. Qiao's intentions, sighed but did not refuse. Instead, he addressed Qing Ci, please have a seat, there are freshly cut fruits here. Qing Ci glanced at the neatly arranged fruits, her heart swelling with emotion. The once bright and gentle youth had meticulously attended to household chores. He truly would have been the dream partner for many women. Second brother, after your incident, did you not seek medical treatment? Qing Ci gently inquired. Xiao Yue sighed, taking a long moment before responding. It was of no use. Indeed, after all these years, he must have consulted countless doctors. May I examine your body? Qing Ci asked. Xiao Yue fell silent, clearly reluctant. Transforming from the bright and clear-headed youth into this current version of himself, a creature marked by terrifying scars, even with a limp, was a devastating blow to him. Chapter 111. I can help you heal. He was reluctant to allow anyone to witness his ugliness, which led him to sever contact even with his family. Second brother. If you believe in me, grant me a chance. I can help you heal. Qing Ci fixed her gaze upon him. For some inexplicable reason. As Xiao Yunyu beheld those beautiful, resolute eyes, he felt a flicker of safety, as if the words of Qing Ci were indeed sincere. Perhaps his sister was merely fascinated by medicine. He had come to know her past. She had grown up in the Duan family, who had not treated her well. If he were to refuse her, it would likely cause her great sorrow. Very well. Xiao Yunyu closed his eyes and began to remove his hat and mask. A terrifying visage revealed itself before Qing Ci. He kept his eyes shut, unwilling to confront the horror reflected in the gazes of others. He quietly absorbed Qing Ci's scrutiny until he suddenly felt warmth on his face. Surprised, he opened his eyes to find Qing Ci standing before him, gently caressing his face. This was perhaps the first time since the incident that someone had touched him with such tenderness. Others would shy away from him. Even family members would recoil in shock and reveal their pitying gazes. For reasons unknown, as he met Qing Ci's gentle gaze, he felt his eyes welling with unshed tears. Qing Ci smiled suddenly. I can tell that you must have been quite handsome, second brother. Xiao Yunyu was momentarily taken aback, as if something had seared his heart. Others only saw his dreadful appearance, but Qing Ci saw the man he once was. Stop trying to flatter me, Xiao Yunyu murmured, his voice thick with emotion. However, I have a way to help you return to your former self. Observing his condition, Qing Ci understood. Second brother, you were not only burned, you were also poisoned. This revelation left Xiao Yunyu in stunned silence. What? Can you elaborate on what happened? Qing Ci asked softly. Xiao Yunyu pressed his lips together, reluctant to revisit the past. But he recounted, a fire broke out suddenly. I rushed in to save someone. In my effort to push her out, a pillar fell and struck my leg, causing me to lose consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in the hospital. Little did he know how utterly devastated he would be upon realizing he had been disfigured and had lost the use of his leg. But how could anyone have poisoned him during that chaos? After listening, Qing Ci pondered for a moment. I believe I know what poison you have been afflicted with. I will begin the antidote treatment, and regarding your skin, take the pills I provide. You will surely see improvement within a week. Her conviction momentarily instilled genuine belief in Xiao Yunyu. Yet, as he regained his composure, he felt a wave of helplessness. Qing Ci was merely a child. How could she possibly resolve matters that had confounded so many esteemed physicians? Very well, I understand. Yet, in an effort to please Qing Ci, he acquiesced. Qing Ci, aware that Xiao Yunyu did not fully trust her, reassured him that he only needed to take the medicine. In the kitchen, Mrs. Qiao was preparing ingredients. Glancing outside from time to time, observing the lively exchange between the two, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Qing Ci was indeed the savior of their family. Xiao Yunyu, who had shunned communication with everyone else, was willing to speak with her. Mrs. Xiao wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and resumed her cooking. Qing Ci sent a message to Wan Xiaobei to procure some herbal medicine. Wan Xiaobei was swift, delivering it within the hour. Qing Ci began to prepare the concoction for Qiao Yunyu and, noticing her mother was still busy, asked, "Mother, do you need any assistance?" "No, you should keep your brother company. It has been a long time since I have seen him speak so much," Mrs. Qiao replied gently. "Qing Ci, your brother truly cares for you." "Yes, he has always been a wonderful person," Qing Ci said softly. "I will help him get better." Chapter 112. The Gentle Young Man. Indeed. Mrs. Qiao assumed she was simply encouraging Qiao Yunyu to be more talkative and did not think further as she continued to prepare the meal. The herbal medicine required prolonged simmering. And by midday, Mrs. Qiao finally brought the dishes to the table. "Children, come and eat." A delightful aroma wafted through the air. Qing Ci was pleasantly surprised by her mother's culinary skills. She wheeled Qiao Yunyu to the dining table and, seeing the spread of 4 dishes and a soup, gave her mother a thumbs up. "Mother, you are amazing." "Of course, you must try your mother's cooking," Mrs. Qiao said as she ladled soup into their bowls. Qing Ci was rather eager. She blew on the soup and, disregarding its heat, took a sip. The moment of anticipation quickly turned to disappointment as she struggled to swallow it. She glanced at Qiao Yunyu, who, showing no sign of hesitation, drank it down with a smile, complimenting Mrs. Qiao. "Mother's cooking is truly excellent." It had been a while since Mrs. Qiao shared such a warm meal with Qiao Yunyu, and her eyes grew misty. "Then you must drink more. Look at how thin you are. Even when I offered to hire you a servant, you refused." She promptly filled their bowls again. Qing Ci observed the faint smile at the corners of Qiao Yunyu's mouth and felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Qiao Yunyu was genuinely a remarkably gentle soul. Seeing that he enjoyed the soup, Mrs. Qiao served him the remainder of the corn rib soup. Qiao Yunyu accepted it all with a smile. In her heart, Qing Ci felt a deep admiration for him. She sampled the other dishes, aside from the soup. The rest were quite satisfactory. Her mother simply was an adept at making soup. Yaya has always loved the soup made by mother. "Would you like her to come and make some for you more often?" Mrs. Qiao asked tenderly, gazing at Qiao Yunyu. "Mother," Qiao Yunyu replied softly, "I can manage on my own. If I want some, I will come find you." A flicker of sadness crossed Mrs. Qiao's expression, but she quickly regained her composure. Nodding with a smile, "Very well." Then Mrs. Qiao recalled the upcoming banquet. "Tomorrow we have decided to host a gathering. Would you like to join us? If you prefer not to attend, it is perfectly fine to stay upstairs and soak in the atmosphere. After they leave, we can chat. Your father and brothers miss you dearly." Mrs. Qiao hoped that Qiao Yunyu would not always isolate himself. "I will think about it," Qiao Yunyu murmured. The meal was quite warm and comforting, and Qiao Yunyu took them to admire the rose bushes he had planted, even picking a few flowers for Qing Ci. On their way back, Mrs. Qiao remarked with a smile, "Your brother truly likes you." Previously, when Wenya visited and admired the flowers, your brother refused to let her pick any. Qing Ci inhaled the fragrant roses, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed. In the afternoon, preparations for the gathering commenced at home. Colorful ribbons and balloons were hung, tables and chairs arranged, and food prepared for the following day. The main residence buzzed with activity, people coming and going. Xiao Wenya also heard the commotion and ascended the stairs, only to find the servants tidying up. Is the family hosting a banquet? As a thought crossed her mind, a calculating gleam flickered in her eyes. After a busy day, the household finally settled into silence by nightfall. The next day, as the sun rose, everyone gradually awoke and had breakfast, with guests arriving in succession. Those who knew of Qing Ci's status showered her with compliments. Qing Ci felt utterly out of place in such a setting, her smile becoming somewhat frozen. At the entrance, Duan Mianmian and Gu Chenyang alighted from their vehicle. Duan Mianmian's background had yet to touch the realm of the affluent, and she was entirely reliant on Gu Chenyang to attend this event. Gu Chenyang gazed at the opulent gates of the Qiao residence, marveling at their grandeur. The Qiao family is truly wealthy. His own family had business dealings with the Qiao family, but they were not particularly close. This was his first visit to the Qiao estate, attending a banquet presumably in celebration of some award won by the Qiao heiress. The Qiao heiress. Gu Chenyang was aware that the Qiao family had recently reclaimed a daughter. Yet she seemed to have grown up in the countryside, and any award she may have received likely wasn't of great significance. It was merely a testament to the Qiao family's affection for their daughter. "Mianmian, let us proceed inside. By the way, once we enter, be sure to exercise caution in your speech. The guests invited by the Qiao family are all esteemed members of high society," Gu Chenyang advised. "Brother Chenyang, I understand, Duan Mianmian replied with a smile, her gaze sweeping over the expansive, opulent garden, envy glimmering in her eyes. How wonderful it would be if she were the daughter of the Qiao family. Chapter 113. Duan Mianmian mistakenly assumes Qing Ci is a servant. There would surely be many talented young men in attendance today, Duan Mianmian mused. Although the Gu family was respectable, in comparison to the Qiao family, they fell woefully short. How delightful it would be if one of the Qiao family's young masters were to take an interest in her. Lost in her daydreams, Duan Mianmian suddenly spotted Qing Ci in the garden. Brother Chenyang, look, she exclaimed, doubting her own eyes, and pulled at Gu Chenyang's sleeve. Is that not Qing Ci? HM? What is she doing here? Gu Chenyang was equally surprised. Qing Ci was watering the flowers in the garden, wishing to escape the overwhelming crowd of guests for a moment of respite. Yet, in the next instant, a familiar voice rang out. Duan Qing Ci. Turning around, Qing Ci was taken aback to see Duan Mianmian. What brings you here? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Duan Mianmian scrutinized her and suddenly burst into laughter.
Oh.
So you are still moonlighting as a servant for the Qiao family. Qing Ci was momentarily stunned, glancing at the watering can in her hand, and swiftly realized that Duan Mianmian had misunderstood her role. She observed Duan Mianmian and Gu Chenyang, both of whom were also present for the banquet. How unfortunate. Continuing to tend to the flowers, Qing Ci chose to ignore them. Duan Mianmian, witnessing Qing Ci's demeanor, felt a sense of superiority. This woman had recently won a competition, yet here she was, reduced to serving? It seemed she must be in dire financial straits. Duan Mianmian stepped closer, inadvertently stepping on a flower. My shoes are quite dirty. Do clean them for me. Duan Mianmian, are you out of your mind? Qing Ci's eyes flashed with anger as she shoved Duan Mianmian, causing her to stumble backward, nearly falling to the ground. Gu Chenyang's quick reflexes allowed him to catch her just in time. He turned to look at Qing Ci, who, despite her simple t-shirt and trousers, exuded a vibrant youthful energy, her pure and unblemished face reminiscent of a pristine lotus blossom, truly breathtaking. Gu Chenyang was momentarily captivated, only snapping back to reality when Duan Mianmian pinched him, prompting him to frown at Qing Ci. Duan Qing Ci, how can you treat a guest in such a manner? Qing Ci merely glanced at them, her expression akin to that of a spectator observing two jesters, and chose not to respond. Duan Mianmian felt a surge of indignation. Today, she was the guest, and Qing Ci was the servant. How dare she regard her with such disdain? Apologize to me at once, or I will have the Qiao family dismiss you. Do you believe me? Duan Mianmian declared haughtily. Gu Chenyang remained silent, tacitly endorsing Duan Mianmian's behavior. He could no longer tolerate Qing Ci's arrogant attitude. Did she think she was the young lady of the Qiao family, looking down upon everyone? The thought of the Qiao family's young lady stirred something in Gu Chenyang's heart. Although she had grown up in the countryside, if she blossomed into beauty, he could consider her. After all, the Qiao family was exceedingly wealthy. His mother had also advised him to forge good connections with the Qiao family today. Duan Qing Ci, you are insufferably arrogant. The Qiao family cannot afford to have a servant like you. Duan Mianmian observed Qing Ci's reluctance to apologize and spied a butler approaching, a gleam of triumph passing through her eyes. The butler hurried over, addressing Qing Ci with urgency. Mississippi, you are the butler here, correct? Duan Mianmian inquired, her tone surprisingly cordial. Just a moment ago, this servant pushed me. Given the status of the Qiao family, it would be prudent to select your servants more carefully. Allowing such individuals to remain in your household will surely offend many. She believed herself to be remarkably considerate, thinking the Qiao family would be grateful for her input. However, the butler regarded her with a complex and somewhat disdainful expression. This is not a matter you should meddle in, and besides, this young lady is our guest. Duan Mianmian's expression shifted slightly. Why were the servants of the Qiao family so arrogant? I am merely offering a friendly reminder. Keeping someone like her employed in the Qiao household is a grave risk. Are all your servants so presumptuous? We are, after all, guests of the Qiao family. And you speak to me in such a manner? Duan Mianmian felt increasingly dissatisfied. Servants should be subservient to guests. The butler regarded Duan Mianmian and Gu Chenyang with an expression akin to that of someone observing the intellectually challenged before respectfully awaiting Qing Ci's instructions. Qing Ci declared, it would be best if such individuals do not enter and disrupt the banquet. Very well, the butler promptly replied, turning to Duan Mianmian and Gu Chenyang with a cold demeanor. You two are requested to leave.
What?
You're expelling us? Duan Mianmian was utterly shocked. We are guests invited by your master. On what grounds do you, a mere butler, have the audacity to throw us out? Chapter 114, Expelled from the Door. If you do not leave immediately, I will call security, the butler stated sternly. Gu Chenyang also found the butler's behavior absurd. What kind of servant expels guests? He grasped Duan Mianmian's hand and headed toward the villa, intending to lodge a complaint. With a snap of his fingers, the butler summoned security, who swiftly surrounded Gu Chenyang and Duan Mianmian, forcibly ejecting them. Guests continued to arrive at the entrance. Gu Chenyang and Duan Mianmian found themselves unceremoniously thrown out, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The surrounding guests were equally astonished. Isn't that the young master of the Gu family? How did he get thrown out? Isn't that the young lady of the Duan family? Have they offended the Qiao family? Gu Chenyang, under the scrutiny of others, felt the heat rise to his face and quickly explained to those he recognized, no, it's just that the Qiao family as servant is being overly oppressive. However, others found his words laughable. How could a servant bully their master? With tears welling in her eyes, Duan Mianmian felt utterly wronged. Brother Chenyang, Duan Qing Ci and her lot are being excessively unreasonable. Do not worry, I will call my father right away, Gu Chenyang replied, his expression darkening. This time, he would ensure Qing Ci faced consequences. As Gu Chenyang dialed, the call connected, and he was met with an angry tirade. Gu Chenyang, you little rascal. What have you done? Dad, what's wrong? Gu Chenyang was bewildered. Xiao Changya has cancelled our collaboration. Our partnership with the Qiao family was already dwindling. And now you want to ruin me? I entrusted you to attend the banquet. What on earth did you do? Gu's voice boomed with fury. Gu Chenyang was left reeling from the verbal assault, his mind spinning. He had no opportunity to retort before the call was abruptly ended, leaving him in a daze. Duan Mianmian leaned closer, having overheard the conversation, her expression one of shock. What just happened, Brother Chenyang? Xiao Changya is the eldest son of the Qiao family, right? Could it be that Gu Chenyang turned to her? What do you understand? I comprehend now. Xiao Changya is intervening on behalf of Duan Qing Ci, Duan Mianmian exclaimed, her face lighting up with realization. Duan Qing Ci must have charmed her way into taking over the Yashalin company, which is under the Qiao Group's umbrella. Therefore, she has aligned herself with Xiao Changya to gain access to Yashalin. Duan Mianmian believed her deduction to be flawless, explaining why they had been expelled. However, Gu Chenyang, while perusing news updates on his phone, wore a solemn expression. Brother Chenyang, what are you looking at? Look, I find it peculiar. Why do they all refer to Duan Qing Ci as Qiao Qing Ci? A chill ran down Gu Chenyang's spine as an ominous premonition washed over him. Humph, Brother Chenyang. You are overthinking it. My adoptive mother's surname is Qiao, so Duan Qing Ci merely takes her mother's surname, Duan Mianmian dismissed. Could it be that Duan Qing Ci has suddenly transformed into the young lady of the Qiao family? Gu Chenyang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, how could such a legendary tale be true? The fact that Xiao Qing Ci has become the mistress of Xiao Changya is truly difficult to accept.
Brother Chenyang.
Do not worry. Xiao Qing Ci frequently associates with that pretty boy. If we inform Xiao Changya, he will undoubtedly expel her, a voice reassured. Unbeknownst to Xiao Changya, who was oblivious to being scrutinized, he sought out Xiao Qing Ci. Upon learning of the situation, he immediately ordered the security personnel to prevent anyone from the Duan or Gu families from entering, and he terminated the collaboration with the Gu family. How audacious for the insignificant Gu family to bully my sister, he exclaimed. Sister, the guests have mostly arrived. Allow me to introduce you to them. Xiao Changya gazed at Xiao Qing Ci with tenderness, to which she nodded in agreement as they made their way back together. At that moment, the guests in the villa's living room were gathered around Xiao Wenyue. The previous engagement banquet had been attended only by those with favorable relations to the Qiao family. Consequently, some were unaware that the eldest daughter of the Qiao family had returned. This banquet was presumed to celebrate Xiao Wenyue's achievements. Wenyue, you are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you have been showered with awards, they exclaimed. Indeed, Wenyue has always been exceptional, came a reply. However, Xiao Wenyue, surrounded by admirers, wore a somewhat forced smile. You may be mistaken, she began awkwardly. The one who has received the award is our newly found sister, Qiao Qing Ci. Upon Xiao Changya's entrance, he publicly announced this revelation. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Qiao Qing Ci, and some recognized her identity with delight. Indeed. The newly discovered daughter of the Qiao family is a master artist. How enviable. The Qiao family's genes are truly extraordinary. The crowd was astounded, and soon they encircled Qing Ci, who maintained an impeccably poised smile as she engaged with them. After navigating through the throngs of admirers, she quickly made her way to Jiang City at lunchtime. Jiang City smiled at Qing Ci, saying, "You've truly worked hard today." "It's nothing. I am gradually getting accustomed to it," Qing Ci replied, acknowledging that such experiences were a rite of passage for a young lady of high society. Before long, Mo Yanqiu and Xiao Yunqi took their seats beside her. "Third brother?" Qing Ci exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Xiao Yunqi, who she thought would be occupied with filming. Yet, he had returned for the banquet. "Yes, I'm back. Sister, you're doing splendidly," he replied cheerfully. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Sister, I am aware of Qiao Wenyue's actions. I never imagined her heart could be so dark. But do not worry, our parents have lost trust in her. Should she engage in any similar antics, she will certainly be expelled." His brother stood firmly by her side. Qing Ci smiled softly. "Brother, I understand. After all, Qiao Wenyue's parents once saved our father. We cannot simply cast her aside due to this incident." Xiao Yunqi sighed, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet, he could not tolerate anyone who would harm his own sister. It seemed they and Xiao Wenyue were always destined to follow different paths, only to be deceived by her adept facade. As the meal commenced, Mo Yanqiu occasionally served Qing Ci her favorite dishes. Across the room, Xiao Chengye received a set of photos on his mobile phone. These images, captured from surveillance footage, depicted Qing Ci and Mo Yanqiu together, accompanied by disparaging remarks about Qing Ci's character. Xiao Chengye's eyes turned icy, and he immediately instructed his assistant to investigate the source of this information. Watching Mo Yanqiu and Qing Ci in lively conversation, he squinted in suspicion. Xiao Chengye called Xiao Yunqi to the garden. "Eldest brother, why did you summon me when we were in the midst of dining?" Xiao Yunqi asked, bewildered. Observing his innocent brother, Xiao Chengye couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that aside from his looks, Xiao Yunqi had inherited none of the family's acumen. "Take a look for yourself," he said, showing him the photos. Xiao Yunqi's expression turned furious. "Someone is watching over my sister? I have already dispatched people to investigate. We will not let that individual go unpunished." "But do you not think that your sister's relationship with Mo Yanqiu is too close?" Xiao Chengye inquired. Xiao Yunqi, looking perplexed, replied, "It seems that way. But Mo Yanqiu has promised to look after her and dine with her. Is that not normal?" Xiao Chengye felt an overwhelming urge to examine Xiao Yunqi's thoughts, curious as to what occupied his mind. "Brother, I understand you harbor reservations about Mo Yanqiu, but he is my good friend. He would never covet my sister." Xiao Yunqi insisted. "Enough," Xiao Chengye thought, feeling exasperated by his brother's naivete. He turned and left. Xiao Yunqi scratched his head, puzzled by his brother's cryptic thoughts. He had been the one to harbor ill intentions, yet it was he who felt discontented. Shaking his head, he returned indoors. After the meal, the younger generation entertained themselves while the elders gathered to play chess and cards. Qing Ci observed Mo Yanqiu, noting that he behaved as usual, devoid of any peculiarities. Leading her to dismiss her earlier concerns, it seemed he had genuinely been intoxicated that day. Despite his remarkable status, Mo Yanqiu exuded a cold demeanor that deterred others from approaching him. It was only when Xiao Yunqi called him over to join the card game that a socialite approached eagerly, exclaiming, "I wish to play as well." Thus, their game commenced. Disinterested in cards, Qiao Qingci ascended the stairs to visit Xiao Yunyu, who was painting in his previous bedroom. Under the sunlight, the canvas came alive with exquisite detail. "Qing Ci?" Xiao Yunyu turned at the sound, his face lighting up with surprise. "You've come." "Yes, second brother, did you paint this?" Xiao Qingci inquired as she stepped closer. "Indeed." Xiao Yunyu replied warmly. "I often paint to pass the time. Goodness, to produce such beauty while passing time. You must be a genius." Xiao Qingci praised sincerely, marveling at his talent. "You flatter me, dear sister," he smiled, his demeanor bright and gentle. Curiously, she asked, "What did you do before?" "I was involved in technological research, working at the National Institute of Technology for a while," he disclosed without hesitation. Xiao Qingci was taken aback. Each of her brothers was indeed extraordinary. Those who worked at the National Institute were among the nation's elite. Had her second brother not faced his unfortunate circumstances, he would undoubtedly be a remarkable talent today. By the way, Qiao Yunhua said, touching his face, after taking your medicine, I feel a warmth in my skin. That is normal. In no time, your skin will gradually recover, Qing Ci replied with a smile. Is it really that miraculous? He asked in surprise. Indeed. This is a new medication we've developed. Were it not for you, I would have been reluctant to use it, she said. After chatting for a while, Qiao Qingkai descended the stairs only to find the socialite leaning in close to Mo Yanchu, nearly brushing against him. Jiang Ziao approached her side, exclaiming, Qingkai, we have a situation. What's wrong? Qiao Qingci asked. I sense that the young lady appears to have an interest in Mr. Mo. While you were away, I observed her subtly flirting with him, Jiang Ziao stated earnestly, determined to protect her friend's interests. Qiao Qingci's expression turned cool as she glanced over. Indeed. The two were in close proximity, exuding an air of intimacy. For reasons she could not fathom, a wave of bitterness and an unnamed fury surged within her. May I join in? Qiao Qingci suddenly inquired. Of course, dear sister, take my seat. Qiao Yunxi immediately relinquished his position. Qiao Chengye glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu and inquired, would you care to join us? Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed for the sake of her good friend. The two of them joined the card game. The socialite cast a sidelong glance at Qiao Qingci, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable smile. Miss Qiao must be quite adept at cards. Do take it easy on us. Not particularly, Qiao Qingci replied nonchalantly, her delicate brows lowered, radiating a beauty akin to a finely painted oil portrait. Soon, the next round commenced. The socialite deliberately targeted Qiao Qingci, yet Qiao Qingci remained undaunted, swiftly claiming victory. The socialite gritted her teeth. Miss Qiao possesses quite the fortune. The next round began promptly. The socialite, now more serious, continued her deliberate pursuit of Qiao Qingci, but it seemed as if Qiao Qingci could read everyone's cards, effortlessly winning once more. The socialite's expression soured as she leaned closer to Mo Yanchu, feigning innocence. Miss Qiao is truly formidable. Mr. Mo, I am no match for her. Qiao Qingkai watched her coquette with Mo Yanchu, her grip on the cards tightening. Yet, Mo Yanchu did not treat the woman with his customary indifference. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, you could use more practice. Then, Mr. Mo, please accompany me for more practice. I shall consider it. Qiao Qingci. The Mo Yanchu of your would never have shown any kindness to women. Why then, was he so amiable towards this one? A pang of hurt welled up in Qiao Qingci's chest as her gaze fixated on Mo Yanchu. I'm done playing, she said coldly, casting aside her cards and departing. Jiang Xiaoyu hurried to catch up with her. Qiao Yunxi scratched his head, perplexed. Did my sister suddenly get upset? But she won, didn't she? Qiao Chengjai observed Qiao Qingkai's retreating figure, gradually understanding the situation. Yet, this clarity only fueled his own irritation. You all carry on. I have matters to attend to. Chapter 117. The first time I saw you jealous. Qiao Yunxi was utterly bewildered. Why was everyone upset? Returning to his seat, he prepared to continue playing. But Mo Yanchu abruptly stood up. I have matters to attend to as well. You all continue. Qiao Yunxi. What was happening? Everyone had something to do all of a sudden. Qiao Qingci stepped outside to breathe in the fresh air, gradually regaining her composure. Jiang Xiaoyu observed her. It's the first time I've seen you jealous. Jealous? Qiao Qingci instinctively retorted. I am not jealous at all. I don't even like him that much. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled silently, finding Qiao Qingci's stubbornness endearingly cute. This girl had always been so strong-willed, with no one by her side. If Mr. Mo could uncover a different side to Qiao Qingci, it would indeed be a blessing. Furthermore, with Mr. Mo's stature, he could certainly protect Qiao Qingci. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned to see someone behind her, surprised but quickly understanding. She nodded and quietly departed. Qiao Qingci, feeling vexed, kicked a pebble on the ground, muttering, We're merely friends. He has only being considerate because of my third brother. Regardless, I do not like him. As she spoke, she plucked a blade of grass from the roadside. Yet, silence lingered in the air, and Qiao Qingci felt a pang of guilt, so she raised her voice. I said I don't like him. After saying this, she turned around, only to find Jiang Xiaoyu absent and instead encountered a face that bore a smirk. Qiao Qingci's eyes widened in shock as she recalled her previous words, wishing she could sink into the ground. Oh my, how embarrassing. When did you arrive? Qiao Qingci forced herself to regain her composure. I was here all along.
Oh.
The silence that followed felt unbearable. Qing Ci remained silent, her heart troubled. I have understood your feelings, Mo Yanchu said. If so, I shall no longer disturb you in the future. His voice, as always, was melodious and refined. Yet Qing Ci detected a hint of distance. Her breath hitched, feeling as if something was constricting her chest. She instinctively grasped his hand, gazing at him. And what about you? When you flirt with others, do you ever think of me? Others? Mo Yanchu raised an eyebrow. Yes. I'm a bit exasperated. You're not going to argue, are you? However, Mo Yanchu suddenly laughed, his dark, beautiful eyes sparkling. It seems you are indeed jealous? Qing Ci paused. Why was everyone insisting she was jealous? How could I be? She raised her voice. I just think what you're doing isn't right. Alright, I understand. Since Qing Ci finds it inappropriate, I shall never behave this way again. A glimmer of mirth flickered in Mo Yanchu's obsidian eyes, suggesting he was in a splendid mood. Yet Qing Ci felt a mixture of embarrassment and irritation, unable to suppress a glare at him before turning to leave. However, her wrist was caught by the warmth of his dry hand. His deep, magnetic voice resounded behind her. Have you pondered over what I spoke of? Qing Ci halted her steps. So, wasn't he drunk? She fell into silence. If you haven't decided, I can grant you more time. He offered in a low tone. Okay. Qing Ci replied suddenly, realizing she truly did not wish to see Mo Yanchu being intimate with other women. Turning to face him, she met his dark gaze. I agree. Mo Yanchu's eyes seemed to light up, a smile spreading across his face. Then, my girlfriend. I hope for your guidance in the future. Qing Ci nodded, feeling a touch of pride. The atmosphere lightened, but just then the socialite approached. Oh, here you are, she said with a beaming smile. Qing Ci frowned slightly, worried she might still pursue Mo Yanchu. You. Qing Ci began to speak, but the socialite interrupted. Sister-in-law. Have you two reconciled? Sister-in-law? Qing Ci was taken aback. What kind of address was that? The socialite glanced at Mo Yanchu. Brother, you two haven't reconciled yet, have you? We have, so you may leave, Mo Yanchu replied coldly. The socialite couldn't help but scoff. How cold. Sister-in-law, I must warn you. Be cautious with someone like him. His indifference can be quite terrifying. Chapter 118. So it turns out, she's Mo Yanchu's sister. If you don't leave, I will have to insist, Mo Yanchu threatened. The socialite immediately paled with fear. Then I shall take my leave now. Until the socialite departed, Qing Ci remained in a daze, staring at Mo Yanchu, who cleared his throat. This is my sister. By blood, he added. Qing Ci's eyes widened slowly. Recalling her earlier jealousy, she suddenly felt exceedingly embarrassed. Then why does she call you Mr. Mo? She cannot reveal her identity in public, Mo Yanchu explained casually. I see. Qing Ci pursed her lips, feeling increasingly childish about her previous behavior. Mo Yanchu observed the myriad of emotions flitting across her face, fully aware of her thoughts. He embraced her. Qing Ci. I am delighted that you can feel jealous. Qing Ci sensed his warmth and the fragrant aroma of his cologne. She wanted to retort, but seeing him so pleased, she decided against it. She closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility of the moment. After a leisurely stroll, they returned home, only to be met by an unexpected visitor. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone watched the two individuals seated on the sofa. A young woman in a striking red dress, radiantly beautiful, and an older woman, perhaps in her 40s, they appeared to be mother and daughter. At that moment, Mrs. Qiao sat opposite them, her expression grim as she engaged in conversation. Qiao Changye and Qiao Yunqi approached, while others watched with amusement. Qing Ci furrowed her brow, unsure of the identities of the mother and daughter, yet sensing an ominous vibe. Mo Yan lowered her head and said, These individuals hail from the Feng family who have a betrothal with your second brother. Given their demeanor today, it is highly likely they have come to annul the engagement. Such arrangements are not uncommon among affluent families. However, to dissolve the engagement at this juncture, what will become of my second brother? Madame Qiao interjected, her voice laced with icy disdain. Madame Feng, are you truly intending to call off the engagement now? It was your husband who sought this union in the first place. Her fury was palpable, her words unrestrained. The Feng family and the Qiao family were not of the same caliber in Jiangcheng. The Fengs could at best be considered a middling aristocracy. This union was a case of the Feng family striving to elevate themselves by allying with the Qiao family. The Qiao family had consented to the match, based on the camaraderie between Old Man Feng and Old Man Qiao, as well as the shared upbringing of Feng Qingqing and Qiao Yunqi. Madame Qiao, such sentiments are misplaced. Who could have predicted that Qiao Yunxue would metamorphose into this? Madame Feng responded with a feigned smile that barely masked her contempt. My daughter is still quite young. It would be unreasonable to expect her to remain in mourning indefinitely. At this remark, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Qiao Changya and Qiao Yunxi's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. The audacity of the Feng family to speak thus on the Qiao family's territory was beyond comprehension. Madame Qiao felt a surge of dizziness from her anger. Had Madame Feng approached her privately with a gentle request to annul the engagement, she might have considered it. However, to insult her son in front of a throng of guests was a blatant affront to the Qiao family's dignity. Fuming, she retorted, Madame Feng, have you forgotten that our Yunxue risked everything to save Qingqing? Were it not for him, Qingqing would have perished long ago. Feng Qingqing, hearing these words, pressed her lips together, a wave of agitation and embarrassment washing over her. Madame Feng gently patted her daughter's hand and addressed Madame Qiao. Indeed, Qingqing has hesitated to part ways with him all these years, but Qiao Yunxue has already squandered so much of her youth. It cannot continue like this. You people. The injustice of it all struck Qiao Yunxue deeply. He had saved a life, sacrificing his own future in the process, and they could so easily dismiss it. Madame Qiao's breath quickened with indignation. Qiao Yunxi studied her, turning to the Feng family in a fit of rage. Does the Feng family possess no conscience? Before he could finish, Qiao Changya interrupted, casting a cold gaze upon them, a chill in his voice. Without my second brother's intervention, she would have perished. What youth are you even speaking of? The Feng family has truly lost all sense of shame. The surrounding guests, who were aligned with the Qiao family, began to mock the Fengs. How shameless can the Feng family be? Are they not concerned about their standing among the aristocracy?
Indeed.
We all know that Feng Qingqing pursued Qiao Yunxue for his promising future. Now that he seems less desirable, they are ready to cast him aside. TSK. Feng Qingqing felt her face flush with anger and humiliation at the scornful remarks, realizing how easily others judged her. If they were in her position, with a disfigured and disabled fiancé, they would likely flee even faster. She had devoted herself to Qiao Yunxue for so many years. It was time for her to seek her own happiness. With a pleading look, she turned to her mother. Madame Feng felt a twinge of discomfort, but was resolute. I understand your grievances, but it was not Qingqing who begged Qiao Yunxue for help. She is now of marrying age. I cannot allow this to drag on any longer. Madame Qiao, as a mother, you should comprehend my stance. I cannot condone such heartlessness. Madame Qiao scoffed. Chapter 119. Gratitude turns to enmity. Madame Feng, feeling the sting of derision, faltered, then I refuse to cancel this engagement. Madame Qiao seethed with rage, vowing that such an ungrateful family would not be allowed to prosper. I agree. Suddenly, a voice emerged from upstairs, causing a stir. Everyone turned in astonishment to see the figure in a wheelchair descending from the elevator, specially installed for Qiao Yunxue's convenience. He was clad in a hat and mask, yet his presence still exuded a refined grace reminiscent of his prime, igniting a flicker of admiration among the onlookers. But the thought of the decaying skin concealed beneath his clothing evoked pity in their hearts. Upon seeing Qiao Yunxue, Feng Qingqing felt a stir of emotions. He was the man she had once loved sincerely, the object of many women's affections in Jiangcity. Alas, fate had been cruel. Had he not changed so drastically, she would never have contemplated annulling their engagement. At that moment, gazing at Qiao Yunxue, she could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Yunxue, I am so sorry. No need for apologies. From this point forward, we are no longer aligned, he replied, his usually warm voice imbued with a note of distance. Feng Qingqing's heart ached, as if something profoundly precious had been lost. After delivering his words, Qiao Yunxue turned and left. Madame Qiao, overwhelmed with sorrow, cast an even harsher glare at Madame Feng. Since Yunxue has expressed his sentiments, you may leave. From this day forward, we are severing all ties. Madame Feng, feeling cornered, said, I understand your anger, but I hope you can appreciate that this is for our children. Confronted by the disdainful expressions of the gathered crowd, Madame Feng fell silent, hastily departing with Feng Qingqing. How revolting! The Feng family will not be spared. I will inform my father and ensure we cease all collaboration with them, someone remarked. Yet another person, observing the Feng family's retreat, suddenly spoke up. I believe I understand why the Feng family has suddenly gained such audacity. A relative of mine mentioned seeing Feng Qingqing with a young master from the capital. Really? The families from the capital are immensely powerful. Anyone from there could easily overshadow those from Jiangcheng. The expressions of the crowd shifted with concern. If Feng Qingqing truly had ties with a young master from the capital, the annulment made perfect sense, as they would no longer fear offending the Qiao family. Madame Qiao rubbed her temples, while Qiao Qingci stepped forward to massage her head. Mother, do not be disheartened. Such individuals will inevitably face retribution, Qiao Qingci reassured her gently. Listening to her daughter's words, Madame Qiao felt a semblance of tranquility wash over her. You are right. They will surely reap what they sow. Please, take some time to rest. Very well. Madame Qiao nodded and ascended the stairs. Determined to check on Qiao Yunxue, the Feng family must not be allowed to remain unscathed. A glimmer of righteous fury flickered in Qiao Chengye's eyes. Those who dared to bully his family would not be spared. Qiao Yunxi readily agreed. Mo Yen, observing their resolve, maintained his composed demeanor. I shall inquire as to who is so enamored with the Feng family. This time, Qiao Chengye did not refuse. Mo Yan's connections in the capital far surpassed theirs. Qiao Qingci watched them, her gaze contemplative. She was not overly concerned about the Feng family. Feng Qingqing would undoubtedly come to regret her actions. What she needed now was to find a way to expedite her second brother's recovery. Once he regained his health, Feng Qingqing would realize her folly. Even among the guests, there was a shared sense of indignation for Qiao Yunxue. However, Qiao Wenya was engrossed in conversation with her friends, her face betraying little concern. Qiao Chengye observed this and felt a twinge of disdain. Qiao Yunxue was a gentle soul who had taken it upon himself to help Qiao Wenya integrate into the family when she first arrived. This young lady was truly an ungrateful wretch. Ultimately, this incident was merely a fleeting episode, and the atmosphere in the living room soon returned to its lively state. Qiao Qingci picked up various games from the others, and the joyous moments passed swiftly. As evening descended and dinner approached, guests gathered to dine. Qiao Wenya approached Qiao Qingci with a wine glass in hand, her expression one of contrition. Sister, I previously harbored many misunderstandings towards you. I sincerely apologize. Allow me to toast to you. As she spoke, one hand inadvertently brushed against the rim of Qiao Qingci's cup. Chapter 120. Qiao Wenji's Treachery. Qiao Qingci distinctly observed a powdery substance descending. After taking a sip of her drink, Qiao Wenji was met with applause from Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, Wenji is truly a person of character. After all, you are sisters. Let us get along well from now on. Qingci, since both Wenji and I have had a drink, you should join us as well. Yes, do have a drink, her circle of friends urged. Qiao Qingci gazed at the wine glass, finding the juvenile ploy amusing. It was rather tedious. Nevertheless, since they anticipated her participation so eagerly, she lifted the glass. Upon witnessing her take a sip, Qiao Wenji's tense demeanor immediately relaxed, a smile curving her lips. Sister, let us cherish our relationship moving forward. I shall regard you as my dearest sister. Qiao Wenji said with heartfelt sincerity. Very well. Qiao Qingci replied nonchalantly. After her statement, Qiao Wenji returned to her own table. As Qiao Qingci continued to eat, she suddenly appeared somewhat drowsy. Qingci, are you tired? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired. I suppose I am a bit. At that moment, Qiao Wenji approached again, saying, Sister, you look weary. Allow me to assist you upstairs to rest. After a day of festivities, you must be exhausted. Jiang Xiaoyu felt inclined to refuse, sensing that Qiao Wenji was not a well-meaning individual. However, Qiao Qingci preemptively agreed, all right. Qiao Wenji smiled as she helped Qiao Qingci ascend the stairs. Jiang Xiaoyu watched their departure with an unsettling feeling in her heart. On the second floor, Qiao Wenji guided Qiao Qingci into a guest room. This is not my room, Qiao Qingci mumbled, still somewhat dazed. No one is here. Qiao Wenji's gentle facade abruptly vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. No, Qiao Qingci, I have tolerated you for far too long. Today marks your disappearance. With that, she forcefully pushed Qiao Qingci inside and locked the door. Hearing the knocking from within, Qiao Wenji scoffed derisively. She had prepared a surprise for Qiao Qingci, a surprise that would render her unable to remain in the Qiao family or the upper echelons of society. Elated, Qiao Wenji turned and descended the stairs, immediately rushing to Mo Yanchu's side. Yanchu Gij, I am quite worried. Something seems amiss with my sister. Upon hearing the word sister, Mo Yanchu's handsome features shifted with concern, his tone becoming vigilant. What is wrong with her? Qiao Wenji, feeling a pang of jealousy, quickly replied, "Sister is unwell. Come with me to check on her." Without hesitation, Mo Yanchu rose to his feet. Xiao Wenji maintained her anxious demeanor as she opened the door to her room. "I noticed that my sister looked exhausted, so I brought her to my room to rest." Mo Yanchu followed her inside. Suddenly, Xiao Wenji turned around and abruptly flung the object in her hand. Mo Yanchu seemed to lose all strength in an instant, collapsing to the ground. He looked at Xiao Wenji in disbelief. Mo Yanchu, you cannot blame me." Xiao Wenji locked the door and slowly approached him, crouching down to gaze at the face that had captivated her for so long, gently caressing it. "I have liked you for such a long time. There must be an explanation. Rest assured, I will ensure we live happily together." With that, she cupped his face and leaned in, her lips nearly brushing against his. Xiao Wenji's heart raced with exhilaration. After years of dreaming, her fantasy was about to become reality. Once she became the young mistress of the Mo family, she would no longer need to cater to the whims of the Qiao family. Meanwhile, Qing Ci and the others would only be able to look up at her. Just then, darkness enveloped her, and she abruptly lost consciousness. Downstairs, Lin Xiaoxiao patiently awaited the passage of time, the sole individual aware of Xiao Wenji's scheme. She harbored a deep disdain for Qing Ci, and realizing that Xiao Wenji was not as weak and pitiable as she had initially perceived, she decided to aid her friend. After all, if Xiao Wenji were to marry into the Mo family, it would also benefit her. As Lin Xiaoxiao checked the time, she sent a message to Xiao Wenji but received no reply. With a scoff, she thought, perhaps the girl is so enraptured with Mo Yanchu that she has forgotten to check her messages. Regardless, the time had come. "I am feeling a bit fatigued. I shall rest with Wenji for a while," Lin Xiaoxiao announced to her friends. "Would you like to join me?" The other girls hesitated. Their relationship with Xiao Wenji not yet strong enough for such familiarity. "It's all right. We are all friends, and there are guest rooms available. Come along," Lin Xiaoxiao suggested. With that, they no longer felt the need to be polite. The Qiao family's quarters must be splendidly arranged. They ascended the staircase. Lin Xiaoxiao entered the guest room, a smirk playing on her lips as she anticipated the scene about to unfold. She flung open the door and, as expected, beheld a man and a woman entwined in a naked embrace, the man's face unremarkable and even somewhat unattractive. The girls behind her gasped in unison. "Ah." Chapter 121, A Loss of Face. Their exclamations startled those downstairs. Curiosity piqued, some inquired, "What is happening upstairs?" Xiao Qingji frowned and made his way up. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. "Who are you, committing adultery in this place?" "This is the Qiao family's guest room." The other girls felt a surge of embarrassment, wondering if they were indeed Qiao family servants. Upon seeing Xiao Changya approach, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly stated, "Brother Changya, someone is engaging in illicit activities here. It is utterly outrageous." Xiao Changya furrowed his brow, surprised along with the entourage behind him. Attending a banquet only to discover such scandalous news was shocking. The audacity of these servants, carrying on in the guest room, warranted immediate dismissal. "They must be reported to the authorities. How shameless!" they exclaimed. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a rush of pride. She had not anticipated their scheme would unfold so successfully. However, her expression shifted to one of embarrassment and urgency. "Brother Changya, these two are outrageous. Please throw them out." "Wait, who is that woman?" "She seems to be Qing Ci." Her words instantly captured everyone's attention, their gazes laden with unspoken understanding. Lin Xiaoxiao, driven by curiosity, approached with determined steps, seizing the woman's shoulder to pull her away from the man. Everyone craned their necks to see. If it truly were Qiao Qingkai engaging in an affair with a servant, it would indeed be sensational news. Lin Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a triumphant smile, but upon recognizing the woman's face, she was left aghast. "How is this possible?" Lin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, disbelief flooding her eyes. "This cannot be." The others soon understood, and the girls were equally astonished to realize it was Wenji. At that moment, Xiao Wenji remained in a semi-conscious state, while the man beside her was equally bewildered, quickly covering himself with a quilt. Heavens! Who would have thought that the one caught in an affair with a servant would be Xiao Wenji? Is she truly such a person behind closed doors? She always appeared so lofty. Considering her previous treachery against Qing Ci, it becomes somewhat understandable. Perhaps she has resigned herself. "I am repulsed. How disgusting are these two?" Lin Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words, noting Xiao Qingji's darkened expression, realizing that this time, it was all over for them. Yet, she still attempted to clarify. Brother Qing Ci, this must surely be a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Wake her up. Xiao Changya, already harboring discontent against Xiao Wenji for her scheming against Xiao Qingci, was appalled to discover that she was engaging in such activities within their home. He yanked the quilt to cover Xiao Wenji. A servant, upon hearing this, hastily fetched cold water and splashed it onto Xiao Wenji's face. Startled by the sudden cold, Xiao Wenji gradually regained consciousness, staring blankly at the multitude before her. Her heart surged with surprise. She sensed her lack of clothing and, upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, understood that events were unfolding just as they had planned. The guests tonight were initially drawn to the sight of Xiao Qingci in a compromising position with a vagabond, only to later discover her together with Mo Yanchu. At that moment, Xiao Qingci's reputation lay in shambles, while she herself could secure a marriage into the Mo family. However, she sensed something amiss in Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze. What was the matter? Xiao Wenyang feigned ignorance, asking, "Why are you all here?" Xiao Changya, looking exceptionally dark-faced and unable to contain his fury, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Xiao Wenyang's face. "Brother!" Xiao Wenyang exclaimed in shock. She had never been struck before in her own home. Covering her face in disbelief, she couldn't fathom such a reaction from Xiao Changya regarding her impending marriage into the Mo family. Tears welled in her eyes as she bit her lip in grievance. "Brother, what do you mean by this?" "Then explain what you mean," she retorted defiantly. "We are indeed together." With unwavering conviction, Xiao Wenyang insisted that the Mo family must marry her. The guests exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. My goodness! Xiao Wenyang's tastes were so obscure, finding attraction in such a clearly unsavory older man. Some even felt a wave of nausea. Xiao Changya was left speechless from anger. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly attempted to pull Xiao Wenyang back. "Wenyang, don't act like this." Perplexed, Xiao Wenyang wondered why Lin Xiaoxiao was saying this. According to their plan, she was supposed to support her. "Is it so unusual that we are together?" she asserted, only to catch a familiar figure at the doorway out of the corner of her eye. Mo Yanchu, clad in a tailored black suit, stood resplendently among the crowd. Yet, Xiao Wenyang froze in place. Mo Yanchu was at the entrance? Then who was she with? Spinning around, she was met with the sight of the vagabond sprawled on the bed. He was the man she had located, and she recognized him instantly. Chapter 122, The Plan Fails. Xiao Wenyang's mind exploded in shock. Looking down at herself, she realized she was not dressed, and the vagabond was also covering himself, clearly unclothed. Had she just been with the vagabond?
No.
What was happening? What are you doing here? Xiao Wenyang cried in despair, her distorted expression startling everyone. The vagabond averted his gaze from her, stammering, I don't know. What's going on, Xiao Wenyang? A woman's voice inquired from the doorway. Didn't you just say you were with him? Why deny it now? Turning back, Xiao Wenyang found Xiao Qingci standing at the entrance alongside Mo Yanchu, appearing so perfectly matched. Yet, it felt as though she were staring at a ghost. Xiao Qingci should have been here, but she stood there with Mo Yanchu, as if nothing had transpired. After a few seconds of mental paralysis, Xiao Wenyang snapped back to reality. I understand now. It was you. It was you, Xiao Qingci. You set me up. Lin Xiaoxiao instantly grasped the situation, glaring at Xiao Qingci. Xiao Qingci, Wenyang is your sister. How could you design such a scheme against her? You are utterly inhumane. The guests turned their complex gazes toward Xiao Qingci. At that moment, Madame Xiao and Xiao Yanfei arrived. They had been aware of the chaos, but witnessing it firsthand still stirred Madame Xiao's anger. The Xiao family had always been united. When had such a scandal ever occurred? Spotting them, Xiao Wenyang felt as though she had found salvation. Father, mother, Xiao Qingci is framing me. Boo-hoo, she wants to ruin me. Lin Xiaoxiao chimed in, Uncle. Wenyang only brought Xiao Qingci upstairs because she was tired, but unexpectedly, Xiao Qingci maliciously set her up, making her appear with a vagabond. It's simply despicable. Xiao Wenyang wept pitifully, eliciting sympathy from some guests. Xiao Qingci, however, chuckled coldly, her tone casual yet imposing. You accuse me of framing you? Just a moment ago. You stated you were with him. We all heard you, did we not? The guests' expressions were indeed complex. They had heard her. Xiao Wenyang's rage nearly made her spit blood. Xiao Qingci was clearly doing this on purpose. I was drugged. I thought I was with the one I loved, but it turned out to be him. Xiao Qingci, you drugged me and made me hallucinate. Xiao Wenyang shouted. Lin Xiaoxiao echoed. With Wenyang's status, how could she possibly be interested in such an old man? Qing Ci. Your malice is beyond measure. You're trying to ruin Wenyang. Xiao Wenyang's heartbreaking sobs moved some guests. Lin Xiaoxiao's argument was not without merit. The disparity between Xiao Wenyang and this man was insurmountable, making their union impossible. Could it truly be Qing Ci's scheme? If so, then the Qiao family's own daughter was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. The guests' gazes toward Qing Ci grew increasingly wary. Yet, Qing Ci remained unperturbed. Her pristine visage illuminated by the lights, appearing even more stunning. She spoke softly, very well, even if I did drug her. It was Lin Xiaoxiao who brought everyone to this room, was it not? Clearly this incident is a setup. With someone scheming in this room, while another led people in to witness it. Lin Xiaoxiao is Wenyang's friend. Could I command her to act this way? Her words were logical and irrefutable, leaving Lin Xiaoxiao almost speechless. Xiao Wenyang gritted her teeth. Xiaoxiao's presence here may have been coincidental. Even if she hadn't come, you would have brought someone else. Tears streamed down her face as she cried pitifully. I know I'm a thorn in your side. But you could have just told me directly. There was no need to set me up like this. How am I supposed to live now? I might as well die. Xiao Wenyang's heart brimmed with hatred. Suddenly, she hurled herself toward the wall. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly caught her. Wenyang, don't be foolish. Qing Ci is the one who schemed against you. You can't just accept your fate like this. Qing Ci is the one who deserves to pay the price. Lin Xiaoxiao said, heartbroken.
I'm fine.
What's the point of living like this? Xiao Wenyang leaned against Lin Xiaoxiao, her face ashen, tears flowing freely. This scene stirred discomfort in the hearts of many. Sensing the shift in sentiment from the crowd, Xiao Wenyang smirked inwardly. She had changed her mind. Even if she could not ruin Qing Ci's reputation this time, she would ensure to tarnish Qing Ci's name. Chapter 123. Is this how Qing Ci treats Xiao Wenyang? Xiao Wenyang is, after all, your brother's daughter. Someone spoke up to Qiao Yanfei, unable to watch any longer. Others chimed in. Indeed, Qing Ci has returned. If she dislikes Wenyang, she could simply let her stay elsewhere, but taking it this far is truly inappropriate. Xiao Yanfei's handsome, mature face remained steady, his voice heavy. Everyone, please remain calm. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Investigate? The truth is evident. The crowd sympathized with Xiao Wenyang but hesitated to openly contradict Xiao Yanfei. Lin Xiaoxiao, however, dared to retort, Uncle, look at how Wenyang is now. Do you still not believe Qing Ci is responsible? Do you think she chose to be with this old man herself? Do you really believe that? Her last question was directed at everyone present, and they all shook their heads in agreement. Yes, Xiao Wenyang deserves an explanation. If something truly happens to her, it won't be good for anyone. Seeing Xiao Wenyang's desperate demeanor, the guests voiced their concerns. Xiao Yanfei's expression darkened. Qing Ci was the first to approach the bed, gazing at the man. Do we know each other? The man, initially planning to follow through with his scheme, had hoped to seduce a woman and earn some money. A fine job indeed. Yet, when Qing Ci entered the room, he had aimed to take action against her, only to find himself swiftly knocked unconscious. Now he awoke to this scene. Trembling under Qing Ci's frostbitten gaze, he stammered, yes. Then, do you have my contact information? Qing Ci countered. The man retorted, it was you who contacted me. You said that once this deal was completed, you would pay me. Do you have any recordings? You forbade me from recording. Xiao Wenyang cast a cold glance at Qing Ci. Qing Ci, do you really think that a few questions can exonerate you? Today is a deadlock. There is absolutely no way for you to escape. Qing Ci, what pretense are you putting on? Spare me your nonsense, and just tell me how we are to resolve today's events. Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed. Qing Ci looked down at Xiao Wenyang with an air of superiority. I am giving you one last opportunity to reveal your own scheme. Xiao Wenyang's expression turned ashen. Qing Ci, even at this moment, you still refuse to admit your guilt and intend to frame me. Do you wish for my demise? I could die right now, if that would spare you and your family from my presence. With that, she hurled herself violently against the wall. Gasps of shock echoed among the guests, and many prepared to intervene. Lin Xiaoxiao, standing closest, quickly stepped in to block Xiao Wenyang. Xiao Wenyang wept uncontrollably, her cries piercing the air. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sympathy. Wenyang, please don't cry. We are here today to ensure you receive justice. Her words were resolute, her gaze pleadingly directed at the guests by the entrance, who were evidently moved. Should Qiao Wenya truly perish here, they would undoubtedly regret not aiding a young life. Even if the Qiao family was involved, they could not stand idly by. Mr. Qiao, look at Wenya. If she were to die, wouldn't you be implicated as well? I understand you've just found your daughter and must be heartbroken, but Wenya is a person too. The crowd began to voice their concerns. Qiao Yanfei's face darkened as he scrutinized them. Qiao Wenya sobbed, Qing Ci remained aloof, and the man on the bed appeared frantic. The guests rallied for Qiao Wenya's plight. Having been in business for years, Qiao Yanfei's discerning eye had already formed suspicions. You are all prominent figures in Jiangcheng. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. It was Qiao Wenya who led Qing Ci upstairs, and it was she who brought Mo Yanchu up as well. She was the instigator in this affair. Yet you presume this to be Qing Ci's conspiracy? His voice carried an instructive tone. Qiao Wenya was taken aback that, even at this juncture, Qiao Yanfei was still defending Qing Ci. To her, it felt grossly unfair. Her frustration reached a boiling point. Fine. If you do not believe me, then I have nothing more to say. After all this, I cannot possibly continue living. I shall repay your kindness in my next life. As she finished speaking, she attempted to resort to her previous tactics once more. Just then a voice, somewhat mechanical, rang out. Ah, little beauty, you've arrived. The voice belonged to a vagabond. It emanated from the phone that Qing Ci had raised. Staring at it, Qiao Wenya's mind momentarily froze.
Who are you?
Next came Qing Ci's voice. Who I am is of no concern to you. Just know that I intend to ensure you have a rather pleasant time today. The man's tone was undeniably lewd. Yet in the next moment, he suddenly screamed, and the sound cut off. Chapter 124, Evidence. Qing Ci spoke calmly. The wine Qiao Wenya gave me felt off, so I activated the recording beforehand. Upon entering, I discovered a stranger in this room. I immediately subdued him and made my escape. I intended to call the police, but given the banquet at home today, I did not wish to disturb the festivities. I planned to confine him here and report it after the event concluded. Qiao Wenya stared at Qing Ci in disbelief, her eyes nearly bulging out. This wretched woman had suspected her all along. The recording indeed served as evidence, causing the guests' expressions to shift, their eyes filled with suspicion. Who among these two sisters was the true villain? I had no idea anyone was here. Qiao Wenya cried out.
Qing Ci.
Perhaps you and this man conspired together to frame me. I refuse to accept this. I too have something for everyone to hear, Mo Yanchu interjected as he approached. Qiao Wenya frowned at his unexpected presence. Mo Yanchu activated his phone and played a recording. Mo Yanchu, you cannot blame me. I have harbored feelings for you for so long. There must be accountability. Rest assured, I orchestrated this scheme, but I will treat you well moving forward. These words ignited a fervor among the guests, akin to a drop of water hitting a boiling pot of oil. Mo Yanchu continued. I found it peculiar. Qiao Wenya was never truly kind to Qing Ci. After summoning me upstairs, she suddenly sprinkled powder on me. I knew something was amiss. So, I recorded her subsequent words without taking a breath. This revelation stripped Qiao Wenya bare before the crowd, leaving her utterly exposed. Lin Xiaoxiao fell silent, realizing that Qiao Wenya's scheme had unraveled. If she continued to speak on her behalf, the guests would surely suspect her involvement in the plot. Thus, it became evident that the entire scheme had originated with Qiao Wenya. She had underestimated the consequences of her actions, attempting to manipulate the sympathy of others to tarnish Qing Ci's reputation. The guests were incensed. They were all influential figures in the business world, yet they had been deftly maneuvered by a single woman. Someone scoffed. Indeed, raising a foster daughter for too long can lead to trouble. To become the legitimate lady of the house, you would scheme against even the biological daughter. And as for you, Mr. Mo, do you truly believe you can be so easily outmaneuvered? Qiao Yanfei's arms tensed, veins bulging, and before he could act, Madame Qiao had already rushed to confront Qiao Wenya. With a resounding slap, she struck Qiao Wenya across the face. Qiao Wenya covered her cheek, her gaze towards Madame Qiao filled with venom. What right do you have to hit me? Madame Qiao was taken aback by the hatred in Qiao Wenya's eyes. She had always been the obedient and understanding child. So this is your true nature, Qiao Wenya? I never expected that after nurturing you for so many years, you would turn out to be such an ingrate. Madame Qiao lamented with a heavy heart.
Ha!
With her scheme exposed, Qiao Wenya chose to abandon the charade, laughing coldly, her eyes glinting with malice. Ingrate?
How dare you say that to me?
Have you ever truly cared for me? Ever since Qing Ci returned, Your heart has belonged to her. You urged me to cancel my engagement with the Mo family while allowing Qing Ci to grow close to Mo Yanchu. You are all so vicious. I was merely your entertainment, while Qing Ci is your true daughter. The Qiao family stood in stunned silence, including Qiao Changya and Qiao Yunqi, who had not anticipated such bitterness from Qiao Wenya. Were all her previous displays of kindness merely a facade? At that moment, someone unexpected spoke up. Qiao Wenya, how much do you spend on dance lessons each year? Hundreds of thousands?
Million?
What is your monthly allowance? Is it tens of thousands or more? Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward, looking down at Qiao Wenya with disdain. Those clothes you wear must cost several thousand, right? Do you know how much Qing Ci's clothes cost? We bought them together at a roadside stall for mere dozens. Qing Ci has no allowance. She earns all her expenses herself. She is the legitimate young lady of the Qiao family, yet has endured hardship for 20 years, while you, not even part of the Qiao family, enjoy the privileges of a daughter. What right do you have to feel that the Qiao family should not treat Qing Ci well? Among the affluent guests, the notion of clothing costing only a few dozen became unfathomable, and their gazes towards Qing Ci shifted to one of pity and sympathy. The young lady was truly unfortunate. After finally returning home, she had to contend with a foster daughter like this. If I were her, I would certainly cast this foster daughter out. Someone remarked.
Qiao Wenya,
Stop pretending to be the victim. Previously, you conspired against Qing Ci, pushing her down the stairs and preventing her from attending the international dance competition. The fact that she even permitted you to stay at the Qiao family home was already a tremendous favor. Yet, it is utterly unforeseen that your heart could be so malevolent, devising such a cruel scheme to tarnish her reputation. Chapter 125. Qiao Wenya's Descent into Madness. A chill enveloped Qiao Wenyaz. A suffocating weight settled upon her chest, leaving her in great discomfort. How could these people speak of her in such a manner? They were merely voicing their opinions from a place of comfort. Had they faced her plight, they would have acted similarly. Mo Yanchu stood tall and regal, exuding an aura of icy nobility. He spoke slowly, his voice devoid of emotion, yet frigid. Furthermore, the Qiao family annulled your engagement because I do not harbor affection for you. However, Qing Ci is different. This statement struck Qiao Wenyaz like a hammer blow. She abruptly spat out blood, her mind a blank. Why must the world treat her so unfairly? The injustice was unbearable. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a fruit knife nearby. Ha ha, you all are wretches. You deserve to die. If I am to be ruined, then let you all perish alongside me. Qiao Wenyaz laughed maniacally as she lunged for the knife, aiming to stab Qing Ci with brutal intent. Gasps filled the air. Qing Ci! Mrs. Qiao cried out in anguish. Qing Ci's eyes flickered, and just as she prepared to move, a figure appeared before her. Mo Yanchu seized the knife from Qiao Wenyaz's grasp. She gazed at him, tall and handsome, unchanged over the years, always a standout in any crowd. A bitter smile graced her lips as she pondered. Mo Yanchu, do you truly favor her so? Mo Yanchu remained silent. Blood trickled from his fingers as he wrenched the knife away and then kicked Qiao Wenyaz aside with tremendous force. She crashed against the wall and promptly lost consciousness.
Montag Yanchu.
Qing Ci rushed to inspect his hand, which had once been as exquisite as a work of art, now flowing with blood. Her concern was palpable. You are such a fool. I could have dodged. I was frightened, Mo Yanchu replied, his icy gaze warming as he looked at her. Mrs. Qiao sighed in relief, her legs buckling as she nearly collapsed, only to be steadied by Qiao Yanfei. Qiao Changya summoned a doctor to tend to Mo Yanchu's injuries, and then called the police to escort Qiao Wenyaz and the homeless man away. The guests, sensing the gravity of the situation, began to take their leave. As the doctor bandaged Mo Yanchu's hand, Qiao Yunqi expressed his gratitude nearby. Upon seeing his elder brother return after bidding farewell to the guests, he hurried over. Brother, did you see? Today, thanks to Yanchu, you always have your reservations about him. Please reconsider. Qiao Changye glanced over to see Qing Ci anxiously asking Mo Yanchu if it hurt. He managed a strained smile, appearing somewhat troubled a bit. I wonder if eating will be difficult in the future. Come to my house for dinner, Qing Ci offered, feeling guilty. You were injured because of me. I should take care of you. Would that be too much trouble? Not at all. Very well, Mo Yanchu hesitated before agreeing. Qiao Changye took a deep breath, rubbing his temples. He realized that although his sister was formidable, at her core, she was as naive as the third brother. Wishing to avoid further conversation, he ascended the stairs. Returning to the sofa, Qing Ci suddenly received a message.
Why?
He exclaimed. What is it, third brother? Qing Ci inquired. Qing Ci, displeased, replied, I had someone design a dress for you, but they outright refused. Do they think my offer was too low? Qing Ci fell silent. Never mind. I will find someone else. Wait, third brother, I have too many clothes already. I believe it suffices to buy a few random pieces. Very well. I shall heed my sister's opinion and transfer the funds directly to you, Qing Ci declared. Without allowing Qing Ci to respond, he immediately sent over 10 million. Qing Ci felt a surge of joy. He was determined to outdo the amount given by the elder brother. Qing Ci was somewhat astonished. Good heavens, his pay should be around 10 million as well. Third brother. Sister, you must accept it. From now on, let us buy expensive clothing, Qing Ci stated earnestly. Qing Ci's throat tightened, but after a moment, she slowly nodded. Qing Ci ascended the stairs first. After the doctor finished bandaging Mo Yanchu, the hour grew late, and he took his leave. The once lively villa fell silent once more. Unexpectedly, so much had transpired in such a brief time. Qing Ci initially intended to keep Jiang City, but sensing the overwhelming events of the day, Jiang City excused herself. Qing Ci then went to check on Mrs. Chiao. It was evident that she had suffered a significant blow. She knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice called from inside. It's me, mother.
Come in.
Upon entering, Qing Ci found Mrs. Chiao and Xiao Yanfei seated on the sofa. Mrs. Chiao's eyes were red-rimmed, yet her warmth towards Qing Ci remained unwavering. Qing Ci, what brings you here? Were you frightened today? Her tenderness was a constant, not only towards her children, but also towards Qiao Wenyas. In that moment, Qing Ci felt a surge of anger. How could someone so gentle be subjected to such cruelty? Mother, I came to see you, Qing Ci spoke softly. My dear daughter, you are truly wonderful. I am all right. Though somewhat shocked, however, that cannot alter anyone's perception. Mrs. Chiao sighed, gazing at Qing Ci with concern. Instead, I find myself regretting whether I should have allowed Wenyas to go out earlier. Perhaps this incident could have been avoided. Mother, her character is already set in stone. If you had allowed her to go out, she would only have grown more suspicious, Qing Ci replied quietly. This is her issue, not yours. It is fortunate you reacted swiftly today. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to clear your name. Mrs. Chiao embraced Qing Ci, lamenting, home should be the most relaxing place. Yet I have made you feel so burdened every moment. Please do not say such things, mother. Being with you brings me immense happiness, Qing Ci reassured her. Her gaze softening. I adore you. Mrs. Chiao was moved. My daughter is truly exceptional. Xiao Yanfei silently observed the two, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. His efforts were all aimed at the happiness of his family. Qing Ci, Wenyas will not return. You need not worry any longer, Xiao Yanfei asserted decisively. If anyone dares to bully you again, inform me immediately. Even if it's your elder brothers, I will ensure they are expelled. All right, Qing Ci chuckled. At that moment, Qing Ci and Xiao Chengya, who had been approaching to check on Mrs. Chiao, exchanged glances and silently retreated. Indeed, our parents do not require them. After spending some time with Mrs. Chiao, Qing Ci returned to her room. Once inside, she received a message from Mo Yanchu. It was a photo of him working, his desk immaculate, exuding understated luxury, yet his hand, wrapped in bandages, appeared out of place. Qing Ci felt a pang of sympathy and replied, Is work manageable? Mo Yanchu, yes, I am primarily reviewing documents. Qing Ci, thank you so much for today. Mo Yanchu, you are my girlfriend. I do not wish to hear a thank you from your lips. True gratitude can be expressed in other ways. Other ways? Qing Ci pondered seriously before deciding to call. How about I accompany you while you work? At that moment, in Mo Yanchu's study, he had postponed all his work to attend the Chiao family banquet. Now, several executives were in a meeting, discussing various matters, and Mo Yanchu was present as well. Since the meeting was conducted via video, everyone noticed when Mo Yanchu answered the phone, pausing in confusion. Such a workaholic rarely took calls during work hours. Mo Yanchu, however, texted, Continue without me. He was equipped with two headsets, one for the meeting and another for Qing Ci. A voice emanated from the conference headset. Mr. Mo, if you have matters to attend to, we can certainly pause for a while. They surmised that whatever was compelling Mo Yanqiu to take a call at this moment must be of significant import. Mo Yanqiu replied, "It's nothing of consequence. Please proceed." Upon reading this, although a sense of perplexity lingered, the others continued with their discussions. Unbeknownst to Qing Ci, she merely heard Mo Yanqiu occasionally speaking on the phone while she busied herself with her mobile device. A message from Qiao Yunyu arrived. "I truly feel that the pills you provided me are quite effective. I am now enveloped in warmth." Qing Ci smiled, replying, "If you take them consistently, you will undoubtedly observe excellent results." Qiao Yunyu responded, "I shall heed your advice." Mo Yanqiu sent a message. "Who are you conversing with?" Qing Ci replied, "Can you hear the sound of my typing?" Mo Yanqiu confirmed, "Indeed." Qing Ci then stated, "I am chatting with a gentleman." At these words,
Mo Yanqiu en somme visage darkened abruptly.
the CEO, who had just been speaking, fell silent, casting a wary glance at Mo Yanqiu, fearing he had misspoken. Despite Mo Yanqiu's youth, he wielded absolute authority among them. The CEO cautiously inquired, "Mr. Mo, did I err in my statements?" "There's no issue. Please continue," Mo Yanqiu replied. The others exhaled in relief, yet remained somewhat apprehensive. The advancement of scientific research was paramount. Currently, the technological prowess of their nation lagged behind that of others. Propelling technological products was undeniably the future direction, not only for economic growth but also for the enhancement of their nation's standing. However, the scarcity of technological geniuses was alarming, necessitating the discovery of new talent. "I intend to scout abroad for promising technological prodigies." Another individual interjected, "Speaking of which, isn't Mr. Mo's cousin involved in research?" The Mo family, of venerable lineage, boasted a plethora of gifted individuals in Mo Yanqiu's generation alone. As the heir, Mo Yanqiu commanded respect, yet his relatives were far from inept. His cousin, apart from Mo Yanqiu, garnered significant attention. He had exhibited prodigious talent in technology from a young age, clinching victory in a youth robotics competition and later founding his own company that led the nation in technological advancements. All eyes turned toward Mo Yanqiu. The dearth of technological geniuses made collaboration with his cousin an enticing prospect. Mo Yanqiu's dark eyes betrayed an impenetrable depth of emotion. The others, sensing the atmosphere, began to comprehend the unspoken tensions. Family disputes were plentiful. If collaboration were feasible, it would have already materialized. The astute individuals swiftly redirected the conversation. "Let us seek out other talents." After 2 hours of deliberation, the meeting concluded. Mo Yanqiu then turned his attention to Qing Ci, inquiring, "With whom were you conversing just now?" His tone was neutral, yet beneath it lay a hint of probing and danger. Qing Ci smiled, "With my second brother." "Who else?" Surprised, Mo Yanqiu asked, "He is chatting with you?" "Indeed. Why are you so astonished?" "He has been rather reclusive lately." Qing Ci replied, however. "He will be making appearances soon." She yawned, prompting Mo Yanqiu to suggest, "If you are weary, you should rest." "Very well, you should also retire early," she responded before the call ended. Upon opening WeChat, Mo Yanqiu discovered several messages, including one from family members at the ancestral home. Among them was a message from his aunt. "Yanqiu, your cousin Ziyue has recently developed a commendable product. Would you consider investing? The Mo Group has a technology company, and I believe a merger could be beneficial. Ziyue's capabilities are widely recognized. He currently leads the tech industry, which could also elevate the Mo Group standing." Though the words were artfully articulated, a merger would likely result in the absorption of that technology firm, gradually undermining the Mo family. The second branch of the family had always harbored resentment towards the heir. Mo Yanqiu replied coolly, "No need." His aunt responded immediately, "Are you certain? Please reconsider." Mo Yanqiu chose not to reply further. The family group chat buzzed incessantly, and although he usually ignored it, a familiar phrase caught his attention. "Oh dear. Has Ziyue begun dating? And with a major star? I've pursued that star myself. Ziyue truly is impressive. Indeed, Qing is quite remarkable. She is vying for the Best Actress award this year." Feng Qing? What an astonishing coincidence. To think that the girlfriend of his cousin, Mo Ziyue, was none other than Feng Qing. Ultimately, Mo Yanqiu conveyed this news to Qing Ci, though she would soon learn of it herself, as the following day, tabloids unveiled photos of Feng Qing and Mo Ziyue dining together, sparking a frenzy among fans and netizens alike. What a stunning couple they make. At Qing's age, it is indeed time for her to find a partner. Isn't Mo Ziyue a technological genius? Wasn't Feng Qing engaged to the second young master of the Qiao family? Am I mistaken? You are correct, but you may not have heard that the second young master has met with misfortune, suffering disfigurement, and becoming a cripple. Qing Ci has supported him for quite some time. It is only natural for her to seek her own happiness. While I sympathize with the second young master, it is commendable for Qing Ci to have remained devoted. Indeed, if it had been another woman, she might have ended things upon learning of his disfigurement. But Qing Ci has proven herself loyal. The majority expressed support for Feng Qing's new relationship, though a minority voiced disapproval, but their opinions were swiftly overshadowed. The following day, as the Qiao family gathered for breakfast, the atmosphere was notably tense. Qiao Chengye served his wife, Qiao Furen, with steady composure. Mother, do not fret. A woman like Feng Qing is unworthy of concern. My younger brother has long seen through her duplicitous facade. As for her association with Mo Ziyue, rest assured they will not fare well. Qiao Furen, though perturbed, was astute enough to recognize the stakes. Mo Ziyue was no ordinary individual. Should he truly be coupled with Feng Qing, their statuses would be equalized, and the Feng family would no longer be subordinate to the Qiao family. Explaining why Feng Furen felt bold enough to seek an annulment. Such an ungrateful individual as Feng Qing would be scorned by any family with a modicum of sense. Qiao Furen shook her head, believing that if Mo Ziyue were to uncover Feng Qing's true nature, he would surely sever ties. Her second son had been focusing on rehabilitation. Perhaps he might recover sooner than expected. Qing Ci offered her mother some food, comforting her. Do not worry too much, Mom and Dad. Indeed, our sister is quite perceptive. I could not persuade my younger brother before, Qiao Chengye remarked, his gaze softening as he looked at Qing Ci. Just then, Qiao Chengye's phone rang. After answering, he sighed deeply. What is it? Qiao Furen inquired. Qiao Wenya has departed. We are now in need of a vice president. Her department requires someone to fill her role. Then find a suitable candidate promptly, Qiao Furen advised. Qiao Chengye turned to Qing Ci, who was savoring a sausage, her bright, innocent eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. With a smile, Chengye proposed, I believe Qing Ci would be an excellent fit for the role of vice president at the Qiao Group with a substantial annual salary. Would you care to give it a try? Qing Ci replied, I believe I can manage it well. The Yashalin company is now quite stable and requires no oversight from me. Madame Qiao harbored some reservations about Qing Ci's arduous endeavors. Yet she was acutely aware that Qing Ci was no ordinary woman and could only watch as they made their way to the company. It was Qing Ci's inaugural visit to the headquarters of the Qiao Group, located in the very heart of Jiangcity. Towering into the clouds were three magnificent skyscrapers. Their grandeur breathtaking and their pinnacles elusive to the eye. Whose edifices are these? Qing Ci instinctively assumed that one of them belonged to the Qiao Group. However, Chengye smiled and replied, they all belong to us. Indeed, Qing Ci had underestimated the might of the Qiao Group. The wealthiest in Jiangcity, they were undeniably formidable. Upon entering the company, Chengye guided her through the various sectors of the enterprise. Before her departure, Wanya had been responsible for the entertainment division. The Qiao Group's most lucrative ventures encompass three sectors: real estate, investment, and entertainment. If you wish to explore other sectors, you may, he suggested. Qing Ci pondered for a moment and replied, no, I believe the entertainment company suits me quite well. I shall start from the grassroots level. Chengye held Qing Ci in high esteem, confident that even in a junior position, she would swiftly ascend the ranks. Very well, I shall assist you with your onboarding, he stated. With great efficiency, Chengye facilitated her employment process and decided to escort her to the entertainment company to meet the CEO. However, just then, his work phone rang. As the president of the group, he was quite busy. Therefore, Qing Ci insisted on proceeding on her own. Chengye then instructed his assistant, notify them that my sister is headed to Shengshi Entertainment. Understood, President Qiao, I will inform them at once, the assistant responded, promptly making a call. Yes. It's the CEO's sister, quite beautiful, adorned in a deep blue suit with a diamond necklace. Please ensure she is treated with utmost hospitality. The entertainment company under the Qiao Group was named Shengshi Entertainment, currently ranked second in the industry, boasting an impressive roster of acclaimed actors and actresses. As Qing Ci made her way, she began to reflect on the situation. It struck her as peculiar, given Shengshi's resources. It should rightfully hold the position of Jiangqing's leading company. What had transpired under Wanya's management? Lost in her thoughts, she was abruptly jolted by a collision. Oh dear. Miss, I apologize. The other party, flustered, spilled milk onto Qiao Qingxi's attire. I've soiled your clothing. What shall I do? How much did it cost? I shall compensate you. Observing the girl's modest attire and sincere countenance, Qiao Qingci shook her head. It is of no great value. There is no need. You are truly kind-hearted. The girl expressed her gratitude. Shall I wash it and send it back to you? Qiao Qingci, touched by her sincerity, reluctantly agreed and removed her jacket. Without her outerwear, she felt the blue diamond necklace around her neck was far too conspicuous and decided to take it off as well. Upon arriving at Shengshi Entertainment, she approached the marketing department and noticed several individuals standing rigidly by the entrance. Raising an eyebrow, she thought to herself that her decision to forego her brother's accompaniment was meant to maintain a low profile, yet, given the atmosphere, it seemed they were already aware of her identity. Chapter 129, Mistaken Identity of the Young Lady. Indeed, navigating the situation proved to be quite challenging. Hello, everyone. I appreciate your patience. Qiao Qingci smiled and waved. Who are you? Step aside. You're blocking our way. One woman with a gaunt face and a sharp demeanor interjected, even going so far as to push Qiao Qingci aside. Confused, Qiao Qingci heard a nearby voice. You must be the new intern, right? We are currently awaiting the arrival of the president's sister, so do stand straight and ensure you make a good impression. The phrase president's sister resonated with Qiao Qingci. Yet she was perplexed by their reaction. Was she not the very person they referred to? Just then, a woman with curly hair approached, her high heels clicking on the floor. The previously sharp woman scrutinized the newcomer from head to toe. Clad in a deep blue suit and adorned with a diamond necklace, she epitomized the description provided by the assistant. This must be the president's sister. The sharp woman's demeanor instantly transformed, adopting a sycophantic smile as she approached. Ah, you have arrived. The others also stepped forward to greet her. Qiao Qingci regarded this woman with a sense of familiarity, yet could not place where she had seen her before. The woman, overwhelmed by the crowd's enthusiasm, asked, Are you all welcoming me? Of course, the sharp woman responded, her tone dripping with flattery. It is so down-to-earth of you, given your status, to come here to work. Status? The woman appeared bewildered by the comments. Sensing her confusion, the sharp woman quickly added, Rest assured, we will not disclose your identity as the president's sister. The woman, now grasping the situation, realized they had mistakenly identified her as the president's sibling. A smile crept across her face, her eyes glinting with delight. So this was the impression she left. However, she still clarified, You have mistaken me. I am not. Before she could finish, she caught sight of Qiao Qingci standing nearby, appearing as though she had seen a ghost. Qiao Qingci, is that you? Qiao Qingci immediately recognized the woman as Su Mingjie, a former classmate from high school who had been quite close to Duan Mianmian. Su Mingjie regarded Qiao Qingci from her elevated position. Qiao Qingci, I heard you were doing quite well recently, even dancing. What brings you here to work at Shengshi? Did you and my brother, President Qiao, part ways, thus leading you to seek proximity to him? Originally intending to reveal the truth to the others, Su Mingjie retracted her words upon seeing Qiao Qingci. During high school, she had never gotten along with Qiao Qingci, who was regarded as the esteemed daughter of the Duan family. Many admired her, including Su Mingjie's own crush. Consumed by jealousy, Su Mingjie seized this opportunity to humiliate Qiao Qingci. The remarks drew everyone's attention to Qiao Qingci. No wonder she looks familiar. She is the one who dances. Is she here to seduce President Qiao? I advise you to leave. President Qiao is not someone you can ensnare. The crowd collectively displayed expressions of disdain, as if encountering something distasteful. Qiao Qingci found the situation amusing but maintained her composure. You base your assumptions on mere hearsay? We are adults. It would do well to cultivate independent thought. You dare to mock us for lacking intelligence? The sharp woman retorted. You are the one who should be embarrassed. Attempting to seduce President Qiao. Miss Qiao, perhaps we should just expel her? Su Mingjie squinted, reveling in the sensation of being flattered, as she gazed at Qiao Qingci, relishing her newfound superiority. However, she decided against being too harsh, recognizing that Qiao Qingci had made considerable efforts to join the company. Indeed, Miss Qiao is kind-hearted. By the way, please provide me with your ID photo so I can arrange your work permit, the sharp woman said, her tone obsequious. Su Mingjie nodded in agreement. Chapter 130. Embracing the Mistake. As the sharp woman received the ID, she paused, taken aback by the name. You are surnamed Su? Su Mingjie felt a chill run down her spine at the skeptical gaze directed her way. Lost in her previous rapture, she had almost convinced herself of her assumed identity. Quickly regaining her composure, she explained, I am here to maintain a low profile. I cannot allow anyone to discover my true identity, hence the name is fictitious.
Ah,
That makes sense. Miss Chiao, your foresight is truly remarkable, the sharp woman acknowledged, though puzzled. Yet, with only Qing Ci and Su Mingjie present, she pondered if Su Mingjie could possibly be Qing Ci. Glancing at Qing Ci's humble attire, the sharp woman dismissed her doubts. They returned to the office for a brief respite. The acerbic woman was the deputy director of the department. She assigned a mere fraction of work to Su Mingjie, yet handed Qing Ci a substantial stack of documents, instructing her to review them thoroughly and prepare a summary for her. Without waiting for a response, she retreated to her office. Qing Ci glanced at the papers, realizing they were utterly futile. Was this directed at her? TSK, how tedious. However, Qing Ci had no intention of revealing her true identity. She seized the opportunity to gain a clearer perspective on the company. Engaging her computer, she perused material of her choosing, and before long, she received a message from Changya. Sister, how are you finding the company? Qing Ci replied, I find it quite intriguing. It seemed that the company previously managed by Qiao Wenyao was rife with parasites. Now that she was here, she would contribute to the family. Changya responded, as long as you are adapting, let your brother know if you need anything. Su Mingjie sat beside her desk, occasionally receiving treats from colleagues. She had never experienced such attention before, and a sense of elation flooded her. So this is what it felt like to be wealthy. Noticing Qing Ci's mountain of documents, Su Mingjie approached her, asking, Qing Ci, do you need any help? Qing Ci glanced at her, retorting, if you have nothing better to do, perhaps you should focus on your own responsibilities. Ha! What are you pretending for? Do you believe that merely performing your job will elevate you above others? With your capabilities, you shall remain in my employment for life. Su Mingjie raised her chin, brimming with pride. Is that so? I recall that performance metrics are in place here, and if you fail to meet them, even as Miss Chiao, you could face dismissal. Qing Ci's statement served as a reminder. The marketing department primarily handled brand marketing, market research, and artist resource allocation. Failure to meet performance requirements would indeed lead to termination. Su Mingjie shrank back slightly but quickly added, I am the president's sister, so you needn't worry about me. I'll handle my affairs. Even if I underperform, a quick call to my brother will resolve everything. This woman truly seemed addicted to her pretense. Qing Ci chose to ignore her. Despite her outward bravado, Su Mingjie felt a twinge of fear and promptly returned to her work. However, she secretly messaged Duan, informing her of Qing Ci's arrival at Xingshi Company. This only solidified Duan's belief that Qing Ci had come to ensnare Changya. What a shameless woman! After being expelled from the Qiao family, Duan had harbored resentment towards Qing Ci and now contemplated new schemes for revenge. At 6 o'clock, Qing Ci left work punctually. The acerbic woman emerged just in time to see her departing and seized her arm. Qing Ci, where do you think you're going? You haven't completed your work. Are you planning to leave like this? Qing Ci responded, I believe I am here to contribute to the company, not to sift through your useless documents. You deem my assignments useless? Then what have you accomplished? Qing Ci displayed her computer screen, filled with intricate mind maps. The acerbic woman, upon glancing at it, broke into a sweat. Although she had only skimmed a few lines, it was evident that Qing Ci possessed considerable capability. Continuing to press her would only serve to embarrass herself. Fine, it's your first day, so I shan't be overly stringent. However, today marks Miss Sue's first day. Why don't we all go out for dinner? The acerbic woman proposed to the group.
sure.
Several people immediately agreed, though a few hesitated, appearing reluctant. Qing Ci interjected. I won't be joining, you all go ahead. Qing Ci, today is also your first day. You should seize the opportunity to bask in Miss Qiao's fortune and enjoy a splendid meal. You ought to be grateful, the acerbic woman insisted. Qing Ci narrowed her eyes, observing the expressions of those around her. Some were cheerful, while others appeared dejected. Pondering this, Qing Ci conceded, very well, let us go. Chapter 131. Su Mingjie steals the spotlight. The dynamics within the marketing department were quite apparent. On their way to the hotel, the group lavished praise upon Su Mingjie. Upon arrival, they promptly allowed her to order the meal. By the way, who will cover the expenses for this gathering? Qing Ci casually inquired. Such welcoming dinners for newcomers were not funded by the company. We will split the cost, the deputy director stated. At this, several faces in the room turned pale. This restaurant was rather pricey. Splitting the bill would mean each person would owe 400 to 500 at the very least. Rather than spend so much money, they could simply treat themselves to a nice meal elsewhere. Sister May, I have some family matters to attend to. I must leave, one employee hesitated to say. Yes. Sister May, I suddenly remembered that I have unfinished work. You all enjoy yourselves. Soon, several employees began to excuse themselves. The deputy director, Jiang Mei, appeared flustered. Did these individuals not recognize Su Mingjia's status? Dining with the president's sister was a significant honor. How ungrateful they were. Everyone, please don't leave just yet. To her surprise, it was Qing Ci who spoke up to dissuade them. She smiled and said, let's not forget who Su Mingjie is. Would she ask us to pay? This trifling amount should be a mere drop in the bucket for her. After saying this, Qing Ci turned her gaze towards Su Mingjie. Su Mingjie felt a chill run down her spine. She had been the first to peruse the menu, and each dish started at 200. With so many diners, the total would easily reach several thousand. As an ordinary person, how could she bear such an exorbitant expense? Qing Ci was clearly looking to stir up trouble. However, Qing Ci's remarks indeed offered everyone a new perspective. While they lacked funds, Su Mingjie was different. She was the president's sister, and this sum would hardly faze her. Eager eyes turned towards Su Mingjie. Qing Ci leisurely sipped her tea, awaiting Su Mingjie's response. She was acutely aware of Su Mingjie's background. Such expenses were beyond her means. How could one presume to impersonate the president's sister so easily? I'll cover it. To Qing Ci's astonishment, Su Mingjie agreed, nearly causing her to spit out her tea. Su Mingjie relaxed her tightly clenched jaw, her expression tinged with disdain as she loftily declared, is it only this much? I'll take care of it, everyone. Feel free to indulge. Wow, Mingjie, you're so generous. Thank you, Mingjie. Jiang Mei gushed. Not only is Mingjie beautiful, but she has a heart of gold. It is truly our honor to be in the same department as you. All right, enough flattery. Let us order. Su Mingjie feigned indifference. Qing Ci, however, noticed her tightly gripping the edge of her blazer. Qing Ci's eyes grew cold as she shifted her gaze. Su Mingjie was certainly inviting her own suffering. The atmosphere quickly heated up once more, with most conversations revolving around praise for Su Mingjie, who clearly reveled in the attention. At that moment, Qing Ci received a message from Mo Yanchu. Are we supposed to have dinner together tonight? Qing Ci replied, I can't help it. I'm currently working at Shengshi Entertainment, and the company has arranged an impromptu dinner. Mo Yanchu responded, shall I come pick you up? Qing Ci replied, all right, I'll let you know when I'm about to finish. After sending the message, she stowed her phone away with a slight smile. As they neared the end of the meal, Jiang Mei suddenly asked, Mingjie, where is your necklace? Su Mingjie instinctively touched her neck. I must have left it in the restroom. Mingjie, I'll go fetch it for you. Someone immediately volunteered to check the restroom, only to return with a frown. It's not there, Mingjie. Are you sure you didn't misplace it? Su Mingjie was puzzled and went to the restroom herself, only to confirm it was indeed missing. However, she didn't dwell on it too much. If it was gone, so be it. After all, she had purchased a counterfeit. Jiang Mei interjected, Mingjie, I know that necklace. It's globally limited edition. How could something so valuable just disappear? At that moment, someone suddenly remarked. It seems that Qing Ci was the last one to enter before Mingjie. The eyes of everyone in the room suddenly turned towards Qing Ci. Engrossed in her meal, she was surrounded by their gazes, slowly finishing her food, and she claimed to have seen nothing. You lie, only you went in there. And yet you dare to deceive us. Jiang Mei voiced her disdain, clearly dissatisfied with the intern. You must have noticed Mingjie's exquisite necklace and stolen it. Didn't you? Qing Ci, I advise you to return it. That necklace could land you in prison for years. Is that so? A mere replica. And I would face prison time? Qing Ci retorted, a smirk gracing her lips as she looked at Su Mingjie. Even if I had indeed stolen it, I doubt I would be imprisoned, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 132, Who Stole the Item? Her gaze unsettled Su Mingjie, revealing the vanity buried deep within her. Just then, someone beside Qing Ci reached into her pocket and produced the necklace. By sheer coincidence, it was the very necklace that Su Mingjie had worn today. Qing Ci.
It truly was you.
Jiang Mei exclaimed, her voice raised. It's your first day at the company, and your hands are already so unclean. You should be ashamed. Mingjie, what are we to do? Su Mingjie was visibly shocked. Could it be that Qing Ci really was the thief? It was utterly laughable. Qing Ci feigned indifference while secretly consumed by jealousy, much like in high school when she had quietly envied her. In that moment, Su Mingjia's vanity surged to its peak. Casting a disdainful glance at Qing Ci, she remarked, "I never expected you to still be so unscrupulous. Out of respect for our camaraderie, I suggest you kneel and apologize. Let us consider this matter settled. After all, if we involve the authorities, your future will be ruined." Indeed, Mingjia is so understanding, others chimed in. Qing Ci, you should hurry and apologize. Their glances brimmed with contempt as they scrutinized her. Involve the police? Very well. I shall call them now, Qing Ci declared, unperturbed, and immediately reached for her phone to dial 110. Su Mingjia's expression shifted, her eyes flashing with alarm. If the police arrived, they would discover that her necklace was a counterfeit. Qing Ci would not go to prison. Swiftly, Su Mingjia intercepted her, masking her anxiety beneath a veneer of superiority. Forget it. I understand you value your reputation. For the sake of our shared history as colleagues, let us let this slide. The others immediately echoed her sentiments, praising Mingjia's kindness. Yes, Mingjia is so generous. Qing Ci, you should thank her. Qing Ci, bemused by their absurdity, reminded herself that she was the one who ought to call the police. Just then, a server approached. Hello, we found this necklace in the restroom. Is it yours? Everyone turned to see the necklace, their astonishment palpable. Isn't that Mingjia's necklace? What on earth? It turns out it wasn't Qing Ci who stole it. Yet. I distinctly remember this necklace being a limited edition. There should only be one. Why does Qing Ci have one too?
Su Menzi.
Caught off guard by the server's timely arrival, snatched the necklace and seized the moment. Qing Ci, I can't believe you even bought a replica. How laughable. Would you care for a verification of authenticity? Qing Ci replied unfazed. Her demeanor unsettled Su Mingjia, who retorted, I wouldn't waste my time on someone like you. Indeed. Mingjia is a lady of the Qiao family. She would never settle for imitations, Zhang Mei added. Disinterested in their banter, Qing Ci suggested, we've nearly finished our meal. Mingjia, shall we settle the bill? The server now turned to Su Mingjia, and the others eagerly awaited her response. Under their watchful eyes, she clenched her teeth and said, let us settle the bill. Very well, Mississippi. Your total today comes to 66,000 yuan, the server announced. Su Mingjia felt the world spin before her eyes. 60,000. After years of frugality, she barely had 80,000 in her account, and this meal consumed over 60,000. At that moment, she wanted to slap herself. Zhang Mei spoke up, we owe it all to Mingjia for dining in such a fine establishment. Indeed, I've only ever passed by this place. I've never dined here before. Thank you, Mingjia. The flattery from her peers quickly soothed Su Mingjia's wounded pride, and she smiled graciously. It's just a small gesture. Let us not have this happen again. As they exited the hotel and reached the entrance, everyone began to hail cabs. Su Mingjia prepared to do the same, but Zhang Mei leaned in. Mingjia, do you have a driver picking you up? Su Mingjia hastily turned off her phone screen.
Oh.
She almost forgot. She was the daughter of the Qiao family. Chapter 133. The Mysterious Man. What kind of heiress hails a cab? My driver might arrive shortly. You all may leave first, Su Mingjia said, casually tossing her hair over her shoulder. Zhang Mei sighed with envy. Ah, is this the life of the wealthy? I'm so envious. Mingjia, will you let me experience it? If your driver is coming to pick you up, it must be in a limited edition supercar. Su Mingjia's haughty demeanor faltered. Was this woman truly accustomed to living off the generosity of others? How irritating. Just as she prepared to decline, a luxury car pulled up before them. Wow, a limited edition Lamborghini. So stunning. This is my first time seeing such an exquisite car. As they marveled at the Lamborghini's sleek design, a man stepped out, dressed in a sumptuous suit that accentuated his noble and elegant aura. He resembled a character from a drama come to life, leaving many in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. So, handsome. Wealthy and handsome. Zhang Mei was taken aback. Her gaze transfixed. Suddenly, she remarked, Mingjia, he seems to be looking at you. Could he be here to pick you up? Only then did Su Mingjia realize the man was indeed directing his gaze toward her, causing her heart to race. Could it be that he was interested in her? After all, she was the most striking among the crowd, dressed in the style befitting a wealthy heiress. Surely any man would be captivated by her. Su Mingjia lowered her head, feigning shyness. The man was truly approaching her. Everyone couldn't help but glance at Sumingjia, thinking, my goodness, how fortunate is she? From the corner of her eye, Sumingjia caught sight of the man's tall, slender legs and the polished shoes he wore. With each step, it felt as though he was treading upon her heart, and she couldn't contain her excitement. Was her dream of becoming a wealthy lady about to come true? As he drew closer, Sumingjia finally mustered the courage to lift her head and extended her hand in greeting. Hi. She was not the type to be a wilting flower. She would take the initiative. However, the man didn't spare her a glance. Walking straight past her to stand before Qing Ci, he halted before her, draping his coat over her shoulders. Finished eating?
Yes.
Let us go. He took Qing Ci's hand, guiding her to the passenger seat, and courteously opened the door for her, placing his hand atop her head to shield her from bumping into the car's roof. Such gentlemanly behavior felt as though it had leaped from the pages of a drama, unfolding right in front of their eyes. The women looked on, filled with envy and jealousy. He was here to pick up Qing Ci? What right did she have? What incredible fortune had befallen her? Indeed, that man looks extraordinarily wealthy. Sumingjia watched the car drive away, as if feeling her heart shatter with a soft crack. A few seconds later, she finally calmed down and coldly remarked, was it merely an act that deceived you all? I am quite familiar with Qing Ci. She was indeed the daughter of a wealthy family. However, it soon came to light that this was a facade, and she was cast out from her home. Her biological parents are farmers. How could someone of her stature ever attract the attention of the affluent? Is this truly the case? It was then that everyone learned about Qing Ci's true origins and could not help but express their disdain. Zhang Mei adjusted her glasses and speculated, so she deliberately staged this performance to establish a persona of a highborn lady before us? To go to such lengths for pretentiousness, Qing Ci must be rather foolish. Surely, this car and the man accompanying her must cost a fortune. Doesn't she have at least 100,000 in savings? Zhang Mei's words struck directly at Sumingjia's heart. Damn, why does it feel like Zhang Mei is talking about me? I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Sumingjia had no desire to linger and left promptly. Hey Mingjia, your driver hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Mei called after her. Yet for some reason, Sumingjia quickened her pace even more. Inside the Lamborghini, how does it feel to head to the headquarters?
Montag Yanshu inquiret.
Qing Ci pondered for a moment and smiled. Quite interesting, there are even performances put on for my amusement.
Oh.
Qing Ci did not elaborate, and Mo Yanchu refrained from pressing further. How is your second brother doing? He'll recover in due time. If your second brother gets better, may I have the pleasure of meeting him? Mo Yanchu gazed at her intently. Sensing something, Qing Ci asked, do you wish to meet him? Is there something you need? We currently require a scientific genius. Your second brother was once a prominent figure in research. I would like him to join my company. We could establish a collaborative relationship. Qing Ci contemplated this, as the Mo Group is a globally renowned conglomerate. I can inquire with my second brother for you, she replied. Thank you, darling, Mo Yanchu said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 134. You will spoil me. With a flick of his wrist, a delicate pink box suddenly appeared. What is this? A gift to welcome you to your new workplace. Qing Ci was momentarily taken aback. Did such a trivial matter truly warrant a gift? She sighed. With such gestures, you will spoil me. Think of it as my way of presenting you with a token of my affection, for I wish for your happiness every day, Mo Yanchu replied. His smile tender. Qing Ci's heart was profoundly moved. Sincere individuals are eternally the most delightful. Upon opening the box, she found a beautifully crafted plain ring. I noticed you had no ring on your finger, so I bought this for you. Do you like it? His voice remained calm and composed. Yet a hint of nervousness was discernible upon closer inspection. The president managing a trillion-dollar conglomerate was, at heart, still a young lad in love. Qing Ci suddenly found this endearing. She slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly, and a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. I truly like it, thank you. However, I feel as though I haven't given you anything in return. Your presence is the greatest gift to me, Mo Yanchu declared earnestly. Oh no. Qing Ci's face flushed uncontrollably. She couldn't shake the feeling that she would indeed be spoiled by Mo Yanchu. Upon returning home, the smile on Qing Ci's face remained. Mrs. Qiao noticed her and, with curiosity, asked, Qing Ci, did you have a pleasant day at the company? Qing Ci snapped back to reality. realizing she had been smiling the entire time, and hurriedly replied, "It was quite good. Although, I encountered some challenges. I plan to resolve them gradually. As long as you're happy," Mrs. Qiao said, equally delighted. Qing Ci felt a pang of guilt. Her mother assumed her happiness stemmed from work. However, she was contemplating what gift would be suitable for Mo Yanchu. Given his privileged background, he must lack for nothing. Perhaps she should consult her brothers. After all, men understand men best. Resolving to act on this thought, she contacted her 3 brothers before bed to inquire about their ideal gifts. The eldest brother said, "I believe any gift from someone important is valuable. If I must choose, perhaps a handcrafted item." The second brother suggested a robot. The youngest brother chimed in, "I would prefer flowers." These responses indeed aligned with their personalities. The answers varied greatly, leaving Qing Ci in contemplation. What to do now? Perhaps she should give them all? Upon arriving at this conclusion, she praised her own cleverness.
Goodness.
How could Mo Yanchu be blessed with such an astute girlfriend? Unbeknownst to her, upon receiving Qing Ci's message, Qiao Chengya opened the group chat with his brothers, reinstating Qiao Yunqi, whom he had previously removed, and then shared a screenshot of Qing Ci's message with the group.
Qiao changé mused? Ah.
I didn't expect my sister would wish to gift me something. I just hoped she wouldn't overexert herself. A satisfied grin crept onto his face. However, shortly after, both he and Qiao Yunqi received a screenshot from Qing Ci simultaneously. Qiao Chengya froze, his earlier joy dissipating. He realized he was not the only one. Yet, it indicated that his sister was fair-minded. How wonderful she was. Qiao Yuni added, "I think she's merely seeking our opinions. Perhaps there is someone else she wishes to gift." Qiao Chengya retorted, "How could that be? Is there another man in her life worthy of such a gesture?"
No.
"Could it be Mo Yanchu?" Qiao Yunqi countered, "Surely not? Eldest brother, you mustn't always assume the worst." Qiao Chengya remained silent. Just as Qiao Yunqi was about to send another message, he discovered he had been removed from the group chat.
Damn.
Is eldest brother going through a midlife crisis? How irritable. After learning about the gifts, Qing Ci reached out to Qiao Yuni. "Second brother, I have a question. Mo Yanchu wishes for you to collaborate with his company. Would you be willing?" Qiao Yuni replied, "My previous company has collapsed, and I haven't been involved in this industry for many years." "Is Mo Yanchu certain he wants to partner with me?" "Yes, he seems to have great faith in you, and so do I. You were once exceptional. And you will be again." Chapter 135. "Thank you, my darling." Qiao Yuni responded, "I will consider it." Qing Ci relayed this to Mo Yanchu, who expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my darling." "It's my pleasure," she replied, before busily ordering gifts and preparing to craft something special. The following day, Qing Ci arrived at the company as usual. With the director on a business trip, she undertook the responsibility of assigning tasks to everyone. During the meeting, Zhang Mei, with an air of superiority, announced that each individual would be responsible for several artists' business collaborations, and she had already designated everyone's assignments. The screen displayed names and corresponding artists, and Qing Ci found herself assigned to C-list artists. The company categorized its talents by rank, with C being the lowest. These artists either had little recognition or were mere newcomers. It was exceedingly challenging for newcomers today to make a name for themselves, and those who had spent years without achieving fame were unlikely to find success. In contrast, Su Mingjie was assigned B-list artists or above. Su Mingjie smiled slightly. These artists could easily achieve performance targets. She had been worried about potential dismissal before arriving, but now it seemed that masquerading as Miss Qiao had its advantages. She looked down on Qing Ci with disdain. "Qing Ci, you must work hard." Qing Ci noted the names and, upon hearing Su Mingjie's taunt, remained unperturbed. "In this workplace, everyone must exert themselves. What's wrong with that? Are you planning to slack off? Unlike you, I am not destined for a life of idleness.
So men these got.
With your talents, you'd be better off as an artist. Why not consider a position in the artist department? After all, your acting is quite impressive. Don't waste your gift." Upon hearing Qing Ci's mockery, Su Mingjie seethed with anger. "You have a talent for acting, do you?
Ha.
Just yesterday, who was it that tried to put on a brave front?" Qing Ci, disinterested in engaging in a fruitless exchange, concluded the meeting and turned her attention to managing her artists, allocating them suitable resources. None of these individuals were capable of handling major endorsements, but Qing Ci diligently sought out reputable smaller brands. She ensured that no one was overlooked. Among them One particular artist caught her attention. Despite having been with the company for several years, this individual had yet to produce a notable work, a rarity at Qing Ci entertainment where such artists are typically dismissed. However, upon seeing the photo, Qing Ci was taken aback. Suppressing her astonishment, she promptly arranged a meeting with the artist's manager to discuss the endorsement, only to face a direct refusal. This person is quite difficult to manage. You needn't concern yourselves with her. She is far too rebellious. Previous collaborations have been fraught with complications, resulting in us incurring penalties. Qing Ci narrowed her eyes. She bypassed the manager and contacted the artist directly. At the cafe, the two met. Sister-in-law, the artist exclaimed, embracing Qing Ci warmly. Sister-in-law, let us stick together. What a bold young woman. Fortunately, the embrace was brief.
Sister-in-law.
What brings you here? I wanted to learn more about your situation, Qing Ci replied. You're with Qing Ci Entertainment, and I'm currently in the marketing department, handling your engagements. I'm genuinely curious. You're stunning and should have garnered attention easily. Why haven't you yet achieved any popularity? Murong sighed heavily, her anger palpable. Because I never anticipated such chaos within Qing Ci Entertainment. When I aspired to enter the entertainment industry as a commendable artist, I believed Qing Ci was an excellent choice. Who would have thought their glamorous facade was merely superficial? My foolish manager attempted to exploit me and even grew hands-on, infuriating me to the point where I had to report him. I thought the company would surely dismiss someone like him, but the next day, he appeared before me with my complaint in hand, stating that it was futile to report him. I then realized the company was fundamentally corrupt. If it weren't for your brother's friendship with mine and my binding contract, I would have. Qing Ci was astonished to learn of the debauchery that pervaded the company during Qiao Wenya's management. Had it not been for the backing of the Qiao Group, Qing Ci Entertainment would have long since crumbled. A surge of indignation welled up within her. Rest assured, I've connected you with the brand. Although it's a modest one. They were quite taken with your looks. You should give it a try, Qing Ci assured her. Murong's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Sister-in-law, thank you so much. You're truly the best. Cough, cough, perhaps you should just call me by my name when we're outside. Understood, Qing Ci Jia, Murong replied, winking at her. Sometimes fiery, sometimes endearing, this girl was indeed quite amusing. Qing Ci found herself rather fond of her new sister-in-law. As they sipped coffee and chatted, Qing Ci gleaned further insights into the grim realities of Qing Ci Entertainment, gradually formulating a plan in her mind. After a brief respite on her phone, Murong gazed at Qing Ci with a sweet smile, prompting the latter to reflect on her own conversations with Imo Yanchu. Was she as overtly expressive? Qing Ci teased. Do you have a boyfriend? Murong's cheeks flushed and she murmured, sort of, we've been together recently. The company said they wouldn't interfere with our romantic lives as long as we kept it under wraps. Is your boyfriend in the industry? Qing Ci inquired. Blushing, Murong eagerly showcased her phone to Qing Ci. Look, this is my boyfriend. Isn't he handsome? Although I'm not well known in this company, he treats me well. We're very happy together. He was indeed quite handsome and a minor celebrity at that. However, Qing Ci had heard whispers of his somewhat opportunistic and calculating nature. Why would such a man choose to be with a newcomer who had yet to gain traction? A sense of unease crept into her thoughts. He's quite dashing, but remember to be cautious with charming men, Qing Ci gently advised. Oh, I trust him. I know many handsome men are quite reckless, but he is different. Truly not that type, sister-in-law. Please don't worry. Murong chuckled, clearly smitten. Seeing her enthusiasm, Qing Ci refrained from further comment. After enjoying their coffee, they parted ways. Upon arriving home, Qing Ci checked on her second brother. She now had unrestricted access to his villa, a privilege bestowed upon her by Qiao Yunyu. Approaching the entrance, she observed him laboriously attempting to rise from his wheelchair, only to sit back down, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he persistently repeated the motion. Her heart ached at the sight. Second brother, Qing Ci greeted with a smile. Qing Ci, Qiao Yunyu responded, his face lighting up with a warmth reminiscent of spring sunshine. Have you finished work? Are you tired today? I'm not tired at all. Second brother, your progress is remarkable. Typically, it takes 10 days to stand, yet here you are already doing it. You must have been diligently practicing your rehabilitation exercises. Indeed, I wish to recover swiftly, he affirmed, nodding. He regarded Qing Ci with increasing tenderness. The medicine you provided is truly effective. Qing Ci, are you a doctor? Just a bit of medical knowledge, she replied modestly. My sister is incredible, Xiao Yunyu praised. Would you like to stay for dinner? I've been experimenting with some new recipes. Even confined to a wheelchair. Xiao Yunyu was striving to embrace life. Qing Ci accepted the invitation. The living room was immaculate, and as Xiao Yunyu busied himself in the kitchen, he insisted she remain outside. Qing Ci settled onto the sofa to watch television. The first program was I Am a Singer. To her surprise, she spotted Zhang Qian, who had transitioned from singer to judge, critiquing the contestants' performances. As Qing Ci listened, she lowered her gaze. Zhang Qian still exhibited glaring flaws. However, unlike before, her evident shortcomings in song critique went unchallenged, for her status afforded her such leeway. After a while, Qing Ci switched channels, only to find an interview with Feng Qingqing. Qingqing, may we pose some bold questions? The reporter inquired. Dressed elegantly in a flowing white gown, Feng Qingqing exuded an air of sophistication. Her exquisite earrings and rings glimmering luxuriously. She casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and smiled. Of course. Recently, there have been rampant rumors online that you are in a relationship with the second young master of the Mo family. Is that true? Feng Qingqing smiled, pride evident in her expression. Yes, we are together. Wow, I didn't expect you to admit it so openly. It seems your relationship is quite stable? The reporter persisted. Yes, we've been together for some time now, and our feelings are strong. We are even discussing marriage, Feng Qingqing stated candidly, unable to suppress her delight. Watching the scene, Qing Ci felt an overwhelming urge to slap this scheming woman. Just then, she noticed Xiao Yunyu standing at the kitchen entrance, his presence unnoticed until now. Qing Ci felt flustered. Brother, I was just browsing, I didn't mean to see this. I'll change the channel now. In her nervousness, she accidentally increased the volume. Feng Qingqing declared, I love him deeply, and he loves me just as much. Qing Ci inwardly chastised herself. Seeing the woman who had once been her brother's fiancée flaunting their affection on screen must have been excruciating for him. Chapter 137. The second brother only wishes to see her. No need. However, Xiao Yunyu approached and gently patted her hand, assuring her, I have no lingering thoughts about her. Qing Ci gazed at her gentle second brother, who, even at this moment, remembered to comfort her. She felt a pang of sorrow. Why should such a wonderful person be so wronged? Xiao Yunyu prepared a meal. And when Qing Ci took a bite, she was pleasantly surprised. She had assumed that, given Xiao Yunyu's poor health, his cooking would merely suffice for sustenance. Yet the flavor rivaled that of a professional chef. Second brother, you are so talented, not only in cooking but also as a research PhD. What flaws could you possibly have? Qing Ci asked earnestly. Flaws? Quite a few, I suppose, Xiao Yunyu pondered. Sometimes I struggle with the subtleties of human relationships. That's perfectly normal. One need not be overly versed in the complexities of social interactions, Qing Ci immediately replied. Being a straightforward person is not a flaw at all. As they exchanged banter, the day faded into night. Qing Ci bid farewell to Xiao Yunyu and returned home. In the living room, Mrs. Xiao seized Qing Ci's arm. Qing Ci, did you have dinner at Yu's today? Yes, Qing Ci affirmed. Mrs. Xiao expressed her sentiments. Yu, who refuses to meet anyone else, chooses to see you. It's clear he genuinely cares for you. Qing Ci. Whenever you can, do visit your brother more often. Mother. I will. Qing Ci smiled. Mrs. Xiao felt a wave of happiness, eagerly anticipating the day when Xiao Yunyu could regain his confidence. The next day, upon arriving at the company, Qing Ci noticed Su Mengjie meticulously arranging flowers on her desk, looking resplendent. Wow, Mengjie, who sent you those? The surrounding colleagues inquired enviously.
Wu Mengjie merelis milad crossing silence.
The one sending flowers to Mengjie must be a wealthy heir, someone nearby speculated. Not necessarily. Su Mengjie replied nonchalantly, yet her eyes sparkled with satisfaction, clearly pleased with her admirer. The other's curiosity only intensified. Qing Ci cast a brief glance and then turned her attention away, disinterested in others' private lives. After coordinating with the brand representatives, she took Mu Rong to the photo shoot. Upon entering the studio, Qing Ci encountered two familiar faces. Who is this? Duan Mian removed her sunglasses, scrutinizing Qing Ci's face with a feigned smile. Oh dear, dismissed by Yashalin, now reduced to being a mere employee? Qing Ci, how could you possibly regress like this? You are a dance master. Can't you just teach others to dance peacefully? To pursue a man to this extent, I truly disdain you, Duan Mian remarked, shaking her head in an exaggerated display of disdain. Jiang City observed Qing Ci with a penetrating gaze, surprised at her apparent fall from grace. In her memory, Qing Ci had always been poised and commanding. Yet now, she seemed to be trailing after Qiao Changyi at the Qiao Group headquarters. A revelation Su Meng Jia had shared. After enjoying some playful banter with Duan Mian, Jiang City had also grown closer to Duan Mian's circle. You still meddle in others' affairs as you always have. It's no wonder people don't like you, Qing Ci retorted, unfazed. Duan Mian's expression shifted slightly. Who doesn't he like me? Who said that? Qing Ci fell silent and proceeded with Mu Rong into the studio. Duan Mian, now agitated, demanded, Qing Ci.
Clarify, who said that?
Qing Ci ignored her, leaving her fuming. This wretched girl. Duan Mian seethed. Jiang City couldn't help but admire Qing Ci for maintaining such composure in any situation, effortlessly rendering Duan Mian speechless with just a few words. As Qing Ci and Mu Rong approached the photographer, the brand representatives rushed to greet them. The director's eyes brightened upon seeing Mu Rong. He had known from the photos that she was beautiful, but the reality was even more stunning. She possessed a unique allure, strikingly beautiful, yet with an edge that captivated all.
Directorie, ello, Kiao Qing Ci gritet.
Director Yi eyed her quizzically. Who are you? We only selected one artist.
Qing Ci, equally beautiful, stood alongside Mu Rong.
Both exuding charm. What a delightful sight. Director Ye's mood lifted. However, if you wish to join, it's not out of the question. I'm the liaison you should be speaking with, Qing Ci replied. Oh, you're from the marketing department. Very well, let us prepare to start shooting, Director Yi said, his gaze lingering on Mu Rong. Mu Rong felt uneasy under his scrutiny, sensing a hint of ulterior motives. Yet, given the effort invested in securing this collaboration, she decided to proceed. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Wait. It was Duan Mian and Jiang City entering the studio. Duan Mian wearing a confident smile as she approached Director Yi. Chapter 138. The Contest for Endorsement. Upon seeing them, Director Ye's expression changed. He donned a disingenuous smile. Miss Duan, what brings you here today? Duan Mian glanced at Qing Ci with contempt in her eyes. Your recent developments have been impressive. We are very optimistic about your prospects, thus we would like Jiang City to be your spokesperson for the next quarter. Really? Director Yi was taken aback.
Oh my.
Jiang City's fees are beyond our budget. Contemplating, Director Ye's enthusiasm waned. We indeed wish to hire Jiang City. As for the fees, we can manage to pay double. Duan Mian replied coolly. Director Ye's eyes lit up. Even at double the cost, securing Jiang City would be worthwhile. He beamed. Excellent. We appreciate your endorsement, Miss Qiao. As they conversed, they prepared to sign the contract. Qing Ci's eyes narrowed with frost. Director Yi, it seems we had already agreed to collaborate, didn't we? They were there to finalize their contract. While we initially found your proposal appealing, I'm afraid we are leaning towards Jiang City. You may leave now. Director Yi waved dismissively. However, he quickly added, but do wait for my contact. Qing Ci felt a wave of nausea. Though not entrenched in the industry, she was aware of how some directors or producers spoke to young stars, often with ulterior motives. This director was certainly not honorable.
Mu Rong, equally indignant,
had been raised in privilege and was not accustomed to such treatment. She was on the verge of an outburst when Qing Ci gently tapped her hand. Qing Ci then spoke. Director Yi, we had an agreement. It's rather unseemly for you to backtrack now. And as for you, Duan Mian, this is our resource. Why must you covet it so desperately? Jiang City hardly needs such resources. Duan Mian arrogantly replied, even if I do covet it, what can you do? With a sense of triumph, Duan Mian felt elated, determined to keep Qing Ci beneath her thumb, reminding her of their disparity. Jiang City stood silently to the side, disinterested in the brand but unwilling to oppose Duan Mian. Yet, she felt a twinge of discomfort. With her status, she should not have to settle for such a minor brand. However, witnessing Qing Ci's subjugation stirred an unprecedented emotion within Jiang City. In high school, she had always been in Qing Ci's shadow, with everyone noticing Qing Ci's beauty while overlooking her own. Now, however, Qing Ci had fallen to such depths. Her possessions were ripe for the taking. This sensation caused Jiang City's body to tremble slightly, as if after a prolonged struggle, she had finally secured a victory. alleviating some of the discomfort that had resided in her heart. She yearned to witness the fury etched upon Qing Ci's face after losing something dear to her. Yet, Qing Ci displayed no such emotion. She merely cast a silent glance at the two of them before taking Morong by the hand and departing. Duan Mian could not help but stifle a laugh, exclaiming, "Haha, it's truly the first time I've seen Qing Ci like this. It's utterly ridiculous." Zhang Qian's lips involuntarily curled upwards. Suddenly, Duan Mian turned to Zhang Qian and remarked, "But you must feel quite uncomfortable, for Qing Ci was once your friend." Instantly, Zhang Qian's gaze darkened, and with little emotion, she replied, "I regarded her as a friend, but she may not have seen me in the same light." "Oh, I know. Qing Ci has always been rather arrogant. In her eyes, you might merely be a sidekick, someone who exists to highlight her brilliance," Duan Mian retorted mockingly. Zhang Qian's expression remained unchanged, yet her hand clenched silently. Outside, Morong seethed with anger, declaring, "Sister-in-law, don't fret. I'll call my brother right now and arrange to acquire this brand outright. Let us see how that director continues to act so high and mighty." "Calm down. Rest assured, they won't have it easy," Qing Ci responded with an unsettling calmness, her clear, beautiful eyes holding an enigmatic smile that sent chills down Morong's spine. Such a smile from her sister-in-law was perilous indeed. Upon their return to the company, Qing Ci was met with derision. "Can you believe it? The resources we finally secured were snatched away by someone else. It's utterly laughable," Su Mingjie sneered, having just spoken with Duan Mian and learned of the incident. The eyes of everyone in the office glimmered with concealed mockery directed at Qing Ci. However, Qing Ci remained unfazed, asserting, "At least I have something." Unlike certain individuals who may possess commendable artists yet lack substantial resources. Chapter 139. Zhang Qian faces humiliation. "You," Su Mingjie fumed, but quickly regained her composure, scoffing. "Everything I touch results in millions in performance. What about you? You need to secure several resources just to meet your targets, while some might not achieve a single performance. Just you wait." Su Mingjie, though irritated, felt a tinge of anxiety, redirecting her focus to work. Despite managing several noteworthy artists, the resources they chose required careful consideration, and she found herself in a quandary over suitable options. As the workday drew to a close, Qing Ci noticed Director Yi had announced a collaboration with Zhang Qian. The news stirred considerable interest among netizens. "Wow, my favorite brand is collaborating with my favorite singer. This brand is truly remarkable. It inspires confidence. I find it surprising that Zhang Qian would choose such an obscure brand. This shows that Zhang Qian genuinely considers her fans, not merely chasing after money." The comments proliferated, and gradually, many were swayed, perceiving Zhang Qian as a sincere advocate for her fans, leading to a significant boost in her popularity. When Duan Mian saw this, she was overjoyed. It was an unexpected windfall for her. She promptly instructed someone to leverage this opportunity for publicity. Before long, the news surged to the trending charts. Genuine idols who consider their fans are exceedingly rare, and Zhang Qian's fandom quickly experienced a qualitative leap. Duan Mian called for Zhang Qian. "Qian. It was a wise choice to follow me. I told you. You are now one of the pillars of our company, and I will not neglect you," she said with a smile. Zhang Qian was pleasantly surprised. "Mian, you truly are impressive. Did you foresee this from the beginning, prompting me to take the role?" "Not at all," Duan Mian admitted. Her primary aim was to provoke Qing Ci's ire. "Of course, I thought of it. This brand is exceptional, otherwise. Why would Qing Ci want to collaborate? I figured that with your status, everyone would recognize you weren't motivated by money, thus enhancing your image." "Thank you, Mian, for considering my interests," Zhang Qian expressed with a look of gratitude. As for Qing Ci, she was likely seething in the office at this very moment, Duan Mian mused. Unable to suppress a giggle as a wave of delight washed over her, Zhang Qian, reflecting on this, relaxed her mood. In the future, she would stride ahead of Qing Ci, who could only gaze at her from a distance, while both were lost in their dreams. Zhang Qian's phone vibrated with a message from her friends. She opened it, expecting accolades, only to find they had sent her a link and inquired about its significance. Clicking the link, she discovered a simple Weibo post from Qing Ci, just a question mark accompanying a recording. Zhang Qian, puzzled, pressed play. "Director Yi? It seems we had an agreement, right? Initially, I felt you were quite competent, but regretfully, we leaned towards Zhang Qian." The recording captured their dialogue in the studio. revealing Duan Mianmian's arrogance and director Ye's fickleness. Duan Mianmian, having overheard the commotion, approached to investigate. Realizing it was Qiao Qingci's Weibo post that had garnered an astounding 50,000 likes and 5,000 comments, her fingers trembled as she clicked, only to be met with a barrage of vitriol directed at them. I can't believe it. I thought Zhang Qian genuinely cared for her fans. But it turns out she was merely poaching resources. There was no need to be so harsh. Qiao Qingci and they hadn't signed any contracts. Even without a contract, they had already arrived, which implied mutual acknowledgement. For Director Yi to suddenly backtrack is utterly outrageous. Duan Mianmian's tone was clearly intentional. She instructed Zhang Qian to seize someone else's resources. How shameless. Ugh, it's disgusting. I had a slight fondness for Zhang Qian, but now it's entirely gone. I'm unfollowing her. I'm unfollowing too. Bullying a budding artist is too much. I once thought she was an exception. Duan Mianmian isn't any better. She's simply revolting. Duan Mianmian seems to have a vendetta against Qiao Qingci, especially after the dance competition incident. I'm curious, how did Qiao Qingci return to the entertainment industry? Qiao Qingci responded to one of the commenters. I enjoy honing my skills. My beloved replied. Qingci, I adore you so much. Chapter 140. Clarification. Zhang Qian's fanbase plummeted, losing tens of thousands in mere minutes. Zhang Qian's fingers trembled as she clutched her phone. Despite her extensive experience in the industry, this was the first time she faced such a humiliating blow. Qiao Qingci's anger was entirely justifiable. She had prepared the recording in advance. Duan Mianmian, increasingly frustrated, lamented that she had thought she had finally turned the tide, only to realize that she had been outmaneuvered. Qiao Qingci had been ready all along. They were now floundering like jesters. Mianmian, what should we do now? Zhang Qian was beginning to panic. She was about to participate in a prestigious singing competition, an event where she was nearly guaranteed to win. If she were disqualified over this incident, it would be a tremendous loss, not to mention the damage to her reputation. Duan Mianmian, feeling vexed and at a loss for solutions, finally suggested, aren't you and Qiao Qingci friends? Call her and ask for an explanation. Tell her you have a valid reason for needing this resource and that she should clarify to the netizens that it's all a misunderstanding. Zhang Qian gripped her phone, unable to bring herself to dial the number. She had been playing alongside Duan Mianmian, and Qiao Qingci had witnessed their rift. Will Qiao Qingci still assist herself? You have done so much for her. After all, you are friends. If she is unwilling to help you with such a trivial matter, that would indeed be quite callous. Duan Mianmian scoffed. Zhang Qian pursed her lips and ultimately stepped outside, dialing a number in the corridor. The ringing echoed, and Zhang Qian could hear the rapid beat of her heart. Finally, the call connected. It was eerily quiet on the other end, so quiet that Zhang Qian could hear her own breathing. After a few seconds, she spoke first. Qingci, I apologize for today's incident, but I am merely an employee of the company and cannot defy Duan Mianmian's requests. I understand. The woman's voice remained as cold and melodious as ever. Zhang Qian did not perceive any anger, and a flicker of hope ignited within her. I saw your Weibo post. Could you help clarify? All right, Qiao Qingci agreed. Zhang Qian was elated, yet a pang of guilt washed over her. Qiao Qingci was willing to assist her. While she had harbored such thoughts about Qiao Qingci, was that not rather unkind? Regardless, the matter seemed resolved. After hanging up, Zhang Qian eagerly awaited Qiao Qingci's Weibo update. Indeed, Qiao Qingci posted promptly. Please do not misconstrue this situation. It has nothing to do with Zhang Qian. It is solely Duan Mianmian's doing, after all. Employees cannot contradict the company. Qing Ci is correct. Zhang Qian is innocent. Moreover, from the recording, Zhang Qian remained silent throughout. Qing Ci is truly kind. She even provides an explanation for Zhang Qian. Upon reading these, Zhang Qian felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly fainting. The office door swung open, and Duan Mianmian emerged, furiously yelling at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, what are you doing? Are you placing all the blame on me? I did not mean it that way. I did not anticipate Qing Ci would act like this. Zhang Qian, I truly underestimated you. I never imagined you could be so malicious and selfish. Duan Mianmian was genuinely furious, as now the netizens were solely blaming her. Zhang Qian felt utterly defenseless, suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. Surely, Qiao Qingci could not have done this intentionally to sow discord between her and Duan Mianmian. Zhang Qian felt miserable, and a flicker of resentment stirred within her. Qing Ci had always been so cunning, never at a disadvantage. How could she have been friends with such a person for so long? Yet, the discomfort was not theirs alone. It also affected Director Yi. Upon hearing Qing Ci's recording, Director Yi felt as though the world had turned dark. Soon after, he received word from his assistant that many were coming to berate them. Their online store was inundated with complaints, rendering customer service ineffective. Director Yi felt engulfed in despair. That wretched Qing Ci. How dare she expose him? He resolved to confront Qing Ci, demanding she delete her Weibo post. What qualifications did a mere employee have to oppose him? With a cold smirk, Director Yi prepared to leave, but the assistant returned. This is bad. Director Yi? What is it? Speak properly. Mr. Mo is here, the assistant stammered. Mr. Mo? As Director Yi pondered which Mr. Mo it could be, he saw Mo Yanqu walk in. And he instantly felt as though he were face to face with a deity of wealth. It was indeed Mo Yanqu. He was their benefactor. The projects Mo Yanqu had in Jiangcheng had significantly boosted those companies. If he were to collaborate with Director Yi, he wouldn't care about Qing Ci at all. Mr. Mo, you've arrived, Director Yi greeted, his face creased with a smile. Mo Yanqu replied slowly, elegantly settling onto the sofa, as if it were his own home. He waved his hand, and the assistant presented a document. Director Yi eagerly took it, glancing at its contents, only to feel his entire being freeze as a chill crept up from his feet. Chapter 141. Acquisition. It was an acquisition contract. Mr. Mo, what does this mean? We can collaborate for greater profits, but an acquisition. Director Yi was torn between laughter and tears. Director Yi, please sign here, Mo Yanqu's assistant interjected. Director Yi was unwilling to sign. This was the company he had painstakingly built over the years, now at its peak. And he was being asked to sell it to someone else. He could not accept it. Yet he also did not wish to offend Mo Yanqu. Everyone knew of Mo Yanqu's ruthless methods. If he wished to acquire you and you resisted, your company would face suppression, ultimately becoming worthless. At that point, it would be too late to lament. Agreeing now would at least yield some financial return. Director Yi found himself with no choice. He felt utterly despondent. Mr. Mo, may I ask where I have offended you? No need to inquire further, the assistant replied. Upon seeing the assistant's expression, Director Yi suddenly realized something. Was it because of Qing Ci and Morong? Could it be due to these two individuals? Director Yi felt darkness closing in. A single misguided judgment had doomed the future of his enterprise. Reluctantly, he signed the contract. As he packed his belongings and left the company, he felt as though he had aged a decade. At Shengshi Entertainment, news of Director Yi's company being acquired spread rapidly. Everyone considered him unfortunate. They began to view Qing Ci in a new light, recognizing her capability in turning this crisis around. Meanwhile, another brand, sensing the opportunity, approached Qing Ci for collaboration with Morong. After reviewing the proposal, she had no objections and sent Morong in. Within 2 days, Qing Ci had generated impressive results, placing pressure on the entire office. Su Mingjie felt increasingly dissatisfied. They had joined the company at the same time. Yet Qing Ci was excelling. Did that not reflect poorly on her? As she pondered, Su Mingjie stepped out to make a call. Yes, Qing Ci was quite invested in Morong, even planning to apply for a singing competition for her. As you know, Morong came from a musical background. If she participated in the competition and gained fame, everyone would undoubtedly think that her agent had previously failed to nurture her properly. With a sly smile, Su Mingjie returned to the office. Casting a cold glance at Qing Ci, she began applying lipstick. Her mood considerably brightened. Qing Ci, you must understand that the bird that stands out gets shot. Being too exceptional is not always a blessing. After work, Qing Ci left the company, only to be intercepted on the way. It was Morong's agent, Zhang Tao. He was infuriated. He had been suppressing Morong to force her into submission, yet unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged, providing Morong with resources. This was a blatant provocation. Qing Ci, I need to speak with you, Zhang Tao declared with an air of arrogance, clearly underestimating her. Yes, go ahead, Qing Ci replied, maintaining her composure as she calmly regarded him. This demeanor unnerved Zhang Tao, causing him to raise his voice in anger. Who authorized you to provide resources for Morong? Moreover, did you do so with my consent? Didn't the agent say Morong was not interested? Naturally, I must conduct some persuasion for my artist. And if she decides to accept, Shouldn't I report back on the strength of the agent's capabilities? Qing Ci countered. Zhang Tao felt a flicker of doubt under her gaze, his anger morphing into frustration. I have my own arrangements. I am her agent. I hope you'll inform me first of any resources you wish to provide. All right, I plan to have her participate in the singing competition, Qing Ci stated. Is that acceptable?
No.
Zhang Tao rejected without hesitation. Her singing is mediocre. Sending her would only bring disgrace to our company. Regardless of the outcome, participating would be an opportunity for experience and exposure. She is idle anyway, is she not? Forget it. You need not concern yourself. I have my own plans. Zhang Tao insisted, refusing to let Qing Ci manage Morong. I'm sorry, but I am responsible for artist resources. I must consider her welfare. Qing Ci replied firmly. Zhang Tao grew, increasingly irritated. Are you determined to oppose me? I am acting in the best interest of the artist, Qing Ci reiterated. Zhang Tao was truly infuriated. After all, he was the company's star agent, and everyone would typically grant him a modicum of respect. Yet, Qing Ci showed him none whatsoever. This new employee was utterly exasperating. Well, this is your own assertion. Should you embarrass yourself at the competition, it will be your undoing. Zhang Tao silently concocted a plan in his mind and turned to leave. Qing Ci, however, was indifferent to his departure. Muyan arrived to pick her up, and she found her familiar luxury vehicle in the parking lot. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to discover another person inside the car. Morong, upon seeing the vehicle today, was filled with delight. Brother, you truly do love me. You actually came to pick me up in person. I'm so touched.